Chapter 1. The Connection of Stars and Moon. In the depths of my memories, childhood nights have always been suffused with a mysterious and dreamlike hue. At that time, I delighted in finding a secluded corner of the yard, obediently seated on a small stool, gazing upward, my eyes fixed upon the vast night sky. The twinkling stars resembled countless lively eyes playfully blinking. The moon hung high in the firmament, akin to a colossal silver disk, casting its cool yet gentle light unreservedly upon the earth. As a small child, I was filled with curiosity and longing for the sky above. Unable to contain my inner impulse, I seized a paintbrush, intent on capturing this beauty on paper. I began with the moon, awkwardly sketching a large circle, yet in my heart, this was indeed the most beautiful moon in the world. However, when it came to painting the stars, I found myself challenged after numerous attempts. The shapes I created were all incorrect. Finally, an idea struck me, and I added a small dot within the moon, considering a star. Looking at the simple moon and stars on the paper, my heart brimmed with joy, for this was my initial record of the stars and moon. As time quietly flowed by, I embarked on my academic journey. The first time I encountered the characters for star and moon in my textbooks, the scenes from my childhood of painting stars and the moon instantly surfaced in my mind. The teacher patiently explained that the character star comprises sun above and born below from an astronomical perspective. It refers to celestial bodies that emit or reflect light, such as the sun, the moon, and the twinkling stars in the night sky, all of which fall under the category of stars. The moon, in turn, is the celestial body we see each night, the largest natural satellite of Earth, which does not emit light on its own but shines by reflecting sunlight, allowing it to radiate its brilliance at night. I discovered that the stars and moon I had painted as a child concealed such rich meanings behind them. From that moment on, my observations of the stars and moon became increasingly meticulous. I was delighted to discover that sometimes the moon could be seen during the day. On clear mornings or evenings, when the sun's rays were not so intense, the blue sky seemed incapable of obscuring the moon's presence, which quietly hung in the sky, resembling a bashful young girl. When the sun set, I would be fortunate enough to catch a glimpse of the morning star. The morning star is, in fact, Venus, which often appears in the east earlier than the sun during the transition from autumn to winter, and is one of the brightest stars in the sky, particularly eye-catching. After dusk, it would reappear in the west, as if bidding farewell to the sun. As I grew older, I embarked on numerous journeys, and each time I arrived in a new place, I would subconsciously pay attention to the stars and moon in the sky. Ascending a famous mountain, standing atop a mist-shrouded peak, I experienced a wondrous illusion as if I could reach out and touch the starry sky. At night, lying on the grassy summit, the myriad stars sparkled like dazzling jewels embedded in a black velvet tapestry, resplendent and striking. The moon appeared like an ethereal fairy, occasionally concealed in the clouds, its moonlight draping the mountains in a dreamlike silver veil. Arriving on an island, I was greeted by yet another unique spectacle. The sea breeze gently caressed my cheeks, and the waves rhythmically crashed upon the shore as I sat on a rocky outcrop, watching the stars above reflected on the ocean's surface, shimmering in the light, momentarily blurring the distinction between the stars in the sky and those in the sea. The moon hung high above the sea, its light spilling onto the water, as if paving a silver path leading to the horizon, evoking a desire to walk along it into the mysterious night sky. Even during nighttime train journeys, I did not miss the beautiful encounters with the stars and moon. Through the train window, the fields and mountains outside rushed past, yet the stars and moon accompanied me all the way. They seemed to play hide-and-seek, sometimes obscured by trees, and at other times, playfully reappearing before my eyes, adding much delight to the long, monotonous journey. Driven by my love for the stars and moon, I could not help but take up my pen to capture their beauty in words. The stars and moon are the romantic verses bestowed upon humanity by the universe. The stars are the lively spirits of the night sky, illuminating the dark expanse with their faint yet steadfast light. Each star is like a distant dream, bearing countless stories and imaginings. The moon, as the sovereign of the night, embodies the joys and sorrows of life through its phases. During the full moon, It radiates warmth and completeness, soothing all living things during the waning moon. It carries a hint of mysterious melancholy, evoking deep-seated longing within us. In the intertwining of stars and moon, we perceive the boundless vastness of the universe and feel the preciousness of life. They symbolize eternity, forever hanging in the sky, witnessing the joys and sorrows of the world, becoming the most beautiful solace in the depths of our souls. From the naive doodles of my childhood to the delicate depictions in words today, the stars and moon have woven through my life, carrying with them a wealth of memories and profound emotions, becoming an inseparable part of my existence. Chapter 2. The Enchanting Dreams of Stars and Moon on Chinese Soil. Throughout the long river of time, the stars and moon have remained the most captivating sights in the sky, drawing countless individuals to gaze upward. In this vast land of China, numerous enchanting spots for moon gazing are scattered far and wide, each harboring its unique memories of stars and moon. Guilin's landscapes resemble a celestial paradise sculpted by nature's divine hands. The Li River, crystal clear as a mirror, reflects the jagged peaks that line its banks. As night falls, the moon gradually rises, its silvery light cascading down, draping the entire Guilin landscape in a dreamlike veil. The river's surface sparkles, and the moon's reflection dances gently with the waves, akin to a flowing ink painting. At that moment, I stood at the bow of the boat, the breeze caressing my face, utterly entranced by this poetic beauty, sincerely marveling at the perfect fusion of nature and the stars and moon. Amei Mountain, as a sacred Buddhist site, not only possesses profound cultural heritage, but also serves as an exceptional vantage point for observing the stars and moon. Ascending to the golden summit, it feels as though one is standing on the clouds, intimately close to the sky. At night, the stars twinkle like jewels embedded in the black velvet canopy, while the moon hangs high, its luminous glow illuminating the ancient temple structures, bestowing upon them an air of mystery and solemnity. Here, far removed from the clamor of the world, I quietly gazed at the stars and moon, as if my soul were being purified and elevated. The ancients' affection for the stars and moon is evident in their countless moving verses. Li Bei's lines, the bright moonlight before my bed, I suspect it is frost upon the ground. I raise my head to gaze at the bright moon, and lower it to think of my hometown, vividly captures the sentiment of longing for home while gazing at the moon. In that distant era, the moon became an emotional bond for wanderers, transcending time and space, touching the hearts of those drifting far from home. The legend of change flying to the moon adds a touch of mysterious romance to the stars and moon. In my childhood, whenever I gazed at the moon, images of the fairy change cradling the jade rabbit and dancing gracefully in the cold moon palace would fill my mind. This ancient tale encapsulates the boundless imagination of the ancients regarding the stars and moon, and has become a brilliant gem in the treasure trove of Chinese culture. I recall a journey to Dali by Irai Lake. One night, I sat on the grass by the lake, surrounded by the tranquil waters and the reeds swaying in the breeze. Looking up, the moon reflected in Irai Lake, echoing the bright moon in the sky, creating a marvelous scene of one moon in the sky, one moon in the water. At that moment, inspiration struck, and I captured the image of the new moon. The crescent moon hangs above Irai Lake, its delicate arc resembling a smile in the night sky. Moonlight spills forth, sketching a shimmering silver ribbon on the lake's surface, gently swaying with the ripples. The stars embrace the new moon, like a group of loyal guardians. Their light, though faint, adds a touch of vitality and mystery to this serene night. The distant mountains appear shadowy under the moonlight, their contours hazy, as if painted in light ink. Occasionally, a gentle breeze rustles the reeds by the lake, whispering praises of the stars and moon. Simultaneously, a flood of emotions welled up within me, prompting me to write an essay. In the embrace of the vast universe, the stars and moon are eternal verses. The moon, whether full or waning, is a letter from time during the full moon. It is a blessing of reunion, casting silver rays to illuminate the joyous gatherings of humanity during the waning moon. It is a vessel of longing, evoking nostalgia in the hearts of wanderers. Each beam of moonlight carries the sentiments of millennia, flowing from the verses of the ancients, nourishing the hearts of the present. The stars are the dancers of the night sky, weaving a dreamlike galaxy with their faint light. Their twinkling is the heartbeat of a universe, the rhythm of life. In the quiet of the night, they silently accompany the moon and every individual gazing at the stars. They are the sparks of hope, providing us with the strength to move forward in the darkness. The intertwining of stars and moon forms a romantic symphony composed by the universe. They witness the vicissitudes of the world while preserving their purity and mystery. Under this celestial canopy, we are as insignificant as dust, yet through our gaze, we connect with the boundless cosmos. Let us carry our reverence and love for the stars and moon as we traverse the long journey of life, seeking our own radiant night sky. Chapter 3. A Millennium of Transition, the Moon's Splendor. The moon, that celestial body suspended in the heavens, traverses the long expanse of time, bearing countless emotions and fantasies of humanity, becoming the eternal protagonist in stories, poetry, and legends. The ancient legend of change, flying to the moon, has been passed down through the ages. In ancient times, He shot down 9 sons to alleviate the suffering of the people, and the Queen Mother of the West bestowed upon him the elixir of immortality. Reluctant to part with his beloved wife, Change, He entrusted the elixir to her for safekeeping. However, Peng Ming coveted the elixir, and Change, left with no choice, swallowed it and flew to the heavens, forever residing in the cold moon palace. Each time a moon is full, people gaze at it, as if they can see Change cradling the jade rabbit, gazing down at the world in solitude. This legend is filled with the ancients' romantic imagination regarding the stars and moon, also embodying people's yearning for reunion and a beautiful life that in the writings of ancient sages. The moon serves as a vessel for emotions and a balm for the soul. The illustrious poet Li Bai, throughout his life, was accompanied by the moon. The bright moonlight before my bed, I suspect it's frost upon the ground. I raise my head to gaze at the bright moon and lower it to reminisce about my hometown. These lines poignantly encapsulate the longing of a traveler for home. The moonlight spills before his bed, resembling autumn frost, and as he gazes upwards, his nostalgia surges like a tide within his heart. No matter where he roams, the sight of that luminous orb conjures memories of his homeland as vividly as if it were before his eyes. In moments of solitude, Li Bai invites the moon to share in his libations, proclaiming, "I raise my cup to invite the bright moon, and with my shadow, we become 3." He engages in a heartfelt communion with the moon, treating it as a confidant, alleviating his sorrows amidst the interplay of shadows. Zhang Ruox's Spring River, Flower Moon Night elevates the beauty and philosophy of the moon to its zenith. The spring river's tide connects with the sea's level. The bright moon rises with the tide upon the sea. Its shimmering light follows the waves for thousands of miles where, oh where, is the spring river devoid of moonlight? The poem opens with a grand and majestic portrayal of a spring river moonlit night, where the bright moon ascends with the tide, casting its silvery light upon the river's surface, creating a sparkling expanse that stretches for miles. Within this dreamlike beauty, the poet poses the timeless question, who first beheld the moon by the riverbank? In what year did the river moon first illuminate humanity? He delves into the mysteries of the cosmos and existence. The moon bears witness to the passage of generations, hanging high in the sky, silently observing the joys and sorrows of human life, ever shrouded in mystery and eternity. In folk tales, the moon also holds profound significance. During the Mid-Autumn Festival, families reunite, gathered together to savor mooncakes while admiring the full moon. According to legend, during the late Yuan dynasty, Liu Bowen utilized mooncakes to convey messages about the uprising on the night of the 15th of August, ultimately leading to the successful overthrow of the Yuan dynasty. Thus, mooncakes became inextricably linked to the moon, symbolizing reunion and triumph. On one occasion, I embarked on a cruise from Wuhan to Chongqing on the 15th day of the lunar calendar. As the vessel gracefully entered the Three Gorges, the night quietly descended. Towering peaks flanked both sides, the moonlight cascading down, outlining the mountains in silver, while the textures of the cliffs emerged subtly under the moon's glow, narrating tales of time's passage. The moon hung high in the night sky, so large it felt within reach, akin to a grand lantern prepared for this journey through the three gorges. At times, it playfully concealed itself behind clouds, casting a gentle halo that enveloped the river in a hazy veil at other moments. It emerged from behind the clouds, pouring its cool radiance unreservedly upon the river, creating a shimmering spectacle that was simply breathtaking. As the boat traversed the narrow gorge, the moon seemed to retreat into the mountains, disappearing for a while, only to suddenly reappear as the vessel rounded a bend, evoking delight. Gazing at this ever-changing moon above the three gorges, I was beset by myriad emotions, prompting me to pen this essay. The moon, an ancient sentinel of the cosmos, emerges from the myths of antiquity, traverses the rhythms of Tang and song poetry, and lingers at the windows of every wanderer, reflecting upon every mountain, river, and sea. It has witnessed battlefields of clashing swords, the bustling clamor of markets, the brushstrokes of literary figures, as well as the joys and sorrows of ordinary folk. Its waxing and waning mirror the ebbs and flows of life, with the fullness of the moon embodying humanity's heartfelt aspirations. Conversely, the waning crescent teaches us to cherish moments of togetherness. During this voyage along the Yangtze River through the three gorges, the moon became my companion, illuminating my path with its brilliance while inciting boundless reveries through its mystique. The river breeze, laden with moisture, caressed my cheek, harmonizing with the moonlight's tenderness, lulling me into a trance. The river flowed endlessly, carrying the weight of historical memories, while the moon remained aloft, witnessing the passage of time, yet transcending its confines. It is a gift of nature, a legacy of culture, allowing us to converse with the ancients and merge with the cosmos in moments of reverence. In this vast universe, the moon may be but a small celestial body, yet casts the most resplendent glow in the realm of human spirit, becoming an eternal emblem of solace. As dawn's light softly breaks, the horizon tinged with the pale blush of morning, the serene village still enveloped in a shroud of dreamy slumber. A gentle breeze rustles the leaves, as if performing a delicate lullaby. The celestial sovereign, a lively spirit, has already tumbled out of bed, his distinctive boisterous voice shattering the morning tranquility. Second brother, second brother. The sun is already warming the day. Hurry up and join me for a hunt. As he calls out, he reaches to tug at the still slumbering second brother, his hands resembling tiny pincers, eliciting a frown from the latter. Startled awake by the sudden clamor, the second brother mumbles sleepily, "Oh, brother, it's still early, let me sleep a little longer." With that, he pulls the covers up, attempting to rejoin the realm of dreams, his voice laden with fatigue and reluctance. Unyielding, the elder brother yanks the covers aside, forcibly pulling the second brother up. "Stop sleeping. If you do, there will be no meat to eat." His eyes bulge wide, resembling two copper bells, his face etched with urgency. Reluctantly, the second brother follows his elder sibling outside, his steps unsteady, as if walking on clouds. Just as they reach the cave's entrance, a frantic clansman rushes towards them, shouting in alarm, "Not good, not good. The man-eating tribe has invaded." The terror in his voice echoes through the valley, startling a few birds from their perches. My dear, there are still more chapters ahead. Please click to the next page to continue reading, for what follows is even more thrilling. Upon hearing this, the Celestial Emperor's eyes widened in astonishment, his face illuminated with excitement. As if he had received some monumental news, he forcefully patted the shoulder of his second brother, exclaiming, "Brother, you stay here and keep an eye on the stars and moon while I demonstrate my might today and capture their leader. Last time I had him thoroughly subdued, and if he dares to show up again, he shall witness my wrath." With that, he propelled himself off the ground, soaring into the sky like a cannonball. The speed creating a gust of wind that tousled the hair of his second brother and made his garments flutter. As the celestial emperor reached the entrance of the encampment, he beheld a scene of utter chaos below. The cannibal tribe members, fierce and menacing, wielded an array of oddly shaped, seemingly sharp weapons, engaged in fierce combat with the villagers. The cacophony of battle cries, screams, and clashing weapons intertwined, resembling a horrifying symphony. Blood and corpses littered the ground, and the air was thick with the pungent scent of blood. The celestial emperor bellowed from above, "Who among you is the leader? Step forth at once. Today, I shall demonstrate my prowess." His voice resonated powerfully, causing the ears of those below to ring, and some timid souls even covered their ears in fear. Upon hearing the shout, the members of the cannibal tribe looked up in astonishment, their jaws nearly dropping to the ground at the sight of the celestial emperor soaring through the air like a flying superhero. "My goodness, is that a deity descended from the heavens?" exclaimed one young soldier, his face paling with terror, his weapon nearly slipping from his grasp. Seeing no one respond, the celestial emperor, in a fit of urgency, descended directly to the ground. He spotted a young soldier from the cannibal tribe and, in a flash, seized him by the collar, lifting him effortlessly as one would a chick. With a mighty throw, he sent the soldier soaring 3 or 4 meters into the air. The soldier, terrified, shrieked and flailed his limbs like a frog tossed into the sky, his face a portrait of fear. The celestial emperor quickly flew back and caught the soldier just before he hit the ground, tossing him up once more while shouting, "Up you go! Isn't this fun?" This was repeated several times, leaving the soldier in a state of utter fright, tears and snot streaming down his face, nearly wetting his pants as he pleaded, "Great hero, spare me. I shall never dare again. Is there anyone else? Who else is unwilling to submit?" The celestial emperor, hands on hips, bellowed from the sky, his pose exuding arrogance, as if the entire world lay beneath his feet, sunlight casting a heroic silhouette around him. The cannibal tribe members trembled in fear at this display, none daring to approach, their eyes filled with dread and reverence. That moment, a voice from the crowd murmured, "The leader is over there." The celestial emperor, with keen ears, immediately caught the words. His eyes sparkled, and like a shooting star, he darted over and seized the leader of the cannibal tribe. He lifted the leader high into the air, spinning him around playfully while calling out, "See if you dare return! See if you dare return!" The leader's hair whipped wildly in the wind, his face etched with terror and helplessness, dizzy from the spinning. The leader recognized the celestial emperor and quickly cried out for mercy. "Oh, divine one, spare my life. It was you who defeated me last time. I was blinded by folly to return. Please, great spirit, let me go this once." His voice trembled, arms flailing in desperation. Feigning ignorance, the celestial emperor tossed him higher before lazily responding, "What did you say? I cannot hear you." The leader, now truly frightened, shouted at the top of his lungs, "Divine one, I was wrong. I shall never dare again." His voice nearly cracking from the effort. Finally satisfied, the celestial emperor nodded and, with a huff, dropped him back into the midst of his tribe, asking, "Will you continue the fight?" The members of the cannibal tribe, witnessing this spectacle, felt their legs turn to jelly, shaking their heads in unison, stammering, "No more fighting. We shall leave at once." They scattered like frightened rabbits, fearing the celestial emperor might change his mind. "That's more like it. I could truly send you to the skies if you provoke me again," the celestial emperor declared triumphantly, a broad grin stretching across his face, his eyes twinkling with the glow of victory. The cannibal tribe retreated like a receding tide, leaving behind a scene of devastation, with many injured or lifeless on the ground. Just then, the celestial maiden, the mermaid, and the moon star arrived and, upon witnessing the grim tableau, sprang into action. The celestial maiden and the mermaid cast their spells, lifting the wounded into a cave to begin their healing. The celestial maiden's hands glowed softly, and as she gently brushed the wounds, they swiftly healed. The mermaid chanted incantations, sprinkling crystalline droplets that alleviated the pain. Before long, the wounds of the injured began to close, returning them to their former state. The villagers, witnessing this miraculous scene, knelt at the cave's entrance, exclaiming, "Truly, the divine ones are formidable. With so many of us injured and perished, we are no match for even a single celestial being." Their faces were filled with awe and gratitude, tears glistening in their eyes. Hearing these words from above, the celestial emperor felt an even greater sense of pride. He performed a 360-degree spin in the air and loudly proclaimed, "Am I not impressive? You have all witnessed it. With me here, there is nothing to fear. If they dare return, I will soar even higher and cast them into outer space." His voice, brimming with confidence and grandeur, echoed throughout the valley. The crowd prostrated before the celestial emperor, hailing him as a great hero. Observing this scene filled him with a profound sense of accomplishment, and clearing his throat, he declared, "I shall tell you, from now on, maintain cleanliness. Cook your food as we do with fire." "Understood? Understood," the crowd replied in unison, their voices thundering, as if they might collapse the entire valley. "Then hurry back. No need for further reverence. Just be courteous when you see me in the future, lest I send you to the skies as well." The celestial emperor waved his hand dismissively, striding toward the cave with the swagger of a triumphant general, his silhouette radiating pride and self-satisfaction. This battle had earned the celestial emperor renown throughout the tribe of over 10,000, establishing him as their guardian deity, and the tribe, due to this victory, enjoyed a fleeting period of peace on the third day after repelling the cannibal tribe. Sunlight bathed the entire settlement as the tribespeople emerged from their homes to engage in the cleanup. The village bustled with activity, vibrant with diligent figures. Children joyfully darted between the crowd, assisting in gathering debris. Young men hurriedly carried timber damaged by the conflict. Women meticulously swept away dust and blood from the ground, chatting animatedly as they worked. The IT is truly thanks to those celestial beings. Without them, our tribe would have suffered immensely, a middle-aged woman exclaimed, vigorously wielding her broom. "Indeed, I have heard that the fire they brought transforms food into exquisite delicacies. Clean and hygienic. We must learn to utilize it properly." A nearby man chimed in, laboring with heavy timber, his eyes filled with hope for a new way of life. "The celestial emperor is incredible." He toyed with the leader of the cannibal tribe as if he were a mere puppet. Those scoundrels must still be trembling in fear. A young man excitedly mimicked the celestial emperor's battle stance, his face aglow with admiration. The villagers exchanged words, brimming with gratitude and praise for the celestial maiden, the celestial emperor, the mermaid, and the moon star. Their arrival had been like a timely rain, drastically altering the fate of the tribe. Meanwhile, Chief Amutu and the 9 elders convened solemnly within the cave, discussing matters of great importance. The torches flickered, casting dancing shadows upon their faces. Amutu, brow furrowed, spoke slowly. "These celestial beings have bestowed upon our tribe a life-saving grace and introduced us to numerous new ways of living. We must devise a plan to ensure their lasting presence among us." The eldest elder nodded slightly, his gaze imbued with wisdom. "What the chief says is true. They have not only saved the tribe, but also illuminated a new path for us. In my view, we should invite them to join the Council of Elders, to serve as our shamans. This would express our gratitude and harness their wisdom to guide our tribe's development." The other elders nodded in agreement, and a chorus of approval echoed in the cave. Once the discussions concluded, Amutu led the 9 elders, each bearing carefully prepared gifts, as they hurried to the residence of the Moon Star and her companions. The gifts presented were remarkably lavish, featuring soft and precious animal hides adorned with patterns reminiscent of nature's meticulous artistry, exquisite bone ornaments, each intricately carved with unique tribal totems, and the finest game from the tribe, its tender flesh exuding an enticing aroma. Esteemed guests, these offerings are the heartfelt sentiments of all our tribe's members, and we hope you will graciously accept them," Amutu respectfully proclaimed, as the elders behind him bowed in unison, their demeanor sincere and humble. Xingyue hastily rose to greet them, saying, "The chieftain and esteemed elders, you honor us with your kindness. Assisting everyone is merely within our capabilities." Amutu continued, after careful deliberation by our Council of Elders. "We sincerely invite the 4 of you to join our council, to serve as the tribe's shamans. Your extraordinary wisdom and formidable strength will surely guide our tribe toward a brighter future." No sooner had he finished speaking than the elders knelt in unison, imploring their agreement. Upon hearing the news, the surrounding tribespeople rushed over, forming an impenetrable crowd. In an instant, the area outside the cave was filled with people. Young and old, all chanting, "Please stay with us as our shamans and elders." The celestial emperor gazed at the grand spectacle, his eyes wide as saucers, and exclaimed excitedly, "Wow, being an elder sounds incredibly fun. I am certain I can excel at it." Though the second celestial brother remained silent, his eyes sparkled with anticipation as he surveyed the crowd. The celestial sister and the mermaid exchanged a glance, their eyes brimming with emotion. After a moment of contemplation, Xingyue spoke, "The chieftain and our tribe's fervent hospitality is indeed difficult to refuse. Therefore, we shall accept the roles of shamans and elders of the tribe, pledging to work hand in hand with you all to foster our tribe's prosperity." Upon hearing this, the crowd erupted in joyous cheers. Amutu exclaimed excitedly, "Wonderful! From this day forth, you shall be indispensable members of our tribe. We look forward to your guidance in both great and small matters." Amidst the jubilant shouts, the celestial sister, celestial emperor, mermaid, and Xingyue were formally inducted into the Council of Elders. Subsequently, they gathered in the chieftain's cave to discuss the tribe's future development plans. Xingyue was the first to speak. "We must first address the issue of sustenance. Henceforth, everyone shall consume cooked food, which not only enhances flavor, but also pertains to our health." Amutu nodded in agreement. Indeed, previously, when we consumed raw meat, many suffered from stomach ailments. This idea of cooked food is truly splendid. Xingyue continued, "Furthermore, I wish to take charge of training the soldiers. Our current hunting team requires reorganization. I plan to select 1,000 individuals to form an elite unit, specifically to guard against potential attacks from the cannibal tribe." At this moment, a robust man named Botter stepped forward. He was the current captain of the hunting team and inquired with an earnest expression, "How do you intend to reorganize, Shaman Xingyue?" After a brief pause for thought, Xingyue replied, "Botter, your extensive hunting experience qualifies you to be the vice captain of this new unit. Together, we will devise a detailed training plan to enhance everyone's combat capabilities." Botter nodded vigorously, "Absolutely, I will give it my all." The celestial emperor, curious, chimed in, "Xingyue, my brother and I lack training knowledge. How can we be of assistance?" Xingyue smiled, "You may accompany me in formulating plans and learn various methods of leading troops in battle. In emergencies, your celestial powers will prove invaluable." The second celestial brother nodded earnestly. "Indeed, we shall study diligently." Xingyue proceeded, "We also need to upgrade the tribe's defensive structures. The previous wooden walls lack fortitude and must be replaced with stone walls. Given the abundance of stone in this vicinity, if we all work together, we can surely accomplish this." Amutu furrowed his brow. "Shaman Xingyue, this stone wall project is monumental and will require considerable manpower and resources." Xingyue nodded in understanding. "Chieftain, while the undertaking is formidable, it is essential for the tribe's safety. Moreover, working together will strengthen our tribe's unity." After a moment of contemplation, Amutu conceded, "You are correct for the tribe's future. We must persevere, no matter how challenging." Xingyue added, "Additionally, I have learned of a tribe of stone men nearby, as well as several smaller tribes, including a particularly large tribe with a population of 70 to 80,000, known for their cruelty. Although our tribe comprises over 10,000 members, which classifies us as a mid-sized tribe, we must not underestimate our adversaries. Therefore, we also need to manufacture weapons, such as bows and arrows, to gain an advantage in combat." An elder voiced his concerns, "But we have never crafted bows and arrows before. Is that feasible?" Xingyue replied confidently, "I will personally guide everyone in their construction. Furthermore, we must fell some trees to improve housing and enhance the tribe's sanitary conditions. With a large population, we cannot rely solely on the hunting team. We must allocate tasks wisely, ensuring everyone contributes to the tribe's development." Upon hearing this, Amutu exclaimed, "With your addition, our tribe shall surely flourish. Let us proceed as Shaman Xingyue suggests, working together to forge a stronger tribe." The crowd responded enthusiastically, and the cave resonated with confidence and determination for the future. From that moment forth, the tribe embarked on a new journey. Guided by the celestial sister, celestial emperor, mermaid, and Xingyue, moving toward a brighter tomorrow. Chapter 4. The Seed of Dreams, The interweaving of the island and Xingyue in 2009, those moonlit nights quietly sowed a seed of dreams within my heart. Countless times I gazed upon the moon, savoring the poetry of the ancients that spoke of the stars and moon. A powerful impulse surged within me. I must write a piece centered around Xingyue. Once this thought took root, it began to flourish wildly in my soul that I understood that to showcase Xingyue's charm, the grand backdrop of the cosmos would indeed be awe-inspiring. Yet perhaps approaching it from a microscopic perspective could uncover a different kind of brilliance. Thus, a mystical island gradually took shape within my imagination, in the vast universe. Stars are distant, macro-existences, yet I aim to distill the expansive theme of stars and moon onto a small island, intricately depicting the bond between Xingyue and the protagonist through the island's tales. The process of shaping the protagonist was fraught with challenges, yet teeming with joy. That I pondered how to weave my experiences, observations, and insights into her character. Ultimately, the name Xingyue emerged on the page. She resembled the crescent moon rising in the night sky, embodying the hope of new beginnings and limitless possibilities. Xingyue could be a curious, fearless explorer, possessing a unique perception of the stars and moon. As if she could converse with them, I bestowed upon her my yearning for the unknown and my perseverance in the face of adversity. However, with the protagonist and setting established, the opening of the story proved to be a conundrum that I tirelessly searched my memories for inspiration, repeatedly reflecting on my journey to Hainan Island, which illuminated my thoughts like a beacon in the dark. At that time, due to work obligations, I flew from Chongqing to Hainan Island. While working with urban water supply systems in Chongqing, I encountered the complexities of municipal water services, a humble yet indispensable vocation. Upon arriving at Hainan Island, I traversed various water treatment plants and companies, all in the name of work. Amidst my busy schedule, I embarked on a quest to explore the island, as the vehicle sped along the expressway. The scenery outside transformed into a flowing painting. Tall, stately coconut palms stood in neat rows, their slender fronds swaying gently in the sea breeze, as if beckoning to every passerby. Vast fields of dragon fruit stretched along the roadside, their plump, crimson fruits resembling lanterns set against the lush greenery, dazzling in their vibrancy. The jackfruit hung heavily from its branches, exuding a rich sweetness that made one's mouth water. Entering a bustling farmer's market felt akin to stepping into a small world of marine life. Stalls brimmed with an array of seafood. Crabs waved their formidable claws, asserting dominance. Vividly colored fish swam joyfully in their tanks, with agile tuna embodying the ocean's swiftness, and the golden-hued yellow croaker shimmered under the sun, its tender flesh glistening invitingly. Additionally, lively shrimp danced about, their translucent shells sparkling, while imposing lobsters brandished their formidable pincers, seemingly capable of crushing any obstacles in their path. To the island's shoreline, a different allure unfolded. The pristine, fine sands sparkled under the sun, while the distant waters displayed a profound blue, merging seamlessly with the sky. The waves rhythmically caressed the shore, creating layers of frothy white. As night fell, the stars appeared as if embedded in a vast expanse of black satin, shining brighter and more brilliantly than on the mainland. The moon hung high above the sea, casting its silvery light upon the water, creating a shimmering pathway leading to the heavens. It dawned on me that this island would serve as the genesis of my story. The new moon arrived on this island by a stroke of serendipity, much like my own journey to Hainan Island for work. Her experiences on the island, intertwined with the local inhabitants, enigmatic natural phenomena, and the enchanting night sky adorned with stars and the moon, will form the crux of the narrative. The days spent working in Chongqing, along with the accumulated insights and reflections, shall seamlessly blend into the growth journey of the new moon. From that moment forth, I resolved to diligently gather material, merging my whimsical thoughts with this experience, eagerly anticipating the day when I could present the complete tale of the new moon, the island, and the celestial bodies to my readers. The tribe's new discussions and daily anecdotes on the day following the retreat of the cannibals. The tribe buzzed with excitement, reminiscent of a bustling marketplace. The clansfolk gathered in small groups, animatedly discussing the recent events, the atmosphere akin to a pot boiling over. "Hey, did you all witness that?" Yesterday's little deity. No, our celestial emperor looked just like a divine being descending from the heavens. With a mere gesture, he scared those cannibals out of their wits, exclaimed the young and vigorous hunter, his eyes wide with excitement, his face flushed as he recounted the battle, brandishing a sturdy wooden stick as if reliving the scene. The sound of the stick slicing through the air echoing around him. Indeed, I've spent most of my life in this tribe, seen all kinds of storms, yet I've never witnessed anyone soar so high. Lifting the cannibal chief as if he were a mere chick, tossing him about like a kite. The old chieftain's voice trembled slightly, his weathered face etched with wonder and shock, his eyes narrowing as if still immersed in the thrilling spectacle of the previous day. Those cannibals, they always bully us, snatching our food and capturing our kin. They're nothing but a pack of brutes. A nearby tribesman, Afu, fumed, his face reddening, fists clenched so tightly that the veins bulged, as if ready to confront the cannibals at any moment. Exactly. In the past, we could only endure in silence, but now, thanks to the deities, let us see if those cannibals dare to wreak havoc again. Ion's words were met with fervent agreement, nods of approval echoing in the crowd. Faces alight with a sense of vindication, as if the long-suppressed anger within them had finally found release, that I heard that the celestial emperor is actually a fierce little tiger transformed. How impressive. A young girl, her hair styled in 2 braids, blinked her big eyes and spoke mysteriously, her gaze revealing admiration for the celestial emperor. Oh, it matters not whether he is a little tiger or something else. As long as he drives away the cannibals, he is our great hero. An elderly woman, her hair streaked with gray, smiled as she ruffled the girl's hair, her eyes brimming with affection, her smile as if capable of dispelling all the world's gloom. Thanks to these deities, we must express our gratitude, that a middle-aged woman spoke softly, her eyes filled with appreciation, lifting her gaze to the heavens, as if conveying her heartfelt thanks to the deities. Indeed, we should remember the deities' words. Whatever they say, we must follow. Another elder nodded earnestly, his expression serious, as though making a solemn vow. By the way, I heard the deities advised us to refrain from eating raw meat and to cook our food properly for hygiene. Is that true? What is the fuss about? Ah, the deities surely have their reasons. We should just heed their advice. The crowd buzzed with animated discussions, their voices intertwining like a vibrant symphony. Meanwhile, the chieftain and 9 elders convened urgently in a spacious cave. The cave was furnished with tables and chairs made of stone and animal hides, adorned with hunting trophies that glimmered mysteriously in the torchlight. The chieftain's demeanor was grave as he slowly rose, surveying each person present before speaking. Our success in repelling the cannibals was entirely due to the invaluable assistance of those deities, that we must express our gratitude and treat their words as sacred commandments, keeping them ever in our hearts. His voice was deep and resonant, echoing within the cave. You're absolutely right. If not for the deities, our tribe would have faced calamity, an elder remarked, nodding repeatedly, his face lined with deeper wrinkles from excitement. Indeed, we must promptly inform the tribesfolk to avoid raw meat from now on, to learn to cook our food properly for hygiene. This is for our own good. Another elder chimed in, his gaze reflecting both concern and hope for the tribe's future. The assembly nodded in agreement, their expressions solemn and earnest. After the meeting, the chieftain led the tribespeople to present 3 plump sheep as a token of gratitude. The sheep, robust and healthy, bore wool as white as snow, shimmering softly in the sunlight. Upon seeing this, Xingyue quickly declined. No, we appreciate your kindness, but you should take the sheep back. Life is not easy for everyone. He waved his hands, a sincere smile gracing his face. Deity, this is but a small token of our appreciation. You must accept it. Without you, we would not know how to carry on. The chieftain implored earnestly, his eyes filled with anticipation, slightly bowing with clasped hands to express profound respect to Xingyue. Yes, indeed, deities, please accept this. It is our heartfelt offering. The tribesfolk echoed in unison, their eyes brimming with genuine emotion, making it impossible to refuse. Reluctantly, Xingyue accepted the generous gift that he gazed at the sheep before him, his heart swelling with gratitude, silently vowing to help the tribe lead a better life. Once the chieftain departed, Xingyue fell into contemplation. The celestial emperor's display of power was indeed astounding and warranted commendation. However, his lively and spirited nature required some guidance to prevent any potential mishaps. Thus, Xingyue summoned the mermaid and the celestial maiden, instructing them to gather the celestial emperor and his second brother for a meeting. The group settled around a flat area within the cave, a few makeshift stools crafted from stone and wood surrounding them. The celestial maiden spoke first. "Celestial Emperor, you have achieved great merit this time. Everyone is immensely grateful. However, you must exercise caution in the future. First, refrain from running about aimlessly. Second, while in the tribe, try not to be too ostentatious. The tribesfolk regard us as deities, and the more we appear extraordinary, the harder it will be for them to connect with us. Especially you, Celestial Emperor. After a victory, do not fly recklessly above the tribe, as it can be quite frightening. Walk on foot within the tribe. And when outside, you may soar as you wish. As she spoke, she gestured towards the cave entrance, her eyes conveying concern and guidance. The second brother nodded vigorously. Yes, we should all walk. It will help us bond more closely with the tribesfolk. His simple smile revealed deep dimples on his cheeks. The Celestial Emperor, however, pouted in reluctance. You don't even fly, so of course you agreed. You know how tiring it is to walk. If I soar higher, they won't see me if I just fly away. He crossed his arms, casting his gaze aside, muttering under his breath. The celestial maiden teased. You just want to be lazy. Walking more will strengthen your physique. Laughter erupted in the cave, filling it with a joyful atmosphere. Subsequently, they began processing the sheep meat. Xingyue suggested cutting the meat into strips to dry into jerky for preservation. He also requested some wild cow hides from the tribesfolk to prepare hunting gear. The group gathered together, cutting and sewing, thoroughly engrossed in their work. The sounds of cutting hides and cheerful laughter echoed throughout the cave. Before long, the first sets of simple yet practical hunting attire began to take shape. The mermaid and the celestial maiden observed them with smiles, saying, We could weave you a set. Why go through all this trouble? The celestial emperor, not looking up, replied earnestly, This is about learning a skill. What we make ourselves is far more comfortable. What you weave is all fake. We need genuine materials. He spoke as he carefully sewed the hides, his focused expression akin to that of an artist crafting something profoundly significant. In this atmosphere brimming with vitality, the tribe embarked on a new chapter of life, and the days ahead promised to become even more vibrant due to these extraordinary encounters. Chapter 5. Reflections on Life. Immortality and spirit on an ordinary night. I nestled on the sofa, casually flicking through television channels, when images of climbers scaling a snowy mountain appeared. Their figures, dwarfed by the towering peaks, seemed minuscule, yet propelled by unwavering determination. They ascended step by step. Suddenly, the scene shifts, and the climber discovers the remains of a long-ago victim, untouched by decay in the frigid environment of the snow-capped mountains, as if time itself had frozen at the moment of demise. This sight profoundly shook me that it inevitably led me to contemplate the modern medical practice of cryonics. When faced with critically ill patients and conventional medical interventions prove futile, individuals choose to preserve the bodies of these patients, hoping that future advancements in medicine will allow for thawing and healing, thereby achieving a continuation of life. However, given the current state of scientific progress, the dream of immortality remains an elusive aspiration. We can only gradually extend human life through exploration. What, then, is the essence of life? From a corporeal perspective, human existence is exceedingly fragile. Regardless of how vibrant one may have once been, all will ultimately succumb to aging, death, and eventual decay. Yet from a spiritual standpoint, some individuals manage to etch their essence into the annals of time. Confucius, for instance, has influenced generations of Chinese individuals and the entire East Asian cultural sphere with his Confucian philosophy. Likewise, those martyrs who valiantly sacrificed themselves for national independence and liberation have become a wellspring of inspiration for future generations. In numerous time travel novels and mythological tales, deities often possess elongated lifespans, even living in harmony with the cosmos, transcending the mortal cycle of birth, aging, sickness, and death. Yet, even they face various challenges and predicaments. This compels me to ponder whether the quality and meaning of life are perhaps far more worthy of our pursuit than mere longevity. Should I pen a book centered around reflections on life, the structure of characters and the rhythm of the narrative would be of utmost importance. The protagonist could be envisioned as a young scientist, filled with curiosity about the mysteries of life, wholly devoted to the study of cryonics in pursuit of the code for immortality, while simultaneously contemplating the significance of existence. During his research, he encounters an elderly philosopher who inspires him from a spiritual perspective, gradually helping him realize that the value of life lies not merely in physical survival, but in the legacy of the spirit. Enrich the narrative. Numerous real-life wonders of preservation merit inclusion. The remains of Lady Dai, unearthed from the Han tomb at Mawangdui in Changsha, Hunan, have remarkably endured over 2 millennia, retaining elasticity in her skin and mobility in her joints, astonishing the world. Upon excavation, her soft tissues retained their flexibility, some joints remained movable, and her internal organs were intact, with even clotted blood present in her veins. Scientists have discovered that the tomb's sealing and preservation methods, the unique geographical environment, and the chemical composition of the coffin liquid collectively contributed to the preservation of the remains to this day. This marvel not only provides invaluable insights into ancient burial customs and medical advancements, but also deepens our understanding of life preservation. The terracotta army of Xi'an, while not human remains, stands as a testament to the vibrant artistry of the Qin dynasty, having withstood the ravages of time for millennia. Each figure, distinct in form, facial expression, hairstyle, and attire, reflects the advanced sculptural techniques and meticulous artistic pursuits of the era. The existence of the terracotta army allows us to traverse time, experiencing the grandeur and authority of the Qin dynasty while contemplating the traces and significance of life throughout history. In Buddhism, phenomena of preservation also exist, such as the relics of certain eminent monks. These physical relics have endured the test of time, remaining incorrupt, with some even exhibiting growth of nails and hair. The incorrupt body of Master Wuxiang, for instance, has been preserved for centuries after his passing, venerated in temples as an object of reverence for devotees. Buddhism posits that monks who attain elevated spiritual realms manifest their incorruptibility as a testament to their practice, embodying profound spiritual power and symbolizing the eternal and imperishable nature of Buddhist teachings. This prompts us to reflect on the vital role of spiritual strength in the continuity and transcendence of life. The narrative's rhythm could ebb and flow. The more intense segments might depict the scientist racing against time in the laboratory, overcoming one technical challenge after another, while the tranquil passages reveal the protagonist engaging in profound discussions on the meaning of life with the philosopher under the setting sun, provoking deep contemplation among readers. Interspersed memories and imaginative scenarios could feature the protagonist reminiscing about his youthful, naive understanding of life and death, or envisioning dialogues with ancient figures across time in pursuit of life's truths. Through such character structuring and rhythmic design, the themes of life, immortality, and spirit could be intricately woven, guiding readers on a journey to explore the mysteries of existence that lie in the vast expanse of the universe. Majestic mountains stand silently, resembling silent giants. They are rooted deep within the earth, having withstood the erosion of storms and the passage of time, steadfastly watching over all, from the monumental forces of tectonic activity that shape their contours to the traces left by the changing seasons. Mountains transcend time, witnessing the birth and demise of countless lives. The clouds and mists enveloping the mountains drift like ethereal veils, evoking a dreamlike quality. These clouds embody the wisdom of the mountains, gently cloaking them and imbuing them with an air of mystery. The ever-changing mist can resemble surging ocean waves, tranquil lake surfaces, or even graceful fairies dancing in the breeze. They coexist in a symbiotic relationship. The mountain is rendered more ethereal by the mist, while the mist finds its foundation in the mountain. Humans, too, are akin to travelers within these mountains. Throughout the brief journey of life, we continuously seek the meaning of existence. Just as the mountain bears the weight of all living things with its solid form, individuals shoulder responsibilities and missions in life that we encounter setbacks, much like mountains facing the onslaught of tempestuous storms. Yet mountains never succumb. They impart lessons of resilience and tenacity. The wisdom of mountains resides within the mists, while human wisdom emerges from the myriad insights gleaned from life. Though the mist is intangible, it nourishes all that dwells within the mountains. Likewise, the wisdom within the human heart, though unseen and intangible, guides us forward. The essence of life is not measured by its duration, but by whether we possess unwavering conviction like a mountain and the nimble wisdom of clouds, radiating brilliance within finite time and leaving a unique mark upon the river of time. Island Adventures. The playful times of Xingyue and Monkey. 5 days have passed since I traversed to this mysterious island, and Xingyue has yet to discover a way back. But the days have been filled with excitement and novelty. Early one morning, as the sun graced the beach, a mischievous monkey, whom Xingyue had named Monkey Da, appeared at his makeshift campsite, holding a large coconut. Monkey Da perched atop a tall coconut tree, shouting, "Hey, lazybones, rise and shine. The sun's already warming your backside." I know. I'm coming." Xingyue, bleary-eyed, emerged from his leaf-constructed tent and waved at Monkey Da. Seeing that Xingyue was awake, Monkey Da, filled with exuberance, leaped from branch to branch, but in his excitement, the coconut slipped from his grasp and came hurtling down towards Xingyue. Wow. Xingyue reacted swiftly, dodging to the side just in time. The coconut grazed his shoulder and crashed onto the ground, sending sand flying. "Monkey Da, are you trying to murder me?" Xingyue exclaimed, a mix of laughter and exasperation in his voice. Monkey Da scratched his head, grinning nonchalantly. It was an accident, purely an accident." He then leaped down from the tree, retrieved the coconut, and hoisted it high once more, calling out to Xingyue, "Come on, let's keep playing," defeated by Monkey Da's enthusiasm. Xingyue picked up a stick to wield as a sword, and thus began a playful battle between the boy and the monkey. Monkey Da nimbly dodged to the left and right, occasionally jumping onto Xingyue's back, tugging at his hair and clothes while taunting, "Come catch me, you can't." Xingyue swung the stick, pretending to attack, shouting, "Take that, my sword strike. Where will you run now?" After several rounds, Xingyue, breathless, accidentally tripped over a shell on the beach and fell with a splash into a nearby puddle, splattering mud all over himself. Monkey Da burst into laughter, rolling on the ground, exclaiming, "Ha, you're so clumsy." As he laughed, he picked up small stones and tossed them into the puddle, splashing water onto Xingyue's face. "You little rascal!" Xingyue scrambled to his feet, wiped his face, and suddenly had a brilliant idea. He scooped up a handful of water and splashed it towards Monkey Da, shouting, "Behold my water bomb attack." Caught off guard by this sudden ambush, Monkey Da instantly transformed into a drenched monkey. Shaking off the water, he refused to be outdone, scooping up sand to hurl back at Xingyue, shouting, which is more powerful, "My sand bomb or your water bomb?" In no time, the beach was a chaotic scene of splashing water and flying sand, as the boy and monkey reveled in their playful antics, exhausted from their frolic. They lay side by side on the beach, gazing up at the azure sky. Monkey Da nestled against Xingyue, pulling from his pocket a hidden wild fruit and offering it to Xingyue, saying, "Here, try this. It's so sweet." Xingyue accepted the wild fruit, gently patting Monkey Da's head. "Thanks, little buddy. You're quite the treasure hoarder." After savoring the fruit, Xingyue resumed pondering his return home, muttering to Monkey Da, "Monkey Da, when do you think I'll be able to go back? I really miss my friends." The monkey tilted its head, seemingly deep in thought, then pointed towards the distant forest and the sky, saying, "I don't know, but I feel there might be a solution either in the forest or up in the sky." "Are you suggesting there are clues in the forest, or that the solution lies in the heavens?" Xingyue inquired with a hint of confusion. The monkey chattered twice, took Xingyue's hand, and urged, "Let us go and explore the forest." Within the woods, they navigated through an array of oddly shaped trees. The monkey often paused to pluck unfamiliar fruits for Xingyue, explaining, "This one is delicious, and that one is a bit sour, but quite appetizing." Occasionally, it would tease a squirrel that suddenly darted out, causing the little creature to scurry away, chattering in alarm. Suddenly, the sky darkened with thick clouds, and large raindrops began to pelt down. Xingyue and the monkey hurriedly sought refuge beneath a large tree, watching the curtain of rain outside. The monkey leaned against Xingyue, shivering with fright, and lamented, This is terrifying. Will the rain stop? Gently stroking its fur, Xingyue reassured, do not fret. The rain will cease soon. It should pass in a little while. This tempest came swiftly and departed just as quickly. Soon enough, sunlight broke through the clouds. As Xingyue and the monkey emerged from the forest, they beheld a magnificent rainbow arching across the beach. The monkey, filled with excitement, pointed at the rainbow and exclaimed, "Look, a rainbow! How beautiful!" At that moment, a strange light emanated from one end of the rainbow, enveloping Xingyue. Understanding that the opportunity to return home had arrived, Xingyue looked at the monkey with reluctance and said, "Monkey, I must leave now. Thank you for your companionship these past few days that I will miss you." The monkey appeared to comprehend, tightly grasping Xingyue's hand, tears welling in its eyes as it pleaded, "Do you truly have to go? Can you not stay? I cannot bear to part with you." Yet, the light grew ever more intense, and Xingyue's form gradually became transparent, ultimately vanishing from the monkey's sight, leaving it staring longingly towards the rainbow, unwilling to depart. Creating a work of art requires meticulous crafting and clever arrangement of elements, serving as the cornerstone for constructing a narrative edifice. During a journey, I witnessed a heart-wrenching tragedy. A young couple, overshadowed by the specter of cancer, leapt from a mountaintop in despair, ending their lives. This heavy event deepened my understanding of life as fragility and transience, provoking profound contemplation on the meaning of life and the value of love that in reality. The multifaceted phenomena surrounding love and marriage are equally thought-provoking. Those who remain unmarried yearn for the sweetness of matrimony, while those who are wed struggle within the confines of their unions. The rising divorce rates and the disconnection between spouses render once beautiful vows vulnerable to dissolution. Such phenomena have become the wellspring of inspiration for my creative endeavors. Based on these reflections, I conceive a unique model of love and marriage for the flying clan in my book. The Skydwellers possess extraordinary abilities, soaring freely through the heavens, wielding the forces of nature. However, their love must endure the test of time. When two Skydwellers fall in love, they do not hastily unite as mortals do. Instead, they opt for a betrothal, dedicating themselves to their ideals and missions over a protracted period, only to formally live together when the appointed time arrives. This concept draws inspiration from the legend of the cowherd and the weaver girl. The stars of Xingyue and Xiao, brilliant celestial bodies separated by the vast Milky Way, can only meet once a year on the Qixi festival. Their love grows ever stronger through the lengthy wait. Protagonists in the flying clan mirror this sentiment, choosing a path filled with challenges to protect the other realm and fulfill their aspirations. Throughout this journey, their love not only remains undiminished by time, but deepens through mutual longing and concern in the vast, enigmatic celestial realm. The flying clan resembles ethereal sprites, with Lingyang and Xiao being particularly noteworthy among them. Lingyang is agile and robust, his eyes glimmering with resolute determination, displaying mastery over his powers. Each swing of his star staff resonates with celestial harmony. Xiao, wise and gentle, possesses cascading hair that dances in the wind, adeptly harnessing the power of moonlight. The soft radiance of the moon can transform into a formidable shield under her command, warding off all malevolent forces. Their encounter was akin to the convergence of stars. In a fierce battle against dark forces from another realm, Lingyang and Xiao fought side by side. That Lingyang's fearless valor and Xiaolan's calm intellect drew them closer amidst the turmoil, with the seeds of love quietly taking root in their hearts. However, the flying clan understands the preciousness and solemnity of love. Under the witness of countless stars, they exchanged vows of betrothal, promising to reunite after millennia. From that moment on, Lingyang and Xiao embarked on solitary, yet arduous journeys to pursue their ideals and protect the other world. Lingyang delved deep into the universe, seeking the secrets of the stars. Striving to draw greater strength from the cosmic expanse, he lingered at the edges of black holes and gleaned wisdom from the eruptions of supernovae. Each breakthrough was fraught with peril, yet the thoughts of Xiao and the commitment to safeguarding the other realm propelled him onward. Meanwhile, Xiao immersed herself in the profound exploration of moonlight's powers. visiting the oldest moonlight sanctuary in the celestial realm, poring over countless ancient tomes in pursuit of the ultimate secret of moonlight. In the stillness of night, she meditated alone beneath the moonlight, merging her essence with its glow. Each time she faced a setback, she recalled Lingyang's warm smile, a source of motivation that spurred her to persevere. Throughout countless millennia, the war between the celestial and dark realms never ceased. The forces of darkness persistently launched assaults, attempting to shatter the peace of the celestial realm. Lingyang and Xiao found themselves entangled in fierce battles during their individual pursuits that on one occasion, the dark army from the other realm breached the celestial defenses, placing Xiao in jeopardy. Sensing her peril, Lingyang disregarded his own safety, traversing numerous star systems to rescue her. In the heat of battle, they supported one another, successfully repelling the dark forces through their years of training and unwavering trust in each other. Time flowed steadily, and the promised moment after millennia finally dawned. Lingyang and Xiao stood at the heart of the universe, surrounded by radiant stars and gentle moonlight. Their eyes sparkled with resolve and joy as they embraced tightly amidst the blessings of the celestial beings. In that instant, time seemed to stand still. The years of waiting and sacrifice coalesced into a moment of sweetness and fulfillment. Their story, akin to the brightest stars in the night sky, illuminates the path for the flying clan. It teaches every skydweller that true love and ideals require endurance through the trials of time, that on the journey of pursuing dreams and safeguarding justice, even when separated by great distances, the belief in their hearts can forge an unbreakable connection. Through such a narrative, I aspire to showcase the resilience and beauty of love, as well as the power of ideals in my book. The tales of the Flying Clan are not merely legends of love, but explorations of life's meaning and value. They endure countless setbacks and trials on their quest for ideals, yet they never relinquish their yearning for love and a beautiful life. This spirit is precisely what we need in our own realities. Regardless of the challenges we face, we should steadfastly uphold our beliefs and bravely pursue our ideals and love. An ordinary worker, have unwittingly become a Robinson Crusoe of the island. My name is Lilu, a beleaguered wage slave utterly worn down by the rigors of my job. Each day, within the confines of a cubicle no larger than a palm, I resemble a clockwork doll, mechanically and numbly engaged in my tasks. The clients are perpetually greedy, unrelenting in their critiques, finding fault with every iteration of a proposal. As for the boss, akin to a merciless overseer, he incessantly nags in my ear with relentless demands. At long last, after enduring the day's toil, I stagger home, utterly exhausted like a dehydrated fish. The moment I cross the threshold, I collapse onto the sofa, casually turning on the television. The screen displays Robinson Crusoe, and as I watch him struggle for survival on a deserted island, I cannot help but murmur, if that were me, I would surely wail for help. Modern life is so much more comfortable. I have delivery drivers to save the day and Wi-Fi to explore the vast internet. Unlike this deserted island, which offers nothing but isolation and cold solitude, before I could finish my thought, the television suddenly emitted a blinding light, akin to a UFO landing. Before I could comprehend the situation, a powerful force sucked me in, tossing my body around in the darkness like a ball. What is happening? Has the television turned into a time-space black hole? Help! I haven't even experienced a sweet romance or won the lottery. I cannot just disappear like this. I struggled frantically, my voice likely echoing across distant planets. When I finally opened my eyes again, I found myself lying on a beach. The rhythmic crashing of waves against the shore and the breeze rustling through the coconut trees seemed to mock my predicament. Bewildered, I pinched my thigh hard. Yelping in pain, it dawned on me that I had indeed traveled through time. Is it truly possible to traverse dimensions simply by watching television? Others who traverse time and space either become the aristocracy of ancient times or extraordinary heroes in fantastical realms. As for me, I find myself unceremoniously cast onto this desolate island. Good heavens, have you mistaken me for mere fodder in some game? I am at a loss, my heart silently cursing my extraordinary stroke of misfortune. Rising to my feet, my stomach begins to grumble in protest, its noise startling even the crabs nearby. First things first, I must find something to eat. If I don't, I might as well consume a whole whale. I make my way toward the cluster of coconut trees not far off. Gazing up at the coconuts dangling high above, I am at a loss. What am I to do? I cannot climb trees. Should I learn to leap about like a monkey? With my slight frame, scaling the height would surely result in a rather unfortunate fall. After circling the coconut tree several times, an idea strikes me. I pick up a long branch and begin jabbing at the coconuts, shouting, "Hey, you little coconut! Watch me bring you down for a midnight snack." After much effort, one coconut finally tumbles down. I leap for joy, nearly losing my balance and falling flat on my face. Ha! At last, it's in my grasp. It seems my cleverness may yet prove useful. Perhaps I am destined to be a prodigy of survival on this island. Cracking open the coconut, the sweet nectar fills my mouth, and I finally regain my composure. After satisfying my hunger, I begin to survey this barren isle. Goodness, this island is pitifully small. I could likely encircle it in less than a day. Fortunately, there are still some coconuts and fruits available, and occasionally I can scavenge fish wash ashore by the waves, just enough to stave off starvation. Wandering aimlessly along the beach, I happen to glance out at the sea and discover a larger island opposite me, a mere 10 kilometers away. Wow. That island appears far more impressive. Perhaps it conceals treasures or other survivors who might rescue me. I feel a surge of excitement, envisioning my imminent rescue. But upon further reflection, 10 kilometers is no small feat. Given my landlocked physique, I would surely become shark bait if I attempted to swim across. Alas, it seems fate delights in tormenting me, presenting a tantalizing sight just out of reach. I plop down onto the sand, feeling utterly resigned. Yet soon enough, I rally my spirits. What is there to fear? Perhaps in a few days a passing ship will discover me, or I could devise a plan to fashion a raft. With my intellect, how could I possibly remain stranded on this tiny island? Determined to leave this place as soon as possible, I begin collecting various usable items scattered across the island. Wooden planks, ropes, torn fishing nets. If it looks remotely useful, I gather it all and pile on the beach to I scavenge. I mutter to myself, this plank can be used for a raft, and this rope can bind things. Who knows, I might even weave a fishing net and feast on seafood every day. After toiling for half the day, I collapse onto the beach, gazing at the clouds drifting above and reflecting. No matter the circumstances, I shall accept my fate. Perhaps this is merely a grand adventure in my life, and when I return, those who have taken advantage of me will surely be envious. Chapter 7. Wisdom in Copper Coins and the Varieties of Life as the Day of Labor Draws to a Close. I sit by the window, munching on a crisp, sweet apple, my thoughts drifting back to the currency I commonly use. Nowadays, a few pieces of paper or digital payments can procure all that one needs for daily life, a remarkable convenience. Yet, as my gaze falls upon several ancient copper coins on the table, a tapestry of economic legends spanning millennia unfolds in my mind. The history of currency is rich and profound, with its earliest forms imbued with ancient wisdom in antiquity to satisfy the needs of trade. Knife coins emerged, resembling small blades with sharp edges and neat contours, playing a vital role in the commerce of that era. Knife coins were not merely mediums of exchange. They symbolized the craftsmanship and culture of their time. With every engraving embodying the ancients' initial explorations of economic order, as time progressed, knife coins were gradually supplanted by more portable and practical copper coins. The round coins with square holes, embodying the ancient philosophical concept of a round heaven and a square earth, significantly propelled the development of commodity economies, from the mining of copper to its smelting and eventually the meticulous minting of coins. Every step encapsulated the diligence and ingenuity of ancient peoples. Holding a copper coin in my hand, I cannot help but recall my grandmother's words from my childhood. She pointed to the coin and earnestly said, "Child, observe this copper coin. Each side is different in life and in our endeavors. One must be like this coin." Considering both sides at that time, I grasped only a fraction of her wisdom. Until one day, when my family prepared a delicious meat dish, my youthful anticipation surged. Yet at that moment, my mother instructed me to practice humility, and I relinquished my portion to an elder, only to have the elder kindly return it to my bowl. In that instant, I understood that while the act of enjoying meat was the same, the exchange imbued with courtesy and virtue starkly contrasted with a self-serving mentality. Such scenes are not uncommon in life. Take gatherings, for instance. Some individuals, without a hint of restraint, pile their plates high with delectable dishes while proclaiming, "Everyone, please eat," yet all the food ends up in their own bellies. This behavior sharply contrasts with those who understand humility and generosity, reflecting differing upbringings and personal cultivation. Recalling my time as the factory manager at Dayu Socks in Iwu, Zhejiang, I observed many employees entranced by the allure of lotteries, harboring dreams of instant wealth. Yet the outcomes were often disheartening. Not only did they squander their wages on tickets, but they frequently found themselves in debt, unable to cover even their fare home. Consequently, they would come to me, seeking loans. Each time an employee approached me for money, I would pick up a copper coin from my desk and patiently explain, "Look at this coin. It has two sides, much like the wins and losses in our lives. Focusing solely on winning without considering the possibility of loss is unwise. While there is a chance of winning the lottery, one must also recognize that more often than not, it results in empty pursuits. Earning money through hard work is no easy feat. We cannot place all our hopes in this," I earnestly implored them, hoping they would grasp that life offers no shortcuts and that they must not be blinded by greed and unrealistic fantasies. Dayu Socks was founded through the hard work of two sisters, who initially faced a barren landscape, a daunting challenge to establish a large-scale sock manufacturing enterprise. Take the construction of a warehouse, for instance. Building a traditional structure would require significant investment in time and resources, from land acquisition to material procurement and construction. The land acquisition process alone could entail numerous complex procedures and potential disputes, a heavy burden for the sisters at the outset of their entrepreneurial journey. One day, a container truck arrived to collect socks, and the enormous container sparked an idea for the sisters. They gazed at the old containers, contemplating their potential utility. After careful consideration, the idea of purchasing used containers for warehouse purposes began to take shape. This plan had clear advantages. In terms of cost, purchasing several old containers was far cheaper than constructing a traditional warehouse. In terms of time, there was no lengthy construction period. Once purchased, they could be put to use immediately. In terms of space efficiency, stacking several containers could save considerable ground space. Thus, the containers transformed into practical warehouses for Dayu Socks. This experience not only resolved a pressing issue for Dayu Socks, but also inspired a wealth of creativity in my writing. As I envisioned a world within my book, a ghostly container emerged in my mind. This enchanting container possessed an automatic replenishment feature, where workers seemed to retrieve goods endlessly, and laborers appear to be perpetually occupied with new tasks. In my writing, I focused on the laborers transporting goods while lightly glossing over the process of retrieving items. Readers could only see the workers busily transferring goods into the container, rarely understanding how those goods were accessed and utilized. In this manner, the container seemed to come alive, continuously providing supplies while retaining an air of mystery. These authentic experiences from life, whether the philosophy of dealing with others embedded in copper coins or the whimsical inspiration drawn from containers, have enriched my creative endeavors. They have revealed to me that life is an inexhaustible treasure trove, and with diligence, countless captivating stories await discovery. I sit slumped on the beach, gazing at the tranquil yet tumultuous sea before me, and at the distant island that appears tantalizingly close yet remains unreachable. Filled with a sense of bewilderment, I had thought my journey was merely a fantastical dream, yet the undigested coconut and grilled fish in my belly affirmed the reality of my situation. What have I done to deserve this? While others become heroes or emperors, I find myself trapped on this deserted island. With a sigh of resignation, I feel an overwhelming sense of frustration. Though this island is not devoid of sustenance, its hills are adorned with dragon fruit, bananas, and various unidentifiable fruits, all ripe for the picking. Eating the same fare daily has begun to take its toll on my stomach. If this continues, I might just transform into a fruit spirit. I long for hot pot, barbecued meats, and fried chicken. I muttered to myself. I casually plucked a banana and lethargically took a bite. Once I had satiated my hunger, I resolved to explore the island in hopes of discovering a means to escape this place. Although the island was not large, its terrain was rather intricate. I proceeded along a winding path, flanked by dense thickets, occasionally catching glimpses of vibrant wildflowers. Were it not for my dire predicament, I could genuinely appreciate the beauty around me. As I continued my walk, I stumbled upon a small cave. Could this be the lair of some wild beast? A flicker of trepidation crossed my mind, yet curiosity compelled me to approach cautiously. Peering inside, I found it shrouded in darkness, revealing nothing. Summoning my courage, I picked up a twig and ignited it at the entrance, using it as a makeshift torch before venturing in. The cave was permeated with a damp odor, and the walls bore strange markings as if intentionally inscribed by a hand long gone. Could it be that this island once harbored inhabitants? A glimmer of hope ignited within me. Perhaps I might uncover some useful clues here. However, after an exhaustive search, all I found were a few broken stones, and, disheartened, I exited the cave. Back on the beach, I gazed at the distant larger island, my mind beginning to devise a plan. It was a good dozen kilometers away. Not too far, yet not too close either. If only I had a boat, I could simply paddle across, and my eyes fell upon some wooden planks washed ashore by the waves. And a sudden inspiration struck me. I could construct a raft. What a stroke of genius! Without hesitation, I set about gathering the planks and sought some resilient vines to serve as rope. Yet, crafting a raft proved far more challenging than anticipated. The planks refused to cooperate, and as soon as I secured them, they collapsed at my touch. These wretched planks were even more troublesome than a demanding client. Frustrated, I stamped my feet, but with no other option, I steeled my resolve to start anew. After toiling for much of the day, a crooked raft finally emerged through my efforts. Looking at my creation, I felt a swell of pride. It may be unsightly, but surely it would float. With great effort, I dragged the raft to the water's edge and gingerly climbed aboard. However, before I could steady myself, the raft began to sway perilously, prompting me to leap back to safety. This would not do. I had not yet set sail, and I could not meet my demise in the ocean, but I decided to practice my paddling skills in the shallows. After a full afternoon of floundering in the shallows, I finally grasped some semblance of paddling technique. As dusk began to cloak the sky, I resolved to return to the beach and rest, planning to continue my adventure the following day. That night, lying on a bed of leaves and listening to the waves lapping against the shore, I found sleep elusive, and my mind was a tumult of thoughts about my inexplicable journey and the uncertainties of the future. How I longed to return to my original world, where I would work diligently and never complain again. Yet, despite my complaints, I understood that the most pressing matter was to find a way off this desolate island. At the crack of dawn, I was roused by the cacophony of birdsong. Upon opening my eyes, I found the sun already high in the sky. Oh no, I had overslept. I quickly scrambled to my feet, hastily consuming some fruit for breakfast before preparing to attempt my raft plan once more. However, upon arriving at the shore, I discovered that my raft was gone. Where could it be? Surely the waves had not swept it away. My heart raced as I scoured the shoreline, and at last, behind a cluster of rocks, I found it. Apparently, the tumultuous waves from the previous night had relocated my raft to this spot, gazing at the battered remains of my creation. I felt tears welling up. How could I possibly use this? It seemed I would have to start afresh. In a moment of inspiration, I recalled the stones from the cave. Perhaps they could fortify my raft. I hurried back to the cave, retrieved several sizable stones, and bound them to the raft with vines. After this modification, the raft appeared significantly sturdier. I once again dragged it to the shoreline, took a deep breath, and cautiously climbed aboard. This time, although the raft still swayed, it held steady enough. Grasping the paddle I fashioned from a branch, I began to row determinedly towards the larger island. Initially, all went smoothly, but as I continued, I sensed something amiss. The wind picked up, and the waves grew taller, causing the raft to pitch violently, threatening to capsize at any moment. Oh no, I had acted too impulsively. Regret washed over me, yet there was no turning back now. Clinging tightly to the raft, I paddled desperately, striving to maintain my balance. Just as I felt I might falter, the raft suddenly lightened. Evidently, I had reached the shallows. Without a moment's hesitation, I jumped into the water and dragged the raft onto the beach. Lying on the sands of the larger island, I gasped for breath. A mixture of exhilaration and trepidation coursing through me. I had finally arrived, yet I wondered what this island would hold. Rising to my feet, I surveyed the unfamiliar jungle before me, my heart brimming with anticipation and unease. In the early morning, the first rays of sunlight, like golden threads, filtered through the leaves and warmed my face. Groggily, I rose from my leaf-made bed, my body feeling as if it had been disassembled. Oh dear, a night's sleep here was more exhausting than running a marathon. This leaf bed was far from comfortable. What folly had I committed, forsaking my cozy mattress at home for this? As I rubbed my aching back, I grumbled, my voice echoing in the stillness of the deserted island, sounding particularly jarring. After a hasty breakfast of bananas, my stomach began to protest once more. Eating nothing but bananas day in and day out, I felt I was on the verge of becoming a banana spokesperson. If I continued like this, I might as well be on friendly terms with the bananas. While others enjoyed sumptuous feasts in their travels, I was relegated to nibbling on bananas in this desolate land, a true source of envy. Yet, despite my complaints, I had no other options. This island resembled a banana kingdom, offering nothing but bananas. After my meal, I resolved to jog along the coastline, treating it as a workout while hoping to uncover something new. 1, 2, 1, 2. I chanted my mantra, trudging along the scorching sands, each step forcing grains into my toes. This was hardly a morning run. It felt more like a self-imposed torment in a sandpit. While others relished the beauty of the morning, I was merely punishing my feet. What was the point of this? Did I truly expect to emerge from this ordeal with a chiseled six-pack to show off? I scoffed at myself, yet pressed on. As I jogged, I noticed small fish darting about in the shallows, and a sudden surge of energy invigorated me. Ah, little ones, today you shall not escape. My seafood feast depends on you. Stealthily, I approached, lunging to catch them, only to miss and nearly tumble into the sand. These fish were far too cunning, more challenging than my most difficult clients, that I refused to be bested by a mere handful of fish. After all, I was a modern individual, not easily thwarted. Undeterred, I tried several more times until at last, I succeeded in capturing one. Ha! Now you have nowhere to flee. Tonight, I shall finally enjoy a change of palate. It seemed that Lilu could finally savor some fresh grilled fish, indulging in a luxurious life. Returning to the beach, I gathered dry twigs to prepare a fire for grilling the fish. However, starting a fire posed yet another significant challenge. Why was it so difficult? I was no primitive man. I shouldn't have to resort to primitive fire-starting methods, while others traveled with innate talents. All I had were my two hands to rely upon. After tremendous effort, I finally managed to ignite a flame. I placed the fish over the fire, watching as it turned golden and fragrant. Ah, the aroma was simply divine. Perhaps my culinary talents were awakening on this deserted island. Who knows, upon returning, I might even open a grilled fish restaurant called Island Grilled Fish, sure to attract many patrons. After satisfying my hunger, I lay on the beach soaking up the sun, gazing out at the endless ocean, my mind once again clouded with worries. When would this all come to an end? When could I leave this wretched place? How I longed for the days of air conditioning and Wi-Fi. What cursed luck I had to find myself on this deserted island just from watching television. While others soared to new heights in their adventures, I was left to endure survival in the wild on this island. Nevertheless, despite my worries, life must go on, that I decided to document my experiences in a journal. I found a flat stone to serve as my desk and used a sharp shell as a pen, scribbling on a leaf. Today, I nearly fell into the sea while fishing and almost singed my eyebrows while starting the fire. Yet I managed to enjoy some grilled fish, which was quite delectable. Yes, I wrote. I couldn't help but chuckle. Anyone reading this diary would surely think me mad that on this deserted island, I was quickly becoming accustomed to conversing with myself. I wondered if I would ever shake this habit once I returned to civilization. In the afternoon, with the sun less oppressive, I decided to go for a swim. With such a vast sea, it would be a shame not to indulge in its refreshing embrace. That I dove into the water, feeling the coolness envelop me, a delightful sensation. Yet, as I swam, I suddenly wondered if there might be sharks lurking beneath the surface, causing me to hastily swim back to shore. No, my life is far too precious. What if a shark mistook me for a snack? My swimming skills would hardly suffice against a shark, it was wiser to remain in the shallows. Upon returning to the shore, I reclined on the sandy beach, gazing at the sky, and began to converse with myself. Though the days on this deserted island are filled with freedom, they are also profoundly lonely. Today, I caught fish, swam, penned my thoughts in a diary. On the surface, these activities seem fulfilling, yet my heart remains desolate. I am uncertain what tomorrow may bring, hoping for a delightful surprise, perhaps a ship to rescue me. I have nearly traversed this desolate island, yet have uncovered no clues for escape. Must I truly spend an eternity in this place? No, I must devise a plan. I cannot simply resign myself to inaction. Lost in thought, inspiration struck me, and I resolved to compose a song. Here on this deserted isle, I feast daily on bananas, catching fish and swimming. Life is truly wondrous. I've belted out my tune, though my off-key voice was unbearable even to my own ears, indeed. My singing could only be described as a cacophony to the ears. Should I participate in a singing competition, I would surely frighten the judges away. However, in this isolated realm, there is no one to scorn me. So I shall sing to my heart's content. As dusk enveloped the sky, stars twinkled above, and I lay on the beach, listening to the soothing sound of the waves, gradually drifting into slumber, in my dreams. I returned to the familiar city, savoring hot pot and fried chicken, sharing laughter with friends. Awakening as usual on that unforgiving bed of leaves, my body ached, and as I rubbed my back, I grumbled. This wretched leaf bed feels as though I've been beaten black and blue. If this continues, my aging spine will surely succumb. How I long for the soft and comfortable bed at home, nestled in warm blankets, unlike this cursed place where I must endure such torment daily. I hastily resolved a few bananas for breakfast, but my stomach protested. Day after day, it is nothing but bananas, bananas. I'm on the verge of retching at the sight of them. Others who traverse lands indulge in exotic delicacies. Yet I am confined to this deserted island, dependent solely on bananas. Complaint aside, on this island, bananas are my sustenance. To forego them would mean starvation. After my meager breakfast, I strolled along the beach, contemplating whether to try my hand at fishing again to enhance my meager diet. Suddenly, the sky darkened ominously. Thick clouds loomed low, as if poised to collapse. It seemed rain was imminent. I hoped it would not be too torrential, or I would be in dire straits. Inwardly praying, I quickened my pace, seeking shelter from the impending downpour. Yet before I could find a suitable refuge, the heavens unleashed a deluge of rain, transforming the gentle patter into a torrential downpour. Alas, this rain arrived with alarming suddenness. It fell without warning. I sprinted towards the direction where I remembered a cave might be. The raindrops pelted my face painfully, blurring my vision. Why could the weather not hold off until I found shelter? I am no duck, and I certainly do not wish to become a drenched wretch in this downpour. After running for what felt like an eternity, I found no cave. Only dense woods and steep hills surrounded me. Was I truly destined to drown in this torrential rain on this forsaken island? My heart raced with desperation until I spotted a cluster of large trees ahead, their branches intertwined to form a small sheltered space. Without a second thought, I dashed toward it, hastily arranging some branches to create a makeshift cover, then curled up beneath the trees, wrapping myself tightly. The rain poured relentlessly. It felt as though the entire world was submerged. I shivered, murmuring to myself as the rain dripped from the branches onto my already soaked clothes, which clung to my skin, chilling me to the bone. How I longed for an umbrella from home. I had once deemed it a nuisance, yet now I yearned for even a small foldable one. I recalled the days when I complained of my umbrella being too small and the wind turning it askew. Yet now, I would be content with anything to shield me from this deluge. I remained uncertain when this rain would cease. If it continued, I would surely catch a cold. With a resigned sigh, I gazed at the white curtain of rain outside. Suddenly, a flash of lightning illuminated the sky, causing me to shudder, and I quickly shut my eyes, silently pleading, "Please, no thunder. I fear thunder above all else." Strangely, after the lightning, no thunder followed. Phew! Thank heavens there was no thunder. Perhaps fate has shown me a modicum of mercy. I exhaled in relief, feeling slightly reassured. I watched the rain cascading down. Inspiration struck me. The heavens had delivered water, alleviating my concerns about hydration, that I eagerly gathered some shells and coconut husks to collect the falling rainwater. This precious resource must be conserved, as it may prove invaluable in the future. As I gathered water, I envisioned using it to nourish the fruit trees, ensuring they thrived, which would yield even more fruits to savor. Indeed, those trees must not be allowed to perish from thirst. I rose, disregarding the rain, and hurried to the nearby fruit trees, pouring the collected water at their roots. "Drink up, little ones. Grow strong, and do not let my efforts be in vain," I murmured to the trees. As if they could comprehend my words, returning to my sheltered spot, I curled up once more, but my stomach began to grumble again. Oh, how I wished for a fragrant piece of barbecued meat. Even the smallest morsel would suffice that I licked my lips, envisioning a feast of grilled meat, hot pot, and fried chicken on this desolate island. Not even a small creature is to be found. Not a single ant graces my presence. The prospect of consuming meat feels like an insurmountable challenge, I lamented, reminiscing about the abundance of culinary delights in the city, where I often found myself picky and dissatisfied. Now, I realize how fortunate I was. Blissfully unaware of the comforts I took for granted, I had always viewed life as mundane, a cycle of work, meals, and sleep, finding it unbearably tedious. Now, stranded on this deserted island, I have come to appreciate the preciousness of ordinary life. I gaze through the rain veil, lost in nostalgic thoughts, recalling joyous gatherings with friends, watching movies, and shopping together. Those simple joys now seem like distant dreams. I wonder what my friends are doing now. Do they think of me? If they knew I had been transported to this deserted island, they would surely find it unbelievable that I spoke to myself, a wave of profound loneliness washing over me. On this island, there is no one to converse with, no one to share my joys and sorrows. I can only confide in myself, the trees, and the sky. The rain continued to pour, showing no signs of abating. Leaning against the tree trunk, I drifted into a hazy slumber. In my dreams, I returned to the city, stepping into a bustling barbecue restaurant, ordering a table overflowing with grilled meats, the mouth-watering aroma enveloping the air. Eagerly, I grabbed a piece of meat and tasted it, the familiar flavor intoxicating me. Just as I was relishing my meal, a sudden chill swept through, causing me to shiver and awaken from my dream. It was merely a dream that I rubbed my eyes, gazing at the still pouring rain, feeling a deep sense of disappointment. When will this rain cease? I have truly had enough of this dampness, of this lonely life on the island. I silently cried out in despair, my voice swallowed by the rain. After what felt like an eternity, the rain gradually subsided, and the sky began to clear. Emerging from my makeshift shelter beneath the tree, I stretched my stiff limbs, surveying the rain-washed island, my heart a tumult of emotions. Though this storm had brought considerable inconvenience, it also granted me a newfound perspective on life, perhaps on this island. I must not only learn to survive, but also learn to cherish every small happiness, every encounter with nature. I set about tidying my belongings, preparing to embrace a new day, though I do not know what difficulties may lie ahead. I remind myself to remain resilient. One day, I shall leave this island and return to my rightful world. At long last, I have endured this tormenting rain. I emerge from my makeshift leaf shelter. Resembling a drenched chicken, my hair plastered to my face, my clothes clinging uncomfortably to my body. Gazing at the puddles around me, a wave of mixed emotions washed over me as I thought, "Oh heavens, this rain has been relentless." I nearly drowned in it. Staring at the puddles, I felt my eyes inexplicably well up with tears, and they spilled forth uncontrollably. Oh, why must I be so unfortunate? Others traverse worlds, savoring delights and embracing companionship, while I languish alone on this island, deprived of even a single soul to converse with. I wept and lamented for a time, finally regaining my composure. I could see that moment. The sun emerged like a blazing orb, and soon the air turned stiflingly hot, making it difficult to breathe. Oh dear, just as I was drenched by the rain, now I am to be roasted like a piglet. How shall I endure this? I muttered to myself, fanning my face with my hands, yet the air was warm and offered no relief. And my stomach growled fiercely, prompting me to seek something to eat to quell my hunger. Approaching the familiar fruit trees, I gazed upon the bountiful dragon fruits and bananas, yet I found myself utterly devoid of appetite. Consuming these items day in and day out, I felt as though I might transform into a fruit spirit. If I indulged any further, I would surely begin to exude juice from my mouth. Alas, I had no choice. Abstaining would lead to hunger. With a resolute heart, I plucked a few fruits, munching on them while grumbling. These bananas are so mushy, and this dragon fruit is cloyingly sweet. I have truly had enough. After satisfying my hunger, I resolved to take a stroll in hopes of discovering something novel. As I walked, I muttered, this wretched island is nothing but trees and stones. Not even the shadow of a small animal to be found. Oh, heavens, have pity on me. Even a little rabbit to keep as a companion would suffice. Or perhaps a small wild chicken. I promised to care for them diligently. Yet, regardless of my lamentations, the surroundings remained eerily silent, devoid of any sound but my own voice. As I continued my walk, a brilliant idea struck me. I could venture to the seaside and catch a fish to keep as a pet. Elated by this thought, I dashed toward the shore. Upon arrival, I rolled up my trousers and plunged into the shallows. My eyes fixed intently on the water, determined not to miss any small fish. Little creature, where do you think you are going? I aimed for a particular fish, swiftly reaching out to catch it. But it slipped through my fingers like a slippery eel. How cunning! I exclaimed in frustration. Yet unwilling to concede, I persisted in my aquatic endeavors. After considerable effort, I finally succeeded in capturing a small sea fish. Nearly leaping for joy. You can't escape me now. Henceforth, you shall be my little companion. I carefully cradled the fish and found a suitable spot on the beach to dig a hole, placing the fish within. However, my joy was short-lived, for I soon noticed the fish thrashing wildly in the pit, only to flip onto its back moments later. What could be the cause? I leaned in closer and realized. Oh dear, my mind, this is a freshwater pit. Sea fish thrive in salt water. I couldn't help but laugh at my own folly. Yet, I refused to give up. That I pondered, I can simply channel seawater into the pit. Without hesitation, I dug a small trench in the sand to divert seawater into the hole. Watching the water slowly fill the pit, I felt an overwhelming sense of pride. At last, little fish, you can live comfortably. But just then, a wave surged forth, sweeping away my fish along with my plans. My fish? I lamented, staring at the empty pit, tears threatening to fall. Why was it so difficult to keep a fish? After enduring such trials, I collapsed onto the sand, gazing up at the sky and muttering to myself. Life on this deserted island is truly brimming with surprises. I've been busy all day without achieving a single thing. But fear not, tomorrow I shall try again. I refuse to be defeated by this desolate land. With my fish-keeping aspirations dashed, I reclined on the beach, staring at the azure sky and fluffy clouds. Feeling utterly disheartened, I cannot even sustain a small fish. I am truly a talent. Yet, I am one who grows more resolute with each setback, and a wild notion suddenly sparked in my mind. If I cannot keep a fish, then I shall become one. That island appears so close. I shall swim over. With determination, I sprang up from the beach, brushing off the sand, and chanted to myself, "First, let us warm up. I mustn't cramp up halfway and become shark bait." Like a soldier preparing for battle, I commenced my warm-up routine, twisting my waist and kicking my legs while counting 1, 2, 3, 4, 2, 2, 3, 4. Here as to my little frame. Today I must make a stand. Once warmed up, I stood at the water's edge, gazing at the vast blue sea, taking a deep breath to bolster my spirits. Lilu, you are destined to be the champion of survival on this island. Swimming a few kilometers is nothing. With that, I leaped into the water like a diver. Upon entering the cool embrace of the sea, I felt invigorated, thinking, this isn't too difficult. I shall soon set foot upon that mysterious island. Using both arms and legs, I propelled myself forward, chanting motivational slogans. Keep going, just a few more laps. I am the modern-day Robinson Crusoe, traversing this sea toward the pinnacle of life. However, reality swiftly delivered a harsh lesson. Barely having swum a short distance, a formidable wave crashed upon me, throwing me into the water, forcing salty seawater into my mouth. The briny, bitter taste flooded my senses as I sputtered and coughed. Struggling to resurface while cursing, these wretched waves seemed to have it out for me. Yet, I refused to succumb easily. Wiping the seawater from my face, I pressed on, but the waves relentlessly pushed me back. One after another, as if they were playing a cruel game, I felt like a small ant battling against a tempest, struggling to make any headway. This cannot continue. I would surely tire and succumb to the depths. Gasping for breath, I felt the urge to retreat. Just as I hesitated, I spotted a seabird soaring freely in the sky, its shadow dancing across the water, as if pointing me in the right direction. Gritting my teeth, I thought, if a mere bird can navigate this vast sky with ease, how can I, a living human, be daunted by such trivial obstacles? With renewed resolve, I adjusted my breathing and shifted my swimming posture. Yet, the waves remained insurmountable. Exhausted, I found myself unable to draw nearer to the island. Ultimately, I could swim no more and was reluctantly pushed back to the shore by the relentless surf, like a lifeless fish. I lay on the sand, gasping for air while gazing at the still distant island, my heart a tumult of emotions. This island appears so close, yet it remains so elusive. What sin have I committed to deserve this? After resting for a considerable time, I regained my composure, rising to face the ocean, muttering to myself, "Today shall suffice. I will replenish my strength and return tomorrow to challenge you once more." I refuse to believe this sea can imprison me for a lifetime. With that, I drag my weary body back, intent on consuming some bananas to restore my energy and prepare for my next great adventure. Like a fish washed ashore, I lay sprawled on the beach, gasping for breath, limbs heavy with fatigue, every muscle protesting as if in unison, exclaiming, "I am utterly spent. I shall never engage in such folly again." This swimming escapade had truly exhausted me. Even though exhilarating, the toll it took felt as if I had been drained of vitality, and my stomach began to grumble, reminiscent of a relentless alarm clock. Alas, swimming is no task for mortals. I felt as though my very bones were about to disintegrate. Yet, it was worth it. I had successfully unlocked the achievement of starving and could once again indulge my steadfast bananas and fruits. Struggling to rise from the sand, I humorously murmured to myself, dragging my leaden legs toward the fruit trees. Each step felt unbearably heavy, yet my mind conjured images of delectable foods, roasted chicken legs, braised pork, sweet and sour ribs. Its tantalizing aroma lingered at my nostrils. Yet upon opening my eyes, I was met only with the sight of endless bananas and dragon fruits, and my saliva was forcefully swallowed back, replaced by a profound sense of resignation. Consuming these monotonous fruits day after day, I felt as though I was losing my very essence, the taste of bananas almost overwhelming my senses. Even a small mouse would be a tempting prospect for roasting. With a heart full of grievance, I plucked a few bananas and sat beneath the tree, listlessly gnawing on them. Once sweet and delightful, these bananas now tasted like mere wax before my food fantasies. "Oh, dear meat, when shall you grace my table?" I sighed dramatically, my voice echoing across the desolate island. Yet receiving no reply, as I continued my meal, a gust of sea breeze caught me off guard, causing me to shiver. It was then I realized that my clothes had become thoroughly soaked from the sea, clinging to my skin, the chill penetrating my bones, and I must swiftly kindle a fire. Otherwise, I risked falling ill, and that would be tantamount to a death sentence on this deserted island. I sprang to my feet, searching for dry sticks. They say that friction creates fire. Today, I shall test the wisdom of our ancestors. Chanting softly to myself, I busied my hands, finding a stick of suitable thickness and a relatively flat piece of wood, mimicking the ancient method as I began to rub them vigorously together. This task was no small feat. Before long, my palms were red and my arms ached, sweat rolling down my forehead and dripping onto the wood. "Come on, Lulu. You can do this. Just a little longer, and the fire shall be yours." As I sought to bolster my spirits, a fleeting thought crossed my mind. In modern times, a mere lighter could resolve this predicament. Yet here I was, toiling away, rubbing sticks together as if I had traversed time itself. Just when I felt on the verge of giving up, a wisp of blue smoke began to rise, followed by a flicker of flame. Eureka! The fire was ignited. I had succeeded. Overcome with excitement, I nearly extinguished the precious flame I had so laboriously kindled. Gazing at the dancing flames, I felt an overwhelming sense of accomplishment, as though I had achieved something truly monumental. However, before I could fully bask in my triumph, I was struck by a sudden realization. I had fire, but where was the fish? It dawned on me that despite my earlier efforts, I had caught not a single fish. What to do now? I couldn't simply sit here, stoking a fire for amusement, could I? Panic surged within me as I darted around the beach like an ant on a hot skillet. Then, a spark of inspiration struck me. My gaze fell upon the half-eaten banana in my hand. And oh, fish! No matter, I could roast a banana. After all, if they can have beggar's chicken, I shall concoct a beggar's banana, I declared to myself. And without hesitation, I wrapped the banana in leaves, covered it in a thick layer of mud, and carefully placed it in the fire. As the flames licked at it, the mud gradually dried, accompanied by occasional sizzling sounds. My eyes were glued to the fire, eagerly anticipating the delightful surprise my homemade beggar's banana would bring. After a considerable time, I judged it to be ready and used a stick to retrieve the banana from the flames. Once it cooled slightly, I peeled away the mud and leaves. The unique aroma wafted through the air, and I could hardly wait to take a bite. The soft, sweet banana melted in my mouth. Surprisingly delicious. This flavor is indeed delightful. To my astonishment, I had inadvertently invented a new delicacy. I savored each bite. A wave of bittersweet nostalgia washed over me. Such a delectable treat, yet I had no one to share it with. How I yearned for my classmates and family to be here, to let them taste my island specialty, beggar's banana. Memories of barbecues with my friends flooded my mind, laughter and joy filling the air. Now, I found myself alone on this desolate island, the stark contrast tugging at my heartstrings, causing my eyes to glisten with unshed tears. Classmates, what are you all up to? Do you miss me? Surely you have never tasted such a banana as I have created. When I return, I must cook for you all, I whispered to the vast ocean, my voice laden with longing and solitude that on this deserted island, every small achievement was intertwined with profound loneliness, and this meal of beggar's banana became a bittersweet reminder of the cherished moments of the past. As night fell like a heavy black cloak, it enveloped the entire island without my noticing. After a day of labor, my belly was full, yet my body felt as though it had been disassembled. Each muscle protesting its fatigue, that I trudged into my makeshift wooden dwelling, constructed from branches and leaves. Though it barely surpassed a bird's nest, it provided some shelter from the elements. Finally, I could rest. Today had been exhausting. Filled with swimming and fire-making, I grumbled to myself as I sprawled out on my leaf-covered bed, the rustling leaves beneath me protesting my weight. If only this bed were a touch softer. After a day of such exertion, my back felt as if it were on the verge of breaking. That I tossed and turned, unable to find a comfortable position, muttering all the while. The silence surrounding me was eerie, only broken by the rhythmic sound of waves crashing against the shore, a metronome for the stillness of the night. I gazed at the ink-black sky. An inexplicable sense of panic surged within me. If I were to remain alone here much longer, I might truly lose my mind. Perhaps talking to myself was a blessing in disguise, a safeguard against madness. That I chuckled at the thought, my laughter echoing eerily within the confines of my wooden shelter. How curious, I mused, that I was nearing 30, yet felt as spirited as a youth of 17 or 18. Brimming with unspent energy, I scratched my head in confusion, pondering whether this island possessed some magical power that had summoned my youth back. With a chuckle, I lifted the coconut shell filled with water and took a hearty sip. I hoped for a restful night's sleep, one where I would dream of returning home, lying in a cozy bed. Indulging in an array of delectable treats, that I closed my eyes, filled with anticipation. Yet, contrary to my wishes, I found myself tossing and turning, unable to find slumber. What was happening? Normally, I would drift off at the merest touch of the pillow. But tonight, sleep eluded me. That I opened my eyes, staring at the dark ceiling, my agitation mounting to, "Oh, dream, wherefore art thou? Have you lost your way?" I spoke to the air, resembling a madman. In desperation, I sat up. If sleep would not come, I would find something to occupy my time. Eyes lit upon the remaining bananas nearby. Bananas, my dear bananas, since I was so bored, Why not indulge in a midnight snack? I seized one, indifferent to its chill, and bit into it. This banana is refreshingly cool, with a rather unique flavor that I nodded approvingly, as if savoring an exquisite delicacy. Having finished the banana, I still felt the pangs of boredom gnawing at me. My gaze drifting to the nearby, blazing fire. Oh, fire! Why do you burn so fiercely? Are you, too, sleepless, entertaining yourself in this solitude? I addressed the flames earnestly. Perhaps my words struck a chord, for the flames suddenly leapt higher, startling me into retreat. Oh dear, do not frighten me. I am rather timid. I patted my chest, still shaken. I observed the fire and the banana. A whimsical thought struck me. Why not bestow names upon you both? From henceforth, you shall be my friends. Pointing at the banana, I grinned. You shall be called Beauty Banana, for your exquisite appearance is deserving of such a title. Then, gesturing to the fire, I declared, and you shall be named Radiant Blaze. Vibrant and lively, a perfect reflection of your spirit, I continued to chatter away, as if they could comprehend my musings. Beauty Banana and Radiant Blaze, I wondered, if you could speak, what tales would you share? Would you lament the monotony of this island, or perhaps regale me with your stories? I rested my chin on my hand, gazing at them with eager anticipation, though, of course, they remained silent, the flames gently swaying in the breeze, as if winking at me. Oh well, conversing with you is of little use. You cannot respond, I sighed, a touch of disappointment lacing my words. Yet I soon rallied my spirits. It mattered not, even if you remained silent. I shall still consider you my dear companions. There are many days ahead of us, ample time for dialogue. I reclined back on my makeshift bed, my eyes still fixed on the fire and the banana. My mind still chattering away that I could not say how much time had passed, but my eyelids grew heavy, and at last, in this soliloquy, I drifted into a drowsy slumber. In my dreams, I returned to the familiar city, laughing and joking with friends, while the fire and banana transformed into two lively companions, frolicking and conversing with me. Night descended. The stars twinkled like scattered gems on a black satin canvas, shimmering brilliantly. The waves caressed the shore gently, producing a melodious sound that served as a lullaby for the tranquil evening. The sea breeze, tinged with a coolness, rustled the leaves before my wooden abode, whispering sweetly. Just as I was about to succumb to sleep in this delightful atmosphere, a melodious voice wafted through the air. The song resembled the nightingale's call, ethereal and enchanting, piercing the stillness of the night. What is this sound? I sat up from my leafy bed, straining to listen intently. The melody felt like an invisible force, drawing me in, captivating my senses. Such a beautiful song. Who could be singing in this desolate place? Curiosity piqued. I donned my clothes and stepped outside my wooden shelter. The moonlight flowed like water across the beach, casting a soft silver glow, while the distant sea shimmered as if strewn with tiny coins. The waves surged in layers, sparkling under the moon's gaze. The breeze grew cooler, carrying the ocean's distinctive salty scent, playfully tousling my hair. First, I reveled in the enchanting melody, but soon, a sense of trepidation crept in. I recalled tales I had read, warning of sirens whose mesmerizing songs lured sailors to their doom. Could this be the fabled siren? My heart raced, and I hurried back to my shelter, barricading the door with anything I could find, desperate to block out that alluring song. Yet, the melody seemed to have wings, penetrating every crevice, still clear in my ears. No, I must not be beguiled by this song. In my heart, I incessantly admonished myself. Yet the enchanting melody was simply too bewitching. Each note seemed to possess a magical allure, tantalizing my heart with an irresistible itch. Alas, I thought, what is there to lose? Death would be the worst of it. I was determined to discover the source of this mesmerizing song. Ultimately, curiosity triumphed over fear as I cautiously opened the door and ventured towards the origin of the melody. I approached the shoreline with utmost care. And there, upon a rock encircled by the sea, a figure materialized in the moonlight. Elusive yet captivating. I drew nearer. Clarity dawned upon me. It was a woman. She radiated a gentle golden light, her long hair flowing like seaweed, dancing softly in the ocean breeze. Her skin gleamed as white as snow, adorned with a lustrous sheen akin to pearls, while her eyes sparkled like stars in the night sky, brilliant and enigmatic. She was draped in a gown woven from seawater and moonlight, swaying gracefully in rhythm with the waves, a vision of ethereal beauty. "Who are you?" I mustered the courage to inquire. She ceased her singing, slowly turned her head, and her gaze fell upon me, a flicker of surprise crossing her features. "And no one has ever set foot on this island. Pray tell, who are you? If you cannot clarify, I shall consume you." Her voice was melodious, yet imbued with an undeniable authority. "I come from another realm," I stammered, my heart racing with trepidation, fearing she might pounce upon me at any moment. "Another realm? What does that entail?" she asked, her brow furrowing slightly, her eyes filled with intrigue. I took a deep breath and endeavored to explain the concept of traversing dimensions in simple terms. She listened intently, and gradually, the wariness in her eyes faded, replaced by a spark of curiosity. "That sounds rather intriguing. If that is the case, you must come to hear me sing every night, and I shall spare your life." A subtle smile graced her lips, shrouded in mystery. "Can we be good friends?" I ventured tentatively. "Good friends? Creatures of the sea are monsters. They devour humans," she chuckled lightly, yet a trace of melancholy flickered in her eyes. "But fear not, I shall not eat you. I am quite lonely here, the only one in the sea. That I do not consume you. I only feast upon those on the shore. All the animals on this island have fallen prey to me, leaving you as the sole survivor. If I were to devour you as well, it would cease to be entertaining. Is that true?" I asked, skepticism written across my face. "Indeed," she affirmed with a serious nod. Thus, we engage in a delightful exchange, two solitary souls, one from the land, the other from the ocean, meeting in this enchanting manner and forging a bond of friendship. "I finally have someone to converse with," she whispered, her voice brimming with joy, while I, amidst this desolate isle, had unexpectedly found companionship. The moonlight cascaded like water, gently illuminating the surface of the sea, shimmering with a dance of light. That we sat upon the rocks by the shore, the waves rhythmically lapping at the coastline, providing a unique backdrop to our conversation. "You often mention that I hail from another world. Are you not curious about what my world is like?" I smiled at the sea nymph, breaking the silence. Her eyes sparkled with curiosity, and she nodded gently. "Of course I am curious. Pray tell, are there beings like me in your world who traverse the sea with such grace?" I cannot help but laugh. There is no one as extraordinary as you. In my world, people primarily travel by cars, trains, and even by flying machines known as airplanes. "Airplanes? What are those?" the sea nymph inquired, tilting her head in confusion. An airplane is akin to a colossal steel bird, capable of carrying many individuals swiftly through the sky. I gestured animatedly, attempting to convey the image of an airplane. "Imagine soaring high above, weaving through the clouds, gazing down at the earth. The view is simply breathtaking." The sea nymph listened with rapt attention, her eyes alight with wonder. "That sounds utterly marvelous. I have never ventured to such heights." "And what of your dwellings? Are they like shells, hidden beneath the sea?" "Not at all. That we reside in a variety of homes. Some are towering skyscrapers, while others are quaint cottages. Within these homes, there exist various appliances, such as televisions that broadcast a plethora of entertaining programs and refrigerators that preserve food, ensuring it remains fresh for when one wishes to indulge." I rambled on, eager to share the wonders of my world. The sea nymph exclaimed, "Your world is truly fascinating. How I wish I could see it. When I discover a way back, perhaps I can bring you along to experience it," I replied, a sense of anticipation swelling within me. "By the way, you mentioned you come from the land. Do the fish there also possess magical powers like me?" The sea nymph blinked, her curiosity piqued. Suppressing a laugh, I responded earnestly, "Not at all. The fish in my world are quite small and do not sing. They are merely ordinary creatures meant for consumption." The sea nymph's eyes widened in disbelief. "What? So small? And you eat them? How pitiful!" "In the sea, the little fish are my friends. They swim freely, reveling in their joy." Just then, the sea nymph abruptly changed the subject. "Since you hail from such a wondrous world, you must be able to sing. Come, sing a song for me. If you don't, I may just devour you." she teased, her eyes sparkling with mirth. Panic washed over me. What? Sing? I'm not very good at it, and no excuses. You must sing, or I shall truly eat you. The sea nymph feigned a fierce expression, arms crossed defiantly. With no other option, I steeled myself and began to sing. I in my final stubbornness, clenching my hands, never letting go. My off-key voice was almost laughable, even to myself. The sea nymph was taken aback momentarily, then erupted into laughter, nearly toppling off the rock. Ha ha! What on earth are you singing? It's even more discordant than a sea monster wail. Embarrassed, I scratched my head. I told you I couldn't sing. Yet you insisted. Once her laughter subsided, a shadow of melancholy crossed her expression. You see, I envy you. You dwell in such a vibrant world. Though I am free in the sea, I am profoundly lonely. Unlike the other sea nymphs who gather to sing ancient ballads, I find their songs too monotonous and prefer solitude. I reassured her, fear not. I shall keep you company. We can chat and play together. The sea nymph nodded slightly, a glimmer of contentment gracing her features. In the past, I acted thoughtlessly, consuming many animals on this island. Now, reflecting upon it, I truly regret it. It has left me with no one to converse with. Let bygones be bygones. Do not dwell too much on the past. I consoled her, patting her shoulder. By the way, do you know the island across from here? I inquired, curiosity piqued. The sea nymph's expression shifted slightly. That island is quite distant and perilous. The inhabitants possess formidable weapons, such as fire-spitting guns. Do not venture there. Remain here with me. I shall accompany you daily. If you grow hungry, I will catch you a magnificent lobster. With that, she darted into the sea like a silver flash. Moments later, she emerged, clutching a large, clawed lobster. Behold, this is for you. It's incredibly fresh. I've accepted the lobster, warmth flooding my heart. Thank you. Having you as a friend is truly delightful. As we feasted on the lobster, we continued our conversation, sharing our stories and innermost thoughts. In this tranquil night, our friendship took root in the sea breeze, when the first rays of dawn broke through the clouds, gently illuminating the deserted island. The sea nymph and I remained lost in the joy of the previous night. The sea breeze, carrying a hint of saltiness, playfully tousled our hair. I was just about to bid farewell to the sea nymph, contemplating a brief nap in my little wooden cabin after our long conversation, when an extraordinary light began to swirl around her. I widened my eyes in astonishment, unable to close my mouth in disbelief. When the light dissipated, the figure before me was no longer the sea nymph. Instead, a fairy clad in diaphanous fabric stood before me, ethereal and breathtakingly beautiful. What has happened to you? I stammered, my voice filled with incredulity. The fairy blinked her lively eyes, a playful smile curving her lips. When dawn breaks, I transform into this form. Is it not lovely? I nodded vigorously, genuinely awestruck. It is truly beautiful. You look as though you have stepped out of a painting. The fairy gracefully descended beside me, her gown swaying gently in the breeze. I have made my decision. I shall remain here and live alongside you. Look at your little wooden cabin. It resembles a bird's nest in disarray. Allow me to tidy it up. With a flick of her delicate wrist, the scattered branches and leaves instantly arranged themselves neatly, and the once humble cabin now exuded a warm ambience. And those fruits. Picking them alone must be quite a chore. Let me assist you. As her words faded into the breeze, she soared towards the towering coconut tree like a gentle gust of wind. In the blink of an eye, she was gracefully perched upon the branches, effortlessly plucking a few coconuts before descending back to the ground like a feather. Behold, these coconuts are large and plump, surely sweet to the taste. She handed me a coconut, her eyes brimming with anticipation. As I accepted the coconut, warmth surged within me. With your assistance, life has certainly become much more bearable. But why did you suddenly decide to stay and keep me company? The fairy tilted her head slightly and replied earnestly. In this vast sea, on this island, I have felt an overwhelming solitude for far too long. Finally encountering someone as intriguing as you, who can engage me in conversation and share tales of the outside world. I simply do not wish to be alone anymore. Moreover, I cannot help but worry about you being here by yourself. If you were to slip away unnoticed, I would be left without a companion. She feigned anger, shooting me a playful glare. "You must not leave, or I shall never speak to you again." I hastily nodded. "I won't leave. With such a beautiful companion like you, I couldn't be happier." We settled on the beach, cracking open the coconuts with stones, and the sweet coconut juice trickled down our chins, mingling with our laughter. "You know," I remarked with a smile, "when I used to eat coconuts alone, the taste always felt rather ordinary. But today, sharing this with you, it feels extraordinarily sweet." The fairy's cheeks flushed slightly as she teased, "Oh, how sweet your words are! By the way, tell me more about the festivals in your world. What delightful happenings are there?" Thus, I animatedly recounted the vibrant scenes of the spring festival, with lanterns aglow and families visiting one another, exchanging blessings, and the mid-autumn festival, when families gather to savor mooncakes while admiring the moon and sharing heartfelt conversations. The fairy listened intently, occasionally interjecting with curious questions, her eyes sparkling with yearning for that world. As the sun grew ever more intense, we remained blissfully unaware, lost in this remarkable friendship that transcended race and realm. As if time itself had paused for us, in the morning, the sunlight poured generously over the deserted island, casting a golden glow upon every inch of land. The waves joyfully crashed against the shore, producing a harmonious sound akin to a lively symphony. Standing upon the beach, I called out to the sea nymph who had just emerged from the ocean, waving my arms and exclaiming, "Let us go for a run today. It's good for our health." The sea nymph blinked her large, expressive eyes in curiosity and asked, running, "What is that?" "Is it fun?" I chuckled and explained, "It's simply moving quickly together. It's quite enjoyable." "Allow me to teach you." I guided the sea nymph to a flat stretch of sand, chanting a rhythmic count, 1, 2, 1, 1, 2, 1. Mimicking my actions, she began to run, but after only a few steps, she burst into laughter, exclaiming, "Why does this running feel like dancing, all bouncy and jiggly?" Her amusement was contagious, and I chuckled in response, "You'll get used to it. Just keep at it." As we continued to run, the sea nymph suddenly exclaimed with excitement, "Let me tell you about the delicious foods I used to eat. Once I caught a plump little lamb in the sea. The flavor was succulent and juicy, a true delight. And another time, I encountered a massive bear, which I caught after much effort. But oh, its meat was so flavorful." She animatedly recounted her tales, as if reliving those moments of indulgence. Listening intently, I felt a shiver run down my spine and jokingly warned, "Just don't consider me as your next meal." The sea nymph mischievously winked. "Perhaps, if you misbehave, I might just gobble you up." With that, she playfully lunged towards me, causing me to quicken my pace in mock terror. Growing weary, we slowed our steps, admiring the scenery while idly kicking at the pebbles beneath our feet. Wildflowers on the island bloomed exuberantly, vivid and colorful. The gentle breeze swayed the blossoms, releasing sweet fragrances into the air. In the distance, the mountains stood tall, their outlines sharply defined in the sunlight, with lush trees draping the hills like a verdant cloak. What a breathtaking view! The sea nymph exclaimed sincerely. I nodded in agreement. Indeed, when I viewed it alone, it always felt lacking, but now, with you here, it appears even more beautiful. Just as I spoke, I tripped over a protruding stone and tumbled forward, landing in an undignified heap. The sea nymph, witnessing my fall, instantly took flight, darting to my side like a flash of lightning, pulling me upright. "Are you all right?" she asked with genuine concern, her eyes filled with worry that I brushed the sand off my body. Smiling as I reassured her, "I'm fine, really. Just took a little tumble. It doesn't hurt." Sighing in relief, the sea nymph admonished playfully, "You ought to watch where you're walking." After resting for a moment, the sea nymph proposed, "Shall we run around the island and see if we can discover any new and exciting places?" I enthusiastically responded, "Absolutely. Let us go." Thus we began to run once more, our laughter echoing across the deserted island. We dashed through dense woods, startling a flock of birds, passed by a crystal-clear stream, pausing to drink the refreshing water, and stopped briefly in front of a cave, curiously exploring its hidden secrets. All the while, we reveled in this rare moment of joy, sharing our inner delights and marvels. As the sun's rays cast a warm glow upon us, we finally completed our circuit, panting yet beaming with satisfaction. This day marked the happiest I had experienced since arriving on the deserted island. With the sea nymph as my extraordinary companion, what was once a monotonous existence transformed into a vibrant tapestry of color and amusement. The sun blazed down upon the beach, while the waves danced joyously, and the sea nymph shielded her eyes from the glaring light, suddenly clutching her stomach and declaring, "I'm hungry. I shall go catch some crabs and lobsters." With that, she leaped into the sea like a nimble fish, leaving behind a trail of joyful laughter resonating in the air. Seated on the beach, I idly played with the dark ashes left from our previous fire. The sea nymph poked her head out of the water, her curiosity piqued. "What is that dark stuff? Is it for cooking? Are you planning to roast me?" Her whimsical demeanor made me burst into laughter. "That's the leftover charcoal from the fire. Once you return with seafood, we can roast it over this. It will taste divine." Her eyes lit up. "Really? I've never had grilled seafood before. It sounds delightful." "Then you can roast while I catch." Before long, the sea nymph emerged from the ocean, triumphantly holding several large lobsters and crabs, proudly exclaiming, "Look at what I've caught. Enough for us to feast." I quickly took them, cleaned them up, and placed them over the glowing embers. In no time, the enticing aroma wafted through the air. The sea nymph leaned in closer, her eyes wide with wonder. "Wow, this smells incredible. I've never encountered such a delightful scent." I handed her a freshly grilled lobster. "Taste this, but be careful. It's hot." The sea nymph eagerly took a bite, and the succulent meat exploded in her mouth, her eyes narrowing in bliss. "This is exquisite. You humans are truly clever to come up with such a delicious way to prepare food." As we savored our meal, we chatted about cuisine. The sea nymph inquired, "In your world, aside from grilled seafood, what other delights are there?" I eagerly began to list. "Oh, there are numerous delicacies. Take Beijing roast duck with crispy skin and tender meat, wrapped in thin pancakes with scallions, cucumbers and sweet sauce. One bite is simply divine. And then there's Sichuan hot pot, spicy and fragrant with various ingredients boiling in the pot. A thrilling experience." The sea nymph listened, entranced, nearly drooling. "Everything sounds so delicious. I've never tasted any of these. I wish I could try them." I smiled reassuringly. "One day, when the opportunity arises, I shall take you to my world, and you can indulge to your heart's content." Next, the sea nymph shared stories of the peculiar creatures she had encountered in the sea, like glowing fish and sea worms resembling twigs, leaving me astounded. The flavors of those creatures were unique, some delicious, others with a hint of briny taste, yet none could compare to today's grilled lobster. She remarked with a chuckle, after devouring the seafood. The sea nymph wiped her mouth and looked at me with eager anticipation. "You possess so many fascinating skills and can create such delectable dishes. You must know martial arts. Teach me, and I shall show you how to catch the largest and fattest fish in the sea." I scratched my head, feeling a bit hesitant. "I don't know any advanced martial arts. Just some basic self-defense techniques." The sea nymph persisted. "That's fine. Just teach me. I'm sure I can learn quickly." Thus, I stood up and demonstrated a few simple punches and kicks. The sea nymph mimicked my movements. Though her technique was not yet perfect, her earnestness made it hard for me to stifle my laughter. Point 1, 2, 1. Strike with power and retract swiftly. I called out the commands while correcting her posture. The sea nymph kept in rhythm with my instructions, practicing continuously, sweat trickling down her forehead, yet she paid it no heed. After a while, the sea nymph was panting heavily, but her face radiated excitement. "This is so much fun. I feel like I'm becoming stronger. Once I master this, no one will dare bully me in the sea." With a smile, I encouraged her. "You are learning so swiftly. With a bit more practice, you'll become even more remarkable." The setting sun gradually sank in the west, painting the horizon in hues of orange and red. That we sat upon the sandy shore, admiring the exquisite twilight while continuing to share delightful anecdotes from our respective worlds that on this deserted island. The companionship we found in each other alleviated the solitude of life, filling it with boundless joy and surprises. In the radiant afternoon, I stood on the beach with the sea nymph, the gentle sea breeze playfully tousling our hair. I looked at her with earnestness and said, "Today, I shall teach you how to fly, but we must establish a rule. Absolutely do not venture to that distant island. That is perilous, and should you disobey, I might become quite upset, and who knows, You could be devoured by something dreadful. The sea nymph waved her hand dismissively, grinning. All right, I promise I won't go there. Now, please teach me how to fly. I can hardly wait. Thus, the lesson commenced in earnest. I first demonstrated the fundamental flying posture, spreading my arms wide, envisioning myself as a free-spirited bird. The sea nymph imitated my movements, but as soon as she attempted to take flight, she plummeted to the sand like a kite with its string cut, landing in a most undignified manner. I stifled a laugh and rushed over to help her up. Don't fret. Flying isn't something one masters in an instant. Just practice a few more times. For the next hour or two, the sea nymph persisted through numerous attempts and falls, yet she never surrendered, her laughter and shrieks echoing above the island. Gradually, she managed to flutter a short distance. Albeit still stumbling, but her progress was unmistakable. She exclaimed excitedly, Look, I can fly. I'm certainly better than that plane you mentioned. Flying in a plane costs money, but I can go wherever I please. Witnessing her triumphant demeanor, I felt a genuine happiness for her. Once she had learned to fly, we soared over the ocean, catching fish upon the shimmering surface. The sea nymph was nimble, diving into the water and emerging shortly after with several plump fish. Holding them aloft, she circled in the air, exclaiming, Ha, tonight's dinner is secured. I suddenly realized how fortunate it was for her to have crossed into this realm. Otherwise, I would have never known how delightful flying could be. Upon returning to the island, the sea nymph, with an expression of curiosity, inquired of me, You always mention this thing called crossing over. What exactly does it mean? Is it like dying and then appearing in another place? And by the way, you've been so curious about whether I am a fish or a person. Let me tell you, I am an ancient sea nymph that will not be fooled by my ability to live in the sea. I am quite kind-hearted, and I actually like you. So I've decided that I shall never return to the sea. Wherever you go, I shall follow. I patiently explained the concept of crossing over to her, and she listened intently, occasionally posing innocent questions. Once we finished discussing this topic, we flew towards the fruit grove. The sea nymph clamored for coconuts, attempting to emulate my actions as she soared towards a coconut tree. But after several unsuccessful tries, I was about to assist her when, with a sudden flourish of her hands and a glimmer of mysterious light in her eyes, she conjured a dazzling display of electricity. In an instant, the coconut trees trembled violently. Crashing down with a resounding thud, I was left utterly astounded, while the sea nymph wore an expression of triumph, declaring, Behold my prowess! Together, we utilized the fallen coconut trees to construct a cozy little wooden cottage. The sea nymph also gathered an array of vibrant flowers, carefully arranging them throughout the cottage, which instantly transformed into a lively abode. Playfully, she plucked a few blossoms and tucked them into my hair. Laughing, See, doesn't this look lovely? I gazed at her and couldn't help but compliment. You're quite beautiful as well, especially now, resembling a flower fairy. With that, we joyfully embraced. As night fell, the stars twinkled overhead while we cooked the fish we had caught over an open fire. The aroma wafting through the air, we dined on grilled fish and engaged in lively conversation, sharing tales from the ancient sea nymph's adventures to my amusing experiences in modern society, from the changing seasons of the island to the mysterious legends of the deep sea. From our favorite colors to our dreams for the future, it seemed we could talk endlessly, our laughter resonating in the night sky, infusing this little deserted island with warmth and happiness. The night enveloped us like a vast, dark satin sheet, soft yet profound. Cradling our island, I drifted into a sweet slumber. A sudden violent shaking jolted me awake. Upon opening my eyes, I saw the sea nymph, her expression frantic, shaking me vigorously. Wake up! The sea monster has arrived. It's the dreadful sea god beast. Instantly alert, my heart raced, and I asked, how do we deal with it? The sea nymph quickly scanned the surroundings, picked up a stone, and thrust it into my hand. Use this and throw it at its head. In a flurry, I followed her lead as we dashed outside. Under the moonlight, a colossal sea monster was slowly advancing, its size reminiscent of a mountain, each movement causing the sand to tremble beneath its weight. Its scales glimmered coldly in the moonlight, and its massive claws sank deeply into the sand, producing a dull thud. The sea nymph pulled me into the air, and I gripped the stone tightly, my palms slick with sweat. "Don't be afraid. Aim for its head," she shouted. Taking a deep breath, I hurled the stone with all my might. With a resounding thud, it struck the monster's head, provoking an enraged roar that reverberated painfully in our ears. Yet it posed no threat to us hovering above. The sea nymph gleefully remarked, "See, I sent tea flying marvelous? On land, you'd never stand a chance against it. You're fortunate to have met me." Thus, we remained suspended in the air, exchanging stones with the monster until it seemingly lost interest, sitting on the beach for a moment before slowly retreating back into the sea. With the danger averted, we returned to our wooden cottage. The sea nymph, her face alight with joy, asked, "Do you now feel as if you were living a fairy tale? Do you wish to go back?" I shook my head. "I have no desire to leave." She continued, "What about that island with people? I must warn you, there are cannibals there who feast on humans." I shivered at the thought. "Please don't frighten me. I'd rather stay here with you." After a night filled with adventure, we were utterly exhausted and prepared to rest once more. However, the sea nymph suddenly snuggled up to me, seeking to share warmth as we slept. My face flushed crimson, and I stammered, "Oh dear, my world, one must be married to cuddle like this. I haven't even had a girlfriend yet. It's just one do." The sea nymph paused in surprise, then burst into laughter, no longer insisting, and we settled down, gradually falling asleep amidst our chuckles. I lost track of time in my slumber until I groggily awoke to find the sea nymph absent from my side. I murmured, "Where has that rascal run off to?" After waiting for a while with no sign of her return, anxiety began to creep in, and I scolded inwardly, "You promised to protect me. How could you leave? And you want to let me fly. If I do, you'll scold me." In a fit of boredom, I decided to prepare breakfast for the sea nymph. I picked some dragon fruit and, as before, wrapped bananas in mud and roasted them over the fire. While working, I thought, when she returns, she will surely be delighted by this. As dawn broke, golden sunlight spilled across the beach, yet the sea nymph still had not returned. I sat before the wooden cottage, gazing out at the ocean, my emotions a tumultuous blend, unable to refrain from muttering to myself, "That deceitful girl. Didn't she say she would be back soon?" Nevertheless, despite my grievances, I still hoped she would appear quickly so we could resume our enchanting life on this deserted island. Linyu sat languidly on the sofa in the living room, flipping through a fashionable magazine with a sense of ennui. Sunlight streamed through the gaps in the curtains, casting warm rays around it. At that moment, her father, Lin Jiangwo, entered, clearing his throat, disrupting the tranquil atmosphere. "Yeah, you're in college now. Haven't many of your classmates found boyfriends? What about you? Do you have someone you fancy?" he asked with genuine concern. Linyu lifted her head, offering a wry smile. "Dad, why are you suddenly asking this? I just want to enjoy my college life a bit longer." Lin Jiangwo settled beside Linyu, his gaze drifting into the distance as if lost in memories. "You really should give it some thought. The women in our family have their own stories when it comes to love," he continued. "Take your great-grandmother, for instance. Back in the day, when our country was in turmoil, life was incredibly hard. Your great-grandmother was a brave woman who fought for a better life. Once she saved an injured soldier, and later they married. That was a bond forged in life and death, a love that was precious in those war-torn times." Linyu became intrigued, setting aside her magazine, and attentively listened to her father's tale. "That as for your grandmother. Influenced by your great-grandmother and great-grandfather, she too joined the revolutionary cause. At that time, your great-grandfather held an official position in the army, while your grandmother met a promising young captain. They shared similar aspirations and eventually united. Together, they fought for the liberation of the country, enduring countless hardships." Lin Jiangwo paused to take a sip of water before continuing. "By the time it came to my generation, the times had changed. Life began to stabilize and culture and arts flourished. That I took a liking to singing and acting, and that is how I met your mother, who was the head of a cultural troupe. We bonded over our shared passions." Linyu couldn't help but chuckle. "Dad, I didn't realize you were such an artistic youth in your younger days." Lin Jiangwo laughed and patted Linyu's shoulder. "Oh, that's nothing. Gaze once more upon your sisters, for their choices are indeed diverse. Your eldest sister, wholeheartedly pursuing the brilliance of the stage, has wed a celebrity. Your second sister ventured abroad for her studies and, amidst foreign lands, discovered her own happiness, marrying a gentleman from overseas. As for your third sister, she has set her sights on an astute young man with a keen business acumen, embarking on a joint venture to build their careers. Listening to these tales, Linyu felt a surge of emotions within her. Lin Jiangwo, observing Linyu, spoke with earnest gravity. Yeah, with your remarkable qualities. You ought to reflect deeply on the kind of life you desire and seek a dependable partner. Be wary of deceitful individuals, for regret may come too late. Leaning against her father's shoulder, Linyu replied, Dad, rest assured, I have a clear understanding of my path. However, I genuinely wish to focus on my studies for now. Lin Jiangwo nodded. Very well. I merely wish to converse with you. Your life is yours to govern. Linyu gazed out the window, her heart brimming with curiosity and anticipation for her future romantic endeavors. She knew that her own story was just beginning. As the bell signaling the end of the semester rang, Lin Yu's university life officially transitioned into the summer break. She stretched languidly, relishing the thought of finally being able to unwind, yet little did she anticipate that a tempest of invitations was quietly brewing. Upon returning to her dormitory, her phone buzzed incessantly, as if enchanted, inundating her with notifications. Linyu, how about dinner tonight? My father just returned from abroad with a plethora of delectable treats you've surely never tasted. Message Zhao Yu, whose family engaged in foreign trade and was known for their lavishness. Before Linyu could respond, another message popped up. Are you free? I know an excellent private dining establishment. My father is acquainted with the owner and can secure the best table. This message was from Liang, whose father held a position in the government and was quite reputable locally. Soon after, the screen lit up with a foreign number. Linyu needed no guesswork to realize it was David, the foreign teaching assistant from her class. Hi, Linyu. There's a fantastic jazz bar opening tonight. Would you care to join me? David's fluent yet slightly accented Chinese had often been accompanied by his charming gestures towards Linyu. The final message came from Zhou Ran, whose family had long been entrenched in the internet industry, representing a quintessential internet nouveau riche family. There's an industry networking party this summer, filled with elite professionals. I'll take you to broaden your horizons. It will undoubtedly benefit your future. Linyu found herself caught between amusement and exasperation as she perused these messages. She patiently declined each invitation, yet the persistence of her peers showed no signs of abating. Zhao Yu called directly. Linyu, please do me the honor. It's been ages since we last met. Consider it a reunion of old classmates. Linyu sighed. Zhao Yu, I truly apologize, but I have some family matters to attend to and cannot spare the time. Yang was undeterred. Please don't turn me down. I've been eagerly anticipating this meal for quite some time. Think of it as doing me a favor. Lin, you could only explain patiently. Liang, I'm truly sorry. There are too many family matters at the moment. Once things settle, I'll treat you to dinner. David's voice carried a hint of disappointment. Linyu, are you really that busy? I thought we could have a splendid time tonight. Linyu responded. David, I'm genuinely sorry. Perhaps another time. Zhou Ran then sent a flurry of messages. Consider how many prominent figures you could meet at this party. It would be immensely beneficial for your future career. Missing out would be a grave pity. Linyu sighed, replying, Zhou Ran, I appreciate your concern, but I truly lack the inclination to participate in such events right now. Perhaps another opportunity will arise. After hanging up, Linyu leaned against her bed, feeling a sense of vexation. She could not comprehend why these individuals believed that material wealth and status could sway her. Her emotions should not be reduced to such simplicity and utilitarianism. Outside, the sun blazed with fervor, yet Linyu felt a sense of bewilderment, uncertain of how to navigate the onslaught of invitations and unclear about what she truly desired. Upon disembarking from the plane, a wave of heat enveloped her, mingling with the humid air. The sky outside the airport was a brilliant sapphire, with wisps of fluffy white clouds lazily drifting, as if carelessly scattered across a canvas. The taxi sped along the expansive road. Palm trees swayed gently in the breeze, their fronds rustling, adding a touch of comfort to her journey home. As the taxi gradually approached her upscale community, Linyu paid the fare, grasped her suitcase, and exhaled deeply, murmuring, finally arrived. Just then, Her peripheral vision caught sight of a child standing in the middle of the road, while a black sedan barreled towards him, showing no signs of slowing down. Oh no! A surge of alarm shot through Linyu. Without a moment to spare, she dropped her suitcase and dashed towards the child. In a split second, she managed to pull the child to safety. But in doing so, she was unable to evade the oncoming car, which struck her forcefully, sending her flying. Linyu felt darkness envelop her, her consciousness gradually fading. After an indeterminate period, she slowly awakened, only to find herself in an unfamiliar environment. Surrounding her were dense jungles. The rhythmic sound of waves crashing against the shore echoed in her ears, and not far away lay a vibrant blue sea, sunlight glistening on its surface. Where am I? Struggling to sit up, Linyu discovered she was lying on a soft beach. She scanned her surroundings, finding no one in sight, and a wave of fear washed over her. That moment, she looked up and was astonished to see a man and a woman soaring through the sky. Linyu widened her eyes in disbelief, rubbing them vigorously before looking again. The two figures continued to glide through the air. What is happening? Am I dreaming? Linyu murmured. Unable to contain herself, she shouted, "Are you humans or deities?" Upon hearing her call, the two descended gracefully. Once on the ground, the man regarded Linyu with curiosity and asked, "Who are you?" Linyu, bewildered, replied, "I don't know either. I was just trying to save a child, and somehow ended up here." The man burst into hearty laughter. "You're just like me. We've both crossed over. Let me tell you, I've been quite bored on this island. And finally, I meet someone like myself." I could see that moment. The woman beside him frowned and said to the man, "Don't speak too much with her. There are rules among the merfolk. We cannot converse freely with women from the outside world." The man, however, was unfazed. "She has just arrived and seems rather pitiable. What harm is there in extending her a helping hand? I'll offer her some food. Surely that is permissible." The woman huffed. "Aren't women from your era prone to jealousy? Then I shall learn to be jealous as well." With that, a subtle smile graced her lips. Linyu gazed at the two, her heart filled with confusion yet tinged with a flicker of warmth. She understood that on this strange, deserted island, she was no longer alone. This man and woman might become her closest friends in this otherworldly realm, but on this unfamiliar island, the sun generously poured its light. The waves rhythmically caressed the shore, producing a melodious sound. Linyu looked at the intriguing pair before her, her fear gradually giving way to curiosity. "What is your name?" Linyu inquired of the man who had also crossed over. Eager to learn his identity, the man scratched his head, a hint of embarrassment coloring his face. "Oh dear, I've forgotten. It has been over a year since I arrived here, and many things have slipped my mind." He then turned to pick up some fragrant grilled fish and succulent lobster from a nearby grill, cheerfully offering them to Linyu. "Here, have some. It will fill your stomach." That moment, the mermaid approached, her lively eyes sparkling with mirth, her laughter bright and melodious, as if it could dispel all gloom. "Hurry and eat. These are our specialties." Yet, as soon as she finished speaking, it seemed she suddenly remembered something. Her expression turning serious, she addressed the man and Linyu. "You two are not allowed to converse. If you do, I will become jealous." The man chuckled at this. "Do you even understand jealousy? There's no vinegar here." The mermaid pouted playfully, responding earnestly. "I don't understand jealousy, but I can say it. I'm jealous. In the future, if you two converse, I'll simply say I'm eating." Linyu and the man exchanged glances and burst into laughter, this unique declaration of jealousy adding a delightful twist to their deserted island experience. After their meal, the man patted his belly and said to Linyu, "Since you're here, why don't you stay with us from now on? You have ventured far, and there are monsters lurking in the sea that could devour you. Alas, you cannot fly at present." Before Linyu could respond, the siren interjected. "No way. How can she just move in?" The man scratched his head, pondering for a moment before replying. "Let us consider her a prospective girlfriend." The siren looked perplexed. "What exactly is a prospective girlfriend?" The man elaborated. "It means someone who is preparing to become a girlfriend. But if you don't allow me to converse with her, then that cannot transpire." The siren tilted her head in contemplation for a while, ultimately nodding. "Very well, from now on, refer to her as your prospective girlfriend. However, You two are not permitted to speak to one another. Any messages must be relayed through me. Linyu, listening to this peculiar arrangement, felt a mix of amusement and incredulity, yet she acquiesced to this whimsical designation. The man appeared quite pleased, taking Linyu by the hand and leading her toward the seaside. Come, I shall take you for a swim. Upon reaching the shore, the man abruptly pulled Linyu into the water, and before she could comprehend the situation, she was splashed with seawater. Struggling, she raised her head, coughing violently. What are you doing? The man chuckled and replied, Aren't you thirsty? This is all seawater. There's plenty to go around. With that, he dunked her head back under in a state of panic. Linyu flailed until she finally broke free. Gasping for air, have you lost your mind? It was only then that the man realized he had gone too far and quickly apologized. I'm so sorry. I thought I would teach you how to hold your breath. I was too hasty. The siren, observing from the shore, laughed uproariously, the joyous sounds echoing across the deserted island, marking the beginning of this extraordinary adventure. Embarking on a journey through ancient wonders, the dream of the sacred mountain begins anew. On the long path of creation, each spark of inspiration has the potential to ignite the very soul of a work. I immerse myself in the conception of a new book. A fervent idea arose within me, to weave ancient creatures into the narrative, infusing the tale with an air of mystery and enchantment. That it was a serendipitous moment, while delving into the exploration of ancient cultures. I stumbled upon the timeless tome, Shanhai Jing, classic of mountains and seas. This ancient masterpiece, brimming with fantastical elements, resembled a mysterious treasure trove, its pages filled with a myriad of bizarre ancient beasts. Unlocking the door to my imagination of other worlds, the centaur, embodying both human intellect and equine agility, gallops across mystical plains, seemingly a perfect amalgamation of strength and wisdom. The half-man tiger, a fusion of human cunning and the ferocity of a tiger, exudes an imposing presence that could tear through any obstacle. The half-man phoenix, merging human grace with the auspiciousness of the phoenix, unfurls its splendid wings, heralding fortune and hope, and the half-man three beasts. An extraordinary combination imbued with boundless mystical power, evoke both curiosity and reverence. These wondrous beings ignited an insatiable desire within me to witness their real-world counterparts. Thus, I ventured into the zoo, expecting to glimpse the shadows of these ancient creatures, only to be met with disappointment. In the smaller zoo, the once magnificent lions and tigers were conspicuously absent, leaving behind empty cages that echoed the vibrancy of days gone by. Finally arriving at a larger zoo, I was relieved to catch sight of a tiger, lazily lounging on the ground, its gaze still radiating the regal authority of the king of beasts. Although this excursion to the zoo did not yield the tangible presence of ancient animals, it spurred a cascade of thoughts. I began to ponder how these mythical creatures would manifest within the pages of my book. What marvelous scenes would unfold? In what realms would they thrive? What stories would they share with the protagonists? Beyond the terrestrial ancient beings, the enigmatic denizens of the ocean also captivated my imagination. The merman, a mythical creature said to possess both human and fish-like features, not only boasts a stunning appearance, but can also sing melodious tunes that seem to pierce through the waves, resonating to every corner of the world. The horsefish, with its unique form, evokes awe at nature's boundless creativity. These marine entities, in concert with their terrestrial counterparts, together construct a world vibrant with fantastical hues. Furthermore, I contemplated Nuwa, the ancient Chinese goddess of creation, who molded humanity from clay and bestowed life upon them. Her narrative is steeped in legend. Perhaps in my tome, I could intertwine Nuwa with these ancient beings. Did she create these wondrous creatures, or did they play a significant role in her divine creation? My whimsical musings found a remarkable echo and elevation during a journey to Amei Mountain. Upon my arrival at Amei Mountain, I was met with lush greenery, verdant peaks, and a gentle breeze that carried the fresh aroma of the forest. A pure gift from nature. That time, Amei Mountain lacked a cable car, and with anticipation, I ascended the winding path, each step filled with yearning for the unknown, this climb spanning several days among the trail. The most unforgettable encounters were with the lively monkeys, They leaped playfully among the branches or curiously observed from the roadside, friendly yet harmless. Visitors eagerly offered them food, and the monkeys received it with charming innocence, eliciting laughter from the crowd. Their presence infused the arduous ascent with joy, as if these forest sprites were warmly welcoming every traveler from afar. After much toil, I finally reached the golden summit. At dawn, I awaited patiently as the horizon began to blush with the first light of day. Gradually, the initial rays of sunlight pierced through the clouds, casting a golden glow upon the summit, illuminating the entire world in radiant splendor. Gazing into the distance, the swirling mists appeared dreamlike, as if I had stepped into a realm of immortals. In that surreal moment, a marvelous vision materialized. Amidst the swirling clouds, I envisioned a half-man phoenix, stretching its resplendent wings, soaring effortlessly across the sky. Its feathers shimmered with iridescent hues, each flap stirring a gentle breeze of auspiciousness, as if narrating tales both ancient and enigmatic. Following closely was the centaur, its powerful form exhibiting a blend of human wisdom above and the body of steed below, galloping through the clouds with the speed of the wind, bursting with vitality and strength. Soon after, the figure of a mermaid flickered into view, her enchanting visage coupled with a graceful fishtail, frolicking playfully within the ocean of clouds. Her lithe form resembled a spirit born of sea and sky. Meanwhile, the majestic dragon coiled within the mist, its imposing frame shimmering with a regal luster, its whiskers dancing in the wind, and with each swish of its tail, it seemed to stir the very fabric of the heavens. Evoking boundless awe, these extraordinary visions enveloped me. Blurring the lines between reality and fantasy, I felt as if I were immersed in a fantastical realm, where ancient spirits gracefully unfolded before my eyes, each embodying elegance, valor, or mystery, collectively painting an exquisite tableau the golden summit of a May. Amidst the brilliance of dawn and the embrace of clouds, I experienced the wondrous and majestic forces of nature, while simultaneously savoring the infinite allure of the world of imagination. This enchanting reverie became an indelible memory in my heart, illuminating my creative journey with a unique beacon of inspiration. Incorporating these ancient creatures and mythic elements into my narrative not only fulfills the reader's curiosity about fantastical realms, but also allows them to appreciate the charms of ancient cultures. In this world filled with magic and adventure, the protagonist will encounter and bond with these ancient beings, embarking on a series of thrilling escapades. Perhaps they will overcome daunting challenges with the aid of Centaur, triumph over formidable foes under the protection of a half-man tiger, or discover lost treasures guided by a half-man phoenix. The mysterious marine creatures could also emerge at pivotal moments, offering assistance or presenting challenges. Through such a framework, I aspire to lead readers into a brand new world, one rich with enchantment and mystery. In this realm, they may forget their worldly troubles and immerse themselves in ancient legends and wondrous imaginings, savoring the allure of the stories. The following morning, golden sunlight filtered through the lush leaves, casting dappled shadows upon the still sleeping isle. Linyu emerged early from the makeshift tent, stretching widely, only to discover the man already busily engaged at the shore, tinkering with various tools, while the siren diligently organized a fishing net nearby. As Linyu approached, eager to speak, she suddenly recalled the peculiar rule established the day before, and with a resigned smile, she turned to the siren, politely inquiring, "Could you please ask him what he is doing?" The siren's lips curved into a playful smile as she cheerfully relayed, "Your prospective girlfriend wishes to know what you are up to." The man, engrossed in inspecting the raft's ropes, replied without looking up, "I'm preparing to set out for fishing. We've nearly depleted yesterday's provisions and must replenish our stock," after conveying the message to Linyu. The siren added, "Don't worry. He is an excellent fisherman. Today he will surely return with a bountiful catch." With preparations complete, the man skillfully untied the raft's ropes, guiding it gently toward the open sea. The siren, brimming with excitement, stood at the bow, the sea breeze tousling her hair. Unable to contain herself, she spread her arms wide and exclaimed, "Wow, we're off to sea." Linyu sat nervously at the stern of the boat, gripping the railing tightly with both hands. Her eyes occasionally darted toward the vast, boundless sea, and she murmured softly, "This ocean looks so deep. I hope there are no dangers lurking beneath." The mermaid, having overheard her, turned around with a reassuring smile, saying, "Fear not, fear not. We are here with you. We know this sea like the back of our hands." The man also turned his head, grinning broadly. "Indeed. Relax, and later I'll treat you to my special grilled fish once we catch some." As they arrived at a densely populated fishing area, the surface of the water shimmered, and fish occasionally leaped joyfully out of the waves. The man and the mermaid quickly fell into rhythm, expertly casting their nets. While casting, the man explained to Linyu, "Watch closely. You need to throw the net with force like this. The wider the spread, the more fish we'll catch." The mermaid chimed in beside him. "Yes, then wait a moment. When you feel the net sink, slowly reel it back in." Before long, their nets became heavy with fish, and a satisfied smile spread across the man's face. "It seems today is our lucky day. We're quite bountiful." However, just as they prepared to haul the nets back to shore, the once calm sea suddenly erupted with enormous ripples, and the water began to churn violently. The man's expression turned grave as he shouted, "This is bad. We are in danger. Everyone, be cautious." Out of the depths, a massive octopus surged forth, its tentacles as thick as the small boat, covered with a multitude of suction cups, advancing rapidly toward their raft. Lin Yu's eyes widened in terror, her voice trembling. "What is that thing?" The man hastily grabbed a paddle, his expression tense yet striving to remain calm. "It's a giant octopus. Everyone, stay calm and follow my lead." The mermaid immediately fell into a battle stance, chanting mysterious incantations in an attempt to disrupt the octopus's movements. In her panic, Lin Yu caught sight of a sharp wooden stick nearby. Without a moment's hesitation, she seized the stick and mustered her courage to thrust it toward the octopus's eye. "Look at this!" Lin Yu shouted. The octopus, in pain, flailed its tentacles wildly, causing the raft to sway violently as water surged onto the deck. The situation perilous. The man struggled to fend off the octopus's assault while shouting, "Everyone, hold on tight. Don't let yourself be thrown overboard. Lin Yu, watch out on your left." The mermaid also cried out, "My spell is weakening. We need to come up with a solution quickly." Lin Yu, frantic, exclaimed, "What should we do? At this rate, the raft will capsize." The man thought rapidly. "We need to find a way to entangle its tentacles. We must immobilize it." At that moment, he seized the opportunity and forcefully cast a fishing net toward the octopus, successfully ensnaring several of its tentacles. "We've got it. Quickly, pull together," he urged. Lin Yu and the mermaid rushed forward to assist, and the three of them pulled with all their might. The octopus struggled more fiercely, the raft teetering precariously, threatening to overturn at any moment. "No, its strength is too great. We can barely hold on." Lin Yu cried out. The mermaid gritted her teeth. "Just a bit longer. I'll amplify the power of my spell." The man's forehead glistened with sweat, yet he resolutely declared, "We cannot give up. We will triumph over it." Just as they were on the brink of exhaustion, the mermaid's incantation seemed to finally take effect, causing the octopus's movements to noticeably slow. The man, eyes shining with determination, exclaimed, "Now, let's put in more effort." After an intense and thrilling struggle, the octopus eventually succumbed, its massive form gradually sinking to the ocean floor. The trio collapsed onto the raft, gasping for breath, exchanging glances filled with lingering fear. Lin Yu's heart raced. "That was terrifying. I thought we were done for." The man wiped the sweat from his brow, chuckling ruefully. "Indeed, that creature was quite formidable, but we persevered." The mermaid beamed with satisfaction. "Exactly. It seems we three together make quite the formidable team. We even managed to defeat such a powerful octopus." This sudden crisis profoundly impressed upon them the reality that the seemingly tranquil, deserted island concealed countless unknown dangers in its surrounding waters. They understood that they must unite more closely to survive in this challenging and unfamiliar world, ready to face whatever trials lay ahead. Chapter 9. Dreaming of the Island. A Celestial Journey in the Dead of Night. The study was enveloped in silence, illuminated only by the gentle glow of the desk lamp, which cozied up to the mountains of manuscript paper. Drowsiness washed over me like a tide, and before I knew it, I had plunged headlong into slumber, stepping into the mysterious Crescent Moon Island in my dream. The sky of Crescent Moon Island appeared draped in a vast expanse of black satin, with stars twinkling above and a crescent moon hanging high in the sky, casting its silvery light gently over the entire island, creating an ethereal ambience that I stepped onto the soft sandy beach, where the waves lapped gently at the shore, producing a melodious sound akin to a private nocturne. On the beach, ancient antelopes strolled leisurely, their graceful forms glistening in the moonlight, occasionally lowering their heads to graze on the tender grass, their alert eyes shimmering with vigilance. Not far away, tall coconut trees stood in neat rows, their broad leaves rustling softly, as if whispering the island's ancient legends. The sea breeze carried an ethereal melody, and I followed the sound to find a mermaid perched on a rock. Her hair flowed like seaweed, and her skin was as fair as snow. Her beautiful fish tail swayed gently in the water, sparkling with rippling light. She began to sing, her voice imbued with the ocean's depth and mystery, each note filled with enchantment, captivating my heart. Upon seeing me, she smiled and waved, her smile as warm as the spring sun, instantly dispelling my feelings of unfamiliarity. Suddenly, the sound of thundering hooves approached, and turning, I beheld a centaur emerging from the lush grasslands. Its mane gleamed softly in the moonlight, and its eyes radiated friendliness and curiosity. The centaur approached me, enthusiastically inviting me to explore the island together, and I gladly accepted. Under the centaur's guidance, I ventured into a dense jungle. The massive gorilla sat beneath a sturdy tree, excitedly thumping its chest as we drew near, its roar causing leaves to rain down, as if it were heartily greeting us. Continuing onward, in the valley, a regal half-tiger strode with dignity, merely nodding in acknowledgement as we passed. Not far away, a half-phoenix perched upon a branch, its feathers shimmering with vibrant hues. Beautiful and noble, each flap of its wings stirred a gentle breeze, carrying a scent of auspiciousness. Soon, the mermaid joined our group. She gently took my hand, and in an instant, I felt as though I could walk freely upon the water surface. Singing a lovely tune, the mermaid lifted me skyward. From above, I gazed down upon the vast grasslands, where herds of cattle and sheep grazed peacefully. The ancient flowered cattle contentedly munched on grass, their patterns appearing particularly mysterious under the moonlight, painting a vivid tableau of life. The entire Crescent Moon Island resembled a magical amusement park, akin to a wondrous zoo brimming with ancient creatures. Every animal here possessed its unique charm. They could speak and were warm-hearted, filling me with an unprecedented sense of warmth and wonder. However, just as I was lost in this splendid dream, the gorilla's thunderous roar suddenly jolted me awake. I sat up abruptly, staring at my familiar room, momentarily unable to distinguish between dream and reality. Reflecting on my surreal adventures, my heart brimmed with emotion that I eagerly picked up my pen, eager to transcribe this extraordinary experience into words. These words would serve as precious material for my novel, a unique imprint left by my fantastical dream. Linyu, still shaken, her voice trembling slightly. That scene was truly exhilarating. Even now, I feel a chill just thinking about it, the man, letting out a sigh of relief, a fatigued yet contented smile on his face. Indeed, but thankfully we worked together and managed to fend off that creature. The mermaid, clapping her hands in excitement. Haha, absolutely. Our teamwork was seamless. I knew we would be fine together. Linyu, looking at the man, curiosity sparkling in her eyes. By the way, how come you seem so experienced with these dangers of the sea? The man, scratching his head, slightly embarrassed. I spent some time drifting at sea before, encountering similar situations, and picking up a few strategies to cope. The mermaid, leaning in with curiosity. Do tell. What terrifying creatures have you encountered? The man, reminiscing, his gaze becoming deep. Once, I faced a violent storm. The waves were taller than our raft, and I truly believed I would meet my end in the ocean. Linyu, covering her mouth in astonishment. Really? How did you escape? Man, with a hint of pride on his face, I firmly grasped the ropes of the sail, steering amidst the crests of the waves. And after much effort, I finally discovered a sheltered isle. Sea nymph, looking at the man with envy. Wow, You are truly remarkable. I have yet to encounter such fierce storms at sea, though the depths harbor many perilous creatures. Linyu, curiously inquiring, what dangerous creatures inhabit the ocean depths? Sea nymph, enthusiastically describing. There are electric eels that can deliver shocks, and deep-sea fish with numerous sharp teeth. Most terrifying of all is a giant sea serpent that can ensnare an entire ship. Man, slightly frowning, that indeed sounds quite perilous. It seems we must exercise greater caution when traversing the seas in the future. Linyu, suddenly recalling something, glancing at the sea nymph. By the way, what was that incantation you recited earlier? It seemed so enchanting. Sea nymph, smiling mysteriously. That is a spell unique to our kind, capable of disrupting the movements of marine creatures, though it is less effective against those of formidable strength. Man, thoughtfully, it appears that every creature possesses its own unique abilities. We must devise ways to harness these powers for our survival. Linyu, nodding in agreement. Yes, you are right. However, let us return to the island for now. I'm feeling rather fatigued, man. Rising to prepare the raft. Very well. Let us head back. Today has yielded a bountiful catch of fish. We shall feast splendidly tonight. Sea nymph, leaping with excitement. How wonderful. I can hardly wait to taste your special grilled fish. Linyu, smiling. I too am looking forward to it. I hope it surpasses yesterday's fare, man. Brimming with confidence. Rest assured, today's catch is fresher and will undoubtedly be more delectable. Sea nymph, suddenly recalling something, gazing at the sea. Oh dear, I wonder if the fish we scared away will return, man. Cheerfully reassuring, no worries, this region abounds with fish. They will surely swim back after a while. Linyu, glancing at the distant isle. I wonder if there are any other dangers lurking on the island. We must be cautious upon our return, man. With resolute eyes. Indeed, I shall be vigilant, and I will protect you both at the first sign of trouble. Sea nymph, playfully, do not forget about me. I'm also capable of helping to protect everyone. Linyu, smiling and nodding. Right. We are a team and must assist one another, man. Steering the raft closer to the shore. All right, prepare to disembark. Sea nymph, excitedly jumping ashore. At last, we are back. After spending so long at sea, the island feels so reassuring. Linyu, carefully stepping off the raft. Indeed, but today's experience has been truly unforgettable, man. Unloading the fish from the raft. Let's process these fish first. Tonight shall be a feast to remember. Sea nymph, offering her assistance. I shall help clean the fish, for I am quite adept at handling seafood. Linyu, watching the two busy themselves. Warmth flooding her heart. I will assist as well. I can start the fire, man. Gazing at Linyu, speaking gently. Thank you. Your help is greatly appreciated. Sea nymph, cleaning fish as she speaks. Once we finish eating the grilled fish, we can discuss our survival strategies on this deserted island, man. Nodding in agreement. Indeed, we must formulate a solid plan, especially since we do not know how long we will be here. Linyu, lighting the fire, her anticipation evident. Absolutely, I have many ideas to share. We can discuss them shortly. Sea nymph, handing the cleaned fish to the man. The fish is ready. Let's begin grilling. As I can hardly contain my saliva, man. Skillfully placing the fish over the flames, seasoning it. Very well. Everyone await the delight of my culinary skills. Linyu, watching the fish cook, her stomach rumbling. I am so eager. I feel as though I can already smell the aroma. Sea nymph, leaning closer to the fire, inhaling deeply. Wow. It is indeed fragrant. It must be delicious, man. Smiling just a little longer, once the fish is golden and crispy. We shall feast. Linyu, suddenly remembering. By the way, we have yet to locate a source of fresh water on the island. This is a significant issue, man. Furrowing his brow in thought. Yes. Indeed, we must search for fresh water tomorrow. There should be rivers or springs nearby. Sea nymph, nodding in agreement. I can also search the sea for signs of fresh water. In some areas, the sea's color and taste differ. Linyu, looking at the two with hopeful eyes. That would be splendid. I hope we can find fresh water soon, man. Turning the fish, speaking, let's not dwell on that for now. Let us enjoy our grilled fish and replenish our strength. Sea nymph, laughing. Indeed, a full belly will give us the energy to devise a plan. Linyu, observing the two, her heart brimming with hope. Yes. As long as we are together, we shall overcome all challenges, man. handing the grilled fish to the two. Here, try it and let me know how it tastes. Sea nymph, taking a bite. Her eyes lighting up. Wow, this is exquisite. It is the best grilled fish I have ever tasted. Linyu, also tasting a piece, singing its praises. Truly, it is crispy on the outside and tender within. Perfectly seasoned, man. Laughing. Haha, as long as you both enjoy it, that is all that matters. Sea nymph, continuing to eat. Once we finish this meal, we must carefully plan our next steps, man. Nodding indeed. First we must locate fresh water, and then see if we can construct a sturdier shelter. Linyu, adding, we also need to explore methods for preserving food long-term, or it will spoil if left too long. Sea nymph, eyes brightening. I know of a type of seaweed that can be dried for long-term storage and is highly nutritious, man. Intrigued? Really? Then we shall search for it tomorrow. Linyu, excitedly. Yes, who knows what other useful items we might discover. Sea nymph, finishing the last bite of fish content. That was delicious. I would like to eat another, man. Laughing, grilling another fish for her here. Take it. Eat your fill. Linyu, watching the two, warmth swelling within her. With you both here, this deserted island doesn't seem so daunting after all, man. Gazing tenderly at Linyu. Fear not. Together, we shall weather any storm. Sea nymph, nodding in agreement. Yes, we are the finest team. Linyu, suddenly recalling previous rules, smiling. But let us refrain from establishing any more peculiar rules. It complicates communication. Man, smiling sheepishly. Huh, that was merely a jest. I won't do it again. Sea nymph, playfully. I actually found it rather amusing, but for the sake of easier communication, let us forego it. Linyu, looking at the two, filled with happiness. All right, enough of that. Let us quickly devise our plan for tomorrow, man. Seriously, tomorrow, we shall split into two groups. Linyu and I will search for fresh water, while you seek that seaweed. How does that sound? Sea nymph, enthusiastically. Sounds great. I will surely find plenty of seaweed to bring back. Linyu, nodding in agreement. Yes, let us hope we all accomplish our task successfully. Man, looking at the two with determination. Regardless of the difficulties we encounter, we must remain in contact and look out for one another. Sea nymph, patting her chest. Rest assured, I will take care of myself. If I encounter danger, I shall shout loudly. Linyu, smiling. Yes, we will rush to your side upon hearing your call, man. Packing up their belongings, preparing to rest. All right, we have all had a long day. Let us retire early, as we must rise early tomorrow. Sea nymph, yawning. Indeed, I am sleepy too. I hope tomorrow goes smoothly. Linyu, crawling into the tent, gazing at the starry sky. Yes, good night. May fortune favor us tomorrow. Man, lying outside the tent, staring at the sky. Good night. Tomorrow heralds a new day. The gentle morning sun cascades over the deserted island, awakening the three slumbering souls. Linyu is the first to emerge from the tent. Stretching luxuriously as she gazes at the serene beach, the memory of last night's fish feast still vivid in her mind. Linyu, taking a deep breath of the fresh air, calling out to the man and sea nymph who are tidying up. Good morning. Today we must diligently complete our tasks. I can hardly wait to search for fresh water, man. Smiling in response. Organizing simple tools. Good morning. Let us set off promptly and strive to find fresh water soon to resolve this pressing issue. The siren, emerging from the depths of the ocean with glistening droplets clinging to her hair, exclaimed, I am also prepared to embark on a quest for seaweed. Who knows what other intriguing treasures we might discover. The trio engaged in a brief discussion regarding their route before setting off on their respective paths. The man and Linyu ventured deeper into the uninhabited island, where the dense jungle was alive with the melodious calls of exotic birds, while sunlight filtered through the layers of foliage, casting dappled shadows upon the ground. Linyu, cautiously parting the branches before her, peered curiously. The variety of flora on this island is astonishing. I wonder if there are any edible wild fruits. The man, vigilant as he surveyed their surroundings, replied, Be careful. Some wild fruits may be toxic. Let us first seek fresh water. We can address other matters later. As they continued, they stumbled upon the remnants of an ancient structure, entwined with vines. The architecture was peculiar, with stones adorned with enigmatic symbols and patterns, suggesting a bygone era. Linyu, filled with excitement, rushed forward to caress the carvings, exclaiming, Wow, look at these, Could this be evidence that someone once inhabited this island? The man furrowed his brow, scrutinizing the symbols. It is quite possible. Yet these markings are unfamiliar to me. I have no idea what they signify. Just as they attempted to decipher the inscriptions, a deep rumble echoed from within the ruins, prompting the man to alertly pull Linyu behind a massive rock. Be cautious. It seems something dangerous lurks within, he warned in a hushed tone, his expression tense. Linyu, her heart racing, swallowed nervously. That sound is terrifying. Could it be a creature as perilous as the octopus we encountered yesterday? Meanwhile, the siren was also experiencing unsettling occurrences while searching for seaweed. She observed a school of small fish suddenly darting away in a frenzy, as if fleeing from some unseen threat. How strange. Why are these little fish so alarmed? She pondered, instinctively scanning her surroundings. As her words faded, she felt a powerful current surge from the ocean's depths. And soon a colossal sea turtle began to rise from the water's surface, bearing an ancient box that emanated a mysterious glow. What is this? How could a sea turtle be carrying a box? The siren gasped in astonishment. She attempted to approach the turtle to discover its contents, but the creature became agitated, thrashing its massive claws to deter her. Hey, calm down. I merely wish to see that box, she shouted while evading the turtle's attacks on the deserted island. The man and Linyu remained tense, fixated on the depths of the ruins. Suddenly, a massive creature, covered in sharp spines, emerged, its eyes gleaming with a menacing red light. The man gripped his wooden stick tightly, whispering to Linyu, "It appears we must tread carefully with this beast. You stay behind me, and if there is an opportunity, flee swiftly." Linyu resolutely shook her head. "No, we shall devise a plan together, just as we did with the octopus yesterday." The creature seemed to sense their presence, advancing slowly towards them, causing the ground to tremble with each step. Linyu, frantic, scanned for a solution. "What should we do? It seems poised to attack us." The man's eyes suddenly brightened upon noticing a pile of dry twigs nearby. "I have an idea. We can use fire to scare it away." With that, he swiftly gathered some branches and ignited them with his flint, brandishing the blazing sticks at the creature. The beast, startled by the flames, hesitated to approach, yet it did not retreat, instead prowling around while emitting a series of furious roars. In the ocean, the siren found herself in a standoff with the turtle. Suddenly recalling her incantation, she thought it might be worth a try. Closing her eyes, she began to chant softly that I hope this will prove effective. She murmured, beads of sweat forming on her brow. Miraculously, the turtle's movements gradually slowed, eventually coming to a halt. The siren cautiously approached the creature, gently lifting the box from its back. "At last, I have obtained it. I wonder what lies within," she exclaimed in excitement. Just as she prepared to open the box, she sensed a formidable force emanating from it, nearly causing her to lose her grip. What could possess such immense power? She wondered aloud. Back on the island, the man and Linyu continued to confront the monstrous creature. As the flames dimmed, the beast began to inch closer once more. What now? The fire is dying. And it approaches again. Linyu cried in despair. The man gritted his teeth, steeling himself for a desperate confrontation. There is no other choice. We must fight. At that moment, the siren emerged from the sea. Having witnessed the perilous situation on the island, without hesitation, she cast her spell, sending a beam of mysterious light toward the creature. Struck by the brilliance, the monster howled in agony before retreating into the depths of the ruins. Gasping for breath, the siren rushed to the side of the man and Linyu. "Are you both unharmed?" she inquired, concern etched on her face. The man and Linyu looked at her with gratitude. "We are safe. Thank you immensely. What brings you here?" She lifted the box she had discovered. "I found this in the ocean and was returning to find you when I saw you in danger." Linyu, intrigued by the box, asked, "What is it? It appears so enigmatic." The siren shook her head. "I do not know. The moment I acquired it, I sensed a powerful force, but I have yet to open it." The man regarded the box with a wary expression. "Whatever it is, we should return to the camp. Caution is always prudent." The three of them carefully made their way back to the camp. Gathering around the flickering campfire, preparing to unveil the secrets of the mysterious box, their hearts raced in unison, apprehensive about the revelations it might hold and how it might alter their lives on the deserted island. Upon returning to the camp, they sat in a circle around the fire, their eyes fixated on the box, radiating an otherworldly glow in the siren's hands. The air seemed to thicken, each heartbeat resonating clearly. As tension enveloped them, the siren inhaled deeply, her voice trembling slightly. I shall open it now. I wonder what awaits inside. Both the man and Linyu nodded slightly, their expressions a mixture of anticipation and trepidation. The siren slowly extended her hand, gently lifting the lid of the box. In an instant, a blinding light burst forth, dazzling their eyes. As the brilliance subsided, they beheld a crystal emanating a soft blue glow, surrounded by peculiar patterns that seemed to harbor boundless power. What is this? How can something possess such formidable energy? Linyu gasped, covering her mouth in astonishment. The man, brow furrowed in concentration, examined the crystal closely. I have never encountered such a remarkable object. These patterns appear to be ancient magical symbols. Perhaps this crystal serves a unique purpose. The siren, curious, reached out to touch the crystal. Let me see if I can sense anything. The moment her fingers brushed against the crystal, it vibrated intensely, a surge of power coursing through her body. Her gaze became distant, visions of ancient civilizations, mysterious rituals, and an impending calamity flooded her mind. Suddenly, the siren's eyes snapped open, filled with fear. This is not good. I have seen terrifying visions. A great disaster is poised to befall this island. The man and Linyu, alarmed, pressed for details. What disaster? Please clarify. The siren, struggling to recall the ominous images, spoke rapidly. I saw darkness engulfing the sky, the earth trembling violently, the ocean churning with monstrous waves, and the entire island facing annihilation. Moreover, it seems connected to this crystal. The man, deep in thought, his expression grave, concluded, this crystal is indeed significant. It may be the catalyst for disaster, or perhaps our salvation. We must uncover its origins and purpose. Linyu, unease swelling within her, questioned, but how do we unravel this mystery? Our understanding of this world is painfully limited to that moment. The once tranquil sea suddenly erupted in tumultuous waves, revealing a colossal whirlpool not far from their location. The three individuals gazed in terror at the tumultuous sea, where a colossal figure slowly emerged from the swirling vortex, revealing a sea monster of such immense proportions that it dwarfed even yesterday's octopus. Its body was enshrouded in formidable scales, and its gigantic claws thrashed through the water, conjuring towering waves. The sea siren, her voice trembling with fear, exclaimed, "Where on earth has this creature come from? What dreadful misfortune has befallen us?" The man, springing to his feet and seizing his weapon, declared, "It seems that disaster has begun. We cannot remain passive. We must devise a means to resist it." Linyu, her gaze fixated on the monster, spoke with a quiver in her voice, "But it is so enormous. How can we possibly defeat it?" The man, his expression resolute as he turned to the sea siren and Linyu, urged, "Let us collaborate as we did before. Sea siren, use your incantations to disrupt it. Linyu, look for opportunities to strike at its vulnerabilities, while I will divert its attention." The sea siren inhaled deeply, beginning to chant her spell. "Very well. I shall do my utmost." Linyu tightened her grip on her weapon, summoning her courage. "I will not falter either." The man shouted, charging toward the beast. "Hey, you great beast, look this way." The monster, drawn by the man's call, swung its massive claw toward him. He deftly dodged, wielding his weapon in an attempt to strike the creature. The sea siren's incantation began to take effect, slowing the monster's movements. Seizing the moment, Linyu hurled her weapon toward the creature's eye, exclaiming, "Watch this." The weapon struck true, piercing the monster's eye, which let out a pained roar, its claws thrashing wildly, sending waves crashing dangerously close to them. The man shouted, "Well done, Linyu. Keep attacking." The trio coordinated their efforts, engaging in a fierce battle against the beast. However, the creature's strength proved overwhelming, and they gradually began to feel the strain. The sea siren, panting heavily, lamented, "I can't hold on much longer. Its power is too great." Linyu, fatigue etched on her face, looked to the man. "What shall we do? At this rate, we will be defeated." The man, glancing at his weapon before turning his gaze back to the monster, suddenly had a revelation. Perhaps this crystal is the key. Sea Siren, hand it to me. The sea siren hesitated momentarily before relinquishing the crystal. What do you intend to do? The man clutched the crystal tightly, feeling its latent power. I cannot say for certain, but I sense it may aid us. At that moment, as he grasped the crystal, it emitted a brilliant light. Resonating with his own strength, but a surge of potent energy coursed through his body, his gaze sharpening with determination. Come forth, let us unveil the true power of this crystal. He bellowed, charging at the beast. The crystal in his hand radiated a dazzling beam of light, striking the monster. The creature trembled under the impact, emitting a cry of anguish as the light continued to shine upon it. The beast's form gradually became translucent, ultimately vanishing beneath the waves. Exhausted, the trio collapsed onto the sand, gasping for breath, their hearts racing as they exchanged wary glances. Though they had temporarily triumphed, they understood that this was merely the beginning of their tribulations. More unknown dangers awaited them, and this enigmatic crystal would be pivotal in unraveling the mysteries and salvaging the desolate isle. After repelling the colossal sea monster, they lay fatigued on the beach. Gazing up at the sky, the relief of surviving leaving them in contemplative silence. The sea breeze caressed them gently, carrying a hint of saltiness that soothed their frayed nerves. After some time, the man rose, regarding the softly glowing blue crystal in his hand with a grave expression. The power of this crystal is beyond comprehension. We must uncover its origins, for it may provide us with a means to confront the impending dangers. Linyu also sat up, her eyes fixed on the crystal, filled with curiosity and concern. But where do we begin? We know nothing about this crystal. The sea siren, brushing off the sand from her body as she stood, remarked, when I touched the crystal, I glimpsed certain images that seemed connected to the mysterious ruins on the island. Perhaps we can discover clues there. The man nodded in agreement. That makes sense. Let us revisit the ruins. There may be a correlation between the symbols and the crystal. They gathered their meager supplies and set forth once more into the depths of the desolate island toward the ruins. The jungle around them was eerily silent, with only the sporadic calls of unknown birds adding to the tense atmosphere. Soon, they arrived at the ruins, where the ancient structures appeared even more enigmatic under the sunlight. The symbols etched into the stones seemingly narrating untold stories. The man approached a massive stone covered in inscriptions, scrutinizing it intently. These symbols were not thoroughly examined during our last visit. They may hold the key to unlocking the secrets of the crystal. Linyu leaned closer, attempting to decipher the peculiar symbols. Yet these symbols seem utterly chaotic. How are we to interpret them? The sea siren closed her eyes, concentrating on the vision she had experienced while touching the crystal. I believe I saw a similar arrangement of symbols within a large circular pattern. The man's eyes lit up as he began to search for the circular design. Let us seek it out. We may uncover relevant clues. The trio scoured the ruins meticulously, leaving no stone unturned. Suddenly, Linyu discovered a circular pattern etched into the ground behind a pile of rubble. The symbols remarkably reminiscent of those on the massive stone. Come quickly, I think I found something, she exclaimed. The man and the sea siren hurried over, crouching beside the circular design to observe it closely. The man produced a twig from his pocket and began tracing the symbols on the ground, attempting to discern their order. Look, these symbols appear to follow a specific sequence. Perhaps they are linked to the crystal's power. The sea siren joined in the analysis, pointing to several symbols. These particular symbols appeared frequently in the vision I had. They could be crucial, just as they delved deeper into their research. A low, menacing roar erupted from the surroundings, more terrifying than any creature they had previously encountered. Their faces drained of color as they stood up, alert and wary of their surroundings. Lin Yu's voice quivered with fear. What is that sound? It seems even more dreadful than the last monster. The man tightened his grip on his weapon, his expression grave. Whatever it is, we must proceed with caution. That it seems our exploration of the ruins has awakened something. The sea siren began to chant a spell, fortifying her defenses. Prepare yourselves. This adversary may prove formidable. As the roar grew nearer, a colossal shadow slowly emerged from the depths of the ruins. It was a creature of tremendous size, covered in dark scales, its eyes glimmering with a sinister red glow. exhaling plumes of black smoke. The three of them gripped their weapons tightly, standing united in a triangular formation, their resolve unwavering despite the inferiority of their armaments. The man lowered his voice, speaking calmly yet firmly to his companions. This creature appears exceedingly formidable. We must not panic. Maintain distance and seek out its vulnerabilities. Linyu nodded earnestly, beads of sweat dotting her forehead. Understood. I will exercise caution. Though her voice trembled, determination shone through her eyes. The sea siren swiftly gestured with her hands, reciting her incantation. I shall attempt to disrupt its movements with my magic. You two should act accordingly. As her spell took flight, a gentle blue light struck the creature. Momentarily halted, the monster's previously fierce demeanor faltered, its red eyes flickering with greater intensity, as if incensed that it unleashed a deafening roar and lunged forward. Its massive claw aimed at the man, he nimbly sidestepped, narrowly avoiding the claw that swiped past him, stirring a gust of wind in its wake. The man deftly thrust his spear towards the creature's leg, yet its scales proved as unyielding as iron, leaving only a faint mark upon its surface. Observing this, Linyu swiftly retrieved a stone from the ground and hurled it towards the creature's eye. The stone struck true, eliciting a pained roar from the beast, which momentarily halted its assault, thrashing its head in agony. The man bellowed, "Linyu, splendid job. Continue targeting its eyes." The sea which intensified her incantations, sending forth beams of radiant light towards the monster. Under the combined efforts of the trio, the creature's movements grew sluggish, though it remained relentless in its attacks. Just as the battle reached a stalemate, the crystal in the man's grasp suddenly vibrated intensely, its brilliance intensifying at a realization dawned upon him. The crystal might be the key to turning the tide of the battle. The man shouted to his companions, "Everyone, hold on. I sense the crystal is about to unleash its power." He concentrated, attempting to channel the energy of the crystal. Its light blazed ever more brightly, starkly contrasting with the dark smoke emanating from the creature. Suddenly, the crystal emitted a powerful beam of light that struck the monster directly. The creature let out a tortured howl, its body convulsing violently. As the beam persisted, the black scales began to peel away, its strength diminishing. Ultimately, the creature collapsed with a resounding crash, reduced to a pile of black ashes. The three of them sank to the ground, gasping for breath, exhaustion washing over them. They exchanged glances, their eyes reflecting the relief of having survived a harrowing ordeal. Linyu, still trembling from the encounter, remarked, "That was terrifying. I almost couldn't hold on." The sea which wiped the sweat from her brow and said, "Thank goodness for this crystal. Otherwise, we would have been in dire straits today." The man, contemplatively gazing at the crystal, mused, "It seems this crystal's power extends far beyond what we have witnessed. It may hold a deeper connection to the secrets of this desolate island." After a brief respite, the trio resolved to continue their quest to uncover the crystal's mysteries. They returned to the circular pattern and resumed their study of the symbols, this time illuminated by the crystal's glow. The symbols appeared to shift, some lines subtly intertwining to form a complex design. The man, excitement evident in his voice, pointed at the pattern and exclaimed, "Look, these symbols seem to form a map, perhaps leading to a specific location." Linyu, scrutinizing the design, speculated, "This map appears ancient. Could it lead to a mysterious spot on the island? Perhaps it conceals all the secrets regarding the crystal and the island itself." The sea which nodded in agreement, saying, "It is quite possible. We should follow the map's guidance to see if we can uncover the answers." With a blend of anticipation and trepidation, the three ventured deeper into the heart of the desolate island. Their senses heightened as they remained vigilant against lurking dangers, uncertain if greater crises or vital clues awaited them ahead. Following the map's directions, they delved into the island's interior. The surrounding trees grew increasingly dense, sunlight obscured by layers of foliage, while the ground was blanketed in thick moss, making their progress arduous. The stifling air was laden with the scent of damp decay, and the rustling of insects sent chills down their spines. The man, wielding a wooden stick to clear obstructing vines, cautiously surveyed their surroundings, cautioning, "Everyone, be careful. This place feels increasingly unsettling." Linyu, closely trailing behind him, scanned the area with wary eyes and replied, "Yes, it feels as though something is lurking in the shadows, watching us." The sea witch, casting a simple protective spell, added, "I too sense a mysterious energy fluctuation nearby. It must be close to that moment." A vast cave loomed ahead, its entrance concealed by vines and rocks, making it difficult to spot without careful observation. The cave exuded an ancient and enigmatic aura, shrouded in darkness. The man halted, gazing into the cave. "According to the map, the location we seek is likely within this cave." Linyu, peering into the abyss with trepidation, yet mustering her courage, suggested, "Then let us proceed, but exercise caution." The trio carefully entered the cave. As they stepped in, a chilling draft enveloped them, causing involuntary shivers. The man produced a rudimentary torch from his pocket, igniting it with a flint, its feeble flame flickering in the dark and illuminating a small area ahead. The walls of the cave were etched with an array of peculiar patterns and symbols, strikingly similar to those they had seen in the ruins. The sea witch leaned closer to the wall, examining the designs with keen interest. These patterns seemed to recount an ancient tale, she remarked in astonishment. "Look, this one depicts a crystal identical to the one we hold, alongside a great disaster." The man lifted the torch, scrutinizing the design closely. "It appears our suspicions were correct. This crystal is intricately linked to the fate of this island." They ventured further into the cave, the designs on the walls becoming increasingly vivid and intricate. Suddenly, the sea witch halted, her gaze fixed on a large mural on the wall. "Come quickly." This mural depicts an altar with 3 figures standing before it, seemingly engaged in some ritual. She exclaimed with excitement. Linyu, gazing at the mural, felt an unsettling sensation rise within her. Could those 3 figures be us? "What is this ritual?" The man pondered for a moment. "Regardless of its nature, we must locate the altar first. Perhaps this ritual is the key to unlocking the crystal's secrets." Just as they were about to proceed, a deep rumble reverberated through the cave. The ground trembled violently, and rocks began to fall from above. The trio panicked, frantically searching for a place to take refuge. "Quickly! The cave is collapsing!" the man shouted urgently. They fumbled in the darkness, seeking a secure corner. As the rumbling intensified, the situation grew increasingly dire. Just when despair threatened to overwhelm them, Linyu spotted a narrow opening ahead. "Look! There's a hole over there. We can hide in it," she cried, pointing excitedly. They dashed towards the opening, just as a thunderous crash echoed behind them. Turning back, they saw the cave's passage completely blocked by fallen rocks. The sea witch, still shaken, remarked, "That was close. We nearly became trapped inside." The man, panting heavily, cautioned, "Don't let your guard down. We still don't know where this tunnel leads." They continued through the cramped passage, unsure of how long they wandered, until a glimmer of light caught their eyes. Quickening their pace, they moved towards the brightness. Upon emerging from the tunnel, they were astounded by the sight before them, that a colossal circular altar stood in their midst, adorned with mysterious symbols and patterns that emanated a soft glow. At its center lay a significant recess, seemingly designed for the crystal they held. The man, feeling an inexplicable surge of excitement, declared, "It appears we have finally found it. This recess is precisely where the crystal belongs." Linyu hesitated, voicing her concern, but what if placing the crystal there poses a danger? The sea witch surveyed the surroundings thoughtfully. "Regardless of the risk, we have come this far. Perhaps inserting the crystal will unravel all the mysteries." The trio exchanged glances and nodded in agreement. The man approached the altar and gently placed the crystal into the recess. In an instant, the crystal erupted with blinding radiance, enveloping the entire altar in its glow. The 3 were engulfed in light, the world around them fading into a brilliant white, leaving them uncertain of what would transpire next, their hearts a blend of anxiety and anticipation. The man, scratching his head in confusion, remarked, "It feels odd not to have a proper name. It's rather awkward. Could you 2 help me decide on something suitable?" Linyu's eyes brightened with enthusiasm. "Given your bravery and reliability, guiding us to uncover clues, how about Feng? It conveys resilience and grace." The sea witch gently shook her head, proposing, "I believe Chun is fitting. It embodies a sense of transcendence and carefree spirit." aligning with our adventure on this mysterious island. The man stroked his chin, reflecting for a moment. Indeed, Yichun possesses a certain charm. Very well, from now on, you shall call me Yichun. Yichun, continuing the conversation now that I have a name, this island should not be without a title. It serves as a gathering place for travelers, and with its air of mystery, we ought to bestow upon it a fitting appellation. This chapter is not yet concluded. Please click to the next page to continue reading the captivating content. Lingyue, resting her chin on her hand, deep in thought, how about calling its spirit Gathering Island? It signifies the convergence of various energies and mystical powers, symbolizing the assembly of individuals from diverse backgrounds here. The sea nymph, slightly furrowing her brow, voicing her dissent, I believe Illusion Awakening Island would be a better choice. Illusion represents the fantastical and the ethereal. After all, the very act of traversing realms is inherently magical. Awakening suggests the initiation and enlightenment we might experience, perhaps unlocking our unknown destinies here. Yichun, eyes lighting up, clapping his hands, Illusion Awakening Island it is. This name resonates perfectly with our experiences and future adventures, just as the three were engrossed in their animated discussion. The crystal atop the altar began to radiate an increasingly brilliant light, while the enigmatic symbols surrounding it flickered and danced, as if responding to some unseen force. Yichun, watching the crystal with vigilance. Clenching his fists, it seems that placing the crystal within has triggered something. Everyone, exercise caution. We do not know what may transpire. Lingyue, nervously inching closer to Yichun, her voice trembling slightly, the light is becoming blinding. Could there be danger? The sea nymph, closing her eyes, attuning herself to the surrounding energy fluctuations, I sense a powerful force awakening. It appears to be calling us. And no sooner had she spoken than an invisible force enveloped the three, pulling their bodies uncontrollably towards the altar, the heart of the light. They beheld a series of strange images, ancient civilizations rising and falling upon this land, mysterious beings traversing the island, and countless travelers appearing and disappearing across different dimensions. Yichun, gazing in shock at the visions, murmuring what is happening. These images seem to narrate the history of Illusion Awakening Island. Lingyue, equally astonished, could this be the secret of the crystal? It allows us to glimpse the past and the future. The sea nymph, her expression grave, stating, I believe this pertains not only to the island's history, but also to our mission. Perhaps we have been summoned here to fulfill a significant task. As the light began to wane, the three slowly descended back to the ground. The crystal's glow returned to a state of tranquility. Yet they understood that everything had irrevocably changed. Yichun, taking a deep breath, speaking resolutely regardless of what we may encounter next, we must face it together. Since fate has brought us here, we cannot falter. Lingyue, nodding emphatically, her eyes glimmering with determination indeed, we will unravel all the mysteries and find our way home. The sea nymph, nodding slightly, a confident smile gracing her lips with the strength of the three of us. Combined with this mysterious Illusion Awakening Island, there is nothing we cannot overcome. The trio revitalized their spirits and commenced exploring the surroundings of the altar. They discovered a concealed passage on one side, suffused with a mysterious aura. Yichun, pointing towards the passage, addressing his companions, it appears there are new secrets awaiting our discovery. Let us venture inside. The three cautiously entered the passage, where the walls were embedded with gems emitting a soft glow. Illuminating their path as they walked, they were met with a deep, melodic chant that seemed to emanate from a distant realm, imbued with an air of enigma. Lingyue, pausing, her voice tinged with apprehension, do you hear that? What is that sound? Yichun, gripping his weapon tightly, listening intently, it resembles some sort of incantation. Perhaps it is related to the secrets of this place. The sea nymph, closing her eyes, focusing on the source of the sound, this voice seems to be guiding us. Follow me. The trio followed the sound, and the further they went, the louder the chant became. Eventually, they arrived before a vast cavern. Thick mists enveloped the cave, within which flickered peculiar lights. Yichun, gazing into the cavern, his mind filled with uncertainty, this place appears perilous. We must tread carefully. Lingyue, taking a deep breath to bolster her courage. Whatever lies within, we must uncover it. This may very well be the key to unraveling all the enigmas. The three summoned their bravery and entered the cave. Deep within, they beheld a colossal figure, shrouded in mist, obscuring its form, yet emanating an overwhelming presence that weighed heavily upon them. Akin, calling out boldly, "Who are you? Why are you here?" The giant remained silent, continuing to chant the mysterious incantation. As the incantation resonated, the light within the cavern intensified, and the mist began to gradually dissipate. When the fog finally cleared, the three beheld the giant's true appearance, an ancient being adorned with intricate, arcane runes, holding a massive staff. The giant, slowly opening his eyes, his voice deep and authoritative at last. "You have arrived, the chosen ones of destiny." Akin, astonished, gazing at the giant. "You know us. Why do you claim we are the chosen ones of destiny?" The giant, nodding slightly, explaining, "Long ago, there was a prophecy stating that 3 individuals from different worlds would arrive at Illusion Awakening Island. Bearing a mysterious crystal, they would unlock the secrets of the island and save this world from peril." Lingyue, covering her mouth in disbelief, "Could it be that we are the 3 foretold in the prophecy?" The giant, affirmatively, "Indeed, you are. Now, it is time for you to fulfill your mission." The giant's words struck the trio like a thunderclap, stirring tumultuous waves within their hearts. Akin, Lingyue, and the sea nymph exchanged glances, momentarily at a loss for words. Akin, furrowing his brow, his expression grave. "To save the world? This is no trivial matter. Do we truly possess such capability?" The giant, his gaze profound, as if peering into their very souls. "Your abilities will gradually awaken as you delve deeper into your exploration. Since destiny has brought you here, it has bestowed upon you the potential to fulfill your mission." The sea nymph, slightly frowning, her eyes reflecting contemplation, "Yet we know nothing of the perils facing this world. Where shall we begin?" The giant raised his immense arm, the tip of his staff glowing brightly, and an ethereal map materialized in the air, depicting Illusion Awakening Island and the vast seas surrounding it, along with a continent shrouded in shadow. The giant, pointing to the shadowed area, "Dark forces are spreading across this continent, threatening to consume all life. The hidden power of Illusion Awakening Island is the key to combating this darkness. The crystal you hold is the key to unlocking that power." Lingyue, biting her lip, her eyes filled with concern. "It sounds incredibly daunting." Akin, taking a deep breath, his gaze resolute no matter how arduous it may be. "Since we have been chosen, we cannot retreat." Lingyue, sea nymph, "I have decided to embrace this mission. What about you?" Lingyue, looking into Akin's determined eyes, nodding vigorously. "Wherever you go, I shall follow. I believe we can succeed." The sea nymph, her lips curving upward, exuding confidence. "Why not? I am eager to see just how formidable this so-called dark force truly is." With their consensus reached, the giant exhibited a look of satisfaction, gently striking the ground with his staff, producing a resonant sound throughout the cave. Subsequently, 3 beams of light ascended from the ground, enveloping Akin, Lingyue, and the sea nymph respectively. The giant, solemnly declaring, "Accept this ancient inheritance. It shall bestow upon you strength within the light." Akin felt a surge of warmth coursing through his body, visions of ancient combat techniques and arcane rune knowledge flooding his mind. Lingyue sensed an ever-deepening connection with nature, as if she could hear the whispers of flora and fauna, gaining the ability to manipulate elemental forces. The sea nymph found herself surrounded by an aura of magical energy, her understanding of various spells reaching new heights. The potency of her incantations amplifying as the inheritance concluded. The 3 slowly opened their eyes, each sensing the formidable aura emanating from one another. Akin, stretching his limbs, feeling the power surging within. "This strength is truly remarkable." Lingyue, excitedly waving her arms, causing the air around her to shift. "I feel as though I am one with nature." The sea nymph, softly chanting an incantation, a dazzling display of magical light blossoming in her palm. The power of magic seems to flow more effortlessly than ever before. The giant, nodding in satisfaction. "Now, you possess initial strength. However, to combat the darkness, You must locate 3 guardian swords, each concealed in different corners of the illusory awakening isle. Only by gathering all 3 swords can you truly awaken the power of the isle. Ichun, committing the giant's words to memory, nods in agreement. We understand. We will certainly find the guardian swords. The giant, once more wielding his staff, a new passage appears on one side of the cave. This passage will lead you away from here and commence your journey of discovery. Remember, time is of the essence. The forces of darkness will not remain idle. The 3 bid farewell to the giant and proceed along the passage. A gentle glow pervades the corridor, seemingly guiding their way forward. Upon emerging from the passage, they find the night has descended, stars twinkling, and the jungle of illusory awakening isle appears particularly mysterious under the cloak of night. Chun, gazing at the night sky, filled with anticipation and trepidation for the future guardian swords. We are coming. Linyu, clenching her fists, rallying herself. No matter the challenges we face, we shall overcome them together. The sea which, with a resolute gaze toward the distance, let us uncover the secrets that the illusory awakening isle still holds. Under the starlight, the trio embarks on their quest for the guardian swords, their silhouettes gradually fading into the night, while their adventure is just beginning. Chun, Linyu, and the sea which tread along the moonlit path. Entering the misty forest of illusory awakening isle, the fog weaves among the trees like a thin veil, obscuring their vision and making it difficult to discern direction. Occasionally, the hoots of night owls echo through the silent forest, adding an air of eeriness. Chun, brandishing a sharpened branch, vigilantly surveying the surroundings. Everyone, be cautious. This forest has an eerie quality, and danger may lurk. Linyu, gripping Ichen's clothing tightly, her voice trembling. It feels as though countless eyes are watching us. The sea which, softly chanting, casting a defensive barrier around the trio, I too sense an unsettling aura. Remain alert. Suddenly, a rustling sound emanates from the thicket to their right. Ichin swiftly shields Linyu behind him, readying the branch for an attack. A lithe black panther leaps from the underbrush, its green eyes glinting ominously in the darkness, arching its back and growling low, as if warning them to keep their distance. Chun, whispering to his companions, do not act rashly. This panther appears formidable. The sea witch, her gaze focused, magic energy coalescing in her hands. I will attempt to communicate with it and see if I can calm it down. Little Master, there is more to this chapter. Please click the next page to continue reading. The excitement is yet to come. She takes a cautious step forward, softly singing a mysterious incantation to the panther. Its growls gradually diminish, yet its eyes remain watchful, maintaining a stance of aggression. That moment, more rustling sounds arise from all directions, and a pack of black panthers emerges from the woods, encircling the trio. Ichen's heart sinks as he grips the branch tighter, preparing for a desperate fight. Linyu, terrified at the sight of the surrounding panthers. So many panthers. What should we do? Ichen, gritting his teeth, resolutely states, do not fear. We shall stand back to back, conserve our strength, and look for an opportunity to break free. The sea which, her magical aura intensifying, I will do my utmost to restrain them with magic. You must seize the right moment to act. The battle erupts instantly, with the sea which launching the first attack, a dazzling beam of magic shooting toward the panther pack, striking several panthers that let out pain howls. However, the remaining panthers do not retreat. Instead, they charge even more fiercely. Ichan targets an oncoming panther, thrusting the branch forcefully, embedding it deep within the panther's body. The creature writhes in agony, but is quickly replaced by others. Continuing their assault, Linyu concentrates, attempting to harness the natural elements around her. She softly calls upon the power of the wind, which whips through the trees, causing the panthers to stagger slightly. Seizing this opportunity, Ichan and the sea which intensify their attacks, driving back several more panthers. Yet the panthers seem relentless, launching wave after wave of attacks. Gradually, Ichan and his companions feel their strength waning, sustaining minor injuries. Just as the situation grows dire, Linyu suddenly spots a massive ancient tree nearby, its thick branches intertwined, forming a natural defensive fortress. Linyu urgently exclaims, look at that great tree. Let us climb up there and take refuge for a moment. Ichan and the sea which instantly grasp her intent, and the three of them defend against the panther's attacks while moving toward the tree. After enduring some cost, they finally manage to ascend the ancient tree. The panthers linger beneath, leaping and growling, but unable to reach the trio above. Chun, gasping for breath. Watching the panthers below, phew. We are safe for the moment, but we cannot remain here indefinitely. We must devise a way to escape them. Linyu, wiping the sweat from her brow, I noticed during the battle that the panthers seem sensitive to the scent of a particular herb. We should search for it to drive them away. The sea witch, nodding in agreement, I also have an idea. I can cast an illusion spell to make the panthers believe we have already left, allowing us to slip away. However, this spell requires time to prepare, and we must not be disturbed while casting it. The trio quickly devises a plan. Linyu will search for the herb to distract the panthers while the sea witch prepares the illusion spell. Ichun will keep watch from the tree, ready to respond to any sudden developments. Linyu cautiously descends from the tree, utilizing her connection with nature to seek out the special herb among the surrounding foliage. The panthers, noticing her descent, immediately converge upon her. As she evades their attacks, she anxiously searches for the herb. Last, she discovers several plants emitting a unique fragrance beside a rock. Linyu, whispering excitedly, "I found it." She swiftly gathers the herbs, crushes them, and throws the mixture toward the panther pack. The panthers, catching the scent, become agitated and begin to scatter in confusion. That moment, the sea witch begins to cast her illusion spell. She closes her eyes, murmuring incantations, her hands tracing intricate runes in the the runes shimmer. A gentle light envelopes the panther pack. The panther's eyes gradually glaze over, as if entranced by an illusion. Ichun, seeing this, urges his companions, "Now is our chance. Let us move quickly." The three of them carefully descend from the tree, maneuvering around the panther pack, and venture deeper into the forest. After putting some distance between themselves and the panthers, they glance back to see the creatures still ensnared in the illusion, failing to pursue them. Chun, sighing with relief that was close. We've finally shaken them off, but I wonder what dangers lie ahead. Linyu, with determination, no matter what we encounter, we can overcome it as long as we find the guardian swords and fulfill our mission. No challenge is insurmountable. The sea witch, smiling slightly indeed. Let us press on. The guardian swords must be hidden somewhere within this forest. The trio encourages one another and continues their journey through the misty forest, their figures gradually disappearing into the depths of the fog-laden woods. The legends of the ancestral tribe, forging the epic of Huaxia. Each time I return to Beijing, an intense longing compels me to visit the National Museum of China beside Tiananmen Square. Upon stepping inside the museum, an overwhelming sense of awe and reverence washes over me, as if I have plunged into the turbulent currents of history, embracing every subtle wrinkle of time. In the ancient China exhibition hall, amidst artifacts from the prehistoric era, the early Paleolithic stone hammers and anvils lie in quiet display. Unearthed from the Zakudian site in Fangshan, Beijing, in 1958, their rough textures etch the vicissitudes of time, once serving as formidable tools for primitive humans as they ventured to conquer the world. Nearby, stone axes and knives, simplistic in form yet rich in significance, silently narrate the halting journey of humanity as it progressed from primordial chaos toward the dawn of civilization. Gazing upon these relics, the scenes of life in ancient tribes unfurl before my eyes like a vivid tapestry. Little master, there is more to this chapter. Please click the next page to continue reading. The excitement is yet to come. Initially, humans survived by foraging for wild fruits and hunting beasts, struggling against the harshness of nature, relying solely on instinct for survival. They resided in natural caves or rudimentary shelters constructed from branches, subsisting on gathered fruits, tender leaves, and roots, occasionally capturing small animals. In the face of a hostile environment and ferocious wildlife, humanity appeared exceedingly fragile. However, a serendipitous descent of heavenly fire ushered humanity into a groundbreaking new era of mastering fire. This element not only bestowed warmth and cooked sustenance, but also emerged as a pivotal force propelling human evolution, irrevocably transforming the way of life. As time gradually flowed, humanity boldly stepped into the Neolithic age. With the brilliance of intellect shining ever more resplendently, exquisitely crafted stone tools were unearthed in abundance. Stone axes were employed for felling trees and reclaiming wasteland, while stone knives were utilized for harvesting crops. People began to experiment with the cultivation of dryland crops, such as millet and sorghum, alongside rice and paddy fields, gradually mastering agricultural production techniques and settling into a sedentary lifestyle. The communication and cooperation among tribes grew increasingly intimate, as collective labor and living fostered the emergence of villages and tribal alliances, setting society on a complex yet orderly evolutionary trajectory. This grand and magnificent history undoubtedly serves as the wellspring and core narrative of my creative endeavors. I am determined to meticulously construct a vibrant and dynamic world through my words, guiding tribes swiftly from a hunting paradigm into the agricultural era, continuously enriching the essence of life through the manufacture and utilization of tools, and wholeheartedly advancing the progress and development of civilization. Within the framework of the narrative, I shall delicately portray their arduous explorations and significant breakthroughs in the realms of iron and copper smelting. From an initial, naive curiosity towards ores to the proficient mastery of smelting techniques, culminating in the successful production of sharp weaponry and practical implements. Every step encapsulates the boundless wisdom and diligent toil of our ancestors. This is not merely a leap on a technical level, but also a powerful source of momentum driving societal progression. The disputes and collaborations between tribes will become vividly pivotal chapters in the story. To vie for limited survival resources, tribal conflicts occasionally erupted. Yet, when confronted with shared threats and challenges, they could cast aside past grievances and stand shoulder to shoulder, overcoming adversity together. Their mortal struggle against cannibal tribes vividly showcased qualities of courage and resilience. The trade and cultural exchanges between tribes significantly fostered the integration and evolution of civilization, allowing disparate cultures to draw from one another in a harmonious coexistence. The traditional wisdom and culture of China shine like brilliant stars, illuminating every corner of the narrative. The compassion of Buddhism, the adherence to nature in Taoism, Laozi's principle of non-action, and Confucius's advocacy for benevolence and propriety will all be vividly embodied in the words and actions of the characters. Traditional rituals pervade various life scenarios, such as weddings, funerals, and sacrificial ceremonies, serving as a robust bond that maintains tribal harmony and stability. During sacrificial rites, people, with hearts filled with reverence, fervently pray for blessings from the heavens and earth, expressing gratitude for the gifts of nature. At weddings, solemn and sacred ceremonies witness the sweetness of love and the continuation of families, embodying humanity's yearning for a beautiful life. Through these narratives, I sincerely hope to guide more readers in delving into the resplendent culture, authentic lives of our ancestors, as well as the etiquette norms, customs, and behavioral codes they adhered to. These are not only precious memories of history, but also the roots of our national spirit. Simultaneously, I aim to make it clear that the integration and struggle between tribes is an inevitable process of civilization development. It is precisely through this continuous collision and amalgamation that the profound and enduring Chinese civilization has been forged. Let us remember history, stay true to our original intentions, draw strength from the struggles of our forebears, and contribute to the inheritance and promotion of the excellent traditional culture of China. Chapter 10. Opportunities and Turning Points in the Early Days of Reform and Opening Up. I was responsible for sales in a military factory, traversing the beautiful locales of Fujian, Zhejiang, Guangdong, Guangxi, and Hainan Island, even finding ease in visiting Hong Kong and Shenzhen, truly broadening my horizons. Transferred from the Defense Department to the sales division to handle branded products. I worked fervently, achieving remarkable results. Little did I expect that just a year later, with a change in leadership, my assigned area would also shift, compelling me to manage the province of Sichuan, accompanied by 2 colleagues. As a soldier, obeying orders is my duty. Without hesitation, I proceeded to Sichuan. Upon arrival, I genuinely grasped the hardships of ordinary people's lives. Reflecting on my time in the military factory, that existence was exceedingly comfortable. The factory had dedicated transport vehicles that regularly traveled to cities like Handan and Beijing to procure supplies. Each household possessed a unique ledger, which allowed us to collect various living necessities. When we went to collect vegetables or meat, the staff would mark a check in the corresponding spot on the ledger to indicate that the household had already received their share. Whether it was fresh vegetables or specialty foods like Beijing's dried tofu, as long as we presented our ledger, there was no need to fret about food. If one household purchased mackerel, the entire building would partake. If cabbage was bought, everyone consumed cabbage. And if meat was procured, then it was meat for all. Moreover, bicycles and watches were distributed based on tickets, upon marriage, if the spouse was from the same unit. A complete set of housing, furniture, and essentials was immediately allocated. The unit had what available, allowing families to hire the weapon factory to assist in crafting their furnishings, ensuring that every household enjoyed substantial benefits. Upon arriving in Sichuan, my first challenge was securing accommodation that in unfamiliar territory. I inquired about rental options, yet I was overwhelmed by exorbitant rents and convoluted leasing procedures. The landlord's gazes held a mix of scrutiny towards strangers and calculations of profit. As I navigated the city's streets and alleys, observing one rental advertisement after another, I was filled with helplessness. Eventually, I found a residence that was barely acceptable, yet the sparse furnishings and confined space starkly contrasted with the spacious housing provided by the military factory. However, I had no other choice but to grit my teeth and rent it, embarking on a new life in Sichuan. After 6 months in Sichuan, my work gradually stabilized, yet the relatives of the leadership within the unit frequently inquired about my situation. Each phone call was perplexing, often ending abruptly mid-conversation. Just as I was filled with confusion, I received another call, and the voice on the other end stated, "We have already transferred your relationship to the personnel department. The formalities are all taken care of. Others will need to return to handle their matters, but you need not come back. We have sorted everything for you." Upon hearing this, a jolt of unease surged within me, and a foreboding premonition took hold. I later discovered that I had been laid off. In that moment, my mind exploded with bewilderment. I was utterly dazed that I was consumed by questions. Where had I gone wrong? What would my future hold? What would I eat after being laid off? These questions incessantly spun in my mind. Observing my disheartened state, those around me offered words of comfort. "You can find work outside now. You are in sales and possess commendable abilities. Look, many from our factory face similar situations. Do not despair or become angry in this current climate. Whether in military or state-owned enterprises, the number of layoffs is vast. You must find a way to seek employment and continue living." Listening to these comforting words, I felt slightly better, yet I remained in a haze. After exiting the personnel department, I wandered aimlessly, scarcely recalling how I returned to the hotel. Memories of my time in the military factory flooded back, starkly contrasting the former stability with my current plight. Yet, deep within, I possessed an indomitable spirit. Having served in the military, how could I be defeated by such minor setbacks? I resolved to leave this place and start anew. Thus, shortly after my layoff, I ventured to Chongqing, embarking on an uncertain journey. Upon arriving in Chongqing, I joined the Red Sun Etiquette Company, where I was responsible for event planning. Here, I encountered a new pinnacle in my career. Fueled by my passion for writing and my inherent talent, I thrived in copywriting and planning. Simultaneously, I diligently studied computer knowledge, mastering software such as Photoshop and Word. Seamlessly merging creativity with technology in designing backdrops and arranging venues, I consistently devised unique concepts. The events we orchestrated were always distinctive, capturing numerous attentions. My designs and plans were so innovative that many other etiquette companies in Chongqing began to emulate them. Some companies even specifically invited me to devise their planning schemes. Throughout this process, I felt as though I had discovered my true calling, with each planning endeavor brimming with enthusiasm and motivation. At that time, Chongqing was on the verge of becoming a direct-controlled municipality, and I was fortunate to meet several local leaders. Although I cannot disclose their names, their guidance and assistance greatly benefited me. Chongqing University of Arts, Chongqing University of Posts and Telecommunications, and Chongqing Normal University became my frequent haunts. Each week, I would visit, initially to select etiquette models, but gradually my interactions with university professors deepened. At the Normal University, I encountered many learned teachers, whose profound insights into Chinese history enriched every conversation we had. I have always harbored a passion for writing, often keeping notes and composing essays, poetry, and planning documents. I shared these works with the professors, who praised my creations and offered invaluable suggestions. Throughout this process, I felt as though I'd found my literary mentors, significantly improving my writing skills. Notably, Professor Tan from Chongqing University of Posts and Telecommunications, who possessed profound academic knowledge and a keen interest in business, became a cherished companion. Through our discussions, we found common ground and ultimately decided to co-establish a factory. During the course of our collaboration, we fully harnessed our respective strengths, striving together for the advancement of the factory. Through frequent interactions with various universities in Chongqing, I had the pleasure of meeting numerous students. Witnessing those burdened by tuition fees filled my heart with compassion. For some students unable to afford their fees, I drew from my own salary to assist them. For others facing hardships, I extended a helping hand. Altogether, I contributed approximately 100,000 yuan to support these students. For me, living independently, it was profoundly worthwhile to invest this money in truly needy children. Here I also encountered individuals from diverse professions, real estate developers, practitioners in the construction industry, such as the Beijing Urban Construction Team in Chongqing, as well as members from various associations spanning business, architecture, and political circles, all of whom became part of my social network. This extensive social engagement broadened my horizons and fundamentally transformed my mindset. The monotonous life I once led in a single unit pales in comparison to the vibrant experiences I now cherish. Through my interactions with different individuals, I gleaned a wealth of knowledge unattainable in textbooks, deeply experiencing the trials of life. Owing to my exceptional skills in copywriting and planning, I was approached by 6 or 7 planning companies seeking collaboration. Since childhood, I have harbored a passion for words, and I have finally discovered a career that I truly love and am willing to fight for. Each time I craft copy or plan an event, it is a full expression of my love for language, allowing me to establish a firm foothold in the opportunity-rich city of Chongqing and laying a solid foundation for my future endeavors. In the 2 years following my layoff, I established a factory at Chongqing University, serving as the sales manager, specializing in the sale of gas meters. Through diligence, I thrived in my new position. Unexpectedly, the leader who had previously dismissed me came to Chongqing, reaching out to me for a tour and expressing a desire to visit my workplace. Although I was reluctant, I received him out of politeness at the workplace. He praised me in front of other leaders, lauding my excellence as a former sales manager. During dinner, he repeatedly called my name, Yang Yonga, with Yong meaning eternal and Gu representing revolution. You are a representative of revolutionary innovation. Back then, when the factory's 2 sons were reluctant to go to the countryside, you voluntarily chose to do so, later joining the army and transitioning from the armed department to the security department, and finally to sales. You have always been at the forefront, truly commendable, Yang the revolutionary. How splendid! Listening to his words, I felt a tumult of emotions within me. As he recounted my past, it was they who had laid me off to tea that moment. Another leader reminded him that I should be addressed as Minister Yang. Given my current position, that I sat quietly, listening to their exchange, feeling utterly vexed. These 2 individuals had once dismissed me, yet here they were, indulging in a lavish meal and making light of my situation. While I could only force a smile, swallowing my grievances and anger in silence. However, these experiences further solidified my resolve that, regardless of the difficulties I face, I must rely on my own efforts to forge my own path. I have witnessed numerous grand events, such as the Chongqing Fair and the inaugural Hong Kong Week, where the atmosphere was one of exuberance, teeming with people, featuring speeches by leaders, performances, and elegant hostesses weaving through the crowd. In the evenings, stars took to the stage, illuminating the scene with dazzling lights, creating a grand spectacle. The planning manuscripts for these events were all authored by me. My days in Chongqing have not only brought me professional achievements, but also a profound sense of belonging and knowledge and emotion. It feels like my second hometown, providing warmth and strength. Through these events, I have mastered the nuances of ceremonial planning, accumulating material for future writing endeavors. In Chongqing, the young women who registered to become hostesses, adorned in red ceremonial attire, radiated youth and beauty, forming a distinctive landscape within the city. This experience made me realize that in the future, when I write, I will undoubtedly draw upon the scenes from these celebratory events, such as tribal ceremonies and national celebrations, allowing me to extract inspiration from these real-life experiences and hone my creative faculties, making the world within my book all the more vivid and vibrant. After leaving the military factory, I silently vowed that since I'd stepped out, I would strive to carve a successful career. And so I did for 15 years without ever returning. That I had always been the star performer at the factory. And the blow of being laid off was immensely disheartening. My heart brimmed with resentment, determined to prove myself in the outside world. But fate played a cruel joke on me. When I finally mustered the courage to return to my hometown, I discovered that my father had passed away, and I had been oblivious to it all. People from the factory reproached me for being away for so long. Why mother wore a face of resentment. Questioning why I had not returned home, that I opened my mouth to speak, but no words came out. The burden of grievance and helplessness weighed heavily on me. I had been toiling away in the outside world, yet I had not even had the chance to see my father one last time. With a heavy heart, I purchased a burial plot for my father in Taiyuan, ensuring he could rest in peace. The sight of my mother's sorrowful and somewhat accusatory gaze pierced my heart like a needle. Following this event, her misunderstanding of my prolonged absence softened somewhat. Yet the regret and pain of those 15 years would forever be etched in my life, becoming an indelible scar within my heart. Golden, the enchanted island of dreams. As my feet touched the land of Golden, a wave of long-lost tranquility and joy surged within me. Every breath of air here is infused with an artistic and romantic essence, urging me to unveil its mysterious veil and explore the stories hidden in every corner. Golden, this island gently embraced by the sea, is a gem untouched by the clamor and chaos of the city. Though small in size, it encapsulates countless beauties. Strolling along the winding alleys, I tread upon ancient stone paths, each stone polished smooth by the passage of time, as if quietly narrating tales of yesteryear. On either side, buildings of various styles are arranged in delightful disorder. European villas, traditional Chinese courtyards, and South Asian-style pavilions coexist harmoniously, forming a unique panorama of international architectural wonders. Some of these structures are adorned with lush green vines, while others are embellished with vibrant blossoms. They are not merely assemblages of bricks and timber, but rather a testament to the accumulation of history and culture. Perched atop Sunlight Rock, the highest point of Golden, the sea breeze dances playfully with my hair. The scene before me unfolds like a magnificent painting, captivating me entirely. Gazing into the distance, the boundless ocean sparkles under the sunlight, merging seamlessly with the sky, blurring the lines between sea and sky. Distant vessels glide through the waves, akin to delicate leaves, swaying gently with the rhythm of the sea. From this vantage point, I behold the entirety of Golden. Red roofs and green trees complement each other, creating a vivid tableau. In the alleys, pedestrians flow like a river. Some are couples hand in hand, while others are warm families, all wearing smiles of happiness and contentment. In this tranquil and beautiful moment, legends of Golden shimmer like brilliant stars in my mind. According to one tale, long ago, there was a young fisherman who ventured out to sea daily in pursuit of his livelihood. One day, he encountered a sudden storm, with howling winds and towering waves threatening to engulf his small boat. Just as despair began to set in, a mysterious island appeared before him. The fisherman rowed with all his strength and finally reached the shore of the island. There, he discovered a vast cave housing a magical drum. Each night, the drum would emit melodious sounds that resonated throughout the island. Enchanted by the drum's mystical tones, the fisherman gently struck the drum's surface, only to find that its sound possessed a miraculous power, granting him peace of mind and allowing him to forget all his troubles and fatigue. From that day on, he visited the cave daily to play the drum, and his life gradually transformed for the better. In time, the island was named Golden in honor of this wondrous drum. Another legend relates to the national hero, Zheng Chenggong. In those days, Zheng Chenggong stationed his troops on Golden, preparing to reclaim Taiwan. During those arduous times, the soldiers faced a severe shortage of fresh water, posing a significant challenge to their sustenance and training point one day, while digging a well beneath Sunlight Rock. They excavated over 10 feet deep, but found not a single drop of water, encountering instead a massive rock that left them feeling despondent, even contemplating giving up the tea that moment. Zheng Chenggong himself arrived at the well, carefully examining the site before descending to the bottom to clear the mud with his hands. Suddenly, he felt a trickle of moisture. Elated, he brushed his sleeve 3 times. Miraculously, sweet spring water gushed forth from the well, prompting cheers of joy from the soldiers, who expressed their gratitude to Zheng Chenggong. This well later became known as Sanfu Jing, or Guoxing Well. It is said that the water in this well displays 3 different colors at morning, noon, and night, which is truly astonishing. These legends imbue Gu Lingyang with an air of mystery and allure. They are not merely tales passed down through generations, but rather the embodiment of the faith and spiritual solace that reside in the hearts of the people of Gu Lingyang. In this land, history intertwines with reality, and legends meld with stories, allowing each visitor to feel as though they have traversed time, returning to an era rich with myth and wonder. Perched upon Sunlight Rock, I find myself lost in contemplation. I envision the young fisherman of yore, battling against the tempest to survive, ultimately discovering this enigmatic isle, his heart brimming with astonishment and emotion that I also picture Zheng Chenggong, leading his soldiers through arduous training on this land, tirelessly striving to reclaim Taiwan. How resolute and dedicated they must have been in their hearts. These legends deepen my understanding and appreciation of Gu Lingyang, revealing it to be not merely a picturesque tourist destination, but a spiritual haven steeped in history and culture. In the afternoon sun, Gu Lingyang is ablaze with warmth as throngs of people weave through the streets and along the beaches. Standing by the shore, I gaze at the boundless azure sea, yet my mind is filled with visions of the mysterious mermaid I have conjured in my imagination. By some inexplicable force, I find myself whispering, "How I wish you could truly appear, to show the world this wondrous sight." And oh, sooner have the words left my lips than the tranquil surface of the sea ripples, and an ethereal voice resonates within me. "You called, and I have come to." My eyes widen in disbelief as a mermaid gracefully surfaces, her beauty captivating, her eyes resembling the profound depths of the ocean, glimmering like sunlight on water, her long hair flowing like seaweed, and her iridescent tail shimmering with the luster of pearls beneath the sun. "You truly have come," I exclaim, a mix of astonishment and joy flooding my senses, yet a wave of concern quickly follows. With so many people around and those formidable fishing tools, it is perilous. You must return. The mermaid, however, smiles gently, her voice melodious. "Fear not, for if I dared to come, I possess the means to protect myself. Should any danger arise, my sisters will come to my aid. But tell me, do you dare to join me in the depths? This chapter is not yet complete. Please turn to the next page to continue indulging in the captivating narrative." I hesitate momentarily, but curiosity ultimately prevails. "Very well. I trust you." She slightly inclines her body, inviting me to mount her back. Taking a deep breath, I climb aboard, gripping her shoulders tightly. The mermaid giggles sweetly. "Hold on tight." With a powerful flick of her tail, she propels us into the ocean like an arrow released from a bow. "Look!" A gasp erupts, igniting a fervor among the crowd on the beach. The once boisterous shoreline falls silent, as everyone stands in stunned amazement at the sight before them. There I am, riding the mermaid, cutting through the waves, surrounded by a troop of mermaids who leap gracefully from the water, showcasing their exquisite forms, only to swiftly dive below, leaving behind fleeting glimpses of shimmering light. The crowd erupts in a cacophony of awe, some furiously snapping photographs to capture this unbelievable moment. Others, with tears of joy, murmur to themselves, and some cannot help but run alongside us, eager to draw closer to these enigmatic beings. Children squeal with excitement, while adults abandon their usual reserve, hastily pulling out their phones to share this magical scene with the world. In this oceanic expanse where thousands gaze in wonder, the mermaid guides me on a joyous swim. I could see this moment. Gu Golden transformed from a mere artistic island into a realm where reality and fantasy intertwine. And this extraordinary experience will forever be etched in the hearts of all who witness it, becoming a tale to be retold through generations. Upon returning to my hotel, my spirit remains restless, unable to quell the exhilaration coursing through me, and my mind repeatedly plays back the astonishing moments by the Golden shoreline, the vibrant scene, and the enchanting mermaid, resembling a dazzling dream, yet strikingly real. Eagerly, I spread out paper and pen, yearning to immortalize this profound shock and joy, hoping to preserve this beauty for eternity. In Golden, the encounter with the sea and dreams unfolds as an unexpected journey of beauty. Atop Sunlight Rock, overlooking the entire island, red tiles and green trees weave a poetic tapestry, while the azure sea stretches endlessly, its waves whispering ancient ballads. The sea breeze caresses gently, carrying the unique scent of the ocean, stirring my thoughts and enveloping me in this picturesque landscape. Winding along the cobbled pathways, European, Chinese, and Southeast Asian architectural styles stand in charming disarray, each brick and stone narrating the tales of bygone days. The aroma wafting from CAF at the corner mingles with the melodious tunes of street performers, permeating the air and composing a romantic symphony unique to Golden. Yet, the most unforgettable moment remains that extraordinary encounter with the mermaid. As she gradually emerged from the sea, she appeared as a spirit from a realm of dreams. Her beauty transcended all earthly imagination. Her eyes concealed the boundless mysteries of the deep. Her hair danced like seaweed in the wind, and her vibrant tail radiated a dreamlike sheen. She beckoned me to embrace the ocean's embrace, and as I mounted her back, riding the waves alongside her, time itself seemed to stand still. The crowd erupted in a symphony of astonishment, their expressions reflecting shock and delight. The excited squeals of children, the fervent emotions of adults, and the incessant clicks of camera shutters all articulated the incredibility of that moment that a group of mermaids encircled us, occasionally leaping from the water, tracing elegant arcs, and, at times, diving deep, leaving behind a glistening surface, a mysterious mark of their presence. In that oceanic expanse, under the gaze of countless onlookers, I felt the vastness and embrace of the sea, experiencing the marvelous interplay of dream and reality. That instant, Golden transcended its identity as merely an artistic isle, evolving into a convergence of dreams and miracles. This extraordinary encounter is a precious gift from nature, a perfect fusion of reality and fantasy that IT taught me that life often bestows unexpected beauty upon us, akin to the most radiant stars in the night sky, illuminating our ordinary days and becoming indelible memories in the tapestry of our existence. Upon encountering the dreamlike mermaid in Golden, my thoughts drifted uncontrollably back to the tumultuous past, realizing that I too had once been like that mermaid, the center of attention, weaving my own unique story in various settings. Once I served in the arm department of a factory, a time marked by stability and familiarity. Yet the gears of fate turned quietly, and I resolutely immersed myself in the sales industry, responsible for marketing the sound and light alarm systems in coal mines. Entering the coal mine for the first time felt like stepping into a completely different world. The darkness underground contrasted starkly with my fair complexion, and the miners' curious gazes felt akin to those witnessing a mermaid intruding upon their shadowy realm. Yet, I did not flinch. I endeavored to adapt in this unfamiliar and challenging environment, seeking to understand product demands, much like a mermaid striving to acclimate to new waters. That time, the sale of consumer goods was not widely understood, and the path ahead was fraught with uncertainty and challenges. Yet, fueled by my passion for this work, I embarked on an extensive journey of business trips. Year after year, I traversed coal mines across the nation, each destination filled with anticipation and determination to carve out new markets. Whenever I returned to the factory to reimburse travel expenses, my colleagues' expressions were a mix of surprise and bewilderment, as if I were an unconventional entity. Much like a mermaid out of place on land, as the tide of reform and opening up surged, I set forth on a journey to Guangdong to learn sales techniques. This marked my first long-distance business trip. Akin to the awe of an audience witnessing a mermaid for the first time, the vibrancy and prosperity of Guangdong opened my eyes wide. Skyscrapers rose like a forest, the streets thrummed with the bustle of traffic, a stark contrast to my familiar surroundings. Leveraging my position in the armed department, I swiftly obtained a border pass, journeying to Shenzhen. Dear reader, this chapter still has more to unfold. Please turn to the next page to delve deeper into the exciting narrative. Upon my arrival in Shenzhen, the lively scene captured my attention. The recruitment office brimmed with hopeful candidates, while the factory entrance buzzed with activity. I stood aside, curiously observing it all, clutching my elegant briefcase, the standard accessory for my business trips. A symbol of my seriousness toward my work. Suddenly, a distinguished gentleman approached me. Later, I learned he was the owner and manager of a factory. He scrutinized me and inquired, "Are you here to apply for a job? Or do you intend to conduct business with me? Given your briefcase and calm demeanor, you hardly seem like someone seeking employment. That I am about to dine with a few clients, if it's convenient. Would you care to join me? I have observed you for some time, and I believe we may have many opportunities for collaboration in the future." In an instant, the gazes of the surrounding applicants converge upon me, their attention transforming me into the focal point, akin to the mermaid captivating the crowd. That a sense of fluster washed over me, and I quickly explained, "I am merely passing through, and I found this scene fascinating. I hail from the mainland and have never encountered such a bustling recruitment scene before. It utterly captivated me. Your factory clearly has promising prospects, and with so many aspiring to join, it will undoubtedly flourish." He smiled and spoke to me about the cumbersome process of obtaining a permit, mentioning that the influx of people to Shenzhen has been ever increasing, with management becoming increasingly stringent. Although this extraordinary encounter was brief, it profoundly impressed upon me the vibrant development and limitless opportunities that Shenzhen offers. Much like a mermaid discovering a treasure-laden, mysterious realm in the ocean, I envisioned the boundless possibilities for commercial growth within this city, further solidifying my resolve to continue exploring the field of sales. Later, I experienced an unforgettable moment at Chongqing's Jifangbai Square, where the splendid stage constructed by the Red Sun Etiquette Company was about to host a grand performance. I was tasked with testing the microphone on stage, marking my first time standing on such a vast platform. Due to my inexperience, I was unaware of the proper way to test the mic, and upon stepping onto the stage, I merely blew into the microphone. In an instant, I realized that the audience was densely packed with over 10,000 people. The once bustling square fell silent, all eyes fixated upon me. Simultaneously, the lighting technician directed all the lights to converge on my position, making me feel like the central character ensnared by the spotlight. Utterly uncomfortable as a wave of heat surged from my feet to the crown of my head. Every inch of my skin aflame. That moment, my mind went blank. I could scarcely discern whether I was there to test the microphone or had become the object of public scrutiny. Akin to a mermaid being observed. In that fleeting yet excruciatingly prolonged moment, I deeply felt the tension and pressure of being in the public. I could hardly fathom how I would cope if it were a formal performance or speech. From that day forth, to conquer my inner fears and build my courage, I would shout loudly into the valleys whenever I traveled in the mountains. While on the train, I took the initiative to engage in conversations with fellow passengers, seizing every opportunity to hone my language and communication skills. Subsequently, I ventured to Hong Kong, where I encountered a plethora of novel experiences and advanced concepts, as well as glimpsed some smuggled goods, deepening my understanding of the market's complexities. Like a mermaid exploring uncharted waters, I continuously learned and grew through these experiences. The coal system ordering meeting convened in Harbin, and I rushed to the time of the Soviet Union's dissolution. Many Soviet individuals flooded into Harbin with an array of goods, including milk heating appliances and military binoculars. That I navigated through these wares, engaging with various individuals and further broadening my horizons on the streets of Harbin. As dusk fell and the roads froze, men and women helped one another cross the street, radiating warmth regardless of their familiarity. This scene made me acutely aware of the pure kindness that exists between people, enriching my perceptions of the world. Looking back, these experiences resemble a vibrant film, each segment brimming with stories. I transformed from security personnel in stable employment into a sales professional constantly on the move. Breaking through my limits in diverse cities and settings, encountering a myriad of individuals and events. Much like a mermaid swimming through the vast ocean, I embarked on wondrous adventures. These experiences not only enriched my life, but also taught me that life is akin to an unknown journey. As long as one bravely forges ahead, they can behold extraordinary landscapes and reap their own growth and insights. The essence of the sea, a legend of guardianship and heritage in my narrative. The mermaid is a spirit birthed by the ocean, her existence an enchanting dream woven from nature and legend. She is benevolent, vivacious, and her luminous eyes sparkle with the radiance of stars and seas. Her melodious voice capable of transforming raging waves into gentle ripples. Her tail, caressed by the seawater, glimmers in a kaleidoscope of colors, each flick reminiscent of ancient maritime tales. The arrival of a traveler disrupts her tranquil underwater existence. Lost in a whirlpool of time and space, the traveler unexpectedly finds himself in this mystical realm. The mermaid, feeling compassion, willingly guides him through the fantastical underwater world, deftly evading the ocean's undercurrents and perils. During their time together, the mermaid not only imparts unique survival skills of the seabed, but also shares her own abilities. She guards a pearl forged over 100,000 years, created in collaboration between the Dragon King's celestial brother Xingyue, encapsulating the essence and divine power of the universe. The mermaid has safeguarded it for nearly 5,000 years without a trace of greed. This pearl is enveloped in 99 layers of formidable seals, each layer containing unimaginable power. According to legend, merely unsealing a few layers could unleash earth-shattering spiritual energy. For many years, the mermaid has had a close friend, an ancient spiritual sheep, which participated in a protracted war lasting 5,000 years. Although the war has ended, it left the sheep with profound wounds, rendering it unable to speak. The mermaid, filled with compassion, scours the ocean for herbs and tries various methods, yet she is unable to restore the sheep's voice. When the traveler appears, the ancient spiritual sheep is drawn to him, and the traveler, in turn, is enchanted by this sentient being. Observing their bond, the mermaid is inspired to aid the ancient spiritual sheep and fulfill the traveler's hopes. She resolves to break tradition. One tranquil night, as moonlight cascades like water upon the shimmering sea, the mermaid solemnly approaches the pearl, forming hand seals and chanting incantations. As she performs this ritual, the seals surrounding the pearl flicker with light, gradually unlocking 3 layers. In that instant, a powerful yet gentle spiritual energy radiates, illuminating the entire sea. Nurtured by this energy, the ancient spiritual sheep trembles slightly, gradually regaining its vitality. It attempts to vocalize, initially producing only indistinct sounds. But soon clear words emerge. I can speak. The mermaid and the traveler are overjoyed, embracing each other tightly. This unsealing not only restores the sheep's ability to communicate, but also deepens their bond, laying a hopeful foundation for the adventures yet to come. Later, the traveler resolves to establish his own influence, and the mermaid unhesitatingly follows him, embarking on a challenging journey together. They traverse mountains and dense jungles, overcoming countless obstacles. Throughout this process, the mermaid, with her intelligence and bravery, devises strategies for the traveler, assisting him in attracting talent and establishing a small tribe. Embodying the principles of peace and justice, the mermaid's tribe is located along the coast, where she builds a uniquely vibrant city. She consistently adheres to the doctrine of moderation, upholding Confucian ideals of benevolence and Buddhist principles of compassion, never instigating disputes with other tribes, even in the face of conflicts over resources. She always seeks peaceful resolutions, earning the respect and trust of neighboring tribes through sincerity and kindness. Coastal pirates frequently invade nearby tribes, plundering wealth and harming the populace. The mermaid abhors this and unites with other tribes to form a formidable coastal defense force. Engaging in fierce battles against the pirates, in these confrontations, she leads by example, using her exceptional skills and intelligence to repel pirate assaults, safeguarding the peace and tranquility of the coastal region. When wars erupt between tribes, the mermaid refrains from involvement. However, Whenever calamity strikes, she unhesitatingly extends her hand, utilizing her resources and strength to aid the afflicted tribes. Her city flourishes, brimming with vitality and energy, attracting many displaced individuals seeking refuge from tribal conflicts. As the population continues to grow, the mermaid guides everyone in expanding the city, erecting one new settlement after another along the coast. Her expansion is not achieved through military conquest, but rather through noble character and exceptional leadership, winning the hearts of the people. Thus, without waging a single war, the influence established by the mermaid and the traveler evolves from a modest tribe into a vast nation comprising over 90 cities. The inhabitants of this land live in harmony, passing down the wisdom and kindness imparted by the mermaid, while her legendary tale endures through the annals of time, becoming an eternal myth in the hearts of the people. A fantastical journey, the multidimensional legend of the mermaid in the vast river of human culture. The legend of the mermaid shines like a brilliant star, radiating an alluring and mysterious glow. Throughout history, numerous texts have offered divergent accounts of her, with her image varying from enchanting and beguiling to compassionate and kind-hearted. Some ancient tomes describe her as the daughter of the sea, with a voice like celestial music concealing deadly allure, mesmerizing sailors and leading their ships to ruin, thus becoming synonymous with danger and seduction. In contrast, other accounts portray her as a compassionate messenger, appearing in a nick of time to rescue fishermen caught in tempestuous storms, her shimmering scales healing their wounds, symbolizing goodness and grace. These varied narratives have been passed down through the ages, shaping the public's initial perception of the mermaid. In my heart, the mermaid is far more than just the ethereal shadow depicted in legends. She is the perfect amalgamation of kindness, bravery, and wisdom, akin to the most cherished child of nature and the divine. Her form is graceful and ethereal, with a tail that shimmers beneath the glistening waves, exuding an enchanting luminescence. Her eyes seem to harbor the vastness of the cosmos and the boundless ocean, brimming with a pure love for all existence and profound insight. Her beauty transcends mere physical allure. It is reflected in the radiant qualities of her spirit. The mermaid I portray is the very soul of the tale, her existence weaving together a grand tapestry of a fantastical world. Once a celestial being from ancient times, she has endured countless tempests throughout the lengthy span of 5 millennia, deeply engaging in the cataclysmic battle that reshaped the very fabric of reality. On the war-torn battleground, she stood like a towering mountain, steadfastly safeguarding all that she held dear, thus crafting an enduring legend. This protracted conflict, lasting 5 millennia, forms the crux of the narrative in the aftermath of war. The mermaid, with her unique charm and noble character, forged friendships with many kindred spirits. Among them were formidable ancient beasts possessing world-shattering powers and elusive sprites adept in arcane arts, each endowed with unique abilities and exceptional wisdom. When a traveler unexpectedly arrived in this realm, the mermaid astutely recognized it as an extraordinary opportunity to transform the world and establish a new order. Without hesitation, she stepped forward, rallying her friends around her, providing unwavering support to the traveler. Dear reader, there is more to this chapter. Please turn the page to continue your journey, for the tale only grows more captivating as the traveler traversed this unfamiliar world. The mermaid emerged as a sagacious mentor, guiding him through the perils with her wealth of experience and profound understanding. Her companions became like close comrades, sharing both adversity and triumph, supporting one another through each arduous adventure. The mermaid generously imparted her mastery of spells, aiding the traveler in overcoming seemingly insurmountable challenges, while her friends displayed their unique talents at pivotal moments, offering crucial assistance. During a crucial period of tribal development, a complex web of emotions quietly unfolded. The tribe's leader, a man of extraordinary charisma and leadership, became the object of affection for many women. Fairies such as Lingzhu, Lingxian, and Linglu, along with the daughters of the White Dove tribe and the leader of the Mulan tribe, were all captivated by his allure, their hearts stirred with desire. Mulan, leading thousands of her kin, and the White Dove, backed by the entire White Dove tribe, along with the formidable powers of the celestial beings, should have been a formidable force for the tribe's ascent. However, this intricate emotional entanglement placed them in a delicate situation. Any misstep could ignite jealousy and strife, potentially spiraling into a catastrophic conflict, thereby endangering the very foundation the traveler had painstakingly established. In this critical moment, the mermaid, with her keen insight, sensed the looming crisis. She understood that without proper guidance, the consequences could be dire. Thus, she gathered the women ensnared in emotional turmoil, using her wisdom and stature to address the situation. Her voice, like celestial music, gently resonated in their ears. "Sisters, I comprehend your feelings for the leader. This love is indeed one of the most beautiful sentiments in existence. Yet, we stand at a pivotal juncture in our tribe's evolution. Only through the tribe's growth and the establishment of our own nation can we attain a stable life and fulfill our dreams. If we allow love to breed hatred and descend into conflict, all will dissolve into mere illusions. Let us momentarily set aside our obsessions and unite our efforts for the tribe's future. When the nation is founded, everything will fall into place." Upon hearing the mermaid's words, the flames of anger within them gradually subsided. They gazed into her resolute eyes, sensing the sincerity and wisdom in her message. Milan, after a moment of contemplation, nodded in agreement. "The mermaid is right. We cannot jeopardize our collective efforts due to fleeting impulses." The white dove echoed her sentiment. "For the tribe, for our future, I am willing to cast aside my grievances and join hands with everyone." The other fairies likewise expressed their willingness to heed the mermaid's counsel, temporarily setting aside personal feelings to invest wholeheartedly in the tribe's development. In the ensuing years, the mermaid repeatedly employed her wisdom to navigate crises that on one occasion, surrounding tribes, driven by a desire for resources, threatened them with imminent war. The mermaid infiltrated enemy territory, using her profound understanding of human nature and exceptional oratory skills to negotiate with the opposing leader. She appealed to reason and emotion, proposing a plan for resource sharing and mutual benefit, successfully dispelling hostility and averting a bloody conflict that on another occasion, the tribe faced a rare natural disaster, with floods ravaging the land and disease rampant. The mermaid, disregarding her own safety, led the community to seek refuge on higher ground, utilizing her celestial powers to purify the water and searching for herbs to concoct remedies, saving countless lives. Thus, the mermaid, with her wisdom and courage, repeatedly averted calamities. Through her gentle yet resolute approach, she united various forces, ensuring that all devoted themselves to the tribe's welfare, clearing obstacles for the traveler's grand endeavor. With collective efforts, the traveler ultimately accomplished the seemingly impossible task of establishing a prosperous nation. The birth of this nation was not merely a victory for the traveler, but also a shared glory for the mermaid and her companions. They embodied the power of unity, friendship, and sacrifice, becoming eternal legends upon this land. Reflecting upon this sweeping saga, the mermaid's image grows ever more vivid. From a mysterious creature of ancient lore, she has metamorphosed into a being of flesh and blood, brimming with emotion and strength. Her tale is not merely a fantastical adventure. It is an ode to humanity, friendship, and dreams, inspiring every reader to pursue their own legend. Time travel. The reveries and musings of the soul in the mundane crevices of life. I'm often enveloped by an ineffable longing for the allure of time travel, a seed concealed within my heart that sprouts in the tranquil nights, yearning toward the uncharted realms of time and space. For me, time travel is not merely a fantastical construct of science fiction. It is the soul's drift between reality and imagination. Whenever the night deepens and thoughts break free from the shackles of day, I embark on this wondrous journey. My dreams resemble a mysterious peach blossom spring, where petals fall like rain, fragrant grasses flourish, and the sounds of roosters and dogs create an atmosphere of tranquility and serenity. I wander along the path of this paradise, each step taken in the gentle embrace of time, far removed from the clamor of the world, allowing my spirit a moment of respite and nourishment. In this dreamlike abode, I encounter the visage of the crescent moon, a tender yet resolute light cascading upon my heart. Her eyes conceal the stars and the ocean, Each shared glance seems to unveil the mysteries and warmth of the universe. She guides me across mountains, rivers, and seas, witnessing the ebb and flow of existence, imparting the wisdom of life's insignificance and grandeur. There exists the dream of the nine heavens, soaring high into the clouds. Shrouded in mystery, each level harbors fantastical sights, be it ethereal beings adorned in flowing garments amidst swirling mists or enchanted artifacts shimmering with otherworldly light. With reverence, I ascend the ethereal staircase, each step ignited by anticipation and trepidation for the unknown. This realm transcends the earthly realm, a distant pursuit for the soul, deepening my reflections on the vast cosmos and the limitless possibilities of life. Within my dreams, I also bore witness to a monumental battle that spanned 5 millennia, ignited by the allure of a mysterious elixir. This elixir embodied the cycle of life and death, a hope for transcendence, enticing myriad factions to vie for its possession. The battlefield, rife with clashing steel and billowing smoke, painted the land crimson with blood, revealing the frailty of life akin to a flickering candle amidst the tempest. This conflict became a testament to desire and fate, granting me profound insights into the complexities of human nature and the preciousness of existence. And I, too, was once a small vessel adrift upon the ocean, tossed by relentless waves, solitary and insignificant. The vast sea stretched infinitely, the azure depths surrounding me, while the sky loomed above, each cresting wave a trial of fate. In this drifting existence, I learned resilience, how to coexist with solitude, and came to understand that life's journey mirrors this oceanic odyssey, rife with uncertainties and challenges. Upon returning from the realm of dreams to the fabric of reality, I began to ponder the significance of time travel in the realms of literature and thought. It emerges as an eternal theme. Ancient poets have long contemplated the transcendence of time and space. Who first beheld the moon by the riverbank? In what year did the river moon first illuminate man? In this inquiry, Zhang Ruoxu traversed the boundaries of time, exploring the mysteries of the universe and the essence of life. Time travel embodies our discontent with the known world and our insatiable curiosity for the unknown. It represents our yearning for the extraordinary amidst the mundane fabric of life. It encapsulates our pursuit of infinite possibilities within the confines of our finite existence. It serves as a vivid dream of the soul, allowing us to discover a realm of unbounded freedom beneath the weight of reality. It acts as the wings of thought, liberating us from the shackles of time and space, enabling us to explore uncharted territories. Time travel is an eternal flame within my heart, illuminating my protracted journey between reality and fantasy, compelling me to seek the essence and beauty of life within this boundless realm of imagination. The time travel of others often entails a retrospective journey, touching the weathered traces of history and savoring the profound charm and vicissitudes of ancient times. Yet, I cannot help but ponder, must time travel be solely a backward glance? Mortality is an undeniable truth of nature, but can my spirit transcend the chains of time and boldly venture forth? I yearn for my words to become vessels of thought, carrying the reflections, emotions, and dreams of the present across the vast river of time, spanning centuries, millennia, and even eons. When 100 years hence, future generations peruse the pages I inscribe, they will glimpse the vibrant tapestry of my era, experiencing my joys, sorrows, and my ardent love and curiosity for the world. My spirit shall persist through these words, echoing in the future's expanse. Perhaps the world of that time will be marked by advanced technology and lifestyles vastly different from today. Yet the human yearning for beauty and the pursuit of truth shall undoubtedly remain unchanged, and why words may resonate within their hearts, forging a bridge connecting souls across different epochs, a millennium from now. My words may become a mere speck among the vast constellation of history, twinkling with a unique brilliance in the grand expanse of time. They will witness the evolution of human civilization, serving as a window for posterity to understand this age. Even if the languages and cultures of that time have evolved, the emotions and wisdom encapsulated in my words will still traverse the chasms of time, reaching out to future hearts, And what if 10 millennia hence, in a more distant future, will my spirit and words still be remembered? This is an adventure fraught with uncertainty, yet I firmly believe that as long as humanity's thirst for knowledge and love for art endures, the words embodying thoughts and emotions shall never fade into oblivion. And why journey through time is a spiritual odyssey, stretching towards an endless future, embracing those yet-to-come epochs, and touching the souls I have yet to meet. Amidst the gentle flow of time's river, I often contemplate the possibility of a miraculous method of time travel, that if such a phenomenon exists, I would immerse myself wholly, along with my shadows, dreams, soul, and imaginings, into the tone that encapsulates my essence, that I, in that realm, they would intertwine with words, embarking on an unprecedented fantastical adventure. Countless nights, I traverse the landscape of dreams, where bizarre and wondrous scenes, familiar yet strange visages, become an inexhaustible wellspring of inspiration for my creations. And why dreams resemble a mysterious treasure trove, each exploration unearthing unexpected gems. At tea times, I find myself wandering an ancient forest where towering trees reach for the heavens, and sunlight filters through lush foliage, casting golden patches upon the ground. Within this forest, I encounter the characters birthed from my pen. They transform from cold symbols into vibrant lives, endowed with independent thoughts and rich emotions. Together, we stroll, hearing their confessions of desires and struggles, tales that become integral to the narrative tapestry of my writing. And why shadow also plays a pivotal role in this journey through time, that it follows me closely, silently witnessing my growth and transformation. When I peruse the yellowed pages of my diaries, revisiting the words of my past, my shadow seems to be drawn back to that bygone in those moments. I was young and naive, grappling with life's myriad challenges and setbacks, filled with confusion and uncertainty, yet never surrendering. Those words chronicle my anguish, torment, and twists of fate, while also embodying my perseverance and courage. My shadow, carrying these memories, steps into the narratives I craft, imparting to my characters the indomitable spirit to confront adversity. The core of this journey, through time lies my soul. It bears my values, beliefs, and unique perceptions of the world. Throughout the creative process, my soul merges profoundly with my words, that I aspire to convey through my writing a fervent love for life and an unyielding pursuit of the beauty inherent in humanity. When I infuse my soul into the pages, the world within becomes imbued with warmth, resonating with the reader's spirit. Whether depicting the majestic splendor of mountains and lakes or delving into the intricate emotions of characters, my soul shines brightly within. My creative vision serves as a meticulously crafted map, guiding me through the ocean of creation. Every plot twist and character development is the result of careful contemplation. I weave my keen observations of life and profound reflections on humanity into each narrative. As I traverse into the world of my writing, my imagination allows me to navigate diverse scenes and converse with various characters. I can orchestrate a protagonist's triumphant resurgence from despair, or unveil the extraordinary beauty hidden within the ordinary fabric of life. Once, with a sincere heart, I delved into Buddhist philosophy, dedicating myself to an intensive 6-month study under the guidance of a master. This period was rich with wisdom and spiritual purification, that I fervently sought the mysterious golden light atop Mount Amei. And finally, at dawn one day, I stood upon the summit, witnessing the sun's gradual ascent. In that instant, sunlight pierced through the clouds, refracting droplets into a dazzling rainbow of colors, creating a breathtaking spectacle. From a Buddhist perspective, this radiance felt akin to a revelation, prompting me to contemplate the concept of eternal life. Buddhism teaches the principle of reincarnation. Death is not an absolute boundary, but a transformation of life forms. Through cultivation, the soul can attain purification, transcending the cycles of life and death to reach a state of eternity. This philosophy has deepened my understanding of existence, extending beyond the confines of the physical, igniting my exploration of spiritual immortality. Reflecting on history, numerous figures have relentlessly pursued the notion of eternal life. Qin Shi Huang devoted his life to sending Su Fu across the seas in search of the elixir of immortality, yearning to enjoy everlasting glory and dominion over the world. Similarly, Emperor Wu of Han was obsessed with the art of longevity, welcoming alchemists and concocting elixirs in a bid to shatter the bonds of mortality. Though their aspirations for physical immortality remained unfulfilled, they became unique cultural phenomena within the annals of history, illustrating humanity's profound longing for everlasting existence. In my childhood, my grandmother tenderly told me that one day she would depart, but should I encounter sorrow or hardship, she would come to my aid in dreams. Now, though she has passed, in moments of solitude, when I find myself lost and perplexed, her words echo in my mind, as if she has never truly left. I often reunite with her in dreams. Her kind visage and warm embrace provide me with boundless solace. This realization illuminates the truth that even in solitude, without a companion by my side, I am not alone, for the warmth and love of yesteryears have transformed into a profound spiritual strength, deeply rooted in my heart. Along the winding path of life, I have encountered a myriad of people and events, each experience akin to a radiant star, adorning my existence. Although many cherished friends are now far apart, and we have not met in ages, when I yearn for them, words become the bridge that connects us, that I document the minutiae of daily life through writing, sharing my innermost joys and sorrows. And they reciprocate with their own words, offering support and encouragement. This transcendent exchange across the realms of time deepens my appreciation for the preciousness and power of friendship in the realm of words. It feels as if we have never parted. Those beautiful memories and genuine emotions endure and elevate through the medium of writing. I end the fantastical journey where dreams and literary musings intertwine. The characters I create seem to be endowed with vibrant souls, freely traversing the pages of my work. These fictional lives often occupy my thoughts, akin to real friends. I worry about their fates within the realms I have crafted. Frequently revisiting the words I've penned to check on their well-being and see if they bravely navigate their respective destinies. One serene night, I found myself immersed in a newly acquired book. The poetry of Xie Daoyun flowing through me like a gentle stream. Her talent and spirit unfolded vividly within the lines, captivating me utterly. Unbeknownst to me, weariness took hold, and I slipped into a fantastical dream. In this dream, the scene abruptly shifted, and I found myself within a tribal kingdom of my own creation. The atmosphere was vibrant, with soldiers training in high spirits, their synchronized steps resounding across the earth. On the stage, a deity I had crafted stood regally, presiding over a ceremony to select warriors. When he cast his gaze upon me and approached, I was filled with awe and bewilderment. He inquired, "Who are these 4 women?" Instinctively, I turned, only to be met with a gaze that widened my eyes in surprise. What greeted my eyes were the 4 books I had purchased during the day, which, at this moment, transformed into 4 ethereal fairies, gracefully standing beside me. Clad in gossamer garments, they exuded a sense of vitality and gentleness, their unique aura harmonizing beautifully with the ancient charm depicted within the pages of the books. I could scarcely believe my eyes. In this dreamlike realm, the books had traversed dimensions, metamorphosing into such enchanting forms. I engaged in conversation with them. Their voices rang out like the melodious calls of orioles, crisp and delightful, each response imbued with the lyrical essence of the text. In this wondrous world, we exchanged ideas on poetry, our inspirations flowing like a bubbling spring, resulting in verses rich with profound meaning. These poems became the crystallization of my soul's dialogue with them, brimming with fantastical hues and boundless imagination. This chapter has yet to conclude. Please turn to the next page to continue reveling in the captivating narrative. This dream unfolded like a resplendent mythological banquet, revealing to me the surreal realm of Journey to the West and the enigmatic visions from the classic of mountains and seas, while also evoking memories of the enchanting tales my grandmother recounted during my childhood, legends that had sown the seeds of wonder in my early recollections. Upon awakening, though the dream began to fade, those vivid fragments remained indelibly etched in my mind. Eagerly, I grasped pen and paper to document this extraordinary experience, fully aware that these dreamlike encounters would serve as invaluable material for my future creations. Infusing my work with a unique touch of enchantment, in this fast-paced modern society, traditional culture stands as a dazzling treasure trove, embodying the wisdom and emotions of our ancestors, and why remarkable experiences have only solidified my resolve to carry forward this cultural heritage. Whether it be the exquisite rhythms encapsulated in poetry or the spiritual strength conveyed through mythological narratives, all are worthy of exploration and reverence. I am determined to weave these elements of traditional culture into my creative endeavors, allowing them to shine brilliantly in the new era. Just as my dream journey with the books and the characters I pen traverse time and space, melding ancient cultures with contemporary thoughts, I aspire to compose legendary chapters that belong to our age. Rewind to 2017, when I immersed myself in urban construction management in Ewood, IT that time. To restore the city's appearance, a team of over 500 individuals was formed, and I served as the deputy leader, primarily overseeing the regulation of street fronts and vendor operations, maintaining urban order. Daily, I traversed the streets and alleys of Iwu, wholeheartedly striving to contribute to the city's cleanliness and orderliness. Yet, fate took an unexpected turn point one fateful day. For months later, I suffered a severe heart attack and was urgently rushed to the hospital, my breath already stilled and on the brink of losing consciousness. Something miraculous occurred. A familiar voice echoed in my mind, that of the characters I had created, calling out to me with unwavering conviction. "We arrived at the hospital. You will be all right. You will certainly be all right." Their call shone like a beacon of hope amid the darkness, granting me the strength to persevere. In a daze, I sensed numerous dear friends gathered around me, some softly urging me to hold on. Take deep breaths, while others attempted chest compressions to revive my spirit. When I gradually regained consciousness, the doctors expressed their relief. "You are incredibly fortunate. Thanks to your urban management uniform, we were able to bypass many cumbersome emergency procedures and promptly perform the stent operation, pulling you back from the brink of death." In that moment, my heart swelled with confusion and reflection. I found it hard to believe that this uniform had become the key to my salvation. Was it the uniqueness of this attire, my indomitable will to survive, or perhaps the advanced medical technology and timely aid from friends that granted me a second chance at life? A whirlwind of thoughts flooded my mind, leaving me momentarily disoriented. Yet clarity soon emerged. It was indeed the urgent assistance from my friends combined with the cutting-edge medical interventions that had afforded me this renewed existence. This brush with death imbued me with a deeper reverence for life and enriched my contemplation of existence and creativity. It became a unique symbol woven into my soul, intertwined with my dreamlike journey and my commitment to preserving traditional culture, becoming an indispensable part of my life's odyssey, motivating me to cherish life even more fervently in the days to come, and to create with heartfelt intention, savoring every fragment of beauty that life offers. Reflections on life and death, intertwined with memories from my childhood, opened the gateway to the world of words through my grandmother's gentle voice. She patiently taught me the sounds, shapes, and meanings of characters, guiding me to explore the mysteries of the world through language. From that moment on, I developed a habit of self-questioning and answering through writing, recording every confusion and poignant moment in words. These writings became my most faithful companions, witnessing the wonders of the world and aiding me in forming connections with like-minded individuals throughout my growth. I bore witness to countless soul-stirring events, the brave rescue efforts executed amid societal turmoil, life and death struggles in water and within homes, illuminated the brilliance of humanity in the face of adversity. In 2008, I arrived in Jintuan town, Chengdu, to assume the role of factory manager at the Xingyue Group's weaving division. This ancient town, named after Gu Lingyang's military encampment, is steeped in rich historical significance. The echoes of bygone battles seem to linger in the ancient streets, recounting tales of grand history. Within this small town, the juxtaposition of aged architecture and modern buildings presents a unique aesthetic. The weaving factory of the Xingyue Group became a site where I poured forth my sweat and passion. Upon entering the factory grounds, The rhythmic clattering of weaving machines created a symphony of endeavor. Workers skillfully operated the machines, birthing exquisite fabrics with their deft hands. Here, I labored side by side with the workers, often engaging in discussions about innovative techniques and the enhancement of traditional processes, striving to elevate production efficiency and product quality. Each successful upgrade bore the fruits of our collective wisdom and effort, filling me with a profound sense of accomplishment. Just as I was wholly engrossed in my work, an unforeseen calamity shattered the tranquility of life. The devastating earthquake of 2008 plunged Chengdu into panic and chaos. Jintuan town was not spared. The tremors shook the earth, and the factory teetered on the brink of collapse. In that moment, time seemed to freeze, with life and death hanging in the balance. Amidst the chaos and despair, I stood shoulder to shoulder with my colleagues, supporting one another amidst the relentless aftershocks. We disregarded our own safety to assist trapped co-workers, seeking hope amidst the rubble. Those harrowing days and nights, spent in the ruins, instilled in me a profound understanding of life's fragility and resilience. Transforming my perception of existence and mortality, in pursuit of understanding whether the soul exists, I worked at a funeral home in Yiwu for 7 months. This unique experience confronted me with the end of life, exposing me to various death scenarios, the tragic aftermath of car accidents, the frailty of those ravaged by illness, and the sudden demise from unforeseen accidents. Each conveyed the impermanence of life that I vividly recall. A tall, handsome factory owner who, having rented a space to refurbish equipment, dedicated himself entirely to production. One day, dissatisfied with the workers' pace, he decided to personally troubleshoot the machines. Who could have anticipated that an accident would occur, triggering a chain reaction that would ensnare him in danger, extinguishing his life? On the day of the incident, I was on duty, witnessing the profound grief of his wife, who had hurriedly arrived from afar. This moment profoundly impressed upon me the fragility of life and the unpredictability of fate. Additionally, I encountered the courageous firefighters at a blaze scene, one of whom bore the scars of flames across half his face, a harrowing image that remains vivid in my memory. Fortunately, modern technology, through 3D printing, restored his visage, granting him the courage to face the world anew. This revealed to me the resilience of life and the hope that technology can offer at the precipice of death. Amidst these diverse encounters with mortality, I also witnessed the most serene acceptance of death. An elderly woman, 78 years of age and a devout Buddhist, displayed a tranquil countenance in her final moments, her wrinkles easing as if she were merely asleep. The makeup artist shared that this was a manifestation of her peaceful acceptance of death. Her muscles relaxed, signaling her readiness for the inevitable. Her smile left an indelible mark on my heart, compelling me to ponder. Can we all embrace the end of life with such grace, regardless of whether it comes through illness or old age? How many can achieve such composure? These experiences were meticulously documented in my notes and writings in my creative process. I often converse with the figures from my memories, particularly that elderly woman that I once penned a diary entry for her. And whenever I revisit it, her serene visage springs to life before my eyes. These stories of life and death transcend time, becoming the wellspring of my creativity, prompting me to continually explore the meaning of existence and contemplate the attitudes we should adopt when facing death. My tumultuous youth, pursuing the light through exploration. To others, my experiences may seem incredulous, yet they are undeniably the authentic chapters of my life. Reflecting on the past 30 years, I have ventured into nearly 100 institutions, each time assuming a leadership role. At that time, I was wholeheartedly focused on accumulating rich experience to lay a solid foundation for my future academic research and writing, casting aside concerns about salary and benefits. In Yiwu, I immersed myself completely in the thriving industrial wave of the region. I entered one sock factory after another, studying how to optimize production processes and enhance product quality. In the paper rolling and floral paper factories, I observed the marvelous transformation of paper from raw materials to finished products, contemplating ways to improve techniques to reduce costs. Upon entering a watch factory, I embarked on a bold reform. The factory was plagued by chaotic parts management. Whenever veteran employees took a break, locating parts became a significant challenge. Leveraging my familiarity with computers, I proposed to the owner the recruitment of over 10 university students to redesign the warehouse management system. Every entry and exit of goods was meticulously recorded in the computer, which directly reduced the workforce from over 30 warehouse workers to just 10, significantly enhancing efficiency and ensuring more precise and orderly management. In Xingyue, I similarly delved into various industries in the hardware and automotive supply factories. I explored production links, pondering how to elevate the collaborative efficiency of the supply chain. Within sales companies, I applied my sales acumen and market insights to open avenues for products. In terms of factory management, I possessed unique philosophies and methodologies. Taking the large circular knitting machine as an example, I established standardized operating procedures, enabling every worker to clearly understand their tasks, which greatly improved production stability and product qualification rates. My expertise shone in data management. Previously, the owner relied on verbal reports from workshop directors, leading to chaotic discussions and meetings that I introduced computer data management, presenting key information such as warehouse inventory, employee wages, production scrap rates, and material distribution requirements in tabular form. This eliminated the need for lengthy reports during meetings. The data was crystal clear, allowing the owner to make informed, scientific decisions, thereby achieving planned and refined management of production. Reflecting on my experience in selling maintenance-free batteries, it was indeed a period filled with helplessness and frustration. Over the span of a year, I traversed 7 companies. At each new venture, I quickly achieved results through my professional skills and hard work. However, challenges soon followed. Whenever I developed new clients, my achievements were seized by acquaintances of the owner. Whether it was the owner's brother-in-law or his sibling, they would claim the fruits of my labor. In Chongqing, I joined 4 maintenance-free battery companies, all encountering similar predicaments. Upon reaching Chengdu, 2 companies continued the trend. Even in Beijing, my experiences with 3 companies mirrored those prior, despite industry peers recognizing my capabilities and inviting me to become the marketing manager upon receiving a call. Each time I witnessed my hard-won clients being effortlessly taken away by others, the frustration was overwhelming. Eventually, I resolved to leave the battery sales industry behind, pivoting towards the event planning sector, thus bidding farewell to the realms of socks and manufacturing. This experience felt like a thorn embedded in my heart, a constant reminder of the complexities and frustrations of the workplace. Later, a trip led me to Mingming Battery Factory in Shantao, Guangdong. The factory manager was exceptionally kind, and his wife turned out to be my fellow townsfolk from Hubei, which made him particularly amiable towards me at that time. I was interviewing for the position of marketing manager, and the manager introduced me to their batteries, which were 1.5-volt rechargeable alkaline batteries developed by a few battery experts from school in Harbin at IT. It is worth noting that typical AA and AAA batteries are not rechargeable, and the commonly available rechargeable nickel-cadmium batteries only reach 2 volts, falling short of the 1.5 volts. The manager mentioned that they had received numerous production orders and needed to provide supporting chargers. Upon hearing this, I recalled the charger factory in Zhongshan, Guangdong, with which I had a good relationship and had previously purchased products. Returning to Chongqing, I discussed this with Professor Tan, who was engaged in telephone business, and we quickly agreed to establish Yongquan Battery Factory using characters from our names. Professor Tan, a professor at the Postal and Telecommunications Institute, noted that during the era when pagers were in widespread use and frequently ran out of battery, we launched a product pairing our 1.5-volt rechargeable alkaline batteries with chargers that a single charge lasted for 2 months, yielding excellent results. Once the product was launched, it swiftly captured the market, with telecom companies in Chengdu, Liangshan, and Chongqing, such as Sichuan's 898 and 891 at that time. There were no mobile or Unicom services, eagerly seeking contracts, often in the tens of thousands. However, with an influx of orders came a series of challenges that we had to procure chargers while simultaneously managing battery production and packaging. 3 months passed, and by the time the products were ready, half a year had elapsed, yet we had not completed the contracts. Some partially fulfilled orders faced issues with either malfunctioning chargers or excessive production volume, compounded by our inadequate grasp of the technology, resulting in unstable quality. What initially appeared to be contracts worth billions in annual output ultimately did not even see the completion of a 50,000 contract. My belief in my ability to successfully run a factory crumbled due to quality issues. This experience as a factory owner profoundly illuminated the hardships and complexities involved. After the factory's downfall, I developed a keen interest in the telecommunications industry. I rented a storefront, intending to venture into telephone sales. At that time, a type of phone equipped with caller ID was experiencing significant market potential. With a purchase price of over 70 yuan and a selling price of 150 yuan, offering a promising profit margin, I promptly ordered 3,000 units. Yet the manufacturer in Guangdong was slow to deliver, ultimately providing only 500 units. During my time renting the storefront, I met a construction worker who had a penchant for drinking and would often borrow money from me, which I readily lent. He would even arrange for his friends to stay in my shop. During that period, I focused on negotiating consignment deals, as I had invested in so many phones and needed to find ways to open sales channels. Being a novice at running a storefront and still exploring many aspects of the business. Half a month later, the storefront was arranged, and the goods finally arrived. However, upon returning from a business meeting, I discovered that the 500 phones had mysteriously vanished overnight. I quickly reported the incident, as the batteries in those phones had been sourced from Mingming Battery Factory. I pondered endlessly how the items could have disappeared without any signs of forced entry. After 3 days of investigation, I eventually located my friend at that time in Chongqing. Pagers incurred monthly fees, some of which were promotional offers, and the new packaging of pagers we acquired had not yet been deployed, leaving the old packaging still in circulation. When the police approached him, they found that his pager was equipped with my newly acquired batteries. The truth emerged, leading to his conviction for several years. Yet, this was not the end. During the investigation, a myriad of unexpected expenses surfaced, leaving me utterly drained, prompting me to abandon the business altogether. Operating a store without assistance while facing betrayal from a friend proved to be excessively burdensome. Over a year and a half in Chongqing, both my attempts at factory management and store operations ended in failure, plunging me into profound self-doubt, repeatedly questioning, what am I truly capable of? However, being a restless individual, I quickly sought new employment and successfully secured a managerial position at the largest ticket sales company in Chongqing. The company owner hailed from a real estate background, while the daily operations were overseen by a woman in her 20s, and I was already in my 30s, making me over a decade her senior. Upon joining, I rapidly immersed myself in the work, and within 2 months, I had the business flourishing. The work was quite challenging, involving phone orders, familiarizing myself with flight numbers, and operating on individual computers, necessitating the acquisition of substantial specialized knowledge. Initially, the company's employees were mainly relatives and friends of the owner, and the business processes were rather informal. After my arrival, I focused on recruiting numerous university students, and by the second month, the company's operations were on the right track. Unexpectedly, the owner took notice of me. Lacking understanding of the ticket sales business, he saw my excellent performance and suggested to the female vice president that he would give me 2 tickets to travel together. I understood that this situation was inappropriate. On one hand, there was a significant age gap between the owner and me, and on the other hand, he was already married, while the dynamics between him and the female vice president made me feel quite uncomfortable. This intricate scenario left me at a loss, yet the owner remained unfazed. Terrified, I fabricated a family emergency as an excuse to leave hastily, not even collecting my salary. Despite subsequent calls from the owner, I continued to decline using the same pretext. During my time in Iwu, I often managed company personnel matters and became well acquainted with numerous local recruitment agencies and headhunting firms, as Iwu serves as the global hub for small commodities. Factories abound, and there are over 50 recruitment points in just one row of buildings. Each time I resigned, they kept a close watch on me, since successful recommendations of management personnel would earn them a reward. Thus, whenever I submitted my information, they eagerly assisted me in finding new job opportunities. On one occasion, after working at a company for half a year, I received an annual salary of over 100,000. However, the boss's wife's actions posed a dilemma. With 3 daughters who were all university graduates, aged around 27 or 28, I was nearing 40 at that time. She unexpectedly invited me for drinks and offered 50,000 yuan to go out with her, with the owner also agreeing to this arrangement, suggesting that if I could become pregnant with a boy, I would receive shares in the company, regardless of whether I continued working there at that time. While studying Buddhism at Anime Mountain, I had resolved to reorganize my life and no longer sought entanglements in romantic matters. Such a proposition was not favorable for me, that I politely declined, stating I needed to consider it, but ultimately felt that the situation was inappropriate, leading me to choose to walk away. These experiences, whether positive or negative, have carved unique imprints on my life's journey. Every challenge and decision has deepened my understanding of both myself and the world around me, providing an inexhaustible source of material for my future creations and reflections. 3 decades of exploration, a tapestry woven from opportunity and perseverance. 30 years have flown by in the blink of an eye. And as I look back on my extensive journey, I find it to be an extraordinary odyssey brimming with challenges and serendipity, overflowing with growth and contemplation. It was an era of golden prospects in the national employment landscape, where securing a job was not a daunting task. Wu, this legendary city renowned for its small commodities, was indeed a paradise for job seekers. Upon entering Wu, one is immediately enveloped by the vibrant atmosphere of commerce. Factories stand like bamboo shoots after a rain, each one a treasure trove of infinite possibilities, awaiting the discerning to unearth them. The MY experience in Wu began with an introduction to the myriad local human resource agencies. Along a narrow street, over 50 such establishments are densely packed, functioning as information hubs that tightly connect talents with enterprises. With a rich professional history, I gradually garnered a reputation within this circle. As soon as I stepped into one of these agencies and registered my job-seeking intentions, my information would swiftly disseminate across Wu's commercial landscape like dandelion seeds carried by the wind. Unsurprisingly, it wasn't long before factory owners came rushing towards me, some driving gleaming sedans, others riding nimble motorcycles, their eyes filled with eagerness and their words laden with sincerity, as if I were the pivotal piece they had long sought. In their eyes, my willingness to join their ranks promised a hopeful future for their factories that I once ventured into the sock manufacturing industry. Upon entering a sock factory, I immediately observed workers bustling along the production line, the roar of machinery harmonizing into a laborious symphony. The owner, desperate, pulled me aside to discuss the dire challenges facing the factory. Low production efficiency, unstable product quality, and a market share gradually eroded by competitors. Aware of the weight of responsibility upon my shoulders, I immersed myself in the workshop, meticulously observing each process and engaging deeply with the workers to understand the obstacles they faced. After thorough research, I proposed a series of improvement strategies, from optimizing production workflows and enhancing employee training to introducing new quality inspection standards. The implementation of these strategies was not without its hurdles, encountering some employees' misunderstandings and resistance. Nevertheless, I persisted in patiently communicating, demonstrating the necessity of these changes through tangible actions. After several months of effort, the factory's production efficiency saw a significant boost, product quality improved markedly, and orders began to flood in. In the textile dyeing industry, I similarly encountered numerous challenges. The intricacies of dyeing processes demand high levels of technical and managerial proficiency. Upon entering a dyeing factory, I found a grave issue of wastefulness. With raw material costs soaring and production cycles lengthy, unable to meet urgent customer demands to address these issues, I diligently consulted resources and sought advice from industry experts, tailoring a refined management plan to fit the factory's specific circumstances. By judiciously arranging production schedules, optimizing raw material procurement processes, and enhancing dyeing techniques, not only did we reduce costs, but we also shortened production cycles, allowing the factory to regain its footing amidst fierce market competition. Of course, amidst this lengthy journey, I encountered several amusing anecdotes that on one occasion, a female owner approached me, her words brimming with admiration for my capabilities, yet her subsequent requests plunged me into an awkward predicament. She proposed several requests that transcended the realm of work, accompanied by generous material promises. My heart was torn. On one hand, the tempting offer beckoned, yet on the other, my principles stood firm. I understood that accepting could yield momentary gains, but at the cost of something far more precious. After much contemplation, I graciously declined her proposition. This incident further solidified my conviction that on the path to success, One must not lose sight of direction due to fleeting temptations. 30 years have passed like a fleeting shadow. Yet they have left an indelible mark on my life. These experiences, whether in the accomplishments achieved through work or the steadfastness demonstrated in the face of temptation, have become my most treasured assets. They bear witness to my growth, transforming me from a fledgling youth into a principled and responsible professional. I am confident that these experiences will continue to accompany me, granting me strength and courage to embrace even more challenges in the journey ahead. In the thriving development of the tribe, roads wound like serpentine ribbons, tightly connecting the Xingyue tribe with the outside world. The number of horse-drawn carriages and ox carts increased steadily, their wheels rumbling and the dust they kicked up resembling the ephemeral smoke of prosperity. Yet, amidst this flourishing scene, a new issue gradually emerged, a shortage of economic talent. Xingyue realized that for the tribe's economy to continue its vigorous growth, the management of the marketplace by Gu Lingyang and Lingzhu was far from sufficient. Thus, he decided to convene an elders' council to discuss how to augment the management staff to cope with the ever-busier marketplace affairs, especially given the pressing need for dedicated personnel in the 4 Xingyue tribe marketplaces. As soon as the news of the elders' council spread, the tribe buzzed with excitement. Xiao Laohu, Baihu, and Hosey volunteered to participate in the management, much to everyone's surprise, adding a touch of levity to the solemn council. Xiao Laohu was the first to step forward, shaking its head earnestly, declaring, "I believe I can do it. I don't want a salary. Just let me manage the market, and I'll forage for food in the mountains." Saving Xingyue a few copper coins each month, its endearing demeanor and naive notion elicited chuckles from those present. Hosey, not to be outdone, leaped onto the table, gesticulating wildly, exclaiming, "I can do it too. I'll collect taxes. And if anyone refuses, I'll send my wife to deal with them." His words sparked uproarious laughter, causing the elders to shake their heads, fearing that this lively bunch might derail the meeting. Sure enough, after about a commotion, the elders reluctantly declared that the meeting could not proceed and would need to be rescheduled. Xingyue watched this chaotic yet vibrant scene, feeling both amused and a bit helpless. He understood that while the ideas of Xiao Laohu, Baihu, and Hosey were somewhat immature, their enthusiasm was indeed commendable. That night, in an effort to alleviate the fatigue of recent days and strengthen bonds with his companions, Xingyue decided to personally prepare a feast, inviting Gu Lingyang, Gu Lingyang, Xiao Laohu, Baihu, Hosey, and Lingling to partake. In the kitchen, Xin busied himself, skillfully handling the ingredients, washing and chopping fresh vegetables harvested from the tribe's fields, and retrieving cured meats from the storeroom that he lit the fire and poured in the oil, and soon the kitchen was filled with an enticing aroma. Gu gracefully entered the kitchen, observing Xingyue's diligent figure, softly remarking, "Xingyue, you're cooking for us today. It must be for a special reason." Xingyue turned and smiled. "Indeed, the tribe has been bustling with activity lately, and we seldom have moments to gather. I wanted to prepare a delicious meal for everyone to relax a bit." Before long, a banquet of delectable dishes adorned the dining table. Succulent roasted meats, aromatic stews, and refreshing vegetable salads. Everyone gathered around the table, laughter and joy resonating throughout. Xiao Laohu gazed at the spread of food, nearly drooling with anticipation, and eagerly reached for a piece of meat, only to be gently swatted on the paw by Baihu. "Xiao Laohu, have some manners. Let us wait for everyone to dig in," Baihu admonished. Hosey, meanwhile, mischievously winked, stealthily popping a piece of fruit into his mouth, muttering, "So delicious! Xingyue, your skills are rivaling those of the tribe's top chefs." Amidst this warm atmosphere, the group relished the food and shared recent amusing anecdotes. After the meal, as Xingyue gazed out at the night sky, a sudden impulse surged within him. "It's been ages since we've ventured out together. The moonlight is perfect tonight. Why don't we take to the skies and visit the seaside saltworks? The ancient Huanyo are managing it. I wonder how they're faring." Upon hearing this, everyone's eyes sparkled with excitement. For them, flying was not merely a mode of transportation, but a delightful experience of freedom and scenic beauty. They proceeded to the tribe's flying platform. Xingyue cast a spell, enveloping everyone in a radiant glow, gradually ascending into the sky. As they soared, they beheld the tribe's nocturnal landscape. Occasionally, horse-drawn carriages and ox carts traversed the roads, their lights twinkling like stars scattered across the tribe's expanse. The houses were arranged in pleasing disorder, and the fields shimmered under the moonlight, resembling a serene and beautiful painting. Xiao Laohu, brimming with excitement, dashed about in mid-air, curiously observing the world below, frequently exclaiming in wonder. Baihu followed gracefully, ever vigilant of Xiao Laohu's safety. The monkey darted around Xingyue, inquisitively inquiring about the wondrous journey through the skies. The ancient spirit sheep approached Xingyue quietly and gently remarked, "Xingyue, you have been overworked of late. Do take a moment to relax amidst this celestial journey. While the affairs of the tribe are undeniably important, your health is paramount." A warmth spread through Xingyue's heart as he nodded in gratitude. Before long, they arrived at the salt production facility by the sea. The ancient flower cow, upon seeing their arrival, joyfully approached them. Within the salt factory, mounds of pristine white salt towered like mountains, while workers busily engaged in the processes of salt production, drying, and packaging. Xingyue conversed with the ancient flower cow, gaining insights into the production conditions and the challenges faced. Observing the vibrant activity within the salt factory, he felt a surge of confidence regarding the tribe's future. He understood that as long as everyone collaborated harmoniously, they could overcome difficulties and stride towards an even more prosperous tomorrow. At the seaside, they welcomed the sea breeze and savored the essence of the ocean. The waves lapped against the shore, producing a melodious sound. The mermaid could not resist leaping into the water, joyfully swimming, her tail shimmering with enchanting light under the moon's glow. The magnolia flower strolls along the beach, collecting beautiful shells. The little tiger and the monkey frolicked on the shore, alternately building sandcastles and searching for crabs. Thoroughly immersed in their play, the white tiger and the ancient spirit sheep sat quietly nearby, watching the children with radiant smiles of happiness. Lingling danced in the air, showering colorful light, adding an air of mystery to the joyful scene. As Xingyue gazed upon this delightful spectacle, his heart brimmed with emotion. In the midst of the intricate tribal affairs, such moments of joy felt particularly precious. The mermaid swam to the shore and sighed. "Living like this every day is the life we yearn for." Lingzhu, overhearing, chuckled, "Indeed, but we do not know when a union of nations will come to pass. By then, the mermaid, the ancient spirit sheep, the magnolia flower, the white bird, and perhaps even more fairies could become betrothed to Xingyue. The current monogamy is truly a burden for us." Laughter erupted among the group, teasing and joking at the seaside salt factory. The gentle sea breeze caressed them, while the waves crashed against the shore, creating a bustling scene. The horse-headed fish and the proud fish were engrossed in their tasks, directing workers in transporting salt and inspecting its quality. Their figures sparkled under the sun, with their fins occasionally flapping, splashing crystalline droplets. Suddenly, upon hearing of Xingyue's arrival, they paused in surprise, quickly replaced by expressions of delight and excitement. Without hesitation, they swished their tails and leaped from the water, swimming towards Xingyue and his companions. Splashes of water erupted behind them, forming beautiful arcs. In no time, the horse-headed fish and the proud fish arrived before Xingyue and the others, their faces beaming with bright smiles, their bodies gently swaying in joyful expression. "Xingyue, you have finally arrived. We've been so busy here that we feel almost disconnected from the outside world. Please tell us about the developments along the southern road." The horse-headed fish eagerly exclaimed, their voice tinged with longing and curiosity. Xingyue looked at them and smiled slightly, beginning to recount. "The southern road is currently abuzz with activity since the opening of the road. Carriages and ox carts have flowed continuously, facilitating trade among various tribes. Goods traverse this thoroughfare, ushering in unprecedented prosperity." The group gathered around, listening intently. The mermaid also emerged from the water, her gaze fixed on Xingyue. Numerous new markets have sprung up along the way, showcasing a dazzling array of goods. Exquisite handicrafts crafted by tribal artisans, ceramics, wood carvings, and vibrant textiles line the stalls. These items not only satisfy the daily needs of the tribe's residents, but also attract merchants from afar. The proud fish, captivated, interjected, "Are there any novel curiosities?" Indeed, there's a new musical instrument made from animal bones and special woods, producing a crisp and melodious sound reminiscent of birdsong in the forest. Additionally, some tribes have cultivated extraordinary flowers, large and vividly colored, reputed to possess unique medicinal properties. The little tiger, filled with curiosity, asked, "Are there many delectable treats?" Xingyue chuckled in response. "Of course, there are delightful sweetened fruits, preserved from locally abundant fruits, and uniquely flavored grilled skewers, seasoned with a new blend of spices that scents the air from afar." As Xingyue spoke, the listeners felt as though they were immersed in the lively scenes of the Southern Road, their hearts brimming with yearning and dreams. The ancient spirit sheep softly remarked, "It appears that the development of the Southern Road is indeed remarkable. This presents a splendid opportunity for our tribe." The magnolia flower nodded in agreement, adding, "Indeed, we can leverage this road to further expand our trade, ensuring the tribe's prosperity." That moment, the horse-headed fish smiled and said, "Xingyue, it has been a long time since I savored your culinary creations. I truly miss them." The others nodded in agreement. Xingyue smiled and declared, "Then today, I shall once again showcase my culinary skills." With that, he rose to prepare the ingredients. The ancient flower cow, observing the bustling Xingyue, turned to the mermaid and asked, "What do you think? When will we be able to marry Xingyue? You all seem to have such lively companionship, while I, the ancient flower cow, feel rather solitary." The white tiger, being the ancient flower cow's closest friend, chuckled, "Look at me. I married the little tiger, and there's no need to wait." The ancient flower cow, with unwavering determination, replied, "The one I have set my sights on is the one I shall marry." As the group assisted Xingyue in preparing the meal, they playfully teased the ancient flower cow about her steadfastness. Amidst the laughter and joy, the meal gradually took shape. They gathered together, relishing the delectable dishes prepared by Xingyue, savoring the seaside's tranquility and the deep bonds of friendship. The atmosphere by the sea was vibrant and joyous, and as Xingyue looked upon them, his heart swelled with contentment. The salt production facility by the sea. They exchanged stories and dreams, plotting new blueprints for the tribe's future. Friendship and hope wafted through the sea breeze, akin to the ceaseless waves, ebbing and flowing, propelling them towards a brighter tomorrow. Xingyue strolled through the salt factory, his keen gaze observing every operation. Unintentionally, he spotted Lingyang and Xiao, two of the legendary 5 warriors, amidst the bustling crowd. They stood tall, their expressions focused, commanding with assuredness, entirely devoid of the grim atmosphere of the battlefield, replaced instead by the composed demeanor of adept managers. Lingyang stood before a stack of salt bags, meticulously counting them while systematically directing workers to transport the bags to the appropriate storage areas. His voice was low and resonant, each command clear and precise, prompting the workers to execute their tasks swiftly and orderly. Xiao, meanwhile, was verifying accounts, his fingers swiftly maneuvering across the abacus, the beads clattering melodically. And soon, accurate data emerged in neat groups. Xingyue felt a surge of admiration and approached the two, saying, "Lingyang, Xiao, your management here has been exemplary." Upon hearing Xingyue's voice, Lingyang and Xiao promptly paused their tasks. Turning to bow respectfully, Lingyang replied earnestly, "Chief, this is merely our duty. We feel honored to contribute to the tribe's salt industry." Xiao added, "Chief, we have been diligently learning the art of management, hoping to enhance the operational efficiency of the salt factory." Xingyue nodded slightly, saying, "As the tribe develops rapidly, economic affairs are becoming increasingly complex, particularly concerning taxation and banking, that we urgently require capable individuals. That I see great potential in both of you and have decided to bring you back to the tribe, allowing you to shine on a broader stage." Lingyang and Xiao exchanged glances, surprise and excitement flickering in their eyes. Lingyang stated, "With such trust from the chief, we shall certainly give our utmost effort and not disappoint your expectations." Xiao resolutely affirmed, "We will swiftly familiarize ourselves with taxation and banking matters to contribute to the tribe's economic prosperity." Subsequently, Xingyue convened the key personnel of the salt factory to announce this decision. Although there was some reluctance, everyone understood it was for the tribe's overall benefit. Just then, the ancient flower cow hurried over, a hint of urgency on her face. Xingyue, I know you value their talents. But my salt factory needs skilled individuals too. They have organized the management here so efficiently. If they leave suddenly, the operations will undoubtedly be affected. Xingyue furrowed his brow slightly, contemplating for a moment before replying. Ancient flower cow, your concerns are not unfounded. However, the tribe's overall economic development requires comprehensive planning. Taxation and banking affairs are fundamental to the tribe's foundation and future expansion. Nevertheless, I shall not overlook the needs of the salt factory. He turned to Xingyue and Xiao, saying, how about this? You shall first select a few capable assistants. Over the coming period, impart your management expertise and work processes to them in detail, ensuring the salt workshop operates smoothly. Meanwhile, I will also appoint some promising young individuals from the tribe to come here and learn, enriching the talent pool of the workshop. Lingyang nodded in agreement, assuring, rest assured, Chief, we will expedite the handover process. And upon our return to the tribe, we shall remain vigilant in monitoring the salt workshop's situation, providing necessary remote assistance. Xiao added, we can also return periodically to offer guidance, helping the new management staff to flourish. Upon hearing their words, the ancient Huanyo's expression softened slightly as he replied, very well, I hope we can swiftly resolve the issue of talent transition, allowing for a smooth transition at the salt workshop. Before departing from the salt workshop, Xingyue engaged in an in-depth discussion with Lingyang and Xiao regarding the current economic state of the tribe and future development plans. He elaborated on the significance of the taxation system for tribal construction and the pivotal role of banks in facilitating trade, storing wealth, and allocating resources. Lingyang and Xiao listened attentively, occasionally posing their own questions and insights. Their quick thinking and capacity to grasp new concepts greatly pleasing Xingyue. Upon returning to the tribe, Xingyue arranged for specialized training in taxation and banking operations for Lingyang and Xiao. The two eagerly absorbed knowledge, spending their days shadowing experienced predecessors to understand the intricacies of tax collection processes, types, and how to handle various tax disputes. By night, they burned the midnight oil, delving into banking operations, currency management, and credit business. During the training, Lingyang exhibited an exceptional sensitivity to numbers, swiftly analyzing the relationships among various tax data, identifying potential issues, and proposing reasonable solutions. Xiao, on the other hand, possessed unique insights into financial planning, presenting a series of innovative ideas on attracting tribal residents to save and how to judiciously extend loans to promote business development. But as time passed, Lingyang and Xiao gradually grasped the core principles of taxation and banking affairs. They began to formulate tax policies tailored to Xingyue's tribe, establishing fair and equitable tax rates based on different industries, trade scales, and income levels, ensuring sufficient fiscal revenue for public construction, military defense, and social welfare without imposing excessive burdens on merchants and residents. In terms of banking operations, they established standardized systems for currency storage, exchange, and lending. Tribe residents could confidently deposit their wealth in the bank, earning interest, while merchants could obtain loan support to expand their business and procure goods. The establishment of the bank facilitated internal trade circulation within the tribe, invigorating and enriching the tribal economy. Through their efforts and talents, Lingyang and Xiao became crucial pillars of economic development in Xingyue's tribe. Their story spread throughout the tribe, inspiring more young individuals to strive for knowledge and contribute to the tribe's growth. Under the influence of these outstanding talents, Xingyue's tribe steadily advanced towards a more glorious future. In these recent days, the atmosphere in Xingyue's tribe has been nothing short of vibrant, filled with a plethora of amusing incidents. After Lingyang and Xiao were tasked with managing taxation and banking affairs, their diligent and meticulous demeanor often sparked delightful little episodes. While calculating tax data, Lingyang would become entirely engrossed, furrowing his brow as if oblivious to everything around him. On one occasion, he pondered over a set of data for an entire day and night without pausing for a meal. When he finally arrived at the solution, he joyfully dashed out of the room, only to accidentally collide head first with the doorframe, eliciting laughter from those nearby. But he rubbed his head, laughing awkwardly, muttering, "Why did this doorframe suddenly appear in my way?" Meanwhile, Long Xiao busied himself in the bank, explaining the concepts of saving and borrowing to tribe residents. He earnestly endeavored to simplify the complex ideas, yet the residents often seemed bewildered, a mischievous child, observing Long Xiao's animated gestures. Cheekily inquired, "Lord Long Xiao, if I deposit my little stones in the bank, will they turn into big gemstones by tomorrow?" Long Xiao was momentarily taken aback, unsure how to respond, causing those around him to erupt in laughter. On another side of the tribe, Little Tiger and Monkey were engrossed in their latest invention. They had somehow procured some branches, vines, and colorful feathers, intending to create a contraption that could soar into the sky. Little Tiger meticulously bound the branches together, while Monkey, busy inserting the feathers into the vines, chanted, "This will surely fly as impressively as Xingyue and the others." However, when they finally completed their grand creation, Little Tiger bravely volunteered to sit on it, prompting Monkey to give a hard push. The contraption promptly fell apart, sending Little Tiger tumbling head over heels, covered in dirt. Monkey rolled on the ground in laughter, while Little Tiger climbed up, fuming. "It must have been the materials. I will succeed next time." The women of the tribe were equally industrious, organizing a unique weaving competition. Each participant brought forth their treasured fabrics and showcased their finest skills. Some women displayed remarkable dexterity, with the shuttle flying swiftly through their fingers, producing exquisite patterns. Others, however, fumbled clumsily, their threads tangling into a mess, their faces flushed with frustration. Throughout the competition, participants exchanged weaving techniques and insights. Laughter echoing throughout the tribe. The young men also found their merriment, holding an archery contest. The competition grounds were surrounded by spectators, all cheering enthusiastically. Some young men, calm and composed, drew their bows and accurately hit the bullseye, earning resounding applause, while others, overly nervous, missed their targets and stomped their feet in frustration, their companions rushing to offer encouragement. The children were not left out either, as they engaged in traditional games of tag in the open spaces of the tribe. They divided into two teams, mimicking the valiant warriors of the tribe as they ran and shouted ancient battle cries. One little boy tripped and fell, but he quickly got back up, laughing and calling out to his friends. Completely unfazed by the dirt smeared on his face, as night fell. A roaring bonfire ignited in the center of the tribe. Everyone gathered around, sharing delicious food, succulent roasted rabbits, tender fish, and an assortment of fresh fruits. Xingyue, observing this lively scene, felt a surge of contentment. He stood up, smiling, and said, "Though our tribe faces various happenings every day, it is precisely these delightful incidents that infuse our lives with joy and vitality." The crowd nodded in agreement, and at that moment, someone suggested, "Chief, please tell us a story." Xingyue readily acquiesced, cleared his throat, and began recounting ancient legends, narrating how the tribe's ancestors forged their home through trials and tribulations on this land. Everyone listened raptly, immersed in the tale, filled with wonder and courage. After finishing the story, music gradually filled the air as the tribe's musicians began to play. Some wielded bone flutes, producing melodious tunes. Others struck animal skin drums, creating a strong and rhythmic beat. A few young men and women rose to dance joyfully by the bonfire, their movements light and graceful, rhythmically changing with the music. Those around them were swept up in the spirit, some clapping along, others softly humming like tea that moment. A small dog, attracted by the commotion, ran into the midst of the crowd. It curiously watched the dancers, then began to sway its head in time with the rhythm, occasionally barking, as if it too was participating in the dance. This sight sent everyone into fits of laughter, with someone exclaiming, "Look, even the little dog has been infected by our joy." The night in the tribe passed gently in this warm and cheerful atmosphere, as if all troubles had been consumed by the blazing bonfire, leaving only boundless hope and laughter. Amidst the laughter, everyone felt the warmth and unity of the tribe, filled with optimistic expectations for the future, believing that under Xingyue's leadership, such joyous times would continue. The tribe would flourish evermore, and these beautiful moments will become brilliant pearls in the tribe's culture, shining eternally in the hearts of every tribal member. The development of Xingyue's tribe resembled a galloping chariot, racing forward on the path of prosperity, yet the yearning for talent remained ever present. With Lingyue and Xiao entrusted with significant responsibilities, Xingyue recognized that their efforts alone would not suffice. The tribe urgently needed more capable individuals across various fields to propel it towards an even more glorious future. Thus, he turned his attention to the female cavalry led by Mulan. This remarkable group of female warriors had already demonstrated extraordinary courage and resilience in past battles, charging fearlessly into the fray, proving their mettle equal to that of their male counterparts. Xingyue firmly believes that among this group of valiant female warriors, there undoubtedly lie untapped talents in management, economics, and various other fields. Upon her arrival at the camp of the female cavalry, Mulan had already assembled her sisters in an orderly formation, awaiting her presence. They stood tall, their gazes resolute, exuding a distinctive aura of heroism. With a smile, Xingyue addressed Mulan. Mulan, the valor and tenacity exhibited by you and your sisters in battle are evident to all. Your bravery is an invaluable asset to our tribe. Now, as we face new challenges in our development, it is imperative that we harness capable individuals across various domains that I trust that among you. There are many who possess exceptional talents beyond mere combat. Mulan nodded slightly and replied, Chief, we are eager to contribute our utmost to the tribe's advancement, yet we are uncertain where to begin in our search for these talents. After a moment's contemplation, Xingyue responded, Our foremost need is for individuals skilled in managing logistics. In times of war, logistical support is pivotal to the outcome of battles. Likewise, during peacetime, effective management of resources can propel the tribe's economy and ensure orderly living conditions. Tasks such as resource allocation, warehouse management, and personnel scheduling require meticulous and organized minds. Upon hearing this, a female cavalry member named Xiaoxian stepped forward. With determination in her eyes, she stated, Chief, I have previously assisted in the tribe's warehouse and have garnered experience in the classification, storage, and inventory of supplies. I believe managing logistics is akin to orchestrating a small-scale battle. One must possess an intimate knowledge of various resources and arrange them judiciously to maximize efficiency. Xingyue regarded her with approval, saying, Xiaoxian, your insight is commendable. Pray tell, if you were entrusted with the tribe's resource allocation, how would you proceed? After a brief moment of reflection, Xiaoxian answered, Chief, I would first conduct a thorough inventory of the tribe's existing supplies and establish detailed records. Subsequently, I would devise a sensible distribution plan based on the needs of various departments and residents. Moreover, I would foster strong relationships with suppliers to ensure a stable flow of resources, while also regularly inspecting the storage conditions to maintain the quality of our supplies. Xingyue nodded in agreement, stating, Excellent, Xiaoxian. You shall commence by assisting with the tribe's resource allocation. She then added, We also require individuals capable of promoting the tribe's trade development. Those who understand the nuances of commerce with other tribes, grasp market demands, and can negotiate fair pricing. At this juncture, another female cavalry member named Wanking stepped forward, declaring, Chief, I have accompanied my father in conducting small trade dealings between tribes since my youth, and I possess a keen understanding of their needs and preferences. That I know which items are abundant in our tribe, yet scarce in others, as well as how to engage with merchants from neighboring tribes to secure the best profits. Xingyue inquired, What is your perspective on our tribe's current trade situation with neighboring tribes? Wanking confidently responded, Chief, our tribe's salt, pottery, and textiles are quite popular among nearby tribes. However, we sometimes emphasize short-term gains at the expense of long-term partnerships. I believe we could forge long-term agreements with select tribes, offering more favorable pricing and stable supplies. This would not only safeguard our market share, but also foster amicable relations, thereby creating more trade opportunities for our tribe. Pleased with her insight, Xingyue remarked, Wanking, your perspective is astute. You shall be responsible for expanding our tribe's trade affairs, establishing broader and deeper commercial connections with other tribes. As the dialogue progressed, another female cavalry member named Xia captured Xingyue's attention. Known for her calm demeanor and analytical prowess, Xia was often regarded as a thoughtful presence within the ranks. Xingyue addressed her, Xia, You possess a unique aura. I am contemplating the establishment of a system for information collection and dissemination within the tribe, akin to the intelligence we require on the battlefield. In peacetime, timely awareness of external dynamics and industry information is equally vital for our development. What are your thoughts on this? Xia respectfully replied. Chief, I propose setting up information stations at key locations within the tribe, appointing dedicated personnel to gather intelligence regarding policy changes in other tribes, technological advancements, and market fluctuations. This information could then be swiftly relayed back to the tribe's information center via messengers or carrier pigeons, where specialists could analyze and compile it to inform decision-making. Concurrently, we could also disseminate some of our tribe's information to enhance our visibility and influence. Xingyue greatly admired Xia's proposal, stating, Xia, your plan is remarkably comprehensive. Please proceed to establish the tribe's information system, selecting suitable personnel and formulating detailed protocols for information collection and transmission. Throughout her interactions with the female cavalry members, Xingyue continually encountered delightful surprises. These warriors exhibited not only valor on a battlefield, but also rich knowledge and unique insights in various domains. As more talents were unearthed, the development of Xingyue's tribe was infused with renewed vigor. Xiaoxian demonstrated exceptional efficiency in resource allocation, resulting in a well-organized management system that eliminated instances of waste or shortages. Wangqing actively engaged in trade with neighboring tribes, leading to a steady increase in the tribe's commercial revenue and a continuous influx of scarce resources. Xia's information system enabled the tribe to remain informed of external developments, facilitating more informed and rational decision-making. Watching her sisters shine in their new roles, Mulan felt a profound sense of pride. She understood that this was not merely a personal achievement for her sisters, but a collective honor for the entire female cavalry, marking a significant step toward the prosperity of the Xingyue tribe. In the days to come, they would continue to strive diligently in their respective fields, crafting a vibrant and illustrious narrative for the tribe's future. Within the spacious and solemn chamber of the Xingyue tribe, an important elder council was about to commence. The atmosphere was imbued with a sense of seriousness and anticipation as the elders took their seats, their eyes reflecting curiosity and concern regarding the meeting's agenda. Xingyue slowly entered the chamber, flanked by several emerging figures within the tribe's development, representing the salt production sector, the female cavalry, and the talents discovered among the captives. Once everyone was assembled, Xingyue cleared her throat and began her address. Esteemed elders, I have called this gathering to share with you the significant achievements we have made in talent discovery within the tribe, as these advancements hold critical importance for the future of our Xingyue tribe. Her voice resonated steadily throughout the chamber. First, Xingyue directed her attention to Lingyang and Xiao from the salt production sector. Honored elders, these two individuals, Lingyang and Xiao, have showcased extraordinary abilities in the management and operation of the salt production facility. Lingyang excels in data processing and administrative management. The inventory management system he designed is both rigorous and efficient, optimizing storage layouts and significantly reducing loss risks. Furthermore, he has made remarkable strides in personnel management, fostering a highly collaborative production team through judicious task allocation and incentive measures. Xiao possesses unique insights in financial planning and strategy formulation. He has conducted in-depth research on economic conditions, crafting flexible financial strategies that ensure the stable operation of our funding chain. In our economic interactions with the outside world, he adeptly seizes opportunities, utilizing various financial instruments to minimize costs and mitigate risks, while also innovatively launching collaborative projects to expand the influence of the salt production sector. The elders nodded in acknowledgement, recognizing Lingyang and Xiao's capabilities. One elder remarked, such talents are indeed a boon for our tribe. Should their experiences and wisdom be disseminated, it would undoubtedly benefit the development of other sectors within the tribe. Following this, Xingyue turned her gaze to Mulan and her female cavalry representatives, Xiaoxian, Wangqing, and Xia. The female cavalry led by Mulan not only exhibits courage on the battlefield, but also harbors numerous individuals with exceptional talents in diverse realms. Xiaoxian excels in logistics management. Her expertise in resource management is truly commendable. Whether it be the classification and storage of supplies, inventory checks, or allocation, she handles each task with remarkable orderliness, having established strong partnerships with suppliers to ensure a stable and efficient supply chain. Wonking possesses a natural talent for trade expansion. Her keen understanding of the market demands of neighboring tribes, coupled with her adept negotiation skills and innovative collaboration models, has yielded substantial trade income for our tribe while fostering amicable relations between tribes. Poetically inclined, Xia is dedicated to the construction of an information system. The network she has established for the collection and dissemination of information is extensive and operates with remarkable efficiency, providing the tribe with a timely array of critical intelligence that serves as a robust foundation for our decision-making. The elders, engaged in hushed conversations, expressed their astonishment at the diverse talents exhibited by the female warriors. One elder, with a smile, remarks, "These young women truly embody the spirit of resilience, their abilities infusing fresh vigor into the tribe's development." Subsequently, Xingyue introduces 10 exceptional individuals discovered among the 20,000 prisoners of war. Among these captives, we have also unearthed numerous hidden gems. Yin Feng, robust in stature and endowed with leadership qualities, inspires his peers during labor, ensuring the team operates with utmost efficiency. Xingyue possesses a remarkable sensitivity to numbers. His skills in calculation and logical analysis can play a pivotal role across various tasks, such as optimizing resource allocation. Lingyang excels in craftsmanship, exhibiting outstanding mimetic abilities and a bold inclination for innovation, thereby introducing new perspectives to the tribe's artisanal development. Yu Ying is a natural talent in the realm of artistic creation, producing exquisite paintings and sculptures that enrich the cultural and artistic fabric of the tribe. Ling Feng is an adept communicator, capable of accurately conveying information during intertribal exchanges and resolving potential conflicts. Mo Chan has delved deeply into the study of herbal medicine. His medical expertise and knowledge of herbs hold the promise of elevating the tribe's healthcare standards. Yin Yang possesses a unique flair for architectural design, enabling the construction of sturdier and more functional edifices. Bing Yu is skilled in event organization, enhancing the vibrancy of the tribe's various celebrations and gatherings. Xingyao is proficient in livestock husbandry, facilitating the tribe's livestock breeding and healthy growth. Lei showcases a distinctive talent in mechanical manufacturing. The small tools he creates will undoubtedly ease the tribe's production and daily life. Upon hearing this, the elders regard these talents, emerging from the ranks of captives, with newfound respect. One elder, reflecting, states, "Talent does not inquire about its origins. As long as it serves the tribe, it deserves an opportunity." Xingyue nods slightly and continues, "Esteemed elders, talent forms the bedrock of our tribe's advancement. While we have already unearthed these individuals, this is merely the beginning. That I hope that in your daily lives and affairs, you will remain vigilant for those around you and promptly report any individuals exhibiting exceptional talents to the tribe. Once identified as cultivable talents, we shall convene a special meeting to discuss and arrange their development, offering them a monthly stipend of a copper coin as an incentive to contribute to the tribe." Elder Dantian rises and remarks, "Leader, your initiative is indeed sagacious. With such a clear mechanism for talent discovery and reward, the people within the tribe will undoubtedly demonstrate their abilities with greater enthusiasm, and the tribe's development shall flourish." However, the elder inquires, as for the training and subsequent arrangements for these talents, is there a detailed plan? After a moment of contemplation, Xingyue responds, "Rest assured, esteemed elder, we will assign specialized mentors to guide and cultivate each talent according to their characteristics and potential. For instance, we shall have experienced craftsmen mentor Ling Ying and others in their respective artisanal skills, while seasoned healers will instruct Mo Chun to further hone his medical expertise, in terms of work arrangements. We will gradually place them in suitable positions that allow them to fully unleash their potential. Individuals like Lingyu and Long Xiao will be involved in the tribe's overall economic planning and management. Talents like Xiao Xian and other female warriors will take on greater responsibilities in logistics, trade, and information, key domains, and those talents unearthed from the captives will shine in relevant sectors, such as architecture, livestock management, and the arts. Dear leader, another elder interjects, what standard will be used for talent assessment and promotion? Xingyue replies, We will conduct regular evaluations of talents, assessing their work outcomes, skill enhancement, and teamwork. Those who exhibit exceptional performance, outstanding abilities, and significant contributions to the tribe will be granted opportunities for promotion, bestowed with greater responsibilities and authority, allowing them to showcase their talents on a broader stage. Simultaneously, promotions will come with corresponding increases in compensation to encourage their continued progress. The elders, upon hearing Xingyue's response, express their unanimous agreement that, in the time that follows, the elders engage in a spirited discussion surrounding the topic of talent, sharing their insights on the current state of tribal talents and suggestions for future talent discovery directions. Some elders propose strengthening the cultivation of various skills within the tribe's educational system, identifying and nurturing talent from a young age. Others suggest establishing skill competitions to uncover hidden experts among the populace. Xingyue listens attentively to the elders' contributions, diligently noting important viewpoints and recommendations. He understands that the tribe's advancement is a collective endeavor, and only by harnessing the wisdom and strength of all can the Xingyue tribe aspire to a more glorious future. The meeting endures for quite some time before concluding in a harmonious atmosphere filled with hope. The elders disperse, each carrying new expectations for the tribe's talent development, prepared to actively pursue the mission of talent discovery and cultivation in the days ahead. Meanwhile, Xingyue gazes into the distance, contemplating how to systematically implement these talent plans, ensuring that the Xingyue tribe becomes a resplendent jewel upon this land, since the meticulous discovery and placement of over a dozen talents within the Xingyue tribe. Every corner of the tribe has been infused with unprecedented vigor and vitality. They shine like brilliant stars in their respective roles, illuminating the path forward for the tribe. Xingyue and Xiao, two elites from the saltworks, play a vital role at the economic core of the tribe. Xingyue, with his exceptional skills in data management and oversight, spearheaded the establishment of a comprehensive resource management system for the tribe. He meticulously analyzes the material demands and outputs of various industries within the tribe, from crop yields in the fields and livestock numbers in the pastures to the production of goods in the workshops. Every facet of data is under his control. Through precise calculations and judicious allocations, the tribe's resource utilization rate has surged, with inventory backlogs nearly eradicated, ensuring smooth material flow and providing a solid foundation for the tribe's production and daily life. Xiao excels in the realm of finance, leveraging the successful experiences from the saltworks to establish a diversified financial system for the tribe. He has instituted an internal credit assessment mechanism based on the integrity records and economic strength of residents and merchants, offering varying levels of credit support. This initiative has significantly stimulated commercial activities, allowing merchants to expand their businesses and acquire more goods for trade, while artisans can procure better raw materials and tools, thus enhancing product quality. Concurrently, Xiao actively engages in financial collaborations with neighboring tribes, inviting external capital to bolster the tribe's development. Under his stewardship, the economic influence of the Xingyue tribe gradually radiates outward, attracting a multitude of external resources. The female warriors under Milan's command also shine brightly in their respective roles. Xiao Xian, overseeing the logistics department, has become the unsung hero behind the tribe's efficient operations. She has restructured the tribe's storage layout, categorizing materials based on type, frequency of use, and shelf life, thereby reducing retrieval time by nearly half. Under her meticulous management, the tribe's material reserves remain in optimal condition, enabling swift responses to unforeseen natural disasters or wartime needs. She has also established long-term, stable partnerships with suppliers, reducing procurement costs by nearly 30% through bulk purchases and optimized transportation routes, resulting in substantial savings for the tribe. Wanqing's achievements in trade are equally remarkable. Leading the trade team across various tribes, she deftly navigates the market with keen insight, accurately discerning the differing demands of each region. She trades the tribe's exquisite pottery, high-quality textiles, and unique handicrafts for scarce metals, precious herbs, and superior weaponry. Under her efforts, the trade volume of the Xingyue tribe has more than doubled within a year, enriching the material lives of its residents while enhancing the tribe's military defense capabilities and healthcare standards. She also actively fosters cultural exchanges and trade collaborations between tribes, facilitating alliances and mutual aid agreements that cultivate a favorable atmosphere of peace and stability for the tribe's external environment. Xia's information system functions like the nervous system of the tribe, consistently delivering accurate and timely information to the decision-makers. She has established information outposts at strategic locations and transportation hubs throughout the tribe, staffed with professional information gatherers and a trained carrier pigeon team. Whether concerning military movements of neighboring tribes, shifts in political landscapes, or emerging technological inventions and market trends, all critical information is relayed to the tribe's information center without delay. Following meticulous organization and analysis by Xia and her team, this intelligence provides essential insights for the tribe's military defense strategies, diplomatic policy formulation, and economic development planning that in a potential conflict with a neighboring tribe. Xia swiftly obtained intelligence regarding their military mobilization, enabling the tribe to prepare defensive measures in advance and successfully avert the crisis, earning her information system widespread acclaim within the tribe. The 10 talents who emerge from the ranks of captives are also scripting their own legends in their respective fields. Yin Feng was appointed as the overseer of significant construction projects within the tribe. Leveraging his esteemed reputation and exceptional organizational skills, he led numerous laborers in executing a series of infrastructure development initiatives. During the restoration of the tribal walls, he judiciously arranged personnel assignments, allocating tasks based on the laborers' physical capabilities and skills, resulting in the project being completed a month ahead of schedule. The height and thickness of the fortified walls nearly doubled, significantly enhancing the tribe's defensive security that in the construction of new residential areas. He introduced efficient construction processes, organizing laborers to toil day and night, leading to the rapid emergence of sturdy and aesthetically pleasing homes, thereby providing the tribe's residents with a comfortable living environment. Xingyue entered the tribe's financial department. Where his mathematical talents were fully realized, he devised a novel financial accounting method, categorizing and analyzing the tribe's income and expenditure details, which made the financial reports clearer and more comprehensible, providing precise data support for the tribe's budget preparation and resource allocation. He also identified several loopholes in previous financial processes, optimizing approval procedures and strengthening internal controls, which prevented substantial unnecessary financial expenditures, saving the tribe thousands of copper coins annually. Lingyang became a revered master craftsman in the tribe's artisan workshop. He selflessly imparted his handcrafted skills to fellow artisans, leading to a qualitative leap in the quality of the crafts produced under his guidance. His innovative designs, which harmoniously blended practicality with artistic appeal, such as intricately carved wooden furniture and gemstone-adorned metal vessels, were greatly favored by the tribe's nobility and affluent merchants, becoming distinctive gifts for external exchanges, further enhancing the tribe's cultural image and reputation. Yu Ying's artistic talents shone brightly in the tribe's cultural development. He was commissioned to create a monumental historical mural in the central square of the tribe, vividly depicting the tribe's origins, developmental journey, and heroic deeds, thus serving as a crucial medium for cultural heritage transmission. He also carved exquisite decorative patterns for significant tribal structures, such as the council hall's lintel and the temple's stone columns, infusing these architectural works with a unique soul, allowing each visitor to feel the profound cultural depth of the tribe. His organized artistic performance troupe disseminated the tribe's cultural narratives through dance, music, and drama, greatly enhancing the cultural identity and cohesion among the tribe's residents. Ling Feng, as the tribe's diplomatic envoy, frequently engaged with neighboring tribes, utilizing his fluency in multiple languages and keen diplomatic insight. He successfully resolved numerous conflicts and misunderstandings between tribes that in negotiations with a powerful neighboring tribe. He skillfully employed linguistic techniques and cultural knowledge to reach cooperation agreements in trade, military, and cultural domains while safeguarding the tribe's interests. He also actively introduced advanced cultures and technologies from other tribes, such as a new agricultural irrigation technique, which increased the tribe's agricultural yields by nearly 40%, significantly contributing to the tribe's agricultural development. Mo Chun dedicated himself to the study of medicine in the tribe's medical facility, Collaborating with the tribe's elder physicians, he combined his extensive knowledge of herbal medicine with traditional medical practices, developing a variety of new remedies that he personally led a herbal gathering team deep into the mountains, collecting precious herbs to stockpile a vast resource of medicinal materials for the tribe. He also conducted medical lectures to educate the tribe's residents on basic healthcare knowledge and common disease prevention methods, resulting in a notable improvement in the tribe's overall health standards. During an outbreak of infectious disease within the tribe, Imo Chun swiftly formulated effective treatment plans based on his in-depth research of herbal medicine and rich clinical experience, successfully curbing the spread of the epidemic and saving numerous lives. Yang emerged as the core designer of the tribe's construction team. The innovative housing structures he designed were not only more robust and durable, but also meticulously considered the local climate characteristics and residents' living habits. He introduced layouts that maximized ventilation and natural light, ensuring that the interiors remained warm in winter and cool in summer, greatly enhancing living comfort. In constructing public buildings such as schools, warehouses, and markets, he employed unique spatial planning and material selection, reducing construction costs while elevating both practicality and aesthetics. His architectural creations became iconic structures of the tribe, attracting architects from surrounding tribes to learn and exchange ideas. Xingyue was responsible for planning and organizing cultural activities within the tribe. Under his meticulous preparation, the tribe's festive celebrations became vibrant and diverse. The spring sacrificial ceremony, he orchestrated seamlessly integrated religious rites, cultural performances, and folk activities, drawing numerous visitors from neighboring tribes to participate, thereby fostering cultural exchange and integration among tribes. He also organized various athletic competitions, such as archery, horse racing, and wrestling, which not only enriched the leisure lives of the tribe's residents, but also identified a group of exceptional athletic talents, providing a robust talent reservoir for the tribe's military training. Xingyue achieved remarkable success in the field of livestock husbandry, and he improved the breeding environment of the livestock farm, designing specialized pens and feeding plans based on the habits and growth needs of different animals. He introduced superior livestock breeds and enhanced meat quality and milk production through selective breeding. Under his management, the scale of livestock husbandry within the tribe expanded more than twofold, satisfying the food demands of the tribe's residents and providing abundant livestock product for trade. He also developed a comprehensive disease prevention system for livestock, effectively controlling disease outbreaks through regular vaccinations, health inspections, and isolation treatments, ensuring the healthy development of the livestock industry. Laze focused on mechanical manufacturing and research within the tribe's workshop. His simple irrigation water wheel was widely adopted for agricultural irrigation, significantly alleviating the labor intensity of farmers and enhancing irrigation efficiency. The grain threshers and mills he developed markedly improved the speed and quality of grain processing. He continuously explored new fields in mechanical manufacturing, attempting to create sawmills for wood processing and looms for textiles, with his innovations in mechanical manufacturing bringing revolutionary changes to the tribe's agricultural and handicraft sectors, gradually leading the tribe towards mechanized production. These talented individuals collaborated and showcased their strengths in their respective roles, collectively weaving a magnificent tapestry of prosperity for the Xingyue tribe. Their efforts have fortified the tribe's economic strength, expanded its cultural influence, and established an unassailable military defense, ensuring the happiness and fulfillment of its residents. Inspired by their leadership, each member of the tribe is filled with confidence and anticipation for the future, actively engaging in the tribe's construction and development, believing that, in the near future, the Xingyue tribe will become a dazzling gem upon this vast land, guiding neighboring tribes towards a more splendid tomorrow. Within the solemn and sacred hall of the Elder Council of the Xingyue tribe, the atmosphere was vibrant and filled with expectation. The elders gathered, their gazes fixed upon Xingyue, for today he would unveil the extraordinary capabilities and remarkable achievements exhibited by the talented individuals in their respective positions. Rising with a demeanor of solemnity tinged with satisfaction, Xingyue addressed the elders. Esteemed elders, since we unearthed and placed these remarkable talents, time has swiftly passed, yet their performances in their respective roles are a source of pride for our entire tribe. Lingyue, now serving as the tribe's chief resource manager, has constructed a central hub for resource management through his extraordinary wisdom, by meticulously researching various industries and maintaining precise data control. His resource allocation plans function like a nimble conductor's baton, optimizing the combination of the tribe's materials, manpower, and production elements. Under his coordination, the grain harvested from the fields is promptly delivered to where it is needed, and the tools produced in the workshops precisely match the various construction projects. Over the past 6 months, due to effective resource allocation, the tribe's overall production efficiency has increased by nearly 30%, while inventory backlog rates have decreased by over 40%, laying a solid material foundation for the tribe's stable development. Long Xiao, as the supervisor of the tribe's financial affairs, has also made significant contributions. The financial system he established has become a powerful engine for the tribe's economic development. The implementation of a credit evaluation mechanism has enabled honest merchants and residents to easily access credit support, thereby expanding their production and operational scales. Currently, over 100 merchants have benefited from this policy, greatly invigorating commercial activity. Simultaneously, the financial cooperation agreements he has forged with neighboring tribes have introduced substantial external funds for improving the tribe's infrastructure and developing emerging industries. With financial assistance, the tribe's trade volume has more than doubled year on year, while financial risks remain within controllable limits, akin to laying a smooth track for the rapid advancement of the tribe's economy. Since Xiao Xian took charge of the logistics support department, the tribe's logistical affairs have undergone a complete transformation. Her meticulously planned storage layout has made material classification clear and retrieval convenient, reducing the emergency material allocation time by nearly half. In the procurement phase, her excellent collaborative relationships with suppliers from various regions not only ensured a stable supply of materials, but also, through astute negotiations and strategic purchasing, yielded savings of nearly 30% in procurement costs, in response to unforeseen circumstances, such as the recent torrential rain disaster. The logistics department, under her command, swiftly mobilized resources, ensuring that the basic living needs of the affected residents were met, allowing the tribe to weather the crisis unscathed. The trade expansion team, led by Wanqing, adeptly navigated the trading stage between tribes. She keenly identified the disparities in market demands across different regions, precisely positioning the tribe's unique products in areas of high demand. Over the past year, our exquisite pottery has been immensely popular in the Western tribes, while high-quality textiles have flown off the shelves in the Northern Prairie tribes, resulting in a substantial influx of scarce metals, precious medicinal herbs, and superior weaponry. The trade cooperation agreements she spearheaded numbered in the dozens, not only expanding trade channels, but also fostering cultural exchange and amicable relations between tribes, establishing the Xingyue tribe as a pivotal hub within the regional trade network. The information center managed by Xia functions as the tribe's all-seeing eye and all-hearing ear. She established information outposts throughout strategically significant locations, with information gatherers acting as sharp-eyed hunters, perpetually capturing various intelligence. Whether it pertains to military movements of neighboring tribes, subtle shifts in political landscapes, or emerging production technologies and market trends, information flows swiftly to the tribe. In the potential conflict with the Dongshan tribe, the Information Center provided timely warnings, granting us ample time to fortify defenses and successfully avert a crisis. The decision-making basis derived from information analysis has rendered the tribe's strategies in diplomacy, military, and economic development more precise and effective. Yin Feng, in his role overseeing large-scale construction projects, has exhibited exceptional organizational and leadership skills. During the fortification of the tribe's city wall, he judiciously allocated manpower, assigning tasks according to laborers' expertise and physical capabilities, resulting in the project's completion 2 months ahead of schedule. The height and thickness of the walls have significantly increased, enhancing their defensive capabilities. In the construction of new residential areas, the efficient processes and quality control systems he introduced ensured a harmonious balance of speed and quality in building homes. Sturdy and aesthetically pleasing houses have risen, leading to high resident satisfaction and further elevating the tribe's overall image through these architectural masterpieces. Xingyue, in his capacity as a financial accounting officer, has revolutionized the tribe's financial system with his remarkable mathematical prowess. His innovative accounting methods have rendered financial data clearer and more transparent, increasing the accuracy of budget preparation by nearly 40%. Through the optimization of financial processes, unnecessary approval steps and financial loopholes have been eliminated, saving the tribe over 5,000 copper coins annually. The financial analysis reports he provides serve as a health check for the tribe's economy, supplying precise data support for the leadership's decision-making, thereby ensuring the rational allocation and efficient utilization of the tribe's resources. Lingyang, in the artisan workshop, has become the driving force behind the advancement of tribal handicrafts with his skills and innovative spirit. Personally guiding artisans in the production of exquisite crafts, he has achieved exceptional quality and artistic value. His series of innovative designs, such as wooden jewelry boxes adorned with mysterious totem carvings and metallic wine vessels inlaid with colorful gemstones, have garnered acclaim both within and beyond the tribe, becoming coveted treasures among nobles and wealthy merchants. The external exchange of these crafts has significantly enhanced the tribe's cultural recognition and reputation, attracting numerous external artisans to engage in learning and exchange, thereby promoting the dissemination and integration of handicraft culture. As the cultural arts director, Xingyue has infused new life into tribal culture through his creative endeavors and meticulous planning. The historical mural painted in the central square vividly recounts the tribe's illustrious journey, serving as a spiritual totem that unites the hearts of the tribe's people. His intricately carved architectural decorations imbue the tribe's significant structures with an artistic ambience, showcasing a distinctive cultural charm. The artistic performance team he organizes traverses every corner of the tribe, sharing the cultural narratives of the tribe through captivating dances, melodious music, and poignant dramas. The flourishing of cultural activities has significantly strengthened the residents' sense of cultural identity and belonging, while also attracting individuals from surrounding tribes to observe and engage, thereby fostering regional cultural prosperity and development. Lingyang, with his outstanding diplomatic talents, plays a crucial role in the tribe's external relations that he has been dispatched multiple times to neighboring tribes, skillfully resolving numerous intricate diplomatic disputes. With his fluency in various languages and sharp diplomatic insight, in negotiations with the formidable southern tribe, he adeptly maneuvered to secure a comprehensive cooperation agreement encompassing trade reciprocity, military trust, and cultural exchange, all while safeguarding the tribe's core interests. The new agricultural irrigation techniques he introduced have been widely adopted in the tribe's fields, increasing crop yields by nearly 50% and significantly contributing to the tribe's agricultural bounty. Simultaneously, he actively disseminates the tribe's culture and values, enhancing the international image and influence of the Xingyue tribe. Maching at the Medical Research Institute has dedicated himself to the study of medicine, yielding remarkable results. He has collaborated with seasoned physicians to develop new remedies that demonstrate significant efficacy against various complex ailments. He organized herbal gathering teams to venture deep into the mountains, collecting a wealth of precious herbs to enrich the tribe's medicinal reserves. His medical lectures have popularized healthcare knowledge, elevating the residents' health awareness and self-protection capabilities. During the tribe's encounter with an epidemic, the preventive measures he swiftly devised effectively contained the outbreak, saving numerous lives, earning him the revered title of divine physician among the tribe's people and making an indelible contribution to the development of the tribe's medical services. Lingyang, as the chief designer of the architectural engineering team, has redefined the tribe's architectural landscape with his innovative concepts and designs. His newly designed houses take into full account the local climate and residents' living habits, featuring a unique ventilation and lighting system that ensures warmth in winter and coolness in summer, providing exceptional comfort for inhabitants in public buildings. The spacious and bright classrooms he has created foster students' learning and growth. The scientifically designed warehouses significantly enhance storage capacity, and the orderly market layout promotes prosperous commercial transactions. His architectural creations not only meet the living and production needs of the tribe's residents, but also embody the tribe's culture and wisdom, attracting surrounding tribes to learn from and emulate. Xingyue's culturally themed events shine like brilliant pearls embedded in the tapestry of tribal life. The spring sacrificial ceremony, meticulously prepared under his guidance, was grand in scale and solemn in ritual, drawing participation from numerous neighboring tribes and fostering profound cultural exchange and integration within the region. The organization of various sport competitions has unearthed a group of physically exceptional talents, providing robust support for the tribe's military reserves. These cultural activities have enriched the residents' spiritual lives, bolstering the tribe's cohesion and sense of unity. Establishing the Xingyue tribe as a vibrant and captivating cultural center in the surrounding area. Xingyue, managing the livestock farm, has seen it flourish under his careful stewardship. His improved breeding environment and feeding strategies have accelerated livestock growth, enhanced meat quality, and significantly increased milk production. The superior breeds he has introduced through hybridization and breeding have established a stable population advantage. The disease prevention system he has implemented effectively curtails the outbreak and spread of livestock diseases, ensuring the healthy and stable development of the livestock industry. Today, livestock products not only meet internal tribe demands, but have also become significant export commodities, generating substantial economic returns and occupying an essential position within the tribe's economic structure. Luai's innovative inventions in the machinery manufacturing workshop have brought revolutionary changes to the tribe's production and daily life. The simple irrigation wheel he created has made agricultural irrigation effortless and efficient, significantly expanding the irrigated area and ensuring robust crop yields. The application of grain threshers and mills has enhanced the efficiency and quality of grain processing, alleviating the labor intensity for farmers. The new machinery he is developing, such as saws and looms, once successfully deployed, will further propel the mechanization of the tribe's handicraft industry, enhancing the tribe's production capacity and competitiveness, and leading them into a more advanced era of production. As Xingyue's words resonate, the elders nod in approval, their faces aglow with pride and joy. They understand that the growth and contributions of these talents are the solid foundation for the tribe's journey toward prosperity, heralding even more magnificent achievements for the Xingyue tribe in the future. In these peaceful times, the Xingyue tribe is suffused with vitality and warmth, and the relationships between men and women within the tribe flourish like the blossoms of spring, vibrant and enchanting. In the daily labor and life scenes of the tribe, the bond between men and women quietly blossoms. The young hunter Yin Feng, agile and strong, returns from each hunt laden with game. His deep-set eyes reflect a love for life and an unwavering spirit in the face of challenges. Meanwhile, Zhiro, skilled in gathering herbs and fruits, is both clever and kind-hearted, well-versed in the characteristics of various plants in the surrounding mountains, and often providing care for the injured within the tribe. Yin Feng first noticed Zhiro during a celebratory feast held by the tribe to honor the bountiful hunting season. Zhiro wore a skirt meticulously woven from animal hides and hemp threads, adorned with dried flowers she had personally picked and crafted, exuding a subtle fragrance. She weaved through the crowd, distributing the fresh fruits she had gathered. The warm breeze inadvertently caught the attention of Yin Feng, who was captivated by her lively eyes and gentle smile, as if something had struck him, drawing him in irresistibly to that very moment. Zhiro noticed Yin Feng. His robust physique and the confident aura he exuded among the hunting warriors compelled her to steal a few more glances. From that day forth, Yin Feng would intentionally seek opportunities to engage with Zhiro. Before each hunting expedition, he would approach her, inquiring whether she needed assistance in gathering any special herbs or fruits. Zhiro, in turn, would express concern for Yin Feng's hunting journey, reminding him to take care and preparing for him some of her specially crafted herbal packs to treat any potential injuries he might encounter during the hunt. During a collective foraging event organized by the tribe, Yin Feng eagerly joined Zhiro's group. Together, they navigated through the dense forest, with Yin Feng clearing the way of thorns and obstacles using his stone axe, while Zhiro diligently sought out precious herbs and ripe fruits. When Zhiro aimed to pluck a rare herb growing on a steep slope, Yin Feng instinctively reached out, grasping her arm and firmly pulling her to safety, softly advising, "Be careful, it's dangerous here." Zhiro felt her cheeks flush slightly, warmth flooding her heart as she gazed at Yin Feng with gratitude, her eyes now tinged with shyness and reliance. As time passed, their feelings for one another deepened. On a tranquil night, the moonlight cascaded like water along the lakeside of the tribe. Yin Feng invited Zhiro for a stroll by the lake, where the surface mirrored the twinkling stars and their silhouettes. Gathering his courage, he halted, turning to face Xingyue, his heart racing and hands trembling as he retrieved a delicately crafted shawl made from the softest animal hide from behind him, presenting it to her. "Xingyue, this is for you. I hope it brings you warmth on cold nights, just as you do in my heart." Xingyue looked up in surprise, meeting Yin Feng's sincere gaze, gently accepting the shawl. A spark seemed to course through her as her fingers brushed against his. Lowering her head shyly, her voice barely above a whisper, yet filled with affection, she replied, "Yin Feng, thank you, it's beautiful." However, the romantic journeys of the tribe's men and women were not always so smooth. Take the valiant warrior Lingyue and the wise priestess Xinglan, whose love faced numerous trials. Lingyue hailed from a family renowned for their fierce combat prowess, while Xinglan bore the weighty responsibility of preserving the tribe's religious culture and sacred rituals. According to ancient customs, priestesses were to maintain purity of body and spirit, focusing solely on their communion with the divine, shunning earthly entanglements of love. Yet, they met amidst a battle defending their tribe from external threats. That time, Xinglan was on the battlefield, healing the wounded warriors, her focused and sacred demeanor etched into Lin Yu's memory. Likewise, Lin Yu's valor in combat stirred deep emotions within Xinglan. Following the battle, they began to meet secretly, sharing their joys and sorrows in the quiet corners of the tribe. Unfortunately, their romance was soon discovered by some elders, who chastised them sternly, deeming their actions a violation of tribal traditions and divine will. Lin Yu's family faced immense pressure, with elders demanding he sever ties with Xinglan immediately, or risk being cast out from the family. Despite the overwhelming odds, Lin Yu and Xinglan refused to yield. Lin Yu approached the tribe's leader, Xingyue, expressing the sincerity of his feelings for Xinglan and their commitment to contribute even more to the tribe. After much contemplation, Xingyue decided to convene a council of key tribe members and elders to reconsider the traditional regulations concerning priestesses. During the discussions, Lin Yu and Xinglan boldly stood before the assembly, articulating their steadfastness in love and loyalty to the tribe. Xinglan proclaimed, "Though I'm a priestess, I'm also a member of this tribe, that I believe the divine can comprehend human emotions. My bond with Lin Yu will not detract from my duties. Rather, it will empower me to protect this land and its people." Lin Yu resolutely affirmed, "I will protect Xinglan with my life, and I shall fight for the peace of the tribe until the end." Their sincerity and bravery gradually swayed several elders, and after intense deliberation, the tribe made adjustments to the traditional rules, allowing Xinglan to nurture her relationship with Lin Yu while fulfilling her priestess responsibilities. In the everyday life of the tribe, numerous love stories akin to theirs unfolded. The young shepherd Yang Shi and the skilled weaver Yuli shared a romance filled with sweetness and warmth. Each day, Yang Shi would lead his flock across the pastures surrounding the tribe, while Yuli busied herself in the workshop, weaving exquisite fabrics. Often, upon returning from grazing, Yang Shi would select the purest lamb to gift to Yuli, who in turn would craft clothing for him from the soft fabric she had spun by hand. They would spend leisurely afternoons together on the grasslands, watching the sheep graze, as Yang Shi gently embraced Yuli, her head resting on his chest, listening to the rhythm of his heartbeat and savoring their tranquil moments. In the tranquil days of the Xingyue tribe, men and women encountered one another in their own unique ways, forging bonds of love and intimacy. Their journeys of love were marked by both sweet moments and challenges. Yet through these experiences, their feelings grew stronger and more resolute, much like the foundation stones of the tribe, supporting its development and prosperity while enriching its cultural legacy with vibrant and poignant hues. Their love stories echoed throughout the tribe, inspiring the younger generation to bravely pursue happiness, forever shining brightly in the river of time. In the Xingyue tribe, although the shadows of war had gradually receded, the pain it left behind lingered deeply in the hearts of the people. Aya was one such woman, having lost her beloved in the throes of battle. Her partner, Ka-Ir, had once been a valiant warrior within the tribe, tragically falling in a fierce defense to protect their home. That moment, Aya's world seemed to collapse. She often sat alone before the small hut they had shared, her gaze vacant as she stared into the distance, reminiscing about the tender moments spent with Kai, his warm smile, strong embrace, and the memories of their dance around the tribal bonfire replayed like a film in her mind. Each night, she tossed and turned in longing and sorrow, her tears soaking her pillow. Yet unbeknownst to her, the wheel of fate began to turn in subtle ways. Long Xiao, a man who had come from the salt fields and was responsible for the tribe's economic affairs, stepped into her life. With his deep-set eyes and composed demeanor, he diligently crafted financial strategies for the tribe's prosperity. Their first encounter took place during a meeting concerning future development plans organized by the tribe. Aya participated as a representative of the women, striving to contribute her strength despite her overwhelming grief. Long Xiao articulated his vision for economic growth, his words filled with conviction and foresight. Drawing Aya's attention and prompting her to look up at him, their eyes met. Long Xiao noticed Aya's face, tinged with sadness yet still beautiful, stirring an unusual feeling within him. From that moment on, their paths began to intersect more frequently within the tribe's affairs. Long Xiao would seek Aya's insights on economic policies affecting the women, recognizing their vital role in tribal life. As their perspectives often highlighted practical issues, Aya would thoughtfully respond to his inquiries, sharing her observations and experiences. Gradually, a subtle emotion began to bloom between them. They began to look forward to each meeting. Each exchange felt like a spark igniting their souls. However, Aya wrestled with feelings of guilt and longing for Kai, believing she should not develop feelings for another man so soon. Long Xiao, sensing her internal turmoil, respected her emotions and refrained from hastily expressing his affections, choosing instead to remain silently supportive. Nightfall became their cherished time together. As the tribe's people drifted into slumber, Long Xiao would quietly approach Aya's hut, gently calling out to her. Upon hearing his voice, Aya felt both anxious and hopeful, rising to open the door and finding solace in his warm smile. As her worries seemed to dissipate in that moment, they would stroll under the moonlight, the paths of the tribe bathed in silvery sheen, accompanied by the melodic chirping of insects, as if the very nature was composing a symphony for their love. On one such occasion, they wandered to a small lake near the tribe. The water shimmered under the moonlight, resembling a vast mirror. Long Xiao came to a halt, turning to face Aya. He gently grasped her hands, gazing into her eyes, and said with deep affection, "Aya, I understand that you carry the pain of the past within your heart, but I am willing to accompany you as you gradually emerge from the shadows. My feelings for you are sincere, and I aspire to bring you happiness." Tears shimmered in Aya's eyes, her lips quivering slightly, her heart a tumult of emotions. As she looked at Long Xiao, she saw sincerity and determination reflected in his gaze. And at last, she gave a faint nod. On that special night, they reunited in Aya's quaint cottage. The dim, golden light flickered, illuminating their faces, which were tinged with both nervousness and anticipation. Long Xiao slowly approached Aya, his fingers delicately brushing through her hair before resting gently upon her shoulder, drawing her closer to him. Aya could feel the quickening of Long Xiao's breath, mirroring the rapid beat of her own heart, as if it were about to leap from her throat. Lowering his head, Long Xiao tenderly kissed Aya's forehead. That gentle touch was as soft as a feather, yet it stirred ripples of emotion within her heart. His kisses gradually descended to her eyes, then to her nose, finally resting upon her lips. Aya softly closed her eyes, responding to his kiss, her hands instinctively clutching the fabric of Long Xiao's shirt. After a moment, Long Xiao gently created space between them, his gaze ablaze with fervent love. He cradled Aya's face in his hands and kissed her deeply once more, this kiss imbued with greater passion and tenderness. Aya felt her legs grow weak, leaning into Long Xiao's embrace, lost in the sweetness of the moment. As their emotions intensified, Long Xiao's hands trembled slightly as he began to untie Aya's garment. His movements were gentle and slow, as if he were handling a rare treasure. Aya's cheeks flushed a deep crimson. She lowered her gaze but did not resist. As her top slid down, she instinctively raised her arms to shield her body. Long Xiao gently took her arms away, planting soft kisses upon her shoulders. Next, Long Xiao's hands moved to Aya's waist, his fingers deftly unfastening the ties of her skirt. The fabric fell silently to the ground. leaving Aya clad only in her undergarments, her body trembling slightly. A mixture of nervousness and emotions awakened deep within her. Long Xiao quickly shed his remaining clothing, embracing Aya tightly, their skin touching, feeling the warmth of each other rising. He lifted Aya into his arms and carried her to the bed. Gently laying her down, he removed the last of his garments and lay beside her, once more enveloping her in his embrace. In each other's arms, they felt the rhythm of each other's heartbeats and breaths, as if the entire world had dwindled to just the two of them. That night, they merged in love and tenderness, forgetting past troubles and pains, welcoming a new beginning. Yet their romance was not immediately embraced by all. Some in the tribe believed that Aya's swift move into a new relationship was a sign of disrespect towards the late Carl. They whispered behind their backs, and some cast dubious glances at Long Xiao. However, Long Xiao remained unfazed by these external voices, fully aware that his feelings for Aya were genuine and precious. He approached those with reservations, patiently explaining his love for Aya, and that their union was not to erase the past, but to forge a brighter future together. Aya, too, gradually found her strength through this process. She realized that she could not remain submerged in the sorrow of her past. She needed to face everything bravely, for herself, for Long Xiao, and for the child she had with Carl. She began to actively participate in tribal activities, demonstrating through her actions that her choice to be with Long Xiao was indeed the right one. As time passed, the tribe witnessed Long Xiao's sincere commitment to Aya and observed her growth and happiness within their relationship. Gradually, the dissenting voices diminished, and acceptance and blessings began to flourish. On a sun-drenched day, Long Xiao presented Aya with a necklace meticulously crafted from the most precious shells and animal bones before the entire tribe. This necklace symbolized his promise and love for her, moving Aya to tears. They embraced amid the cheers and blessings of the tribe, officially affirming their bond. From that moment on, Aya and Long Xiao walked hand in hand, facing the joys and sorrows of life together. Their love story became a cherished tale within the tribe, inspiring others to bravely pursue happiness and reminding everyone that even amidst the scars of war, love and hope could still blossom brilliantly, illuminating the path ahead. In the Xingyue tribe, tales of love often unfold amidst trials and tribulations. Aya and Long Xiao's union, initially perceived as a blissful new beginning, soon revealed the subtle ripples of life's complexities. Long Xiao's role in the tribe's economic affairs grew increasingly significant, necessitating a considerable investment of his time and energy in planning commercial development, negotiating trade with external tribes, and managing various intricate financial matters. As the pressures of work mounted, the time he could spend with Aya dwindled. The tender nights when they strolled under the moonlight and embraced in their cottage gradually faded into memory. Aya stayed home alone, caring for the child she shared with Carl, her sense of loneliness gradually expanding. She understood the importance of Long Xiao's work, yet the deep-seated yearning for companionship within her heart was hard to suppress. Each time she witnessed other couples walking together, a pang of bitterness would arise within her. Meanwhile, whispers began to circulate within the tribe, suggesting that Long Xiao's passion for Aya had waned and speculating whether their love could endure. During a grand harvest celebration hosted by the tribe, Aya adorned herself with care, hoping to share this joyous moment with Long Xiao. However, just before the festivities, he found himself entangled in an urgent trade negotiation and could not attend. As Aya gazed at the lively celebration, the laughter and cheers surrounding her felt like a cruel mockery. She returned home despondently, tears welling in her eyes, simultaneously on the other side of the tribe. The young warrior Axel grappled with his own romantic dilemmas. He was deeply enamored with Ailey, a talented dancer and singer in the tribe, but her family deemed Axel too reckless and lacking in maturity. Opposing their union, Axel endeavored to demonstrate his growth and transformation to Ailey's family, striving to appear more mature in various tribal affairs, yet the results were less than favorable. During a hunting expedition, Axel suffered an unexpected injury. Ailey rushed to his side, disregarding her family's objections, and tended to him with utmost care. This act of defiance incensed Ailey's family, leading them to pledge her to another young man from a more stable and reliable family. Ailey stood resolute, embroiled in a fierce conflict with her family. Once Axel healed and learned of Ailey's predicament, he resolved to take action. He approached the elders of the tribe, seeking their mediation. The elders, recognizing Axel's bravery in hunting and defending the tribe, alongside Ailey's unwavering stance, decided to grant Axel a chance. They arranged a series of tests for him, assessing his wisdom, patience, and leadership skills. Axel gave his all, showcasing a profound understanding of the tribe's history and culture in the wisdom test. He successfully completed a lengthy and focused task in the patience test, and in the leadership test, he led a small team on a challenging expedition. Ailey remained by his side, silently cheering him on, her eyes filled with trust and affection. Meanwhile, within the tribe's female cavalry, the brave warrior Faya found herself quietly falling for the renowned warrior Hoopa. Faya, with her agile physique, fought alongside her male counterparts on the battlefield, holding her own with grace. Her long, dark hair flowed like silk in the wind. Hoopa, a valiant warrior of the tribe, was tall and muscular, always charging into battle at the forefront like a fierce leopard. Their encounter occurred during a conflict between tribes. At the tea that moment, Faya's cavalry unit was tasked with covering the tribe's rear, while Hoopa led the warriors in the fray. Amid the fierce fighting, Faya noticed Hoopa surrounded by enemies. Without hesitation, she rallied a few female soldiers to charge into the fray alongside him, in the midst of clashing blades. Hoopa caught sight of Faya's resolute gaze and decisive actions, stirring a swell of admiration and affection within him. After the battle, Hoopa sought out Faya, expressing his gratitude. From that day forward, they began to spend time together frequently, training and patrolling side by side. Hoopa would recount his heroic deeds from past battles, while Faya shared amusing anecdotes from the female cavalry. Gradually, the seeds of love took root in their hearts. However, their romance was not without its challenges. Faya's father, one of the 8 mighty warriors, Iron Arm, held his own expectations for his daughter's marriage. He believed that while Hoopa was courageous, he was also too reckless, fearing that his daughter might suffer as a result. Iron Arm harbored the hope that Fia would wed a man of greater composure and restraint, such as the formidable giant mountain among the 8 mighty warriors. Upon learning of her father's intentions, Fia vehemently opposed them. She declared to her father that Hoopa was the one she truly loved, and it was his courage and passion that captivated her heart. Hoopa, undeterred, approached Iron Arm and sincerely professed that his love for Fia was genuine, promising to protect her with his very life and ensure her happiness. Meanwhile, the relationship between Aya and Long Xiao was also undergoing trials. Aya realized that she could not remain passive, and thus resolved to communicate openly with Long Xiao. She meticulously prepared a dinner, and when Long Xiao returned home, weary from his day, he was greeted by a table laden with delicacies and Aya's gentle yet resolute gaze, filling him with remorse. Aya candidly expressed her feelings, conveying to Long Xiao that she did not crave a life of luxury, but simply desired more of his companionship. Upon hearing this, Long Xiao was profoundly moved. He recognized that in his pursuit of career success, he had nearly overlooked the most important person in his life. He vowed to Aya that he would readjust his work schedule to spend more time with her and their child. After Axel successfully passed the elders' trials, Ellie's family finally relented and consented to their marriage. The tribe organized a grand wedding for them, where joyous songs and dances filled the air, celebrating the union of these 2 lovers. Through his relentless efforts, Hoopa gradually transformed Iron Arm's perception of him. He handled tribal affairs with greater steadiness, showcasing not only his bravery, but also his wisdom and sense of responsibility. Noticing Hoopa's transformation, Iron Arm ultimately approved of his marriage to Fia. The tribe hosted a magnificent and solemn wedding ceremony, where Hoopa and Fia joyously united amidst the blessings of the crowd. Aya and Long Xiao also rekindled the sweetness of their love. One tranquil evening, they found themselves by the lakeside, where the surface mirrored the myriad stars above. Long Xiao held Aya's hand tightly, proclaiming, "My dear, we have weathered storms, yet this will only fortify our love. In the days to come, I shall always be by your side." Aya rested her head on Long Xiao's shoulder, tears of happiness shimmering in her eyes. In the Xingyue tribe, love may face crises, But as long as both parties invest their hearts in nurturing their relationship, communicating, and striving for one another, there will always be a turning point, blossoming into a more resplendent brilliance, becoming an eternal tale within the tribe, inspiring generations to courageously pursue love that in the Xingyue tribe. The serene grove alongside the vibrant flower garden resembles a sanctuary blessed by love. Yes, the number of couples in the tribe continued to grow. Each evening as the sun leisurely set and the gentle afterglow bathed the land, pairs of lovers would quietly gather there, savoring their cherished moments together. Young couples strolled hand in hand along the garden paths, surrounded by blooming flowers that exuded enchanting fragrances. As if celebrating their love, they would nestle together in the corners of the grove, softly sharing their affections and dreams. Or, in the heart of the garden, dance gracefully under the moonlight, their figures appearing ethereal against the backdrop of blossoms. Mischievous little tiger and monkey, in a serendipitous moment, stumbled upon this secret haven of lovers. Little tiger's round, gleaming eyes sparkled with curiosity as he excitedly tugged at Monkey's arm, exclaiming, "Monkey, look, so many people come here at night. There must be something fun happening." Monkey scratched his head, chuckling along. Thus, these two whimsical beings devised a mischievous plan. Utilizing their unique shape-shifting abilities, they transformed into a massive stone, quietly positioning themselves near the garden's entrance. The couples arriving for their rendezvous remained blissfully unaware of anything amiss, immersed in their own worlds. Among the 8 mighty warriors, the formidable Bull and his beloved Ava were deeply in love. Despite his fierce prowess on the battlefield, Bull resembled a gentle lamb in Ava's presence. One evening, as was their custom, they arrived at the garden. Bull held Ava's hand tightly, guiding her to a grand tree, where he gently embraced her and lowered his head to bestow a tender kiss. Meanwhile, the stone-turned little tiger and monkey watched this scene in astonishment. Little tiger blinked in confusion and asked Monkey, "What are they doing? Are they hungry and looking for something to eat?" Monkey, equally perplexed, simply shook his head. Little tiger pondered, "Ava looks so fragile. Surely Bull has not taken good care of her, leaving her hungry. I must help her." Early the next morning, Little Tiger joyfully ventured into the forest, using his agility to swiftly navigate through the trees. Before long, he successfully caught several plump wild chickens, with a wild chicken slung over his shoulder. Little Tiger gleefully approached Ava, presenting the birds to her with pride, saying, "Ava, I saw you with Bull yesterday, and thought you looked famished. If you find yourself hungry again, come to me. Don't expect to find anything delectable from that brutish bull." Ava's face instantly flushed crimson, a mix of embarrassment and anger as she gazed at Little Tiger, unsure of how to respond. Those around them erupted into laughter at this comical exchange. Bull, hearing the commotion, rushed over and, upon seeing the wild chickens in Little Tiger's possession and Ava's awkward expression, immediately grasped the situation. Fuming, he glared at Little Tiger and exclaimed, "Little Tiger, what are you doing? What do you think we were up to?" Little Tiger innocently replied, "I saw you two kissing yesterday, so I thought you were looking for food. I was merely being helpful. Why are you upset?" Monkey, observing Bull's reaction, found the situation particularly amusing and sought to join in the fun. Seizing the moment when no one was paying attention, he stealthily climbed a fruit tree in the garden, laden with ripe, fragrant fruits. Monkey quickly gathered a large haul and, with a mischievous chuckle, hurled the fruits toward the squabbling crowd. The fruits rained down with a delightful plop, some landing on people's heads, others rolling onto the ground. The couples, caught off guard by this unexpected fruit shower, found the previously awkward atmosphere replaced with laughter. Those struck by fruit laughed heartily while picking up fallen fruits to hurl back at Monkey, who scampered among the branches, dodging their playful attacks with squeaks of defiance. Little Tiger, witnessing this lively scene, momentarily forgot his quarrel with Bull. Casting aside the wild chickens to join the fruit battle, he scooped up fruits from the ground and hurled them at Monkey, shouting, "Monkey, watch how I deal with you." Monkey nimbly leaped from branch to branch, evading Little Tiger's throws. Ava, observing the antics of these two rascals, felt a mix of amusement and exasperation. She turned to Bull, saying, "Forget it, don't bother with them. They were just a couple of troublemakers." Bull sighed, still somewhat irked, but gradually succumbed to the infectious joy surrounding him. allowing a smile to creep onto his face. As time passed, Little Tiger and Monkey continued to create delightful mischief in this realm of love. They occasionally set up small traps along the pathways frequented by couples, such as digging shallow pits and covering them with leaves and branches. When unsuspecting couples stumbled in, they were startled but unharmed. While Little Tiger and Monkey snickered from their hiding spots on one occasion, they observed a couple preparing to enjoy a meal in the garden. Little Tiger stealthily switched their food with his concoction, odd dumplings mixed with various strange herbs and dirt. When the couple eagerly picked up their food, the foul odor caused them to frown in distaste. Unable to contain themselves any longer, Little Tiger and Monkey burst forth from their hiding spot, erupting in laughter. The Little Tiger and Monkey's pranks often caused the couple some annoyance. They undeniably added joy and laughter to the tribe's tranquil existence to end this love-filled tribe. Even these small acts of mischief became the talk of the day, enriching the lives of the inhabitants of Xingyue tribe. And the Xingyue tribe. Men often gathered during their leisure to compete in strength and skill, while women frequently sat together, sharing delightful anecdotes from their lives. On this particular day, with the sun shining brightly, the tribe's square was abuzz with excitement. Several strong men were engaged in an intense wrestling match, their muscles taut and glistening under the sun. Among them, the renowned Giant Mountain and the fierce Anger were locked in a stalemate. With a flushed face, Giant Mountain roared as he attempted to throw Anger down, while Anger gritted his teeth. Firmly gripping Giant Mountain's waist, his feet seemingly rooted to the ground. The surrounding spectators cheered fervently, the atmosphere reaching a fever pitch. Just then, Giant Mountain's wife, Solon, hurriedly arrived at Xingyue is a woman of forthright character and fiery enthusiasm. Clutching a freshly crafted animal hide garment for Zhu Shan, she intended to surprise her husband. However, upon witnessing Zhu Shan's flushed face and somewhat disheveled appearance, she couldn't help but burst into laughter. Amidst her mirth, she exclaimed, "Zhu Shan, do you intend to behave like a wild bull and plow the ground? Look at you. Where is the majesty you usually possess?" Distracted by her words, Zhu Shan fell prey to the ire of Nu Mu, who seized the opportunity to execute a shoulder throw, sending him crashing to the ground. Rising with a hint of annoyance, he glared at Xingyue and retorted, "You woman, what are you shouting about? You've made me lose the match." Yet Xingyue remained unfazed, approaching him to present the animal hide garment while teasing, "With your thick-headedness, losing is for the best. It saves you from recklessly using your brute strength and forgetting to spend time with me." Nearby, Nu Mu joined in the banter, adding, "Zhu Shan, you ought to heed your sister-in-law's words, or you shall face her wrath tonight." Laughter erupted among the crowd, leaving Zhu Shan's face a deep shade of crimson. A mixture of embarrassment and anger, he grasped Xingyue and made his way home, muttering, "I'll settle the score with you at home." On the other side of the tribe, several women gathered to weave wicker baskets. Among them, the gentle Yolande shared amusing anecdotes about her husband. She began last night. Gang had a few drinks and insisted he could fly like a bird. He stood in the yard, arms outstretched, shouting, "I'm taking off." But after just a few steps, he fell flat on his face, and I laughed so hard my stomach hurt. The sisters erupted in laughter at her tale. That moment. The mischievous Xiao Xian interjected, "Yolande, did you help gang you up?" Yolande chuckled. "I intended to, but he lay there pointing at the moon, claiming, 'Look, the moon is swaying because of me.' I couldn't help but laugh. So I let him stay there." Just as this chapter was unfolding, Ganya happened to pass by, overhearing their conversation. Embarrassed, he scratched his head and said, "Yolande, how could you spread my embarrassing moments everywhere?" Yolande shot him a look and replied, "What can I say? You were quite the spectacle last night. Consider it a lesson, so you think twice before drinking excessively again." With a resigned sigh, Ganya turned and walked away, only to be met with another round of cheerful laughter from the women. On another occasion, the tribe held a grand feast. The warrior Lai Shi, thoroughly inebriated, spotted the enchanting beauty Li Li and mistook her for his dream girl. Stumbling toward her, he knelt on one knee and, with love-struck eyes, proclaimed, "Darling, you look stunning today, like a star in the sky." Li, taken aback by his sudden declaration, was met with astonished gazes from those around them. Lai Shi's friend Sui Jin rushed over, attempting to pull him away. However, Lai Shi clung tightly to Li Li's leg, mumbling, Darling, please don't leave me. Frustrated, Sui Jin exclaimed, Lai Shi, you've mistaken her for someone else. She's not your beloved. Yet Lai Shi, still dazed, insisted, impossible, she's my treasure. Eventually, several strong men had to intervene, prying Lai Shi away from Liel. As he was dragged off, he kept glancing back, muttering endearments that were both laughable and pitiable. The following morning, upon awakening and realizing the absurdity of his actions, Lai Shi wished he could vanish into the earth. Within the tribe's hunting party, 2 seasoned hunters, Chang Bai and Xingyue, set out one day, eager to showcase their prowess. However, it seemed as though the animals had been forewarned of their arrival, as none could be found. After wandering the forest for half the day with nothing to show for their efforts, Chang Bai expressed his frustration. What on earth is happening today? Not even a rabbit in sight. Yet, Xingyue remained undeterred, pointing to a thicket ahead. I believe there's a big one hiding in there. Let us take a look. Chang Bai, somewhat skeptical, followed along as they cautiously approached the thicket. A massive wild boar suddenly charged at them. Towering and fierce, with sharp tusks bared, it came barreling towards them, taken aback. Chang Bai raised his hunting bow, but inadvertently snagged a nearby branch, unable to free it. Xingyue stumbled over the vines on the ground, landing on his back, with the boar nearing. Chang Bai, in a moment of desperation, hurled his bow at the creature, striking it squarely on the head. Dazed by the unexpected blow, the boar halted in its tracks. Seizing the moment, Xingyue scrambled to his feet, drew his short knife, and together with Chang Bai, they engaged in a fierce struggle with the beast. After much effort, they finally subdued the wild boar. Exhausted, they collapsed on the ground, panting heavily. Chang Bai looked at Xingyue's disheveled state and jested. You, who are called Eagle Eye, nearly let a wild boar escape today. Did you not sleep well last night, or are your eyes failing you? Xingyue retorted, and you, with your long arms, seemed as if they were bound today. You couldn't even hold onto a bow properly. They exchanged playful banter, the tension from earlier dissipating into laughter. These amusing anecdotes among the adults are like twinkling stars, embellishing the life within the Xingyue tribe. In this vibrant community, where toil and struggle coexist with moments of hilarious joy, such tales have become a unique and cherished part of their culture, passed down through the ages, allowing all who hear them to feel the rich essence of life and the atmosphere of joy. In the Xingyue tribe, laughter and merriment seem never to cease. Indeed, new amusing events spring forth like bamboo shoots after rain. Among them is the old craftsman, Xingyue, renowned for his exceptional skills that on this day, he planned to forge a brand new stone axe, rumored to be crafted from mysterious stone never before used, promising unparalleled sharpness. In his workshop, Xingyue worked tirelessly, hammering and polishing. After several days of meticulous craftsmanship, the stone axe was finally completed. With a sense of pride, Xingyue raised the axe to showcase it to everyone, unaware of a low-hanging branch ahead. With a sharp crack, the axe lodged itself firmly into the branch. Proving impossible to remove, Xingyue's face flushed with embarrassment as he tugged at it vigorously, ultimately snapping the branch and tumbling backward, landing unceremoniously on the ground, kicking up a cloud of dust. The apprentices surrounding him stifled their laughter, their faces turning crimson with the effort. The tribe's marketplace. Amusing incidents unfolded as well. An elderly woman selling pottery and a man selling animal hides engaged in a heated dispute over a prime stall near the entrance. The woman, hands on her hips, declared, I've been selling pottery at this market for decades. This stall has always been mine. You, a newcomer, have no right to contest it. The man, equally obstinate, waved his animal hide, retorting, these hides are top quality, and only in this spot can they fetch a good price. Step aside, old woman. Just as their argument escalated, a mischievous puppy dashed out and snatched a small pottery bowl from the woman's stall, running off with it. The woman, forgetting her quarrel, turned to chase the puppy. The man paused for a moment before joining in, shouting, my hides are still there. Don't run too far. Onlookers at the market erupted in laughter, doubled over at the sight. The tribe's dance troupe was no less entertaining during rehearsals. The lead dancer, Kai Dai, always insisted on perfect synchronization among the team. Yet the performers frequently found themselves in disarray. Today, the drummer, Chang, seemed unable to keep the beat, either speeding up or lagging behind. Frowning, Kai Dai scolded, "Achong, did you not get enough sleep? What kind of drumming is this?" Achong, feeling aggrieved, replied, "Kai Dai, I was stung by a bee on my hand yesterday. It's swollen and unresponsive." Nearby, dancer Xiao Hua couldn't stifle her laughter, and in her amusement, forgot her own movements, colliding with a fellow dancer, resulting in both tumbling to the ground. The rehearsal space descended into chaos in an instant. In the fields of the tribe, farmers also found themselves in humorous predicaments. The ox of Fu seemed possessed today, charging wildly across the field while dragging the plow. Farmer Laohu struggled to maintain control from behind, shouting, "A Fu, where do you think you're going?" But a Fu paid no heed, careening around and wreaking havoc in the once orderly field. Exhausted, Laohu stumbled and fell into a muddy ditch, transforming into a muddy mess. Witnessing this comical scene, the other farmers abandoned their tasks to assist, all the while unable to contain their laughter. These whimsical tales from the Xingyue tribe are like a refreshing breeze, dispelling the shadows of daily life, allowing the people to navigate through their busy days filled with laughter and warmth, infusing the tribe with vitality and life, making it an unforgettable and cherished home in everyone's hearts. In the Xingyue tribe, there exists a young couple, the man named Yong and the woman named Zhen. They have been married for over a year, yet no news of a new life has graced the womb of Asian. This has rendered the young couple in a state of anxious desperation, with concerned yet somewhat puzzled gazes from the neighbors frequently cast upon them. Asian, once a vivacious and cheerful woman, has gradually grown silent and withdrawn under the psychological pressure of her inability to conceive. Her smile having faded from her visage. Yong, witnessing this transformation, feels a deep ache in his heart. He scours for methods to help his wife conceive, attempting various folk remedies that are claimed to be effective. Yet to no avail. One day, Yong hears that the tribe's leader, Xingyue, possesses extensive knowledge of herbal medicine and may have a solution to Asian's plight. With a heart full of trepidation, he brings Asian to seek Xingyue's wisdom. Xingyue meticulously inquires about Asian's physical condition, daily diet, and habits that Asian responds with a hint of shyness, her eyes brimming with a longing for motherhood and trust in Xingyue. After a moment of contemplation, Xingyue speaks, "I have discovered some rare herbs in the deep mountains surrounding the tribe, a few of which may aid in regulating the body and promoting fertility. However, the gathering and preparation of these herbs must be approached with utmost caution. Any misstep could render them ineffective." Yong immediately responds, "As long as there is hope for Asian to conceive, I am willing to endure any hardship." Thus, Xingyue and Yong embark on a quest to find the precious herbs. They navigate through dense forests, braving thorns and hardships, and eventually uncover the sought-after plants. Upon their return to the tribe, Xingyue personally undertakes the careful preparation of the herbs at her dwelling. She brews them into rich medicinal soups, administering them to Asian at regular intervals. Throughout Asian's treatment, Xingyue also devises a special diet and daily routine for her, advising her to rise early and retire early, avoid overexertion, and consume nourishing foods such as tender stewed meat, fresh fruits, and grain porridge. Yong diligently attends to Asian, accompanying her on daily walks and recounting amusing tales from the tribe to lighten her spirits. As time flows gently by, 3 months pass. Asian's body begins to change. She often feels fatigued, and her monthly cycle has yet to arrive. That a sense of anticipation stirs within her, while Yong, filled with both hope and anxiety, takes Asian back to Xingyue. Xingyue examines Asian's pulse, and after a moment, a smile of reassurance graces her face. "Asian, you are with child. This marks the beginning of new life. You must take good care of yourselves." Upon hearing this news, Yong is overwhelmed with joy, embracing Asian tightly, tears of happiness glistening in his eyes. Asian, too, weeps with joy as the long-standing shadow of despair finally dissipates. From that day forward, Yong showers Asian with even more care. Asian finds peace in nurturing her pregnancy, her face once again radiating with a blissful smile, akin to flowers blooming in the spring, radiant and enchanting. When the tribe learns of this joyful news, they all extend their blessings, eagerly anticipating the arrival of new life to invigorate the community with vitality and joy. However, the tranquil atmosphere of Xingyue's tribe is abruptly shattered by an urgent message from the scouts. A cavalry of approximately 40,000 is galloping towards them from the northeast. This news strikes the tribe like a boulder cast into a serene lake, creating ripples of panic and turmoil. Xingyue wastes no time and promptly convenes a council of elders. Inside the meeting tent, the atmosphere is heavy with tension. The elders display various expressions as heated discussions ensue. We should take the initiative. We cannot sit idly by. Contact the Bai Niao tribe and unite our forces to catch them off guard. A fervent elder asserts, his gaze resolute, his staff striking the ground emphatically to lend weight to his words. Recklessness is unwise. They boast an army of 40,000, though their weapons are merely stone knives and axes. The impact of cavalry is not to be underestimated. We should fortify our defenses, as our stronghold may withstand their assault. Another elder counters, furrowing his brow with concern. For a time, the elders express their divergent opinions, the debate intensifying. Those advocating for an offensive believe that taking the initiative can secure the upper hand in the conflict, and that uniting with the Bai Niao tribe will bolster their strength, especially given the enemy's inferior weaponry. Conversely, the elders in favor of a defensive stance fear that an offensive could lead to ambush or encirclement, asserting that the tribe's fortifications are sturdy enough to endure until reinforcements arrive, potentially exhausting the enemy. Xingyue listens intently to the elders' discourse, weighing the pros and cons in her mind. This is a significant decision that pertains to the survival of the tribe and must be approached with great caution. After the elders' fervor begins to wane, Xingyue speaks. Esteemed elders, the enemy's threat is grave, and we cannot act blindly. I have decided to reconnoiter further with Marinyu, ancient spirit goat, Mulan flower, Lingzhu, and Fei Qian, to gather more detailed intelligence on the enemy before we make a decision. Although the elders harbor concerns, they recognize the prudence in her suggestion and nod in agreement. Xingyue and her companions swiftly set out towards the enemy's direction. They traverse dense forests and meandering streams, ultimately approaching the enemy's encampment. Concealed behind a thicket of lush underbrush, they carefully observe the scene. Before them, the cavalry appears as a dark wave, menacing and formidable. Their steeds are robust and powerful, raising clouds of dust with each thunderous hoofbeat. The riders, clad in leather armor, exhibit agility and fierceness, wielding stone knives and axes with deadly intent. Behind the cavalry, the faint silhouettes of tens of thousands of shepherds emerge, herding a multitude of cattle and sheep. Moving sluggishly forward, Marinyu, attuned to the water element, quietly remarks, I sense an anomaly in the surrounding moisture. It seems they have control over the water sources in this area, which could adversely affect our tribe's water supply. The ancient spirit goat raises its head slightly, sniffing the air. There's a peculiar scent emanating from their livestock. I suspect they have journeyed a long way and may be low on provisions. Yet we must not let our guard down, for a starving army can be even more ferocious. Mulan Flower scrutinizes the enemy as formation, noting, though their cavalry appears disciplined, they seem to lack flexible tactical coordination. However, their numerical superiority remains a formidable threat. Lingzhu closes her eyes, seemingly communing with an enigmatic force. I sense there are shamans among their ranks. They may wield mystical powers that could sway the battle in their favor, and we must remain vigilant. Fei Tian unfurls his wings and soars into the sky, surveying the enemy's encampment from above. After a brief moment, he descends, his expression grave. The enemy's camp is well fortified, with clear defensive structures in place. Their cavalry is divided into several formations, capable of mutual support, while the shepherds, though lacking in combat prowess, provide logistical support and intelligence. As Xingyue absorbs the reports from her companions, a weight of foreboding settles upon her. This enemy force is evidently no trivial adversary. Whether to strike or to defend, both options carry immense risks. We shall return to the tribe and inform the elders of these developments, then summon the warriors to devise a strategy. In the meantime, we must reinforce our defenses and stockpile sufficient supplies to prepare for a potential surprise attack from the enemy. Xingyue resolves. The group quietly withdraws, and on their journey back to the tribe, Xingyue's thoughts race. She understands that the impending conflict will pose the gravest challenge the Xingyue tribe has ever faced. She must, while ensuring the safety of her people, uncover a path to victory against the enemy. Otherwise, the tribe's prosperity and peace will be irrevocably shattered. Upon returning to the tribe, Xingyue promptly gathers the warriors, detailing the intelligence they have gathered. The warriors, filled with fervor, express their unwavering willingness to fight for the tribe, ready to shed their last drop of blood. Following this, Xingyue engages in another in-depth discussion with the elders. This time, the focus shifts from whether to attack or defend to how to devise a comprehensive strategy that maximizes the tribe's strengths while effectively countering the enemy's advantages. Some elders propose utilizing the surrounding terrain to set traps and obstacles, slowing the enemy's cavalry charge. Others suggest dispatching small units to disrupt the enemy's formations, while yet others advocate for strengthening alliances with neighboring tribes to garner additional support and assistance. Xingyue attentively considers the elders' suggestions, continuously refining the battle plan in her mind. She recognizes that the outcome of this war will not solely hinge on brute force, but also on the application of wisdom and strategy. In the days that follow, the entire Xingyue tribe enters a state of heightened preparation for war. The women tirelessly craft weapons and defensive gear day and night. The children assist in transporting supplies, while the men dig trenches and fortify the tribe's defenses. The artisans of the tribe toiled tirelessly, crafting an array of siege weaponry, such as catapults and crossbows. Meanwhile, Xingyue led the warriors in rigorous military training, personally imparting combat techniques and tactical coordination to enhance their fighting prowess. Concurrently, she dispatched envoys to the Bai Niao tribe and other allied clans in search of alliances and assistance. As the enemy forces drew ever closer, a palpable tension enveloped the skies above the Xingyue tribe. Yet, every member of the tribe stood resolute, firmly believing that under Xingyue's leadership, through unity and courage, they would prevail against the encroaching foes and safeguard their homeland. In this critical moment, the Xingyue tribe exhibited formidable cohesion and solidarity. Whether young or old, man or woman, all labored diligently towards a singular objective. They understood that this was a life-and-death battle concerning the tribe's fate. Only through victory could they usher in a new dawn for their people. In the central square of the tribe, the atmosphere was solemn and reverent. The warriors stood in disciplined formation, the 8 great warriors and 5 distinguished warriors standing tall like ancient pines, exuding an aura of steadfastness. Huang Lang, Meng Hu, Xiao Laohu, and Bai Hu crouched nearby, their eyes gleaming with wildness and vigilance. Mei Rinyu, Ling Zhu, and the ancient spirit goat stood silently, as if communing with mysterious forces. Xinglan, Taizhu, and Milan Hua bore focused expressions, preparing to face the imminent challenges. Xingyue stood upon a high platform, her gaze sweeping over each warrior's face, her eyes resolute and powerful, seemingly capable of penetrating the soul, bestowing strength and courage upon the multitude. Brave warriors, we confront an unprecedented crisis as the enemy from the northeast advances upon us like a surging tide. Yet, we of the Xingyue tribe are no cowards. Her voice rang clear and resonant, echoing across the square, reaching every ear. 8 great warriors, you symbolize the tribe's strength. Your valiant efforts are indispensable in every battle. Once more, you shall serve as the tribe's bulwark. The 8 great warriors, Zhu Shan, Tai Bai, Manyo, and others, roared in unison, their voices reverberating like thunder, shaking the very earth. 5 distinguished warriors, your bravery and decisiveness are the pride of our tribe. Long Yuan, Hupa, Xingyang, Bao Jia, Lin Zhun, your battle blades shall gleam with lethal brilliance upon the battlefield, instilling fear in our adversaries. The 5 distinguished warriors drew their weapons, raising them skyward as a testament to their resolve. Huang Lang, Meng Hu, Xiao Laohu, and Bai Hu, your agility and ferocity will serve as our sharp instruments in ambushing the enemy. Mei Rinyu, Ling Zhu, ancient spirit goat, the mysterious powers you embody will play a crucial role in this conflict. Xinglan Taizhu, Milan Hua, your wisdom and leadership shall illuminate our path to victory. The crowd felt the trust and anticipation woven into Xingyue's words. Their gazes ignited with fervor, their fighting spirit fully awakened. This time, We shall not choose direct confrontation, nor shall we merely hold our ground. We will employ cunning strategies to achieve victory. Her words momentarily stunned the crowd, but soon gave way to deep anticipation. We have urgently summoned the ancient flower Niu for reinforcements and received the support of the Bai Niao tribe's ancient divine beasts. We shall fight alongside the great stars. Upon hearing this news, the warriors' faces lit up with joy and confidence that we shall deploy to a valley, concealing our main forces. Mulan Hua, you will lead 3,000 cavalry. Ancient flower Niu, you shall command 1,000 warriors. You will act as bait, marching northward and feigning retreat, luring the enemy into the territory of the already prepared man-eating tribe. Let them engage in conflict with the man-eating tribe while we reap the rewards. Mulan Hua clasped her fists in acknowledgement. Rest assured, leader, we shall exert our utmost to draw the enemy into the trap. Ancient flower Niu also mooed several times, as if affirming its determination. At that moment, Xin turned to ancient flower Niu, her expression solemn and authoritative. Ancient flower Niu, you possess extraordinary abilities. Your call thrice can induce the horses and cattle to urinate in fear, rendering them immobile. Yet, I implore you to remember, without my command, you must not call out lightly. All actions must adhere to orders and advance with composure and order. Ancient flower Niu seemed to comprehend her words, submissively lowering its head. Subsequently, Xingyue commenced organizing the preparations for the impending battle. Women hastened to produce more arrows, stones for the catapults, and various defensive and offensive tools. Children continue assisting in transporting supplies, ensuring we have ample provisions and medicinal herbs. Men, in addition to setting traps and fortifying defenses, ensure our war horses receive excellent care. They are our cavalry's companions and one of the keys to victory. The people of the tribe sprang into action, each fulfilling their duties in the storerooms. The once towering piles of supplies grew even larger. Bags of grain were neatly stacked, bundles of arrows completed, and jars of herbs meticulously prepared. The blacksmiths labored day and night, sparks flying, forging sharp weapons and sturdy armor. In the meeting hall, Xingyue and the tribe's core commanders gathered once more, discussing the finer points of their battle strategy. Mulan Hua, while luring the enemy, maintain a prudent distance. Ensure they perceive an opportunity, yet do not allow them to easily catch up. Once in the designated area, disperse swiftly according to plan, guiding the enemy deep into the territory of the man-eating tribe. Xingyue instructed with a serious demeanor. Mulan Hua nodded in agreement. Leader, I will select the most elite cavalry for this mission and arrange communication signals in advance, ensuring we maintain timely contact with the tribe. Ancient flower Niu, your contingent must coordinate with Mulan Hua's cavalry. At the critical moment, utilize your impact to disrupt the enemy's formation, creating advantageous conditions for the cavalry's retreat. The owner of Ancient Flower Niu acknowledged, we shall collaborate closely with the cavalry, and will not disappoint the leader. Once the Bai Niao tribe's ancient divine beasts arrive, we shall position them strategically within the valley, serving as our secret weapon. The great stars will be responsible for vigilance around the valley, preventing any enemy mischief. The commanders shared their opinions and suggestions, continuously refining the battle plan. This battle is a matter of life and death for the tribe. We cannot afford the slightest negligence. Every detail must be meticulously interconnected, and each individual must exert their utmost strength that we are the Xingyue tribe. Our glory and future hinge upon this fight. Xingyue's words ignited a fervent passion among the crowd. Throughout the intense preparations, although the tribe was bustling, order prevailed. People encouraged and supported one another, fully aware that only through collective unity could they hope to survive and triumph in this brutal war. Warriors sharpened their weapons, inspected their gear, silently praying for victory in the impending battle. Meanwhile, the elders in the rear offered blessings for the warriors, confident that Xingyue's wisdom and the tribe's solidarity would conquer any adversity. In the expansive training ground of the Xingyue tribe, sunlight bathed the rows of soldiers standing resolutely, illuminating their determined faces. Today marked a critical moment for the mobilization of troops, as the entire tribe resonated with a tense yet exhilarating atmosphere. Xingyue stood upon the mobilization platform, flanked by the tribe's commanders. With unwavering determination, She surveyed the troops below, commencing the troop mobilization ceremony. 3,000 cavalry. You shall be the vanguard in luring the enemy. Striking like the swift wind and retreating like a phantom. Your mobility is our key reliance. Maintain a close formation and heightened vigilance on the battlefield. The 3,000 cavalry responded in unison. Mounted on their imposing steeds, grasping long spears with agility and formidable presence. 30,000 infantry. You're the solid foundation of the tribe, the bulwark protecting our homeland, whether holding the line or engaging in close combat with the enemy. Display unwavering courage and tenacity. The infantry marched in unison, the clash of their shields and long swords resonating like a thunderous symphony. 300 special forces. You are the elite selected from numerous warriors, skilled in ambushes, reconnaissance, and sabotage. Your mission is to infiltrate the enemy's rear, disrupt their deployments, and create opportunities for our forces. The members of the special forces bore steely gazes, clad in lightweight yet resilient armor. Equipped with exceptional weaponry, akin to specters in the night, poised to deliver lethal strikes to the enemy. 800 ancient divine beasts from the Bai Niao tribe. Your presence augments our power with an air of mystery. In battle, coordinate with our forces, utilizing your unique abilities to showcase the might of our alliance. The ancient divine beasts of the White Bird tribe exhibit a myriad of forms. Some resemble colossal winged creatures poised for flight, while others take the shape of formidable giants, exuding an imposing presence. Their deep roars resonate through the air, as if responding to the summons of the stars and moon. The medical brigade, comprising 1,000 members, though not directly engaged in battle, serves as the guardians of the warriors' lives on the battlefield. They swiftly attend to the wounded, ensuring their prompt return to combat or proper care. The members of the medical brigade carry their medical kits, their eyes filled with concern and determination, fully aware of the gravity of their responsibility, with each injured soldier's life resting in their hands. With 4,000 spear-wielding infantrymen, your spears stand tall like a forest, ready to deliver lethal, piercing force during the charge into battle. Forming ranks, your spear wall will serve as an insurmountable barrier to the enemy. The 4,000 spear soldiers, aligned in perfect formation with their spears raised, point their tips toward the sky, glistening coldly in the sunlight, creating a scene that inspires awe. 3,000 shield bearers. You are the vanguard of defense, your sturdy shields capable of withstanding enemy arrows and assaults. Closely arranged, you erect an impenetrable wall for your comrades behind you, fulfilling your sacred duty. The shield bearers interlock their shields, forming tight defensive formations, resembling an unassailable fortress as the roll call ceremony draws to a close. The 5 great warriors step onto the stage. Long Yuan strides forward, his stature imposing, eyes ablaze with fervor as he raises his arm and proclaims, "Brothers, we, the 5 great warriors, have faced countless battles, each a test of life and death. Yet we have never faltered. Now, as the enemy approaches, this is our moment to once again display our valor. We shall lead the charge, tearing through their defenses, making them aware of our might." Hoopa follows with a voice like thunder. "In this battle, we shall fight alongside our brothers, unwavering and resolute. Our blades have long thirsted for battle and shall drink deep of the enemy's blood. And no matter the hardships that lie ahead, we will charge forth like tigers descending from the mountains. Unstoppable." Gu Lingyang spreads his arms wide, as if to embrace the entire army. "Warriors, the sky is my domain. I shall soar above the battlefield, guiding you and relaying intelligence. Our coordination must be as precise and swift as an eagle strike, leaving the enemy nowhere to hide." Biao Jie exudes confidence as he declares, "My brothers, and I shall move with the speed and agility of cheetahs. Darting across the battlefield, we will strike at the enemy's flanks, disrupting their formations, creating perfect opportunities for our infantry and cavalry to attack, instilling dread in our foes." Lin Jun stomps heavily, causing the ground to tremble. The strength of the 5 great warriors derives from the trust and expectations of our tribe. We shall be role models for all, leading everyone toward victory, safeguarding our homeland, ensuring that the renown of the Star Moon tribe endures through the ages. The proclamations of the 5 great warriors evoke thunderous applause and cheers from the audience. Subsequently, the 8 mighty warriors ascend the stage. Jason speaks first, his stature reminiscent of a small mountain. We, the 8 mighty warriors, possess the strength to move mountains. In battle, we shall undertake the most arduous tasks. Whether it be operating the trebuchet or withstanding the enemy's heavy assaults, with us present, the enemy shall not prevail easily. Tai by waves his robust arms. My arms are forged of steel, capable of shielding my brothers from countless attacks. That I shall stand before the shield formation, using my strength to create a safe haven, rendering the enemy's assaults as futile as an ant shaking a tree. Man Nyo, eyes wide with intensity, bellows, my brute strength is born for battle. That I shall charge into the enemy ranks, engaging them in the fiercest melee, sowing chaos amongst their formations, allowing them to witness the ferocity of the Star Moon tribe. Xingyue grits his teeth, producing a grinding sound. My sharp fangs can shatter any obstruction on the battlefield. I will be like a beast defending its territory, sparing no enemy, as long as I draw breath. I will not allow the enemy to cross our defenses. With piercing eyes radiating authority, he declares, I will intimidate the enemy with my gaze, instilling fear the moment they meet my eyes. In battle, I shall be the morale booster for all, transforming our battle cries into the enemy's nightmares. Zhendi speaks in a steady tone. With every step I take, the earth trembles. That I will stabilize the troops amidst the ranks, advancing and retreating with my brothers, conveying to the enemy that our Star Moon tribe is invincible. Sui Jin pounds his chest. My body is as hard as gold and stone. The enemy's attacks are but a mere tickle to me. Together with my brothers, we shall construct a formidable defense, causing the enemy to crash and bleed before us. Lai Shi roars. I shall tear through the enemy's lines like I would a massive boulder. No matter how fierce the battle, I will not retreat. For the tribe, for my family, I am willing to sacrifice everything. The bold declarations of the 8 mighty warriors ignite the soldiers below, elevating their spirits to a fever pitch. Huang Lang and Meng Hu also step into the center of the stage. Huang Lang lets out a long howl, as if announcing their arrival to the enemy. Though we are beasts, we are irrevocably connected to the tribe by blood. With our agile movements and keen instincts, we shall assist on the battlefield, contributing our strength to victory. Meng Hu roars, his voice echoing across the land, in the mountains and forests. I am the king. On the battlefield, I shall be the enemy's nightmare. That I will charge alongside the warriors, letting them experience the terror of being pounced upon by a fierce tiger. Xingyue gazes upon the determined figures on the stage, filled with pride and satisfaction. She understands that with such a courageous and fearless band of warriors, no matter how arduous the battles ahead may be, they possess the strength to fight and the hope to safeguard the tranquility and glory of the tribe. In addition to the troop arrangements, preparations for weaponry and equipment are also proceeding at a swift pace. The tribe's craftsmen work day and night, producing an additional 50 trebuchets based on existing designs. These trebuchets stand like colossal beasts, looming on one side of the training ground, ready to deliver crucial long-range strikes, sending boulders hurtling toward the enemy's ranks, causing immense destruction. In terms of sustenance, dried meat serves as the primary fare. An abundance of jerky has been meticulously cured and air-dried, making it easy to store and carry. Rich in protein and energy, this jerky will provide the warriors with ample physical support during prolonged campaigns. Additionally, some easily preserved grains and dried fruits have been prepared to ensure a balanced nutrition for the soldiers. Furthermore, a large supply of arrows has been readied, their tips glinting coldly in the sunlight. The shields have been reinforced and repaired, enhancing their ability to withstand enemy onslaughts. Various siege equipment, ropes, torches, and other supplies are all in place, ensuring comprehensive preparation for the impending battle. Xingyue surveys the spirited troops and the towering piles of supplies. A surge of fervor wells up within her. She knows that this battle is fraught with challenges and uncertainties, but with the unity of the Star Moon tribe and their allies, they will undoubtedly give their all, fighting tooth and nail against the enemy for the glory of the tribe and the peace of their homeland. Warriors, we are about to embark on our journey, facing formidable foes. However, we possess courage, wisdom, and unity, our invincible treasures. Let us spill our blood on the battlefield and inscribe our glorious saga. Xingyue's voice resonates with fervor, echoing across the training ground as the warriors' shouts rise and fall like waves. An unwavering testament to their resolute belief in victory and indomitable spirit. As the first light of dawn breaks across the horizon, the expeditionary forces of the Star Moon tribe surge forth like a colossal dragon of steel. Marching onward with great momentum to the forefront of the procession, Xingyue rides a robust white steed, her posture upright, eyes resolute and steely, her gaze penetrating the dense fog of challenges that lie ahead. During the march, Xingyue convenes the commanders to reiterate the battle plan. In this expedition, our foremost task is to defend our tribal homeland. We must not allow the enemy to encroach upon the borders of our 4 cities. Binyashan is a critical strategic point, with its mountain pass diverging in 2 directions, one leading to the cannibal tribe, the other to us that we must set an ambush in the grasslands before Binyashan. Luring the enemy towards the cannibal tribe, the commanders nod in agreement, with Huang Lang stepping forward as the deputy commander. Rest assured, leader, we shall exert our utmost efforts to strictly guard every critical route, leaving no opportunity for the enemy. The grand army advances, stirring up clouds of dust beneath their feet. By noon, the sun blazes down upon the warriors, prompting the entire army to halt for a brief respite and prepare their meal. The cooks spring into action, igniting fires of the makeshift stoves. Given the reliance on jerky as their primary food source, the cooks chop the jerky into pieces, simmering it in pots with some wild vegetables and grains. Soon, the air is filled with a tantalizing aroma. The warriors gather in small groups, sharing simple yet revitalizing meals. As they dined, they shared their sentiments regarding the march and expressed their anticipation for the impending battle. As night fell, the grand army established their camp upon the vast expanse of the plain. The tents were scattered across the grass like twinkling stars, while a roaring bonfire illuminated the center of the encampment. The warriors, having concluded a day of arduous marching, though weary, remained invigorated in spirit. Some tended to their weapons, others inspected the condition of their steeds, while a few gathered to recount legends and stories from their tribe. Laughter echoing throughout the camp. Xingyue convened with the commanders within the tents to deliberate on the marching route and strategic arrangements for the following day. The mermaid, Lingzhu, Milan, the ancient spirit sheep, and the white bird encircled Xingyue, their eyes brimming with concern and worry. The mermaid softly urged, "Xin, you have toiled greatly today. You must take care to rest and not overexert yourself." Lingzhu nodded in agreement, adding, "Indeed, you are our cornerstone, and your safety is paramount to the morale of the entire army." Mulan resolutely declared, "I shall lead the cavalry to remain ever vigilant at your side, ensuring your safety." The ancient spirit sheep gently nudged Xingyue's hand with its head, as if bestowing her strength and comfort. The white bird flapped its wings, producing a clear call, akin to expressing its loyalty. This chapter is not yet complete. Please click the next page to continue reading the captivating content. Xingyue gazed at them, a warm current surging through her heart as she smiled and said, "I am aware of your concern for me, but at this moment, we bear the fate of our tribe upon our shoulders. I cannot afford any negligence." In a corner of the camp, Huang Lang led the patrol team, vigilantly observing the surroundings, leaving no rustle of grass or whisper of wind unheeded. The moonlight bathed them, outlining their resolute silhouettes. As the night deepened, most of the warriors drifted into slumber, with only a handful of sentinels steadfastly maintaining their posts, standing like statues at the camp's edge, safeguarding the tranquility of their comrades. The bonfire within the camp gradually diminished, leaving only a few embers flickering in the darkness, reminiscent of the indomitable hope residing in this land. That on the following dawn, the army struck their tents in the morning light. Continuing onward toward their objective, they traversed dense forests and crossed babbling streams, each step bringing them closer to Half-Tooth Mountain. During the march, Xingyue continuously dispatched scouts to closely monitor the enemy's movements and the changes in the surrounding environment. As the army approached the grassland, Xingyue commanded heightened vigilance. This seemingly tranquil expanse concealed peril. The 1,000-strong tribe known as the Shadow Tribe specialized in ambushes and plunder, often laying traps across the grasslands to rob passing merchants and tribes. Xingyue addressed Huang Lang, deputy commander, sent a vanguard unit to first enter the grassland and assess the situation to ensure the army's safe passage. Meanwhile, have the infantry prepare for battle, ready to form ranks to confront any enemy assault. Huanglang complied, and shortly after, the vanguard surged forth like arrows released from a bow, cautiously searching as they advanced and leaving no suspicious area unchecked. The main army followed slowly behind, with the cavalry flanking both sides, while siege engines like catapults were meticulously safeguarded in the center of the formation. Upon the grassland, the vanguard discovered traces of abandoned camps and hidden traps. They swiftly marked these findings and relayed the information back. Upon receiving this news, Xingyue commanded the army to circumvent the traps and continue onward. Night descended. The army encamped at the edge of the grassland. That night, the vigilance within the camp intensified. The warriors lay ready for potential attacks from the Shadow tribe. Xingyue, within her tent, strategized with the commanders on how to counter the Shadow tribe and better entice the enemy into the clutches of the cannibal tribe. The mermaid proposed we could harness the power of water elements to create mist upon the grassland, obscuring the enemy's vision while concealing our movements. Lingzhu concurred. I can cast spells to sense the enemy's movements and provide early warnings. Xingyue nodded in approval, incorporating their suggestions into the battle plan. Amidst the tense atmosphere, the army endured a second night on the grassland. The following day, they pressed onward toward Half-Tooth Mountain, drawing ever closer to the pivotal site of the impending grand confrontation. Each warrior felt the palpable tension in the air, gripping their weapons tightly, prepared to confront the challenges that lay ahead, resolutely marching toward the unknown battlefield for the honor and peace of their tribe. Within the ranks of the fierce and relentless army, a heavy and oppressive atmosphere prevailed. They had embarked on their southern campaign, initially believing it would unfold smoothly, as in times past, sweeping through with their formidable might. However, this unfamiliar land concealed numerous unforeseen challenges that a scout from the vanguard hastily reported that not far ahead, merely a day's journey away, they had encountered a tribe of 1,000 people. This news reverberated through the ranks, igniting a storm of unrest among the soldiers. The commanders convened an urgent military meeting. Within the vast tent, the atmosphere was so tense it felt suffocating. The commander-in-chief, Badr, sat at the head of the gathering, his deep-set eyes and stern visage scrutinizing the assembly. The robust and bearded Yulik, with a voice like thunder, was the first to speak. Our grand army has marched southward, unstoppable in our advance. How could we fear this mere 1,000-strong tribe? We ought to strike immediately and seize them in one fell swoop, showcasing the might of our forces. With that, he vigorously brandished his heavy battle axe to bolster his claim. However, the elder and contemplative Hasirdun furrowed his brow and raised an objection. We are profoundly unfamiliar with this territory. A rash attack could lead us into enemy traps or encounter reinforcements, resulting in unnecessary losses. Moreover, our rear forces have yet to rendezvous with us. If we act impulsively, the safety of our rear is also jeopardized. His words prompted many commanders present to reflect deeply. The cavalry expert and skilled horseman, Chakto, then added, if we are to engage, my cavalry could charge first, but the terrain remains unclear, making it a perilous endeavor. Although we can strike swiftly, should we find ourselves in a predicament, escape will be challenging. The keen-eyed and proficient archer, Bir, nodded in agreement. While I can eliminate enemies from a distance, in this unfamiliar land, guarantees are elusive. We must deliberate further. The dense forests obstruct visibility, hindering my archers from maximizing their potential, and we know not if that tribe possesses skilled archers. Should they counter us, the consequences could be dire. The immensely strong Alatang voiced, I only know that if a battle ensues, I will not retreat. But how to fight this battle? We must heed your counsel. My hammer is meant to crush hard bones. Yet I fear I may find no point of purchase and be unable to unleash my strength. The astute Su pondered, stroking his chin as he analyzed. Perhaps we should encamp here for a while, sending small divisions to probe the situation while gathering intel on the surroundings. We could select agile soldiers skilled in stealth to quietly approach the tribe. Observing their personnel, weaponry, and any unusual defenses, the defensive-minded Xingyue remarked, If we camp here, I will hastily establish defensive fortifications to ensure the army's safety, that I will utilize the surrounding trees and stones to construct sturdy barricades and simple fortresses, setting traps and caltrops to deter enemy ambushes. Additionally, I will arrange for soldiers to take turns on watch, enhancing patrols to leave the enemy no opportunity. The infantry commander, Gu Lingyang, also stated, the infantry will follow orders. Whether in attack or defense, they will maintain formation. That I will organize targeted training for the infantry to simulate potential combat scenarios, enhancing their adaptability and combat readiness. Listening to the speeches of his commanders, Badr nodded slightly, then spoke, his voice deep yet authoritative. Gentlemen, while our forces are formidable, we must not be blindly arrogant. In this unfamiliar land, reckless actions will only invite peril. We shall remain encamped here for a few days, dispatching multiple reconnaissance teams to thoroughly investigate the terrain, prey distribution, and specific details about that tribe. Simultaneously, we will organize hunting parties nearby to replenish our supplies. When the moment is ripe, we shall launch our attack on the tribe, ensuring a decisive victory. In these days, all commanders must strictly regulate their subordinates, forbidding any unauthorized actions. Violators will face military justice. Upon hearing Commander Badr's words, the commanders nodded in agreement. The meeting concluded in a grave atmosphere, each commander harboring their own thoughts as they turned to execute their respective tasks, meticulously preparing for the imminent challenges. Night fell like ink, enveloping the camp of the fierce army. Within, the bonfire flickered while the commanders gathered. Having just enjoyed barbecued meat, the air still thick with a lingering aroma of smoked tea that moment, several soldiers ushered a group of women, captured along the way, to the center of the camp. These women appeared haggard, their eyes filled with terror and despair. The commander's gazes roamed over them indiscriminately, and soon, several relatively attractive women were selected and forcibly dragged toward their respective tents. Before long, cries of sorrow and struggles emanated from within the tents, evoking a deep sense of compassion. Among this group of women, there was one named Aina, who had practiced self-defense techniques since her youth. Although she could not be considered an unparalleled master, she possessed greater courage and strength than the average woman. When she was brought into the tent of a general, her heart was filled with anger and resentment. As the general approached with ill intentions, Aina seized the opportunity and delivered a powerful kick to the general's lower abdomen. Taken by surprise, he doubled over in pain. Aina swiftly grabbed a nearby sword and engaged in a brief struggle with several soldiers who rushed in, wounding one soldier's arm before she spotted an opening and dashed out of the tent. She fled through the camp, causing a commotion wherever she went. Soldiers drew their weapons and pursued her, but Aina, agile and quick, dodged and weaved, fighting off several soldiers who tried to obstruct her. However, outnumbered and disoriented in the vast enemy encampment, she soon lost her way, just as despair began to overwhelm Aina. The mermaid, the ancient spirit goat, and the spirit pearl, who were nearby on a reconnaissance mission, heard the commotion. They approached stealthily and witnessed a woman fiercely resisting a throng of soldiers. The mermaid acted first, gently waving her wand, conjuring a surge of water that rendered the ground beneath the soldiers slippery and treacherous, causing many to fall. The ancient spirit goat emitted a mysterious light, causing Aina's figure to blur, making it difficult for the soldiers to pinpoint her location. Meanwhile, the spirit pearl chanted incantations, summoning a whirlwind that swept several of the leading soldiers away. With their assistance, Aina successfully evaded her pursuers. The mermaid and her companions swiftly led Aina to the Starry Moon tribe's encampment. Along the way, Aina felt lingering trepidation, but was also filled with gratitude towards her rescuers. She recounted her ordeal, revealing that she was originally from a small tribe that had been raided by the barbarian Wind Legion, resulting in her and her kin being captured and brought to this place. Upon returning to the Starry Moon tribe's encampment, she was personally welcomed by Xingyue. Aina's eyes sparkled with hope as she saw Xingyue. She knew she had finally escaped that terrifying place, and perhaps here she could find opportunities for vengeance and peace. Xingyue looked at Aina, her heart swelling with indignation at the atrocities committed by the barbarian Wind Legion, resolutely determined to confront them and protect this land and its people. Within the brightly illuminated tent of the Starry Moon tribe, where the campfire cast a warm glow, Xingyue sat solemnly at the center while Aina slowly shared everything she knew about the barbarian Wind Legion. This army numbered around 40,000, predominantly cavalry, moving with the swiftness of tempest, their galloping hooves shaking the very earth. Aina's voice trembled as she recalled the overwhelming might of their forces. Their weaponry consisted mainly of sharp curved blades and powerful bows, the blades glistening ominously in the sunlight, easily cleaving through shields and armor. The long-range bows were formidable, their arrows raining down like a swarm of locusts. She continued, detailing the generals. Commander Battelle, calm and strategic, made decisions that seemed thoroughly considered, allowing the army to advance and engage in battle with remarkable order. The valiant General Waliji charged into enemy lines fearlessly, his strength akin to that of mountain, while Hasir Dun, experienced and astute, often perceived battlefield dynamics, frequently offering pivotal suggestions to turn the tide of battle. Xingyue listened intently, occasionally nodding, fully aware of the significance of this intelligence. At that moment, Huang Lang, who had been standing nearby, spoke up. "Leader, it appears that the barbarian Wind Legion is indeed a formidable opponent. We must not let our guard down." After a moment of contemplation, Xingyue replied, "Indeed. Their numbers and equipment cannot be underestimated, but we also possess our own advantages that we are intimately familiar with the lay of this land, and with the ancient divine beasts of the White Bird tribe assisting us, along with our meticulously prepared plans." Xingyue subsequently inquired further about the details of the barbarian Wind Legion's march, such as their camping habits, supply frequencies, and treatment of prisoners. Aina answered each question, noting that the barbarian Wind Legion typically chose elevated locations near water sources for their camps. Establishing fortified sentries and defenses, their supplies relied heavily on plundering along the way and the provisions they carried, though their resources were not inexhaustible due to the long journey. They were notoriously cruel to prisoners, often forcing them into labor, executing anyone who dared to resist. During their exchange, Aina's gaze inadvertently fell upon a delicate sword displayed in the corner of the tent, its unique pattern stirring something within her. She recalled having seen a similar design among the ranks of the barbarian Wind Legion, a symbol belonging to a high-ranking officer. Aina quickly shared with Xingyue, "Leader, I just remembered something that I once saw a general sword bearing a special pattern. This insignia may help us identify his significance within the army, and if we can target him on the battlefield, it might disrupt their command." Xingyue's eyes lit up, immediately ordering someone to record the pattern and arrange for in-depth research. At that moment, Aina noticed Milan, the female cavalry leader, passing by outside the tent, her striking figure capturing Aina's attention. Upon learning that Milan was the leader of the female cavalry, Aina felt a surge of admiration and longing. Gathering her courage, Aina addressed Xingyue, "Leader, I know you are preparing to confront the barbarian Wind Legion. Seeing Mulan lead with such valor, I wish to join the ranks of the female warriors, though I am a woman. I have trained in some skills, and I do not wish to hide in the rear. I want to contribute to the protection of this land." Xingyue regarded Aina, recognizing the determination and courage in her eyes, and nodded slightly. "Very well. Aina, your bravery is commendable. Mulan will train and evaluate you. If you succeed, you may join the female cavalry." Upon hearing this, Aina's face blossomed with joy, for she knew she was about to embark on a new journey, ready to fight alongside the warriors of the Starry Moon tribe for revenge and protection. Based on this intelligence, Xingyue began to reassess and refine the battle plan. She decided to dispatch more reconnaissance teams to closely monitor the movements of the barbarian Wind Legion, particularly their engagements with the 1,000-strong tribe. Simultaneously, she reinforced the defenses of their encampment, setting up additional traps and obstacles to thwart any surprise attacks by the enemy. "Send the word out. Let the warriors rest and train diligently, for we must be in prime condition to face the impending battle," Xingyue declared resolutely to Huang Lang. Huang Lang complied and departed, while Xingyue continued to strategize in her mind for this crucial battle concerning the survival of the tribe. Acutely aware that every decision was of paramount importance and must be approached with utmost caution, in the 1,000-strong tribe, news spread like wildfire. The powerful barbarian Wind Legion was but a day's journey away. Within the central tent of the tribe, 10 elders gathered, The atmosphere heavy and tense as an urgent meeting regarding the tribe's survival commenced. The chief elder, Akma, broke the silence with a grave expression. Esteemed elders, we have long heard of the fearsome reputation of the barbarian Wind Legion. Wherever they tread, bloodshed and chaos follow. Now, as they approach our gates, time is of the essence, and we must decide swiftly. To the south lies a path leading into the forest. Vast and complex, densely overgrown with thorns and shrouded in mist, making it exceedingly difficult for outsiders to penetrate. We must move everyone immediately toward the forest, for it may hold our only glimmer of hope. The second elder, Batel Khan, added, what the chief elder says is indeed wise. However, we must not recklessly charge into the forest. We need to organize a vanguard of our strongest youth, armed with axes and ropes, to clear a path through the thick underbrush for the rest of our people. The third elder, Erdini, furrowed his brow and remarked, we should also assign experienced hunters to guard the flanks of the group. They understand the behaviors of the beasts within the forest and can provide early warnings against potential attacks. Although the forest is abundant in water, the fourth elder, Xingyue, nodded in agreement, emphasizing the need to ensure that those who can identify safe water sources accompany the group to prevent anyone from falling ill due to contaminated water. The fifth elder, Kalaman, proposed to prevent anyone from getting lost in the forest, we should connect families with vines or colored cloth, maintaining close ties between front and rear so that we can respond promptly in case of emergencies. The sixth elder, Urina, expressed her concerns, saying, but the enemy's cavalry moves with great speed. What if they catch up to us before we are fully ensconced in the forest? She suggested leaving a small contingent of brave warriors near the tribe to set up basic traps utilizing the terrain, such as digging pits with sharp stakes concealed by leaves, to slow down the enemy's pursuit. After a moment of contemplation, Elder Bachelus spoke. Upon entering the forest, we must strive to maintain silence and avoid making excessive noise so as not to expose our location. Let our kin cover their footprints with leaves and branches, and fire must be strictly prohibited to prevent smoke from revealing our position. Elder Mangela suggested we can scatter some pungent herbal powder along the path leading from the tribe to the forest, to confuse the enemy's warhorses and hinder their ability to track our scent. Elder Samia added, for those elderly and children who have difficulty moving, we must assign dedicated individuals to carry or transport them on stretchers. We must not abandon a single member of our tribe. Finally, Elder Hasula declared, this is a critical moment for our tribe's survival. We must unite in our efforts. The journey ahead will undoubtedly be fraught with challenges. Yet we shall seek hope for survival and growth within the forest, safeguarding the bloodline and heritage of our tribe. After reaching a consensus, the 10 elders set the tribe into immediate action. The members hurriedly packed their belongings, with the young vanguard leading the way, bravely advancing along the path to the forest, swinging their axes to clear thorns and forge a hopeful route for the entire tribe. Women assisted the elderly, while men carried the children, all closely connected and orderly moving deeper into the woods. The tribe gradually receded from sight, facing an unknown destiny ahead, yet their eyes reflected determination as they marched forward courageously for survival. As dawn broke, the atmosphere was thick with tension among the 1,000-member tribe. Under the guidance of the 10 elders, the entire tribe swiftly embarked on the great migration towards the forest. Erselang led the vanguard like an arrow released from a bow, his lithe form wielding a spear that glinted coldly in the air as he forcefully cleared the obstructing thorns. Sweat drenched his back, yet his gaze remained resolute, unwavering, each swing infused with the hope of the tribe's survival. Yuri Gallus stealthily guided the hunters along the flanks of the procession, their ears attuned like sensitive radar, missing not a whisper of the wind or rustle of leaves. Suddenly, a low growl emanated from deep within the woods as a massive black bear, drawn by the commotion, slowly emerged. With a sharp glint in his eyes, Yuri Gallus swiftly nocked an arrow and released it like a shooting star towards the bear. The bear, wounded and enraged, charged at the crowd. Undeterred, the hunters swiftly nocked their arrows. A rain of arrows fell upon the bear, which, though fierce, ultimately fled, injured by their onslaught. Buyinta busily navigated through the ranks, carefully observing the surroundings for any signs of water. Upon discovering a hidden water source behind some rocks, he crouched down to assess the water quality. only directing the tribe to fetch water once he confirmed its safety. Simultaneously, he continuously gathered various useful herbs along the way, carefully stowing them in a cloth bag he carried. Narantuya and Xingyue organized the women to support the elderly and softly comfort the frightened children, who gradually settled down under their soothing words. The women shared their provisions with one another, ensuring that everyone had enough food. However, the migration was not without its challenges. An elderly member of the tribe collapsed from exhaustion during the arduous journey. Narantuya swiftly rushed to the elder's side, while Baoyina hurriedly prepared herbs, crushing them with stones to extract juice to administer to the elder. As the group anxiously awaited, the elder slowly regained consciousness, prompting a collective sigh of relief as they resumed their advance. Upon reaching the boundary between the tribe and the forest, a small group of brave warriors led by Bader Khan remained behind as planned. They raced against time to dig traps, driving sharpened stakes deep into the ground and skillfully concealing them with leaves and underbrush. That moment, a cloud of dust rose in the distance. As the vanguard of the barbarian wind army drew near, Bader Khan gazed into the distance, silently praying for the tribe's safe retreat. Gripping his weapon tightly, he called out to his fellow warriors. "Brothers, today we stand here. Even if it means fighting to the last man, we must buy more time for our kin." The warriors responded in unison, their spirits high, ready to face the impending battle. Meanwhile, the main force, under the guidance of elders such as Akma, quickened their pace into the depths of the forest. Their figures gradually vanished into the dense foliage, leaving behind a sense of longing for home and uncertainty about the future. Yet more prominently, a determination to struggle for survival. Bader Khan and 60 warriors stood resolutely at the edge of the tribe and forest, their silhouettes appearing steadfast and solitary in the morning light. Ahead, the vanguard cavalry of the barbarian wind army swept forward like a dark cloud, the dust raised by their hooves swirling in the air, causing the earth to tremble slightly. Bader Khan inhaled deeply and shouted, "Brothers, behind us lies our homeland, our kin. Today, even if we fight to our last breath, we shall not allow the enemy to cross easily." The warriors roared in unison, their voices echoing through the skies, a testament to their loyalty and resolve to protect the tribe. As the enemy's vanguard cavalry approached, the leading cavalry commander reined at his steed, the warhorse whinnying as it lifted its front hooves. From his elevated position, he looked down upon Bader Khan and the others, his gaze filled with disdain. "You pitiful ants, do you dare to obstruct the march of my army? Surrender now, and perhaps you may retain your corpses." Bader Khan scoffed in response. "Not a chance. The warriors of our 1,000-member tribe would rather die than yield." In a flash, the enemy cavalry charged forward, the sound of their hooves resonating like thunder. Bader Khan swiftly commanded his warriors to form ranks, tightly linking their shields to create a formidable wall, while spears jutted out through the gaps like porcupine quills aimed at the enemy. The cavalry collided with the shield wall like a surging tide, and in that moment, the air was filled with cries of battle and the sounds of impact. An enemy cavalryman swung a long sword fiercely at the shield wall, but Bader Khan braced against the shield, simultaneously sidestepping to thrust his short sword into the enemy's leg, causing the cavalryman to scream as he fell from his mount. A nearby warrior seized the opportunity to end his life with a spear. However, the enemy cavalry's assault came in relentless waves, and the warriors began to feel the strain. During the battle, Erseling noticed an enemy cavalryman had breached a corner of their defense. Without hesitation, he charged forward, leaping high to stab the enemy in the chest with his spear, pinning him to the ground. But he too was injured in the arm by a flanking cavalryman. Yuri Gala, while drawing and releasing arrows, shouted to rally morale, "Brothers, hold firm. Our kin are still waiting for us." His arrows struck true, hitting the enemy's warhorses, causing them to panic and disrupt the enemy's formation. As the battle intensified, the casualties among the warriors increased. Although Baoyintu was not skilled in close combat, he too joined the fray, hurling stones and makeshift javelins at the enemy from the back line. He spotted an enemy commander directing from the rear. With a steely gaze, he summoned all his strength to throw his javelin, which flew through the crowd like lightning, grazing the commander's cheek and causing chaos among the enemy ranks. despite the warriors' desperate resistance. The enemy's numerical superiority began to show to at this moment. Bader Khan devised a plan, shouting, "Fall back to the forest's edge." The warriors understood and began a fight while retreating, gradually pulling back to the forest periphery. The enemy cavalry pursued relentlessly, and as they entered the forest's edge, many horses were injured by the hidden traps set earlier, causing cavalrymen to tumble to the ground. Seeing this, Bader Khan led the warriors to turn and launch a counterattack. They utilized the cover of the trees, agilely weaving between the enemy ranks and striking unexpectedly. In the heat of battle, Bader Khan found himself engaged in a life-and-death struggle with a formidable enemy general. The general swung a heavy mace, each blow infused with immense force, while Bader Khan skillfully dodged the attacks, seeking an opening. Finally, seizing the moment, he rolled to the general's side and thrust his short sword deeply into the general's abdomen, causing the brute to widen his eyes in disbelief as he collapsed. After a fierce struggle, darkness began to envelop the battlefield, where bodies lay strewn and smoke filled the air. The vanguard cavalry of the barbarian wind gazed at the few remaining warriors before them, their hearts brimming with indignation. They had anticipated a swift victory over this resistance, yet had encountered such tenacious opposition. It was then they realized that these warriors' desperate fight was perhaps to buy time for the tribe's great migration. The enemy commander ordered a search of the surrounding area, yet the forest was shrouded in darkness, dense with thorns, and they dared not venture further. After a thorough search, they found only a few injured or slain tribal warriors, and it seemed as though the 1,000-member tribe had vanished into thin air. Reluctantly, the enemy cavalry returned to their camp, weary and discontented, to report to their commander, "My lord, those people have escaped. We only found a few, yet suffered 30 casualties ourselves. This enemy is exceedingly cunning, using the terrain to elude us, making them incredibly difficult to track." Commander Bader frowned upon hearing the report, deep in thought. He was acutely aware that the 1,000-strong tribe must have wise leaders guiding them. Although this battle had not claimed many of his soldiers, the successful escape of the enemy could lead to unforeseen consequences in the future. Gazing into the distant forest, he clenched his fists and commanded his army to rest in place, while simultaneously dispatching scouts to search the surrounding area, determined to swiftly ascertain the whereabouts of the 1,000-strong tribe to eliminate any future threats. Within the Star and Moon tribe's tent, Xingyue was engaged in strategic discussions with her generals. At that moment, a scout hurried in, bringing news of the enemy's successful retreat and their current lack of trace. Xingyue nodded slightly, calculating the time in her mind. It had been 3 days since she had received news of the barbarian wind brigade. Every minute of these 3 days had been crucial, and she needed to make the most of it to prepare for the formidable foe ahead. Xingyue turned to the mermaid and the little tiger and said, "The situation is dire. We require more precise intelligence regarding the movements of the barbarian wind brigade. You two must set out to scout immediately, being exceedingly cautious to avoid revealing your whereabouts. Should you detect any signs of enemy activity, report back at once." The mermaid and the little tiger responded in unison, acknowledging her command before swiftly disappearing from the tent. After arranging the reconnaissance mission, Xingyue shifted her focus to the tribe's food reserves. With the escalating tensions, the soldiers needed ample sustenance to maintain their strength for the impending battle. She summoned the chief of hunting, Amur, and instructed Amur, "Organize a hunting party to depart at once. We must ensure a continuous supply of food for our soldiers. This hunting mission is arduous. Not only must we secure sufficient prey, but we must also prioritize safety to avoid encounters with enemy patrols or other dangers. The hunting party will be expanded to 300 members, and you must arrange them judiciously." Amur respectfully bowed and swiftly gathered the members of the hunting party. These 300 warriors hailed from every corner of the tribe, each robust and skilled in tracking and hunting. Among them was the seasoned hunter Badr, who possessed an intimate understanding of the local wildlife, the young and valiant archer Waliji, whose aim was remarkably precise, capable of hitting a running hare from 100 paces away, and the immensely strong wrestler Qiaolu, who could easily subdue large prey. The hunting party set forth, advancing towards the nearby hunting grounds. Along the way, they carefully avoided potential danger zones, traversing familiar paths. Upon entering the hunting grounds, Badr, with years of experience, quickly discerned signs of prey. He crouched down, meticulously observing the tracks and droppings on the ground. Deducing that a herd of deer had passed through, Amur quietly directed the team to spread out, forming a vast encirclement. Waliji stealthily climbed a large tree, taking a favorable position for shooting. Xiaolu grasped his spear tightly, moving cautiously alongside the other team members towards the quarry. Just as they were nearing the deer herd, a vigilant fawn suddenly raised its head, sensing danger. It turned to flee, and in an instant, the entire herd bolted. Amur shouted, "Attack!" Waliji swiftly drew his bow, releasing an arrow that flew like a meteor towards the deer, striking one fawn down. The other members of the team hurled their spears, and within moments, over a dozen deer were hit. However, the hunting grounds harbored more than just deer. In their pursuit of prey, they inadvertently trespassed into the territory of wild boars. Startled, a group of boars charged angrily towards the hunting party. The gleaming tusks of the boars glistened ominously in the sunlight as they barreled forth with ferocity. Unfazed by the impending danger, Amur commanded the team to regroup quickly, forming a tight defensive formation. Xiaolu stepped forward, brandishing his spear, engaging the foremost boar in a fierce struggle. The boar lunged at him, and Xiaolu deftly sidestepped, thrusting his spear into the boar's back. The boar, in pain, became even more frenzied in its thrashing. Badr and the other members joined the fray, employing their spears and arrows against the boars. Waliji's arrows struck the eyes and vital points of the wild boars, and one by one, they fell under their relentless assault. Yet, the sheer number of boars was overwhelming, and several members of the hunting party sustained injuries from the boar's bites. In the heat of battle, Amur spotted the leader of the boar pack. This boar was enormous, fiercer than its ordinary kin, positioned at the rear, directing the others in their attack. Understanding that subduing this leader was the only way to disperse the boar herd, he exchanged a knowing glance with Xiaolu, and together they launched an assault on the boar leader, flanking it from both sides. The other members provided support, using their arrows and spears to distract it. After a grueling struggle, Amur finally seized an opportunity. He lunged at the boar leader, plunging his dagger into its throat. The boar let out a horrific scream before collapsing, causing chaos among the remaining boars, who promptly scattered in panic. Following this tumultuous encounter, the hunting party gleaned valuable lessons. Amur reorganized their efforts, dividing the 300 warriors into several smaller groups, each assigned to hunt in different areas of the hunting grounds. One group, composed of adept trackers, followed the footprints of foxes through the dense woods. The cunning foxes, utilizing the cover of the trees, constantly changed directions. However, the hunters remained undeterred, patiently trailing them until they discovered the fox's den in front of the cave, cautiously approaching and capturing several foxes with nets. Another group scoured the grasslands for hares, setting simple traps using branches and leaves while driving the hares toward them. Startled, the hares fled in all directions, many falling into the traps. The members rejoiced as they collected the hares from the traps, eagerly seeking their next target. A third group arrived at the riverbank, where numerous waterfowl resided. The team wove small boats from reeds, stealthily paddling towards the gathering of waterfowl. As they approached, they used homemade slingshots to launch stones, startling the birds and capturing those that were injured or flew too low with nets as time passed. The hunting party's haul grew increasingly bountiful. They captured a substantial number of deer, wild boars, hares, foxes, and waterfowl. However, as dusk approached, Amur realized they needed to return to the tribe quickly. He sounded the rallying horn, and the 300 members, laden with their bountiful catch, began their journey back. Though fatigued, their hearts brimmed with joy as they made their way home. Upon returning, the tribe awaited their arrival with eager anticipation. The soldiers were met with cheers as they presented their mountain of game, the sound echoing throughout the tribe. Xingyue looked upon the hunting party's achievements with a sense of relief. She understood that every facet of the impending battle against the barbarian Wind Brigade was critical. The bravery and dedication of the hunting party had provided vital support for the tribe's survival and impending conflict. Meanwhile, she anxiously awaited the reconnaissance results from the mermaid and the little tiger, hoping to swiftly devise a more comprehensive battle plan. The triumphant return of the 300 heroes, laden with their rich spoils, ushered in an atmosphere of jubilation throughout the tribe. Night descended like a vast black silk curtain. A grand barbecue feast commenced in the central clearing of the tribe. The people meticulously prepared the deer, wild boars, and hares, skewering them over roaring bonfires. The flames joyfully licked the tender meat, while the dripping fat sizzled in the fire, sending bright sparks into the air and releasing an irresistible aroma. Children gathered around the bonfire, their eyes wide with excitement and anticipation, their laughter resonating in the night sky, seemingly dispelling the gloom and unease of recent days. The warriors became the heroes of the night. Though weary, they wore proud smiles. Amur, surrounded by a throng of admirers, recounted the thrilling moments of the hunt. He animatedly described the fierce battles with the wild boar herd, captivating the audience, who gasped in awe. Badr chimed in with additional details, his humorous narration eliciting hearty laughter from all. Waliji quietly sat in a corner, polishing his beloved bow. The bow had proven invaluable during today's hunt, and he felt a deep sense of gratitude and respect for it. Chaolu, bearing some battle scars, paid them no mind as he shared joyful drinks with friends, celebrating their victory. The women bustled through the crowd, distributing pieces of freshly roasted meat to everyone. The succulent, crispy exterior of the meat yielded to tender juiciness with each bite, filling the air with a rich meaty fragrance that delighted the senses. The elders of the tribe sat nearby, wearing satisfied smiles, proud of their brave youth. That moment, a young woman named Ulan stood up, her voice melodious and clear, amidst the applause and cheers of the crowd. She began to sing an ancient tribal ballad. Her enchanting voice flowed like a clear stream through the night sky, recounting the tribe's history, glory, and aspirations for the future. The people listened in hushed reverence, immersed in the beauty of her song, as if their souls were being cleansed. As the melody lingered in the air, the youthful spirits could no longer contain their excitement, rising to dance in celebration. Their dance was infused with vigor and passion, mimicking the movements of various animals, sometimes galloping like a steed, soaring like a majestic eagle, or leaping like a graceful fawn. Hand in hand, they formed a large circle, joyously swaying to the rhythm of the music, as flickering flames cast shimmering shadows upon them, enveloping them in a golden glow. Xingyue had also joined the throng, and as she beheld the jubilant scene before her, her heart swelled with emotion. In these trying times, such joy felt particularly precious. It was not only a celebration and commendation of the hunting party's courageous efforts, but also a manifestation of the tribe's unity and solidarity. She understood well that only a tribe united in purpose could hope to survive and triumph in the impending crisis. As night deepened, the people remained gathered around the campfire, reluctant to disperse. A few elders began recounting the brave deeds of the tribe's past, their words captivating the young listeners whose eyes sparkled with longing and reverence. These tales served as torches, passed down through time, igniting a profound spirit of determination and belief within the hearts of the tribe members. They were resolute in their conviction that, regardless of the formidable challenges that the future might bring, the tribe's honor and legacy would endure through unity and courage. After receiving the mission, the enchanting mermaid swiftly set off towards the direction of the fierce Wind clan. They traversed through the mountains and forests, moving silently like phantoms. The dense foliage of the woods allowed only specks of sunlight to filter through the layers of leaves, providing them with a natural cloak for their movements as they approached the enemy encampment. The mermaid harnessed the power of water elements, concealing herself within a stream, revealing only her eyes to observe the activity on the shore. Meanwhile, the little tiger crouched in the tall grass, using the dense vegetation for cover. The grass towered over him, and he melded into the earth, seeming as one with nature. They discovered that the enemy camp was vast, with soldiers bustling about and patrols moving in a disciplined rotation. The defenses remarkably tight. Tents were pitched closely together, resembling a cluster of small hills, while soldiers were frequently seen transporting supplies or sharpening weapons, the faint sounds of clashing metal echoing through the air. Just as they prepared to delve further into reconnaissance, a shaman from the Fierce Wind clan seemed to sense an anomaly. Holding a bone staff, the shaman muttered incantations, beginning to cast a detection spell. The magical waves spread through the air, gradually encroaching on the positions of the mermaid and the little tiger. The magic shimmered with an eerie blue light, rippling like waves, rendering everything in its path visible. Sensing imminent danger, the mermaid swiftly conjured a barrier of mist around her, attempting to thwart the spell's detection. Under her call, water elements swiftly coalesced, forming a translucent veil that enveloped her. The little tiger, on high alert, readied himself to confront any potential adversaries. His eyes were fixated ahead, ears perked, capturing every sound. However, the force of the magic proved too formidable, and the mist barrier began to crack, emitting faint snapping sounds as though it might shatter at any moment. In a moment of urgency, the little tiger made a decisive move, intentionally creating a slight disturbance to draw the enemy's attention, then sprinting away in the opposite direction from the mermaid. His figure darted through the trees like a flash of lightning. The soldiers of the enemy, alerted by the noise, began to chase after him, cries of battle erupting in the air, the heavy thuds of footsteps, the clashing of weapons, and the shouts of soldiers intertwined, shattering the tranquility of the woods. Seizing the opportunity, the mermaid slipped deeper into the stream, temporarily evading danger. She swam swiftly beneath the surface, her movements graceful, akin to a delicate fish. The water flowed around her, bringing a refreshing coolness. She circled to the opposite side of the enemy camp, continuing her intelligence-gathering efforts. Here, she stumbled upon the enemy supply depot, where mountains of provisions were heavily guarded, surrounded by numerous fire and moisture prevention measures. Meanwhile, the little tiger was desperately fleeing through the woods, using his agility to leap between trees. The enemy pursued relentlessly, launching arrows and throwing spears. Arrows whizzed past his ears, and despite dodging left and right, he sustained several cuts. Blood dripped onto the grass, leaving a trail of crimson. Yet he did not falter. Familiar with the terrain, he gradually increased the distance between himself and the enemy. He was acutely aware of the significant mission he bore, that he could not be easily captured. Back at the tribe, upon learning of the hunting party's successful return, Xingyue immediately organized the tribe's people to prepare for war. Women and children were directed to safety within a secure cave, stockpiling ample food and water. The damp atmosphere of the cave hung heavily in the air, but everyone was too preoccupied to notice, busily transporting supplies. The men fortified the defenses around the tribe, digging deeper trenches and setting more sharpened stakes as traps. Sweat soaked their garments, yet they did not pause in their efforts. Craftsmen worked tirelessly day and night, forging additional weapons and shields. The sound of hammering echoed throughout the tribe. Sparks flying, Xingyue personally supervised the soldiers' training, imparting unique combat techniques and tactics to better prepare them against cavalry charges and enemy formations. She demonstrated how to use shields to block cavalry lances and how to find opportunities for breakout amidst enemy encirclement. The soldiers listened intently, their eyes filled with a fervent desire for battle and confidence in victory. Simultaneously, Xingyue dispatched envoys to attempt contact with neighboring tribes, hoping to secure support or forge alliances to jointly confront the fierce Wind clan when they attacked. The envoys rode swift steeds, racing between various tribes. While some tribes expressed reservations, others showed a willingness to consider cooperation, offering Xingyue a glimmer of hope. In negotiations with a larger tribe, the envoys articulated the threat posed by the fierce Wind clan and the necessity of united resistance. The leader of that tribe fell into deep contemplation. Although he did not immediately agree, he indicated that he would gather the elders for discussion. Meanwhile, in the enemy camp, after an intense chase, the little tiger successfully evaded capture. He stealthily returned to the rendezvous point agreed upon with the mermaid. Though weary and nursing his wounds, his gaze remained resolute. Upon reuniting, they hastily made their way back to Xingyue's tribe, prepared to report in detail on the enemy's troop deployments, weaponry, and potential routes of attack. Crucial intelligence for the tribe to devise more precise and effective counter-strategies. They were acutely aware that this information was vital for the tribe's survival and needed to be delivered swiftly. The intelligence gathered by the mermaid and the little tiger plunged Xingyue's tribe into a contemplative silence. Xingyue convened the wise and the leaders, gathered around a massive stone table inscribed with ancient runes and patterns of the tribe. The atmosphere was grave and serious, as all understood that this intelligence would determine the future fate of the tribe. This chapter is not yet complete. Please turn to the next page to continue enjoying the captivating narrative. The mermaid began to recount in detail, her voice soft yet clear. The layout of the fierce Wind Clan's camp is meticulously organized, with the core tent situated at the center, surrounded by layers of guards. From their supply of provisions, it is evident that although they have a considerable quantity, most consists of long-lasting dry rations and preserved meats, with fresh fruits and vegetables being scarce. This indicates that while their supply line is lengthy, it remains relatively stable. However, if we can sever or disrupt their supply lines, we could certainly ensnare them in a predicament. Furthermore, I noticed that the tents storing provisions are protected by special fire and moisture barriers, seemingly set by the accompanying shaman, underscoring their emphasis on safeguarding their supplies. The little tiger added, "The enemy's troop distribution is primarily cavalry, comprising about 70% of their forces, while infantry is dispersed around the camp for defense. They are also training a new combat formation, seemingly to integrate cavalry and infantry more closely, with cavalry charging ahead followed by infantry, using shields to form a protective wall, enhancing the continuity and stability of their attacks. I also observed that their cavalry mounts are meticulously selected and trained, with their hooves wrapped in specially crafted leather to minimize noise while running and maintain good traction on uneven terrain." The leaders, upon hearing this, wore grave expressions, and Xingyue began organizing a discussion on counter-dash strategies. An experienced elder general remarked, "To counter their new formation, we must strengthen our ranged attack capabilities, such as deploying more catapults and crossbows, to inflict significant damage as they charge. Additionally, we could set up caltrops in front of our lines to slow their cavalry's momentum," the young commander proposed. "We could also emulate their formation, training our soldiers for better coordination, ensuring our cavalry and infantry work in harmony. At the same time, we could send small elite units to stealthily raid their supply tents at night, disrupting their barriers and incinerating their provisions." At this moment, the envoys sent to neighboring tribes began to return in succession. Some tribes brought good news, expressing their willingness to send troops and provide material support, with the Prairie tribe being particularly generous, pledging 500 elite cavalry and a substantial supply of cattle and sheep. The leader of the Grassland tribe expressed, "We are all part of this land and cannot stand idly by while the savage Wind Legion wreaks havoc. We are willing to advance and retreat alongside the Xingyue tribe." However, some tribes rejected the alliance request, fearing that they would draw fire upon themselves and opting for neutrality to safeguard their own interests. Xingyue, fully aware of the significance of the alliance, resolved to personally persuade several key tribes that on her way to the Valley tribe, Xingyue encountered a band of roving mountain bandits. Upon sighting Xingyue and her entourage, the bandits mistook them for easy prey and charged forward with a loud roar. Xingyue remained composed. She drew her sword from her waist, its blade glinting coldly in the sunlight. She was the first to charge at the bandits. And after a few exchanges, they realized that their opponent was no ordinary foe. However, emboldened by their numbers, the bandits refused to retreat. At a critical moment, Huang Lang and the tribe guard arrived, joining forces with Xingyue, and together they swiftly repelled the bandits. This encounter made Xingyue realize that the surrounding elements of instability could also pose a threat during the battle against the Savage Wind Legion, necessitating preemptive measures to eliminate them. Therefore, she arranged for a contingent of soldiers to patrol and eliminate threats around the tribe to ensure the safety of their reared. At last, Xingyue reached the Valley tribe. The leader of the Valley tribe was a cautious elder who harbored doubts about the alliance. Xingyue patiently articulated the brutality of the Savage Wind Legion and the principle of mutual reliance. "If we do not unite, the Savage Wind Legion will pick us off one by one, leaving no tribe unscathed. If we stand together now, we still have a glimmer of hope to safeguard this land and our people. Look at the tribe they have laid waste to. The common folk are displaced, and the sight is appalling that we cannot allow such tragedy to unfold among our own." After extensive persuasion, the leader of the Valley tribe was finally moved by Xingyue's sincerity and determination, agreeing to join the alliance. The gradual expansion of this alliance provided Xingyue's tribe with increased confidence and hope in facing the Savage Wind Legion. and she began to prepare diligently for a joint military conference with the allied tribes to formulate a more comprehensive battle plan. She commanded the craftsmen in the tribe to expedite the forging of weapons and defensive apparatus, organize the soldiers for more rigorous training, and arrange for dedicated personnel to maintain close communication with the allied tribes for timely updates on intelligence and adjustments to the battle plan. As the alliance took shape, Xingyue's tribe and their allies entered a tense phase of pre-war preparations in the camp of Xingyue's tribe. The craftsmen worked tirelessly day and night in the weapons workshop. Sparks flew as the sound of hammers rang out. The blacksmiths labored diligently to forge sharp, long swords, sturdy shields, and piercing spears. Experienced old artisans personally supervised each step, ensuring the quality of the weapons. The edge of this sword must be honed sharper. Only then can it pierce enemy armor on the battlefield. The old craftsmen sternly instructed the young apprentices, who nodded earnestly, not daring to slacken their efforts. They selected the finest iron blocks and placed them into the blazing furnace, waiting for the iron to glow red before repeatedly hammering it with heavy mallets. Each strike was accompanied by the sweat of their brow. After dozens of strikes, the blade gradually took shape, and through meticulous polishing, the shimmering sword was finally born. Meanwhile, the craftsmen responsible for creating catapults and crossbows were also working diligently. Massive timbers were cut and assembled, and intricate mechanical devices were carefully installed and calibrated. They continuously tested the range and accuracy of the catapults, adjusting the tension and firing angles of the crossbows. The effectiveness of the catapults was crucial for our long-range strikes against the enemy, and it was imperative to ensure flawless execution. The diligent craftsman frowned in concentration as he meticulously examined every component to find the most suitable wood for the catapult's lever. The craftsman ventured deep into the forest, selecting trunks that were both hard and elastic. During assembly, they repeatedly measured the dimensions of each component, ensuring the structural integrity of the catapult. For the crossbows, they carefully adjusted the tension of the bowstrings and tested the flight trajectories of different bolts, striving for precision in slaying enemies on the battlefield. The soldiers' training had also reached a fervent intensity that in the expansive training grounds, the infantry arranged themselves into neat formations, undergoing rigorous drill exercises to the command of their instructors. They swiftly changed formations, sometimes forming tight defensive lines, other times spreading out into offensive positions. The spear soldiers practiced their thrusting techniques, forcefully lunging their spears forward while shouting battle cries, each thrust brimming with power and resolve. They also engaged in simulated combat drills, coordinating with their comrades to learn how to respond to enemy charges and encirclement. The cavalry galloped across the grasslands, skillfully maneuvering their steeds through high-speed charges and flanking maneuvers. The young riders tightly gripped their horses' bellies, their bodies rising and falling with the gallop, wielding their sabers in the air, honing their skills in dispatching foes while on the run. Mind the coordination of horse speed and blade momentum. "You must become one with your steed," the cavalry captain shouted, offering guidance to the riders. The riders also undertook long-distance endurance training to enhance both their horses' stamina and their own combat capabilities after prolonged riding. They carried provisions and water, riding continuously for hours across the grassland before immediately engaging in combat drills, sharpening their skills even in a state of fatigue. Xingyue understood the paramount importance of morale in warfare. She personally engaged with the soldiers, inspiring their fighting spirit. During a gathering, Xingyue stood on a platform, her gaze resolute as she addressed the soldiers below. "Warriors, we are about to face the formidable Savage Wind Legion, but we are not alone. We have steadfast allies, brave warriors, and above all, the conviction to protect our homeland. Behind us stand our loved ones and our tribe. We cannot falter. We must advance. Every fallen soldier will become a hero of the tribe, their names eternally remembered, and their bravery will be passed down through generations." The soldiers, stirred by Xingyue's speech, felt their blood surge with fervor, raising their weapons and shouting in unison, "Defend our homeland. Victory is ours." The resounding cries echoed above the tribe, heralding the imminent clash of fierce battles. Meanwhile, in the other allied tribes, similar preparations were underway. The leaders of each tribe actively coordinated and integrated resources, maximizing their respective advantages. Some tribes excelled in mountain warfare, organizing their soldiers to train in mountain combat techniques and preparing to undertake corresponding tasks on the battlefield. These mountain warriors practice climbing and jumping on steep slopes, honing their skills in stealth and surprise attacks within rugged terrain. They became intimately familiar with every path and cave in the mountains, ready to exploit the terrain to deliver unexpected strikes against the enemy. Other tribes, rich in herbal knowledge, gathered abundant medicinal herbs to create healing potions, ensuring medical support for the impending battle. The healers within the tribes also imparted basic first aid knowledge to the soldiers, such as stopping bleeding and dressing wounds, enabling timely self-rescue and assistance to comrades on the battlefield. Furthermore, the allied tribes organized joint drills. Soldiers from various tribes gather for large-scale, collaborative training exercises. They familiarize themselves with each other's combat styles and signal commands, enhancing their ability to operate in unison. Throughout the drills, the commanders continuously adjusted tactics, assigning the most suitable battle positions based on the strengths of different tribes, striving to maximize the fighting prowess of the entire allied army. During this tense yet orderly phase of pre-war preparations, the entire alliance gradually coalesced into a tightly coordinated fighting force, awaiting an exhilarating confrontation with the Savage Wind Legion. After deliberation with the allied tribes, Xingyue decided against a preemptive strike on the Savage Wind Legion, opting instead to fortify their position at the Half-Teeth Mountain camp. The treacherous terrain of Half-Teeth Mountain made it easy to defend and difficult to attack, its unique geography serving as a natural barrier. The walls of the encampment were tall and sturdy, constructed of massive stones with gaps filled with dirt and rubble. This time, the tribe's warriors were further reinforcing the defensive works. The trenches were deepened and widened, filled with sharp stakes and thorns, creating a menacing line of defense on the walls. Soldiers stood guard day and night, vigilantly watching the horizon. The elders of the tribe utilized their wisdom to craft various talismans from animal bones and special herbs gathered from the mountains, distributing them to the young warriors in hopes of divine protection. These talismans were solemnly worn by the warriors, seemingly bestowing upon them additional strength and courage. At this point, the Savage Wind Legion was also adjusting their strategy. Their commander, Batel, was well aware that the defensive capabilities of Xingyue's alliance should not be underestimated. An impulsive assault would inevitably result in heavy losses. Thus, he dispatched small groups of cavalry to harass the periphery of the alliance's camp, attempting to lure the allied forces into action to break the stalemate. Those cavalrymen rode their majestic steeds past the foot of Half-Teeth Mountain, loosing a few arrows before swiftly retreating. The arrows whistled through the air, some embedding into the walls of the encampment, others landing among the stones, producing sharp sounds. However, Xingyue sternly ordered her soldiers to remain calm and hold their positions. She understood that this was a provocation from the enemy. Should they pursue, they might fall into an ambush. The warriors gripped their weapons tightly, their resolute gazes fixed on the movements of the enemy forces below the mountain. Though their hearts burned with fury, they remained steadfast, obeying commands and resolutely holding their positions. Throughout the wait, Xingyue maintained her vigilant reconnaissance of the enemy. The mermaid and the little tiger received orders once more, skillfully utilizing the complex terrain of Half-Tooth Mountain to conceal themselves as they stealthily approached the enemy encampment. They discovered that the enemy was clandestinely constructing a massive siege engine, a new type of equipment seemingly combining a catapult and a ladder, its power appearing formidable. The enormous apparatus gradually took shape within the enemy camp, surrounded by numerous soldiers busily transporting timber and metal components. While craftsmen worked diligently on assembly and adjustments, they hurried back to report this intelligence. Xingyue convened the generals to discuss strategies. Point 1 General proposed: "We can set traps along the enemy's inevitable path of advance, employing an abundance of caltrops, pits, and hidden spikes to counter their cavalry and siege machinery. These traps should cleverly exploit the terrain to remain undetected by the enemy." Another general suggested, "We should dispatch an elite team to launch a nighttime assault on the enemy's siege equipment construction site to delay their progress. Utilizing the cover of darkness, we can execute a surprise attack." After a moment's contemplation, Xingyue decided on a dual approach. She selected a squad of brave and agile warriors, led by the little tiger, to launch a surprise raid on the enemy camp under the cover of night. The little tiger guided the squad through the darkness, evading enemy patrols and successfully infiltrating the camp. The squad members swiftly dispersed, some igniting fires that blazed brightly within the enemy encampment, illuminating the night sky. Others set about dismantling the unfinished siege machinery, wielding their weapons with vigor to slash and smash the wooden structures and metal components. In an instant, the enemy camp was engulfed in flames, and the clamor of battle cries echoed throughout. Caught off guard by the sudden assault, the enemy quickly organized a counterattack. After completing part of their destructive mission, the little tiger and his team retreated, though they could not completely dismantle the enemy's siege machinery. They had nonetheless delayed the enemy's plans, granting the Allied forces additional time to prepare. Meanwhile, on the front lines, the Allied troops continued to hold their ground. Soldiers steadfastly maintained their posts under the scorching sun and biting wind, showing no signs of retreat. They encouraged one another, sharing battle experiences and the convictions in their hearts. As time passed, some previously neutral tribes began to consider joining the Xingyue alliance, drawn by their unwavering determination and orderly defense. Bringing newfound hope and strength to those waiting for Id's dawn's first light bathed the half-toothed mountain camp. Xingyue, her expression grave, issued operational orders to her deputy, Huang Lang. From today, the enemy's vanguard will be upon us. Before the battle commences, aside from those engaging in the defense, the rest should prepare to retreat into the forest, abandoning this crucial encampment. When the enemy vanguard arrives, Huang Lang, you and Melanhoa shall lead the ancient flower bowl and deploy all cavalry to annihilate their vanguard. Remember to prepare some sacks to carry away the slain soldiers, then retreat towards the direction of the cannibal tribe. Leave a few enemy soldiers behind to witness your departure, luring them to pursue. You should engage and retreat as needed. Huang Lang clasped his fists in acknowledgement, his eyes revealing a resolute intent to kill. He swiftly turned to summon the cavalry, and soon the thunderous sound of hooves resonated as the cavalry lined up neatly before the camp, each soldier brimming with spirit and ready for battle. Melanhoa rode a robust white steed, exuding grace and valor, while beside her, the ancient flower bowl transformed into a breathtaking beauty, her stunning visage imbued with an innate authority. The sound of the enemy vanguard's hooves drew near, raising a cloud of dust that obscured their sight. The leading enemy cavalry, clad in heavy armor and wielding long blades, shouted thunderous war cries. Observing this, Huang Lang raised his long knife high and bellowed, "Brothers, today is our moment to make a name for ourselves. Charge!" With that, he was the first to plunge into the fray. In an instant, the two cavalry forces collided like a surging tide. The cries of battle and the clash of metal intertwined to form a brutal symphony of war. Huang Lang's long knife moved with precision, each swing unleashing a mist of blood, as the enemy fell before him like paper. Melanhoa, leading a portion of the cavalry, cleverly maneuvered to flank the enemy's side, her spear striking with the precision of a serpent. Aiming for the enemy's vital points, the beauty, transformed from the ancient flower bowl, did not directly engage in combat, yet her presence emanated an invisible aura of intimidation. She was acutely aware of her unique ability. Should she unleash 3 cries, all cattle and horses on the battlefield would be paralyzed with fear, unable to move. However, this would also expose her side's secret weapon, so she restrained herself, quietly observing the battlefield, ready to intervene at a crucial moment. However, the enemy vanguard was no ordinary foe. After a brief moment of confusion, they swiftly reformed their ranks and began organizing a counteroffensive. A few enemy cavalrymen coordinated their efforts to encircle Huang Lang. Undaunted, Huang Lang urged his steed forward, leaping over the enemy's encirclement, turning to deliver a deadly blow that severed the head of an enemy cavalryman. At this moment, the enemy commander, Chao Keitu, renowned for his cavalry expertise and mastery of equestrian skills, personally led a squad of elite cavalry into the fray upon witnessing the vanguard's dire straits. Mounted on a sleek black steed, he exuded a commanding presence, his spear glinting ominously upon entering the fray. Chao Keitu surged forth like a dragon entering the sea, his fierce spear technique forcing the surrounding warriors of the Xingyue tribe to evade his assault. Fixating on Huang Lang, he roared, "Do not be arrogant. Today shall be your end." With that, he charged directly at Huang Lang. Sensing the threat, Huang Lang met him head-on, their steeds colliding as their long weapons clashed, igniting a flurry of sparks. Xiao Keitu's spear struck with the speed of lightning. Thrusting rapidly, each strike aimed squarely at Huang Lang's vitals. Yet Huang Lang remained composed, his long knife deftly parrying and slicing, each block executed with precision, while his steed gracefully maneuvered to evade Xiao Keitu's attacks. Seeing Huang Lang embroiled in a fierce struggle, Malanoa led several cavalrymen to his aid. Her spear swept towards Xiao Keitu's flank like a whirlwind, attempting to divert his attention. Yet Xiao Keitu remained undeterred. As one of his personal guards engaged Malanoa, and the two were soon locked in combat. The battlefield echoed with the deafening cries of soldiers. An astute cavalryman from the Xingyue tribe seized an opportunity to ambush Xiao Keitu. But the latter seemed to possess eyes in the back of his head. He swiftly reined in his steed, pivoting to thrust his spear, unseating the assailant. In that fleeting moment, Huang Lang capitalized on the opening, swinging his long knife with ferocity, unleashing a deadly wave of energy that struck Xiao Keitu, caught off guard. Xiao Keitu was wounded, blood staining his armor as he roared in fury, discarding his spear to draw his sword, charging at Huang Lang like an enraged lion. The two engaged in a breathtaking duel at close range, the clashing of blades ringing out incessantly. Huang Lang seized the moment, sidestepping Xiao Keitu's strike and retaliating with a piercing thrust aimed at his chest. Xiao Keitu, unable to evade, felt the blade pierce him, his eyes wide with disbelief as he gazed at Huang Lang. With a fierce twist, Huang Lang withdrew his blade, sending Xiao Keitu tumbling from his mount. As the enemy commander fell, chaos erupted among the enemy ranks. Seizing the opportunity, Huang Lang shouted, "The enemy is defeated. Brothers, slay them all." The morale of the Xingyue cavalry surged, propelling them to fight with renewed fervor. The battlefield was strewn with corpses, the ground soaked in blood. Ultimately, the enemy vanguard was utterly vanquished. Following the plan, Huang Lang and his comrades stuffed the bodies of the fallen enemy soldiers into prepared sacks, then mounted their steeds, accompanied by the beauty transformed from the ancient flower bowl, retreating towards the direction of the cannibal tribe. They left a few enemy soldiers behind to witness the aftermath, hoping to lure the main enemy force into pursuit. "What?" roared Badr, the commander of the barbarian Wind Legion, upon hearing of the vanguard's defeat, his beloved slain, and their bodies carried away in sacks. His rage ignited, his eyes ablaze. When the trembling messengers speculated that the enemy might be heading towards the cannibal tribe, Badr's fury reached its zenith. His long-standing hatred for the cannibal tribe flared, and without hesitation, he commanded his 3 generals, "Quickly take 20,000 cavalry to pursue and annihilate this rabble at the cannibal tribe. Do not let them escape." The 3 generals accepted their orders, and 20,000 cavalry surged forth like a torrent of steel, racing towards the direction Huang Lang and his comrades had retreated. The thunder of hooves shook the earth, clouds of dust rising behind them, resembling a golden dragon galloping across the plains. Huang Lang and his companions, burdened with sacks containing the enemy corpses, galloped tirelessly towards the cannibal tribe, fully aware that pursuers were hot on their heels, daring not to pause for a moment. A stunning beauty, transformed from the ancient floral bovine, rode gracefully atop a magnificent steed, occasionally glancing back with a hint of concern in her eyes. Beside her, Mulan Hua offered soothing words. "Do not fear. We shall adhere to the leader's strategy and surely lead them into the depths." However, the prolonged flight had left both horses and soldiers utterly exhausted. The merciless sun hung high in the sky, relentlessly scorching the earth, leaving the soldiers parched and their armor drenched in sweat, only to be dried by the blazing heat, leaving a crust of white salt. The horses' steps grew heavy, frothing at the mouth, yet they persevered through sheer determination. The pursuing enemy forces found themselves in similarly dire straits. After 3 days of relentless pursuit, their energy was nearly depleted. Initially, their spirits had soared, believing they could easily overtake and annihilate Huang Lang and his companions. Yet, as time wore on, the treacherous terrain, oppressive heat, and the cunning of their quarry ensnared them in adversity. Within a dense forest, The horses of Huang Lang and his comrades suddenly startled, provoked by a venomous serpent that had hidden in the underbrush. This delay allowed the enemy to close the gap. Huang Lang, frantic, wielded his long blade to sever the surrounding thorns, forging a path as he shouted, "Hurry!" The three enemy generals at the forefront wore grim expressions. One of them, named Akin, furrowed his brow and remarked, "These people are exceedingly cunning. We can no longer pursue them blindly." Another general, Bora, retorted, "But the command of our leader is absolute. We must continue the chase." The third general, Kalam, gazed thoughtfully at the woods ahead and mused, "Perhaps they have laid a trap. We must tread with caution." Despite their reservations, they urged their cavalry onward. The forest was shrouded in dense fog, obscuring visibility and complicating the pursuit. The enemy's cavalry was forced to slow their pace, advancing cautiously to avoid ambush. Seizing the opportunity, Huang Lang and his companions paused for a brief respite by a stream within the forest. The soldiers dismounted, eagerly drinking from the cool waters, while the horses quenched their thirst as well. The beauty, transformed from the ancient floral bovine, cast a minor spell to cloak their presence, concealing them from the enemy's gaze. However, it wasn't long before the enemy's vanguard entered the forest. They spotted the track by the stream and immediately grew alert. Akin shouted, "They are nearby. Search the area." The cavalry dispersed, conducting a thorough search of the woods. Hearing the commotion, Huang Lang and his companions hastily mounted their steeds and fled. They maneuvered through the forest, using the trees as cover to outwit their pursuers. Mulan Hua drew her bow and, turning back occasionally, loosed arrows that felled several enemy riders, temporarily staving off their pursuit. Emerging from the forest, they faced an expansive desert. Huang Lang's heart sank at the sight of the arid expanse. The desert's sweltering heat and scarcity of water presented a formidable challenge. Yet, resolute to fulfill their mission, he gritted his teeth and led his companions into the desert. This chapter is not yet complete. Please turn to the next page to continue the thrilling tale. After the enemy's fruitless search in the forest, they discovered traces of their quarry entering the desert. Akin hesitated momentarily, but ultimately resolved to pursue into the sands. "They have nowhere else to flee. We cannot allow them to vanish into the desert," he declared. In the desert, Huang Lang and his companions faced a harrowing trial of survival. The sun blazed fiercely, and the sand scorched beneath their feet, each step akin to treading upon embers. The soldiers quickly depleted their water supply, their lips cracked and throats parched, rendering them nearly mute. The horses struggled through the desert, many collapsing, forcing the soldiers to abandon them and continue on foot. The enemy forces fared little better in the desert, grappling with the same scarcity of water, their morale waning. Bora, observing the weary soldiers, voiced his concerns. "If this continues, we shall collapse before we catch them." Kalam shook his head despondently. "Yet we have come this far. To abandon now would be a grave mistake." Despite the overwhelming challenges, Huang Lang and his companions remained steadfast in their pursuit of the cannibal tribe. Supporting one another, they persevered through the desert's trials, their indomitable will driving them onward. Meanwhile, the enemy pressed on in relentless pursuit. The arduous hunt playing out across the vast sands, both sides exerting every ounce of strength for their respective goals, with the uncertain outcome casting a heavy shadow over them all day as time elapsed. A sudden storm erupted in the desert. Howling winds swept through, engulfing Huang Lang and his companions in swirling sands, rendering them nearly blind to one another. They could only proceed by instinct and memory. Striving toward a singular direction, the enemy encountered a similar plight, their formation shattered by the tempest, soldiers scattering, their cries swallowed by the raging winds. This storm added an air of uncertainty to the hunt, entangling both factions in an even greater unknown as for the cannibal tribe. It was once a vast and formidable clan, ruled by the unyielding elder chief who held dominion over the entire tribe. However, upon the chief's demise, his 10 sons, like wolves vying for territory, each claimed the right to lead, resulting in the fracturing of the once unified tribe into 10 distinct factions. Among these, the tribe closest to Huang Lang and the pursuing army was ruled by the 7th son. This 7th son was a burly figure, his face adorned with a rugged demeanor. and his eyes occasionally flickered with a menacing glint. On this day, he sat upon his throne, ornately decorated with various bones, idly picking at his toes when suddenly a flustered minion rushed in, stammering, "Lord Seven, dire news. We've received word that a great army from the north is advancing toward us, seemingly intent on conflict." Lord Seven sprang to his feet, slamming his thigh in disbelief. "What? They dare to provoke me? Lord Seven, do they not appreciate the toughness of their own flesh?" Yet, despite his brash appearance, he harbored a shrewd mind. He immediately summoned the elders of the tribe for an emergency council. These elders were a motley crew, some thin as reeds with eyes like saucers, while others were round as spheres, needing assistance to walk. During the meeting, Lord Seven bellowed, "Elders, the northern army approaches with great ferocity. We cannot remain passive. I hear they are all cavalry, numbering over 20,000, though we possess 8,000 riders and an array of stone blades and spears. We are nearly equal in numbers, yet this battle will not be easy. I propose we invite my second brother to strategize together, and perhaps he could partake in our horse-meat feast. It is delectable and may embolden us like steeds." The second brother was a formidable character among the 10 factions, commanding nearly 10,000 riders and possessing a substantial arsenal of weaponry. He shared a bond with the fifth brother that was as close as brothers could be. As Lord Seven dispatched messengers to inform the second brother, he also sent a note to the fifth brother. "Brother 5, a cavalry of 20,000 approaches from the north. You have but 3,000 riders. Come to my side, and we shall feast on the horse meat that is delivered to our doorstep, while also dealing with these riders. You may reap greater rewards and even bolster your ranks." Upon receiving the message, Brother Five's eyes sparkled with excitement as he pondered, "What a fortuitous opportunity! I have been fretting over my meager forces, but now I can ally with second brother and seventh brother. Perhaps even gain a significant advantage." Without further ado, Brother Five gathered his 3,000 riders and set forth toward Lord Seven's domain. The journey was quite a spectacle. Some of the riders wobbled on their steeds, as if intoxicated, while others rode horses so gaunt they appeared skeletal, their movements unsteady as if they might disintegrate at any moment. Brother Five, leading the front, urged, "Brothers, hasten. If we arrive late, the horse meat will be devoured by second brother and Lord Seven, and we shall be left with mere bones." Meanwhile, Lord Seven busied himself in preparations for a grand feast. He directed a group of minions to set up a large cauldron, filled with water, eagerly awaiting the addition of horse meat. Others sharpened their blades, the sound echoing like a prelude to the impending bloodshed, gazing at the unfolding scene. Lord Seven salivated, muttering, "With over 20,000 riders, just imagine how much horse meat we shall have. Enough to sustain our tribe for quite some time." The women and children of the tribe were also engaged, though not in battle. They cheered from the sidelines that a chubby child waved a small stick, mimicking the adults, shouting, "Let us slay those foreign riders. I want a big chicken leg. No, a big horse leg." The surrounding women laughed and encouraged him, creating an atmosphere of peculiar tension and excitement within the tribe, as if the impending conflict were not a brutal war, but rather a grand celebration. Once upon a time, the three brothers, Lao Chi, Ergu, and Wu Di, successfully reunited, and the scene was nothing short of a lively spectacle brimming with humor. Ergu arrived with nearly 10,000 cavalry, gallantly charging forth, raising clouds of dust as if conjuring a miniature sandstorm. Although Wu Di's 3,000 horsemen appeared somewhat meager in comparison, they were all spirited and followed closely behind, their enthusiasm palpable. This assembly was quite remarkable, as the combined forces of the three brothers were indeed formidable. With a grand gesture, Lao Chi commanded the entire army to mobilize in pursuit of the northern troops. However, the march was fraught with comical incidents that elicited hearty laughter. It turned out that the infantry of the cannibal tribe, accustomed to a leisurely lifestyle, typically relied on horses to transport their catapults, supplies, and provisions while they sauntered beside them. Now, as they geared up for battle, the horses had been commandeered by the cavalry, leaving the infantry in a rather dire predicament. The sight of those soldiers, each shouldering parts of the catapults, grimacing in exhaustion, was quite amusing. One particularly lanky infantryman, burdened by the weight of the catapult beam, lamented, "Why is this so heavy? If I had known, I would have trained harder. Nearby, a short and stout soldier chimed in. You think that's bad? The food I'm carrying is about to squish me flat. I can only hope we catch up to the enemy soon so I can ditch this load. Thus they ambled along for 3 days before finally encountering the Northern Army. Coincidentally, their meeting place was near a mountain, whose terrain was exceedingly advantageous for the cannibal tribe. The mountain, with its rugged rocks and dense foliage, provided ample opportunities for concealment and ambush along the march. There were several amusing incidents. During one rest stop, a cavalryman from Erji's ranks discovered his horse was missing, frantically searching like an ant on a hot pan. Eventually, he found his steed frolicking among Wu Di's troops. Engaged in some rather amorous antics with a mare, the cavalryman, caught between laughter and frustration, rushed over to retrieve his horse, only to receive a kick that sent him sprawling to the ground, much to the amusement of those around him. Additionally, there was a particularly gluttonous fellow in Lao Chi's tribe named Fu, who incessantly raved about the deliciousness of horse meat. He frequently sneaked over to the food bags, hoping to find some prepared horse jerky that on one occasion he mistakenly bit into a stone, mistaking it for jerky, and the crunch nearly cost him a tooth, sending him rolling on the ground in pain, while everyone erupted in laughter. Though the cannibal tribe may appear savage and uncouth, this tense march towards war was not devoid of hilariously entertaining moments. With their anticipation for horse meat and excitement for battle, they stood poised at the advantageous foot of the mountain, ready to engage in a fierce confrontation with the Northern Army. What novel, humorous, or thrilling tales would this battle unfold? All remained a mystery. Meanwhile, Huang Lang stood at the makeshift camp, contemplating strategies to counter the pursuing enemy forces, when suddenly the mermaid and the ancient goat hurriedly approached. The mermaid, graceful and agile, her fish tail gently swaying on the ground, spoke urgently. Leader Huang Lang, we have just discovered that the cannibal tribe is merely half a day's journey behind us, and they come with great ferocity and numbers. The ancient goat nodded in agreement, concern etched across his features. Huang Lang's expression instantly grew grave. He understood that encountering the cannibal tribe would spell disaster. These savages were not only ruthless, but also seemingly held the upper hand in both numbers and terrain, that a direct confrontation here could spell doom for his weary troops. Without a moment's hesitation, he commanded, "All units, heed my orders. We shall change direction immediately and retreat at once." The soldiers, though exhausted, sprang into action upon hearing the command. They hurriedly gathered their meager belongings, weapons clutched tightly in their hands. The camp was soon filled with the sounds of hurried footsteps and the clattering of hooves, chaotic yet organized. Huang Lang mounted his steed, his gaze resolute as he surveyed the surroundings, ensuring that every soldier remained in formation. During their retreat, they encountered a treacherous swamp. The warhorses struggled through the muck, each step sending up sprays of mud. The soldiers were compelled to dismount, guiding their steeds carefully along the path. Some soldiers inadvertently sank into the mire, prompting their comrades to extend spears and ropes to pull them to safety. Just then, a torrential downpour unleashed from the heavens, drenching the soldiers and blurring their vision, complicating their arduous journey. Meanwhile, Lao Chi, Gu, and Wu Di pressed forward with their troops, their spirits high. Lao Chi, atop a magnificent warhorse, brandished his stone axe, bellowing, "Increase your pace. Don't let those rascals escape. I want a taste of their flesh." Gu, more composed, directed the cavalry's formation, ensuring swift yet orderly advancement. The Wu Di trailed behind, his eyes darting with schemes, pondering how to secure greater spoils in the impending conflict. After much effort, Huang Lang's forces finally emerged from the swamp, only to find themselves before a dense forest. Towering trees loomed overhead, their branches entwined, with sunlight filtering through the canopy in dappled patterns. Upon entering the woods, Huang Lang instructed his soldiers to maintain silence to avoid detection. Yet the forest concealed various unknown perils. Some soldiers fell victim to venomous snake bites hidden in the underbrush, but fortunately, there were skilled medics among them who quickly administered herbal remedies that ate tea this juncture. The cannibal tribe was also closing in on the swamp. Lao Chi, eyeing the marshland, scoffed, "What is so difficult about this? Just charge through." However, once they actually stepped into the mire, they realized the challenge was far greater than anticipated. Many horses became ensnared, and the infantrymen struggled in the muck, causing utter chaos within their ranks. Ergo urgently called for calm, instructing everyone to regroup and navigate the swamp. Meanwhile, Wu Di grumbled, "What kind of cursed place is this? Had I known, I wouldn't have listened to Lao Chi." Continuing through the forest, Huang Lang's group stumbled upon a concealed path winding through the trees. Following this trail for a while, they reached the bank of a wide river. The water surged violently, its waves crashing tumultuously. Huang Lang contemplated how to cross, and the soldiers began felling trees to construct rudimentary rafts. As they worked together, some wielded axes while others bound the rafts with rope. The cannibal tribe, having finally extricated themselves from the swamp, resumed their pursuit of Huang Lang's forces. Lao Chi's temper grew increasingly irritable as he urged his soldiers to hasten, incessantly muttering about horse meat. Ergo shook his head in resignation, quickening his pace. Meanwhile, Wu Di lagged behind. Tempted by wild fruits along the roadside, he thought to himself, "I'll just grab a bite to replenish my strength. I'll need energy to claim my share in the battle ahead." After considerable effort, Huang Lang's troops successfully constructed several rafts. The soldiers crossed the river in groups, clinging tightly to the edges of the rafts as they rocked violently in the turbulent waters. Huang Lang oversaw the operation from the shore, ensuring that each batch of soldiers made it across safely. When the cannibal tribe reached the riverbank, they were greeted only by the sight of Huang Lang's forces disappearing into the distance. Lao Chi shouted in frustration, "Cursed luck, they've escaped us again." Ergo frowned the river, saying, "This river is perilous. We must tread carefully." Just then, Wu Di hurriedly arrived, his mouth stuffed with wild fruit, mumbling indistinctly, "Why aren't we pursuing them?" Lao Chi shot him a glare. "All you think about is eating. They've crossed the river. We need to figure out how to follow them." Thus, the cannibal tribe began deliberating on a plan to cross the river, while Huang Lang's forces continued their retreat in a new direction, temporarily evading the peril of being caught between two armies. Yet the road ahead remained fraught with uncertainty and challenges. The relentless pursuit of the savage cavalry never wavered. And as they galloped forward, their vanguard arrived at the riverbank. Greeted by a shocking sight, on the opposite shore, the cannibal tribe's tents sprawled densely, teeming with numbers, resembling a black ocean radiating a chilling aura. The vanguard commander dared not delay, swiftly turning his horse around to report back to the chief, Bader. Meanwhile, the cannibal tribe's scouts sent by Lao Chi rushed back to camp, panting heavily, yet wearing an expression of exhilaration. The scout exclaimed, "Leaders, we have spotted a large contingent of cavalry behind us. It is the Northern Army." Lao Chi, Ergo, and Wu Di exchanged glances and then erupted into raucous laughter. Lao Chi wiped the drool from the corner of his mouth and proclaimed, "It seems the horse meat is not going anywhere. Let us wait for them here and feast to our heart's content." Thus, the cannibal tribe began to set up camp by the riverbank, preparing to welcome the impending clash. Indeed, the soldiers of the cannibal tribe exuded an aura of fierce bravado, unflinching in the face of death. As they set up camp, chaos ensued, brilliantly showcasing their unique flair. The seventh brother stood at the center of the encampment, spinning like a great top, directing the soldiers in the construction of the tent's point. One moment, he criticized the tent for not being sufficiently tall, and the next, he berated a soldier for inadequately driving in a stake. Meanwhile, the second brother meticulously inspected their weaponry. He seized a stone axe and swung it with vigor, nodding in satisfaction. However, his excessive force nearly sent the axe flying, nearly striking a nearby subordinate, who, startled, fell to the ground in fright, prompting the second brother to burst into laughter. The fifth brother, the most gluttonous of the lot, paid no heed to the camp's affairs, instead sneaking off to the food storage area, rummaging for any delectable morsels he could indulge in prematurely. He pulled a piece of what appeared to be jerky from a bag, took a bite, only to discover it was tough and unpalatable, spitting it out in disgust, much to the amusement of the nearby soldiers, who stifled their laughter. Observing the fifth brother's antics, the seventh brother approached him with a teasing remark. "Fifth brother, you haven't even engaged in battle yet, and you're already filling your belly. Are you hoping to slack off?" The fifth brother retorted defiantly, "Seventh brother, I'm merely replenishing my strength. Once we hit the battlefield, I'll undoubtedly slay more foes than you, and when the time comes, I shall feast upon the largest portion of horse meat." The second brother chuckled and shook his head. "You two should cease your bickering and conserve your energy. A fierce battle awaits us." The cannibalistic soldiers gathered around the campfire, some honing their stone knives and axes, while others boasted of their past exploits. That a soldier with a long scar across his face proclaimed loudly, "Last time, I single-handedly dispatched 3 enemies and devoured their flesh completely. This time, I aim to slay even more." Another soldier, missing a front tooth, retorted defiantly, "What you did pales in comparison. I once faced a horde of enemies without flinching, charging straight in and sending them fleeing in terror." The crowd erupted into hearty laughter. Amidst the revelry, however, the shadow of war loomed ominously closer. The 3 brothers of the cannibal tribe, though outwardly jovial, were acutely aware that the northern forces they were about to confront were not to be trifled with. Meanwhile, upon learning of the cannibal tribe's situation, Commander Bartle of the Northern Army was diligently devising a battle strategy. An exhilarating clash was on the verge of unfolding on the battlefield by the riverbank, destined to alter the fates of both sides. In the somewhat chaotic yet primal atmosphere of the cannibal camp, the 7th, 2nd, and 5th brothers sat huddled around a campfire, their heads drawn together, eyes gleaming with cunning and ferocity as they quietly plotted their battle plan. The 7th brother spoke first, his voice raspy yet tinged with excitement. "Brothers, we cannot simply wait here for the Northern Army to assault us. That I propose we stealthily approach their camp under the cover of night and catch them off guard." As he spoke, his rough hand gestured through the air as if envisioning the scene of victory. The 2nd brother nodded slightly, stroking his stubbled chin. "7th brother's idea is commendable, but we must carefully deliberate on how many troops to deploy. Our cavalry is swift and can serve as the vanguard, disrupting their formation." The 5th brother, eager to interject, exclaimed, "Though my 3,000 cavalry may be few, each is elite. Let me lead the charge, and I shall demand a larger share of horse meat afterward." He licked his lips in anticipation, as if the horse meat were already laid before him. The 7th brother shot him a disapproving glance. "All you think about is food. This operation isn't solely for horse meat. We must also bolster our soldiers' morale, achieving a resounding victory to show the Northern Army that the cannibal tribe is not to be trifled with." After considerable discussion, they resolved to dispatch 5,000 cavalry, led by the 5th brother, to stealthily approach the Northern Army's camp under the veil of night. Before setting out, the cavalry underwent a brief preparation, checking their steeds to ensure their hooves would not make excessive noise. Strapping their stone knives and axes to their waists, and slinging their bows and arrows across their backs, as the night descended like a vast black curtain, the 5th brother took the lead. Guiding the 5,000 cavalry forward, they muted the sound of their hoofbeats, producing only a faint patter in the stillness of the night. Progressing along the riverbank, the moonlight shimmered upon the water's surface, resembling a silver ribbon. Yet, the cavalry had no time to admire the beauty around them. Their hearts were filled with tension and exhilaration. However, their march was not without obstacles. Due to their unfamiliarity with the terrain, they became disoriented in a thicket of trees. The woods were dense, with moonlight filtering through the leaves and scattered beams. The cavalry circled within the forest, their horses occasionally scraped by branches, emitting faint whinnies. The 5th brother, drenched in sweat, muttered curses under his breath. This cursed place is devilishly hard to navigate. Just then, the 2nd brother and a contingent of infantry caught up to them. The 2nd brother, concerned for the 5th brother's safety, had brought along a group of infantry adept at traversing wooded terrain. This troop, wielding torches, illuminated the path for the cavalry, despite their light being somewhat conspicuous in the forest. Under the 2nd brother's guidance, they finally emerged from the thicket. However, they still had a considerable distance to cover to reach the Northern Army's encampment, and time was slipping away to expedite their advance. They decided to sacrifice some stealth, urging the cavalry to gallop at full speed. The 5,000 cavalry raced across the grasslands like a swirling black tempest as they neared the Northern Army's camp. The flickering lights of the encampment came into view. The 5th brother signaled for the cavalry to slow their pace, approaching cautiously. According to their plan, a portion of the cavalry dismounted, surreptitiously maneuvering the catapult forward. Though rudimentary, This catapult appeared to them as a formidable weapon. The remaining cavalry readied their bows and arrows, prepared to charge the moment the catapult was unleashed. Standing beside the catapult, the fifth brother fixed his gaze upon the northern army's camp. Bellowing, "Prepare, fire!" At his command, the catapult emitted a dull thud as a massive stone soared towards the northern army's encampment. The stone crashed into the camp, producing a tremendous noise, followed swiftly by a rain of arrows from the cavalry. The northern army, caught off guard by the sudden assault, scrambled to respond. Lacking iron weaponry, their arms primarily consisted of sharpened wooden sticks, bone implements, and stone weapons. The soldiers within the camp hastily grasped these weapons, erecting makeshift shields to ward off the cannibal tribe's onslaught. Seeing the success of the first wave of attacks, the fifth brother's spirits soared, and he shouted, "Brothers, charge!" The 5,000 cavalry surged towards the northern army's encampment like a torrential wave. The sound of galloping hooves shook the earth, and the war cries pierced the night sky. However, the northern army was, after all, a well-trained force. They swiftly formed a defensive formation, using wooden sticks and bone shields to repel the initial charge of the cavalry. The clash of weapons, though devoid of the sharp clang of iron, was no less fierce, sparks flying as wooden sticks met stone axes, plunging the battlefield into chaos, while the cannibal cavalry fought valiantly. The sheer numbers of the northern army began to overwhelm them. The fifth brother dashed through the fray, wielding his stone axe with ferocity, yet the tide of battle showed little sign of shifting. Recognizing the dire situation, the second brother made a decisive choice, opting to commit the remaining infantry to the fray. He rallied the infantry, charging towards the battlefield, amplifying the cacophony of battle cries, hearing the fierce sounds of combat from the camp. The seventh brother could no longer remain idle, that he rallied the remaining 3,000 cavalry and joined the fray. This fresh contingent injected new vigor into the cannibal forces on the battlefield. The soldiers of the cannibal tribe fought fiercely, wielding their stone knives and axes against the northern army's wooden sticks and bone implements, some even resorting to biting their foes. While their methods appeared somewhat barbaric, they instilled fear in the hearts of the northern soldiers. Amid the tumult of battle, the soldiers of the cannibal tribe also found themselves in humorous predicaments. One soldier, overly exhilarated, tripped over his own shoelaces while charging, landing face first in the dirt before he could rise. A soldier from a northern army had his wooden stick pressed against his neck. Another soldier, swinging his stone axe with too much force, inadvertently launched it from his grasp, striking a fellow tribesman on the head, leaving the struck soldier bewildered while those around him erupted into laughter. Yet these comedic interludes did little to diminish the intensity of the conflict. Both sides clashed fiercely on the battlefield, neither yielding an inch. Blood stained the earth, and bodies lay strewn about in disarray. As time wore on, the three brothers of the cannibal tribe realized that this battle was far more arduous than they had anticipated. The northern army's defenses were formidable. While they inflicted some casualties, their own losses were significant. However, retreat was not an option. This battle was not merely about the spoils of horse meat. It was a matter of the cannibal tribe's dignity and future. Thus, they resolved to wager everything, committing all their forces to the battle, determined to inflict a heavy blow upon the northern army, even if it meant fighting to the last man, just as the two sides were locked in fierce combat. Unable to gain the upper hand, a sudden commotion erupted behind the northern army's camp. It turned out that a small detachment of the cannibals, under the secret command of Lao Chi, had made a wide detour and stealthily infiltrated the rear of the camp. They created a series of disturbances, igniting several piles of provisions, and the flames spread rapidly. Upon witnessing the fire in the rear, the commander of the northern army, fearing the complete destruction of their supplies and the consequent peril for his troops, reluctantly ordered a temporary withdrawal from the camp to reorganize the forces and reconsider their strategy. The cannibal soldiers, witnessing the retreat of the northern army, erupted in jubilant cheers. Lao Chi excitedly brandished his stone axe, exclaiming, "Ha, brothers, we have won. The horse meat is ours." Second brother, being more composed, though filled with joy, cautioned, "Let us not rejoice too soon. This is merely a temporary victory, and we must remain wary of their counterattack." Fifth brother, however, was unconcerned with such matters. He eagerly dashed towards the camp left by the northern army, Intent on seeking horse meat. As he ran, he muttered, "I want the fattiest horse meat. This time, I've truly achieved great merit." Upon entering the camp, the cannibal soldiers began to scour for spoils. Some soldiers, upon discovering the bone and stone weapons left behind by the Northern Army, curiously picked them up to try them out, inadvertently injuring one of their own. One soldier, excitedly showcasing a uniquely shaped bone dagger to his companion, swung his arm and accidentally cut the hand of a nearby soldier, who yelped in pain, while the dagger-wielding soldier stood embarrassed and quickly apologized. Several other soldiers stumbled upon the Northern Army's food storage, expecting to find a feast, only to discover it was filled with dry plant roots and preserved jerky. Far from a horse meat banquet they had envisioned. One soldier, wrinkling his brow, took a bite of the jerky and instantly spat it out, disdainfully exclaiming, "What is this? Tough and unpalatable. It's worse than our own food." Meanwhile, fifth brother dashed around the camp, yet failed to find any horse meat. In a state of anxiety, he queried a soldier rummaging through the supplies, "Where are the horses? Where's the horse meat?" The soldier shook his head helplessly. "Fifth chief, I haven't seen any horses. They probably took them all when they retreated." Upon hearing this, fifth brother deflated like a punctured ball, plopping down on the ground with a look of utter disappointment. Lao Chi, noticing fifth brother's dejection, approached to offer comfort. "Fifth brother, do not lose heart. This is but a small victory. Once we have completely defeated them, will we not have an abundance of horse meat to feast upon?" Just then, a cannibal soldier led an old horse abandoned by the Northern Army. The horse was gaunt and appeared frail with age. However, upon seeing the horse, fifth brother's eyes lit up that he leaped up and declared, "Where there's a horse, there's meat. Though it may be a bit lacking, it's still better than nothing." Thus, the cannibal soldiers gathered around the horse, discussing how to turn it into a sumptuous meal. Some suggested killing it immediately to cook the meat, while others argued that they should fatten it up first before consuming it. Their voices of discussion and laughter echoed through the camp, seemingly oblivious to the brutal realities of war, immersed instead in the joy of this small victory and the anticipation of a delightful meal. Meanwhile, the Northern Army regrouped nearby, casting a watchful eye on the camp occupied by the cannibals. As the specter of a new battle loomed ever closer, the three brothers stood amidst the recently seized camp, gazing in the direction for which the Northern Army had retreated, though slightly disheartened by the absence of a large number of horses. They soon recognized the implications hidden behind the enemy's withdrawal. Lao Chi scratched his tousled hair and spoke first. "Brothers, consider this. Although the Northern Army has retreated, we have not seen many horses. They must have someone tending to them elsewhere, separating men from horses. This method is quite intriguing." Second brother's eyes brightened as he nodded in agreement. "Seventh brother is correct. Our tribe has always believed that whoever uses the horses must also tend to them. The quantity and quality of our horses have never been satisfactory. This is certainly something we should learn from." Fifth brother stroked his chin thoughtfully. "Then should we also find a good place to raise horses? It must be a location rich in water and grass. This moment, several nearby cannibal soldiers began to chime in with their own opinions. A tall soldier spoke up loudly. "Leaders, I've heard that in the valley to the east, there are vast grasslands and clear streams, perfect for raising horses." Another short and stout soldier shook his head. "I believe the plains to the west are better. They're spacious, allowing the horses to gallop freely." As the debate continued, they began to assess the location of the camp. The camp was nestled in a hilly area, surrounded by several small mountains, thick with verdant trees, resembling green sentinels. The center of the camp was relatively flat, with a few simple tents still emitting wisps of smoke from the unextinguished bonfires left by the Northern Army. The ground bore the scars of battle, strewn with discarded weapons and traces of blood. Lao Chi surveyed the bloodstains, furrowing his brow. "The scent of blood is too strong. We must clean this up quickly, or it may attract unwelcome visitors." Second brother turned to the soldiers and called out, "Quiet down. First, let us clean the camp, then send someone to scout the eastern valley and the western plains to determine which is more suitable for raising horses." Thus, the cannibal soldiers began to busy themselves. Someone to clean the bloodstains, but their methods were rather peculiar. One soldier wielded a large leaf, sweeping the bloodstains as if he were sweeping up trash, muttering, Why is this blood so hard to wipe up? Another soldier simply kicked dirt over the bloodstains, resulting in a cloud of dust that made nearby soldiers cough violently. While tidying up the tents, further calamities ensued. One soldier, while dismantling a tent, accidentally got hit on the head by a tent pole and rolled on the ground in pain, eliciting hearty laughter from the surrounding soldiers. That a few others, intrigued by some strange items left by the Northern Army, began to fiddle with them. One soldier picked up an object resembling a horn and blew into it with all his might, producing a shrill sound that startled everyone nearby. Fifth brother, however, did not partake in these antics. He discovered a small box in a corner of the camp, hoping it contained some treasure. With great anticipation, he opened the box, only to find it filled with identification tags belonging to the Northern Army soldiers. Disappointed, he tossed the box aside, grumbling, "What a piece of junk. I thought it was something delicious." The three brothers observed the soldiers' antics, both exasperated and amused. Yet they were acutely aware that to truly become stronger, they needed to succeed not only in battle, but also in the management and development of their army. Thus, they watched the soldiers' comical behavior while beginning to strategize the future organization of the cannibal army and how to find the most suitable place for raising horses, thereby strengthening their cavalry. The mermaids and the agile goats soared gracefully into the sky, weaving through the clouds, their keen eyes scanning the vast expanse of land below. Before long, they discovered the expansive grasslands designated for the cannibals' horse-rearing. There, herds of cannibal horses grazed, frolicked, and galloped, their manes billowing in the wind. They quickly returned to the camp, urgently reporting their findings to Huang Lang. "Leader, we have seen that the cannibals have released their horses to graze on the grasslands. This presents an excellent opportunity to capture some." The crowd, upon hearing this, displayed expressions of excitement, eagerly rubbing their hands together, ready for action. That a particularly impatient general exclaimed, "Leader, we must seize this opportunity. We are currently in dire need of war horses. If we can seize a batch now, our strength will significantly increase, enhancing our odds against the enemy in future confrontations." The other soldiers echoed his sentiments, filling the camp with a fervent atmosphere of eagerness for battle. However, Huang Lang was not swayed by the fervor. His brow furrowed as he fell into deep contemplation. Capturing horses was indeed tempting, yet the potential risks and subsequent troubles could not be overlooked. The cannibals dared to let their horses roam freely here. Surely, they must have some defenses in place. Furthermore, even if they succeeded in capturing the horses, would the cannibals simply let it go? They would undoubtedly seek revenge, plunging their side into an unending cycle of conflict. Moreover, the Northern Army remained nearby, eyeing them with suspicion. Would stirring up trouble now lead to a predicament of being besieged from both sides? Huang Lang felt torn, unable to make an immediate decision. After a moment's reflection, he raised his head, gravely addressing the mermaids and the agile goats. "You must fly swiftly to report this matter to Chief Xingyue. We shall leave everything to her judgment." The mermaids and the agile goats, not daring to delay for even a moment, took to the skies once more, quickly making their way to Xingyue. They would discover that the cannibals had raised horses and that Huang Lang had hesitated to inform Xingyue in detail. After quietly absorbing the report, a glimmer of wisdom flickered in Xingyue's profound gaze. She slightly lifted her head and simply uttered, "Do not concern yourselves with them." Upon hearing this, the crowd exhibited expressions of confusion, their hearts filled with perplexity. Upon returning to the camp, Huang Lang too felt bewildered by Xingyue's decision, yet he understood that her intentions must be profound. Thus he calmed himself and pondered deeply. Suddenly, an epiphany struck Huang Lang. He realized that the conflict between the cannibals and the Northern Army was irreconcilable, and a great war was unavoidable. The significance of horses in this impending battle for the cannibals was self-evident. Without horses, their cavalry would be rendered ineffective, leaving them powerless against the northern forces. Xingyue had deduced that the cannibals would exert their utmost to protect these horses, while the Northern Army would remain vigilant to the movements of the cannibals. If they were to rashly seize the horses at this juncture, it would not only disrupt this delicate equilibrium, but might also compel the cannibals to temporarily set aside their grievances with the Northern Army and unite against themselves. Rather than engaging in such folly, it would be prudent to remain still, to observe the struggle between the two parties from a distance, and to wait for an opportune moment when they would both be weakened, thus allowing for potentially greater gains. Enlightened by this realization, Huanglang gathered everyone and elucidated Xingyue's strategic intent in detail. It was only then that the crowd comprehended, all expressing profound admiration for Xingyue's foresight. Consequently, Huanglang led the group to continue recuperating in secrecy, closely monitoring the movements of both the cannibals and the Northern Army, patiently awaiting the arrival of the optimal moment. Meanwhile, the cannibals tended to their horses on the grasslands, blissfully unaware that they had become the focal point of various forces' clandestine attention, while the Northern Army, not far off, was sharpening its blades and preparing for battle. An intense contest over horses and living space was quietly brewing in this land fraught with smoke and uncertainty, awaiting merely a spark to ignite a full-scale eruption. In the Northern Army's camp, Commander Badr, upon hearing the disheartened report from a soldier, was instantly engulfed in a terrifying scowl. 20,000 troops have been ambushed again. You worthless lot! What are you doing? Badr roared in fury, his voice echoing within the confines of the tent, sending shivers down the spines of the soldiers nearby. It turned out that during the previous skirmishes with the cannibals and the encounters with Huanglang and his companions, the 20,000 pursuing troops had already sustained significant losses and now faced another ambush, compounding their misfortune with over 2,000 men lost. This was undoubtedly a tremendous humiliation for Badr, whose pride would not permit such a failure. Relay my orders. The entire army must regroup at once. All cavalry will accompany me. We shall locate those 20,000 troops and teach them a severe lesson. Badr's eyes burned with rage, his clenched fists seemingly capable of shattering the very air itself. With the commander's decree, the Northern Army's camp erupted into frantic activity. The cavalry swiftly donned armor for their steeds, meticulously checking saddles and weaponry. Meanwhile, the infantry assisted in transporting supplies, their faces etched with solemnity. The army set forth. The initial march proceeded smoothly. Sunlight bathed the orderly ranks, glimmering off their metallic surfaces. Yet, as they ventured deeper into uncharted territory, obstacles began to arise. They entered a dense forest where towering trees obscured the sun, necessitating the troops to disperse and advance slowly. The cavalry navigated cautiously among the trees, wary of branches that might trip or injure their steeds. Everyone be cautious. This forest may conceal enemy traps, a commanding officer warned loudly. However, despite their vigilance, an unforeseen incident occurred as a warhorse inadvertently stepped onto a hidden trap beneath the fallen leaves, emitting a pained whinny. Soldiers hurriedly surrounded it to assess the situation, causing momentary chaos within the ranks. What is happening? Why was there no reconnaissance beforehand? Badr demanded furiously, directing his ire at the scouting soldiers, after struggling out of the forest. They were confronted with a treacherous swamp. The fetid air from the mire wafted towards them, with bubbles of marsh gas slowly rising to the surface. Badr gazed at the mire with furrowed brows. Find a way around it, he commanded loudly. The soldiers painstakingly searched for a viable path along the swamp's edge. Some areas appeared solid, yet upon stepping on them, one would sink into deep mud. A soldier inadvertently stepped into the swamp, instantly becoming engulfed to his waist in muck, struggling in terror as comrades quickly threw him a rope to pull him out, though his lower half was left caked in filth and disarray. Throughout this arduous march, they also faced inclement weather. A fierce wind howled, nearly toppling the soldiers. Soon after, a torrential downpour descended, transforming the earth into a quagmire. The soldiers trudged through the storm, icy rain cascading down their cheeks. Soaking their garments and packs, the tempest disoriented them. Their original route was disrupted, leaving the army to wander aimlessly through the wilderness. General, where should we go now? A bewildered soldier inquired of his commander. The general surveyed the rain-soaked map, shaking their heads in resignation. Let us find shelter from the rain. We shall reassess our direction once it subsides. They discovered a cave at the base of a mountain that offered meager protection from the rain. Soldiers poured into the cave, huddling together for warmth, while the war horses were tethered beneath trees outside, trembling in the storm. Once the rain ceased, the army resumed its march. However, due to their earlier misdirection, they were compelled to readjust their route. significantly prolonging their journey and diminishing morale among the troops. How much longer must we walk? Will we ever find the enemy? A soldier murmured in discontent. After enduring countless hardships, they finally caught sight of the army, led by the three great generals 10 days later. The northern army, now utterly fatigued, found both men and horses wearied. Although Badr still harbored anger within, reason cautioned him that this was not the moment for an attack. Taking a deep breath, he slowly lowered his weapon and declared, "Establish camp here. Let us rest and recuperate for a few days. Once our soldiers and horses have regained their strength, we shall devise our next course of action." Upon hearing the command, the soldiers felt a wave of relief. Promptly beginning to pitch their tents, they understood that this war was far from over, and the current respite was merely a preparation for the more intense battles that lay ahead. The northern army established their camp on this land. Tendrils of smoke rising, filling the air with a sense of exhaustion and tranquility. Yet beneath this seemingly calm exterior, the shadow of war loomed over each individual, and a greater storm was brewing. In that vast and uncertain wilderness, a tribe of merely 1,000 souls was struggling to flee. They had just barely escaped the relentless pursuit of the northern army, utterly drained, like startled birds in perpetual alarm. The people of the tribe were ragged, their eyes filled with fear and fatigue, their steps faltering yet resolute, desperately seeking a safe haven. However, fate seemed particularly cruel to them that, in their frantic escape, they inadvertently stumbled into the territory of the White Bird tribe. Renowned for their martial prowess, the White Bird tribe valued strength and excelled in defensive tactics, though their offensive strategies were somewhat lacking. The leader of the White Bird tribe, a fierce man named Yin Feng, upon learning that an unfamiliar tribe had entered his domain, did not hesitate. A glint of murderous intent flashed in his eyes as he resolutely decided to mobilize his forces in my territory. No one shall invade with impunity. Those who offend me shall face annihilation. Yin Feng's voice was deep and authoritative, resonating throughout the tribe. At Katia's command, the White Bird tribe swiftly assembled an army of 20,000. Among this force was a unique contingent, their pride, the army of ancient divine beasts. These colossal creatures, some resembling tigers with wings, others akin to eagles with claws like iron hooks, rampaged across the battlefield. Exuding an aura of terror that often instilled fear and inflicted great harm upon their enemies, the White Bird tribe surged toward the fleeing 1,000-strong tribe like a relentless tide. The latter found themselves in a dire predicament. They gazed in terror at the overwhelming enemy forces approaching, attempting to muster a defense, but their exhaustion and numerical disadvantage rendered their efforts futile. The battle erupted in an instant, with cries of war and screams of anguish echoing through the air. The ancient divine beasts of the White Bird tribe led the charge, their presence stirring up dust and shaking the very ground. Though the warriors of the 1,000-strong tribe fought valiantly with rudimentary weapons against the divine beasts and the enemy army, the overwhelming assault quickly breached their defenses on that long afternoon. The sunlight seemed to turn crimson with blood. The battlefield was strewn with corpses, and the casualties among the 1,000-strong tribe continued to mount by nightfall. The fighting persisted, flames raging in the darkness, illuminating faces filled with despair and ferocity. After a fierce confrontation, the White Bird tribe ultimately achieved a resounding victory. They captured over 500 prisoners, while the remaining enemies were entirely annihilated. Yin Feng surveyed the fruits of their conquest before him, nodding with satisfaction, and subsequently dispatched individuals to escort the captives to the Xingyue tribe. According to the beliefs of the Bainyao tribe, they do not accept any outsiders. The mere act of stepping onto their territory serves as justification for war. As for the treatment of prisoners, they remain indifferent, leaving all matters to be resolved by the Xingyue tribe. The captives sent to the Xingyue tribe appeared gaunt, their eyes filled with dread and confusion. They were oblivious to what fate awaited them. Would they be condemned to slavery or face execution? During the prolonged journey, their hearts swelled with fear of the unknown and despair over their destiny. Upon receiving the captives, the Xingyue tribe was also confronted with a dilemma. Standing at the center of the camp, Xingyue gazed at these unfortunate souls, deep in thought. She was acutely aware that these individuals were merely innocent bystanders who had unwittingly trespassed into the Bainyao tribe's territory during their flight. Yet the Bai Niao tribe's actions adhered to their own traditions. After much contemplation, Xingyue ultimately resolved to place the captives on the outskirts of the tribe, assigning guards and providing them with basic necessities. Intending to devise further plans in the future, this war, sparked by an inadvertent incursion, rendered the relationships among various factions increasingly intricate and delicate. The tragic fate of the thousand-strong tribe, the aggressive tactics of the Bai Niao tribe, and the responses of the Xingyue tribe stirred ripples across the land, akin to a stone thrown into a tranquil lake, and the future remained shrouded in uncertainty and challenges yet to unfold. At the encampment on the periphery of the Xingyue tribe, the 500 captives who had been seized by the Bai Niao tribe initially languished in confusion and unease. They knew nothing of the Xingyue tribe, only that their fates had been irrevocably altered, and their futures were rife with uncertainty. As days passed in the camp, they gradually began to comprehend the nature of the Xingyue tribe. They learned that the Xingyue tribe was engaged in a gripping confrontation with the Northern Army, rallying forces from all corners to form a coalition army to resist the enemy. This news ignited a fervor among the captives. We cannot simply sit idly by, since the Xingyue tribe is opposing the Northern Army. We should take action to avenge our fallen brothers, whispered a robust man named Yin to his companions. But we have just endured so many trials. Many brothers have perished at the hands of the Bai Niao tribe. Do we still possess the strength to fight? Another captive responded, his face etched with worry. Their discourse resonated with the surrounding captives, who gathered around to engage in heated discussion. The loss of over 60 comrades in battle had become an indelible sorrow in their hearts, fueling their inner discontent and rage. We must meet with the chieftain, Xingyue, to express our resolve, someone shouted, instantly garnering unanimous agreement. The clamor among the captives grew, their demands to see Xingyue rising ever louder. Upon learning of the captives' petition, Xingyue resolved to meet them personally. When she appeared before the captives, silence enveloped the crowd, all eyes fixated on the legendary chieftain. Xingyue's gaze was resolute and brimming with wisdom as she surveyed the captives, slowly articulating, "I understand that you have endured great suffering, and I acknowledge the resentment and discontent within your hearts. However, the threat posed by the Northern Army looms over us all, and this land stands on the brink of tremendous peril." A Yin stepped forward, summoning his courage to speak. "Chieftain, we wish to avenge our fallen brothers and contribute to this land, yet we currently lack the strength to do anything. This chapter is not yet concluded. Please click to the next page to continue reading the captivating content." Xingyue nodded slightly, responding, "I comprehend your predicament, that I will select 200 of you who are relatively robust to undergo recuperation. Afterward, you shall join the coalition army, bolstering our strength against the Northern Army. The west of our tribe lies a fertile valley, abundant in food and water that I will arrange for you to rest there. During this time, we shall provide you with sustenance and necessary medical care to aid your recovery." Upon hearing this, a glimmer of hope flickered in the captive's eyes. Xingyue continued, "The brutal actions of the Northern Army have rendered countless individuals homeless, shattering families. Our formation of the coalition army aims to unite all forces of resistance to repel them and restore peace to this land. Your participation will undoubtedly enhance the might of the coalition army." Initially, the 200 captives selected to journey to the valley moved with heavy steps, their bodies not yet fully recovered from their prior tribulations. However, the soldiers tasked with overseeing them continuously encouraged them along the way. "Brothers, think of the Northern Army's savagery. Remember our deceased kin and friends. Once we regain our strength, we shall reclaim our dignity on the battlefield and avenge them." These words ignited a fire within the captive spirits. As time passed, enjoying ample food and a restorative environment in the valley, their physical condition began to improve markedly. Once feeble and listless, they proactively engaged in physical training. In the early mornings, they sprinted through the valley, greeted by the rising sun. During the day, they practiced combat techniques, honing their skills. At night, they gathered around the campfire, sharing stories and experiences of battle. That I will personally sever the head of the Northern Army's commander on the battlefield," a Yin declared, brandishing a wooden sword, his eyes filled with resolute determination. "I shall make the Northern Army aware that we are not to be trifled with. We fight for freedom and dignity." Another captive echoed fervently. Their fervent spirits gradually awakened, casting aside the remnants of fatigue and despair. These 200 captives, with the aid of the Xingyue tribe, were gradually transforming into a spirited force, poised to join the coalition army and augment the resistance against the Northern Army, their involvement promising to stir new waves in the fierce conflict that lay ahead. During the Northern Army's tense period of recuperation, Commander Badr pondered how to further bolster his forces and resources. One day, a soldier returning from reconnaissance reported the discovery of a small tribe of approximately 500 individuals not far southwest of their camp. These scouts, initially exploring the surrounding terrain and potential threats, stumbled upon the tribe's presence. They observed that the tribe was vibrant, with herds of cattle and sheep and tents dotting the landscape, though modest in size. It appeared to possess a considerable stockpile of resources and manpower. Upon hearing this, Badr recognized a golden opportunity. He set his sights on this small tribe, which had been living a peaceful nomadic life, subsisting on the herding of livestock, and had no quarrel with the world. His rationale for targeting this tribe was twofold: to replenish the losses sustained in previous battles by seizing their resources, and to intimidate other surrounding factions by showcasing the Northern Army's might through the conquest of this seemingly innocuous tribe. As the Northern Army advanced upon this small tribe like a looming storm cloud, the inhabitants were engulfed in terror. They hastily organized defenses, yet their rudimentary weaponry and loose organization stood little chance against the iron hooves of the Northern Army. The cavalry of the Northern Army spearheaded the charge, raising clouds of dust that obscured the sky. They wielded their long blades, cutting through the small tribe's defenses as if they were non-existent. Although the men of the tribe fought valiantly, many succumbed under the relentless assault of the Northern Army. Meanwhile, women and children cowered within the tents, their terrified cries piercing the air. The Northern Army displayed no mercy, unleashing slaughter and pillage upon the tribe. They seized the small tribe's cattle and sheep, incinerated their tents, and looted everything of value. In the face of this brutal invasion, the inhabitants of the small tribe exhibited remarkable resilience. An elder, brandishing a wooden staff, bravely charged toward the soldiers of the Northern Army, shouting slogans to protect their homeland. Though he was swiftly felled by the enemy, his courage left a profound impression that a few young men attempted to coordinate a surprise attack on the Northern Army's flank, but ultimately fell short due to the overwhelming disparity in strength. Following the annihilation of the small tribe, the Northern Army transported the remaining captives back to their camp. These captives wore expressions of despair, forced to engage in grueling labor, transporting supplies, and constructing camp facilities for the Northern Army. Through this campaign, the Northern Army not only acquired a wealth of material resources, but also provided their soldiers with invaluable combat experience. Their morale received a boost, and the surrounding tribes grew increasingly fearful of the Northern Army's reputation. However, this conduct of the Northern Army also elicited discontent and wariness from other factions. Several tribes that had previously maintained neutrality began to reconsider their positions, apprehensive of becoming the next target of the Northern Army. Upon learning of this matter, the Xingyue tribe's disdain for the brutality of the Northern Army deepened, solidifying their resolve to unite various forces against the impending threat. The 200 captives undergoing training, upon hearing of their compatriots' dire fate, were consumed by anger and hatred. They yearned to join the fray, to confront the Northern Army in a decisive battle, avenging their fallen brethren. Driven by this animosity, their training intensified, their combat prowess steadily improving, akin to formidable tigers poised to pounce at the opportune moment, ready to exact a heavy toll for the atrocities committed against them. This chapter is not yet concluded. Please turn to the next page to continue enjoying the riveting narrative. The Northern Army's campaign against the small tribes was akin to a boulder cast into a tranquil lake, creating ripples that disrupted the delicate balance of power, stirring undercurrents of unrest. Within the Xingyue tribe, Chief Xingyue urgently summoned the elders and commanders to deliberate strategies. The atmosphere in the tent was tense as Xingyue, with unwavering resolve, declared, "The Northern Army's savage actions pose a grave threat. If left unchecked, countless innocent tribes will face utter destruction. We must expedite the consolidation and training of the united armies." The elders nodded in agreement. At this juncture, the 200 determined warriors volunteered, with their representative, akin, stepping forward to proclaim, "Chief, we have honed our skills during our training, and our hatred for the Northern Army runs deep. Please allow us to join the vanguard to avenge our fallen kin." Xingyue regarded them with a mix of pride and concern, but ultimately nodded in consent, cautioning them to heed commands and avoid reckless actions. Meanwhile, within the cannibal tribe, Old Seven, second brother, and fifth brother, upon learning of the Northern Army's malevolence, recognized the peril of their situation. They understood that should the Northern Army continue its expansion, their tribe could very well be the next target. Thus, the three brothers resolved to suspend their internal disputes regarding horse breeding and actively prepare for war. They fortified the patrols and defenses surrounding their territory and dispatched envoys not only to nearby tribes that had previously faced threats from the Northern Army, but also specifically to the tribe where Ninth Brother resided. Though the tribe of Ninth Brother was relatively small, its warriors were all valiant. Upon hearing his brother's intentions, Ninth Brother did not hesitate. He understood the dangers posed by the Northern Army and recognized that only through unity could they hope to resist. "Brothers, we are of the same blood. With the Northern Army rampaging, I shall fight alongside you." His words were resolute, his gaze unwavering. With Ninth Brother's addition, the cannibal tribe's strength was significantly bolstered. They began to integrate the warriors from various tribes and initiated large-scale coordinated combat training. On the training grounds, the warriors shouted as they wielded their weapons, exchanging combat techniques. Some warriors, adept in close combat, taught others how to deliver lethal blows in a short span. Others, skilled in ranged attacks, demonstrated the precise use of catapults and bows. Within the Northern Army, Commander Battelle, after securing a victory against the small tribes, was not blinded by his fleeting triumph. He recognized that his expansion had raised alarms and animosity among numerous factions. To prepare for the forthcoming challenges, he continued to urge his soldiers to train, enhancing the Army's combat capabilities, while also stockpiling strategic materials, amassing provisions, crafting weaponry, and bolstering the defenses of their encampments. He actively communicated with tribes covertly supporting him, offering lucrative incentives to strengthen alliances and ensure he would not be isolated in future confrontations. Amidst this fervor of preparation, mysterious forces quietly observed the unfolding situation in a distant, secluded mountainous region. An ancient hermit tribe, possessing unique skills and mystical powers, had taken note of the Northern Army's brutal actions. After deliberation, several elders from the tribe resolved to dispatch a small team of young warriors down the mountain to investigate. These young warriors were all exceptional, well-versed in ancient sorcery and mechanisms. They stealthily infiltrated the domains of various factions, observing their every move, ready to utilize their powers at a critical juncture to sway the tide of battle. As the actions of various factions unfolded, the entire situation grew increasingly intricate and tensed. A monumental clash between the Northern Army and the Xingyue tribe, the cannibal tribe, and their alliances seemed imminent. While the involvement of that enigmatic force added new variables to the impending conflict in this land fraught with warfare and peril, who would ultimately emerge as the sovereign remained uncertain, with only the acrid scent of smoke and the palpable tension in the air heralding the approach of a breathtaking spectacle. Within the encampment of the Xingyue tribe, Chief Xingyue gathered the core strategists and commanders for a crucial meeting regarding the tribe's fate and the direction of regional affairs. With a grave expression, Xingyue began. "The Northern Army's cruel expansion poses a significant threat to us. Should we allow them to continue unchecked, this land will descend into endless darkness and chaos, having subdued the small tribes. Their power has grown, but we cannot remain passive. Banya Mountain, with its treacherous terrain, is a natural strategic stronghold. Our plan is to set up multiple ambushes along the potential routes of the Northern Army's reinforcements, blocking them beyond Banya Mountain and engaging them in a decisive battle. Utilizing the terrain of Banya Mountain to our advantage, we can strike from a height with catapults, bows, and other ranged weapons to deplete their forces. Simultaneously, we shall dispatch elite troops for flanking and rear assaults to disrupt their formations." One commander rose, clasping his fists. "Chief, while this strategy is astute, the Northern Army is no trifling adversary. They will undoubtedly be on guard." Xingyue nodded slightly. "Indeed, hence we must unite all possible forces. The 200 vengeful warriors will serve as the vanguard. Their deep-seated hatred for the Northern Army will surely enhance their combat effectiveness. Furthermore, we must promptly notify our allied tribes to dispatch forces to join in this decisive battle, creating a pincer movement. The assembly nodded in agreement with Xingyue's strategy before dispersing to prepare diligently for the life-and-death struggle at Banya Mountain. Simultaneously, in the encampment of the Northern Army, Commander Batel also convened a military conference with his generals. Batel's expression was stern as he surveyed the assembled commanders. Gentlemen, our expansion efforts have provoked awareness and resistance among certain tribes. The Xingyue tribe and the cannibal tribe appear to be showing signs of unification. However, we must not retreat. The Banya Mountain area is a territory we must seize. Only by establishing a firm foothold can we continue to expand outward. The nearby small tribes are our sources for resources and reinforcements. Everyone we can conquer is a boon for us, against the coalition of the Xingyue tribe and the cannibal tribe. We shall adopt a proactive strategy. We will first send small units for exploratory attacks to assess their troop deployments and tactical arrangements. That on the front line, our heavy cavalry must leverage their shock advantage to breach their defenses, while the infantry follows closely to secure positions and expand our gains at the same time. We will position archers to guard against their counterattacks. An experienced veteran expressed his concerns. Commander, if they lay an ambush at Banya Mountain, we may find ourselves in dire straits. Batel pondered for a moment before responding. That is indeed a risk, but we cannot allow fear to paralyze us. During our march, we must enhance the reconnaissance scope and frequency. Should any anomalies arise, we will promptly adjust our route and battle plans. Moreover, we should instruct our clandestine allies to hinder the Xingyue tribe or cannibal tribe at critical moments, disrupting their deployments. The commanders took their orders and set to work, busying themselves with preparations. Meanwhile, within the cannibal tribe, Old Seven, second brother, fifth brother, and ninth brother sat together, strategizing for another confrontation with the Northern Army. Old Seven brandished his stone axe, exclaiming, "Last time we failed to feast on horse meat. This time, we must make the Northern Army pay dearly. We shall not only seize their horses, but wipe out their forces entirely. While we can capture more men later, if we lose this battle, our lives are forfeit." Second brother, more composed, analyzed. "The Northern Army is well equipped and trained. We cannot engage them head-on. That I propose employing guerrilla tactics, sending our tribe's swiftest warriors to infiltrate their camp at night, sowing chaos and disrupting their morale. Then, our main forces can launch an assault from the front and flanks." Fifth brother licked his lips. "Yes, let us do just that. Soon, the horse meat will be ours. However, we must also be wary of their counterattacks, maintaining a flexible formation to respond to any unforeseen circumstances." Ninth brother nodded in agreement. "You are all correct. We must maintain a close alliance with the surrounding tribes that are equally threatened by the Northern Army, offering mutual support as we unite to confront this formidable force." Upon hearing the leader's plans, the warriors of the cannibal tribe were filled with fervor, their eyes gleaming with a ferocious excitement, as if they could already envision the moment of victory, the aroma of horse meat wafting before them. They commenced the vigorous preparation of weapons, honing their stone knives and axes, and calibrating their catapults. An intense battle was imminent, orchestrated by the schemes and preparations of the three factions, and the land of Banya Mountain was destined to become a battleground soaked in blood and fire. Who would prevail in this life-and-death struggle and become the sovereign of this territory remained uncertain, the only foreboding being the acrid scent of gunpowder that heralded the approaching conflict. Yin Feng of the White Bird tribe, upon learning of the Northern Army's troop deployment, felt a surge of anger ignite within him. Ignoring the counsel of Xingyue, he resolutely insisted on mustering troops for an assault on the Northern Army stronghold. 20,000 valiant warriors of the White Bird tribe swiftly assembled, adorned in their distinctive feathered attire and wielding sharp-bone weapons, their eyes radiating ferocity and resolve. Led by Yin Feng, they surged forth like a raging torrent towards the Northern Army's territory. Upon reaching their destination, although the Northern Army had established some defensive fortifications, they appeared disorganized and panicked in the face of the advancing White Bird tribe. The warriors of the White Bird tribe shouted as they charged into the camp, and the battle erupted instantaneously. Yin Feng led the charge, wielding his bone spear with tremendous force and precision. He moved with agility, darting through the enemy ranks, leaving a trail of blood in his wake. His spear pierced through the armor of his foes, impaling them, and they fell with anguished cries. The warriors of the White Bird tribe were equally undaunted, employing nimble tactics, coordinating their attacks in groups of 3 to 5. Some fighters drew the enemy's attention from the front, while others launched surprise attacks from the flanks or rear. A group of White Bird warriors surrounded a northern soldier, relentlessly striking with their bone knives. Despite the northern soldier's desperate resistance, he soon succumbed under their combined assault. Yet the northern army was not without the means to retaliate. They organized an effective defensive formation, using shields to absorb the initial charge of the White Bird tribe. Then, countering with swords and spears, a burly northern warrior swung his sword with ferocity, felling several warriors of the White Bird tribe, his roar echoing across the battlefield, inspiring his comrades. However, the onslaught from the White Bird tribe proved too overwhelming. Their ancient divine beasts unleashed their formidable might once again. These creatures, resembling tigers with wings, plunged into the fray, opening their massive jaws to bite at the northern tribesmen. With a sweep of their colossal claws, they could send foes sprawling to the ground. One beast lunged at a group of northern soldiers, scattering them in an instant, causing them to flee in terror. A critical juncture in the battle. Yin Feng's sister, Bai Ling, arrived on the scene. Witnessing the bloody carnage before her, her heart ached. She understood that if her brother continued down this path, it would inevitably lead to irreparable consequences. Thus, she stepped forward, placing herself in front of him. "Brother, enough. We cannot indulge in such wanton slaughter. If we annihilate all the northern army's kin, we will forge a mortal enmity that will ensure this land knows no peace." Bai Ling exclaimed. Yin Feng gazed at his sister, the murderous intent in his eyes gradually dissipating. "Sister, were it not for your impending marriage to Xingyue, I would show no mercy today. For now, let us spare them." Ultimately, under Bai Ling's persuasion, the battle ceased. Although the White Bird tribe emerged victorious, capturing nearly 30,000 enemies, they too paid a significant price. The battlefield lay strewn with corpses, the ground stained crimson with blood. The warriors of the White Bird tribe, weary yet triumphant, slowly withdrew from the scene. Meanwhile, the northern army's kin, having endured this calamity, were filled with fear and hatred, acutely aware that the enmity with the White Bird tribe would become yet another destabilizing factor in this land. As the northern army learned of the attack on their territory, their response remained uncertain, undoubtedly adding more variables and crises to the already tumultuous situation. The sudden assault by the White Bird tribe was akin to a colossal tsunami crashing upon the already turbulent waves of war, its effects swiftly rippling through various factions. Upon discovering the attack on their kin and the mass abduction, sorrow and indignation permeated the northern army's camp. The commander, Batel, with eyes ablaze, roared in fury, "The White Bird tribe dares to provoke us so. The Xingyue tribe must surely be instigating them from behind. We will not rest until this grievance is avenged." The soldiers, stirred by indignation, clamored to take action, demanding immediate deployment to rescue their kin and unleash a frenzied reprisal against both the Xingyue and White Bird tribes. However, Batel understood that acting impulsively at this juncture would not be wise. They were currently in a standoff with the Xingyue and cannibal tribes. Should he rashly divert forces to assist, it would leave their front lines vulnerable to exploitation by the enemy. Thus, he suppressed his rage, calming the soldiers while promising to rescue their kin, and simultaneously dispatched envoys to other neutral tribes, attempting to lure them with substantial rewards to forge a coalition against the Xingyue tribe alliance. Meanwhile, in the Xingyue tribe, upon learning of the White Bird tribe's unilateral actions, the tribe leader was plunged into deep concern. She recognized that while the White Bird tribe's actions dealt a blow to the northern army's rear, they had also enraged them, complicating an already precarious situation. She urgently convened the elders and leaders of the tribe to discuss countermeasures. An elder, furrowing his brow, remarked, "Leader, the actions of the White Bird tribe are recklessly bold. The northern army will undoubtedly retaliate wildly, increasing our pressure." Xingyue nodded slightly. "Given the circumstances, we must bolster our defenses while swiftly consolidating the forces of the myriad nations." The 200 warriors captured from the enemy must expedite their training to become our main force on the battlefield. We must also consider how to respond to the Northern Army's potential savage retaliation and whether to issue a statement regarding the actions of the White Bird tribe that on the side of the cannibal tribe. After hearing of the White Bird tribe's assault on the Northern Army, internal discussions ensued. Lao Chi frowned and said, "The White Bird tribe is acting far too recklessly. They have stirred the waters further. We cannot predict how the Northern Army might react, and we must be cautious not to be caught in the crossfire." The Gu, maintaining a cooler head, analyzed, "Let us observe the situation for now. With the Northern Army under attack in their rear, their deployment will surely shift. We should remain still, enhancing our defenses and waiting for the opportune moment." Wu Di, however, waved his hand dismissively. "What does it matter? When they're battered and bruised, we might just find ourselves in a position to reap the benefits." Jiu Di expressed concern, saying, "Fifth brother, things are not that simple. If the Northern Army takes their anger out on us, we will not fare well, and the attitude of the Xingyue tribe is also unclear." The Gu nodded in agreement. Jiu Di speaks wisely. "Let us fortify our defenses and monitor the movements of the Northern Army and the Xingyue tribe before making any decisions." Thus, the cannibal tribe began reinforcing the defensive works surrounding their territory, increasing the number and range of patrols, while stockpiling supplies in preparation for any impending crisis. As the Northern Army dispatched envoys seeking allies, they also began to readjust their battle plans. They were acutely aware that the alliance between the Xingyue tribe and the White Bird tribe posed a significant threat that must be dismantled. Meanwhile, the Xingyue tribe, while actively training its forces, was also contemplating how to leverage the actions of the White Bird tribe to create advantageous conditions for themselves and how to counter the possible retaliatory actions of the Northern Army. Amidst this chaos and scheming, all factions were preparing for the impending upheaval, the specter of war looming ever larger, filling the future of this land with uncertainty and ambiguity. Who would emerge victorious in this intricate game of strategy remained an enigma. With only the palpable tension spreading like wildfire, reminiscent of the calm before the storm, heralding the arrival of a greater tempest, within the tents of the Xingyue tribe, the atmosphere was heavy and oppressive. The tribe leader stood before the assembly, her gaze resolute as she declared, "The 30,000 captured kin of the Northern Army must not be regarded merely as ordinary prisoners of war. If utilized wisely, they could become a pivotal force in counterbalancing the Northern Army." A leader stepped forward to inquire, "Leader, what do you mean?" Xingyue began to pace slowly, stating, "We shall first disperse them across several camps surrounding our territory, stationed under heavy guard. Additionally, we will select articulate and esteemed individuals from among them to engage in dialogue, sharing the atrocities committed by the Northern Army and conveying that we are not a bloodthirsty tribe. We merely strive to safeguard the peace and tranquility of this land, that we aim to gain the understanding of some, perhaps even persuading them to side with us. Leader, that may prove challenging," an elder cautioned. "Their loyalty to the Northern Army is unwavering. How could they easily shift their allegiance?" Another general questioned. Xingyue gently shook her head. "It is not necessary for them to all defect, even if only a small portion does. It can instigate doubt and suspicion within the Northern Army. Furthermore, we can select the physically robust from these 30,000 individuals to form a special unit, assigning them to non-combat logistical tasks, such as transporting supplies and constructing fortifications. This approach will both test their loyalty and allow them to recognize their value within our tribe, gradually facilitating their integration. What about those obstinate individuals who are resolutely uncooperative? They should be detained separately, yet without mistreatment. Our Xingyue tribe is founded on benevolence, and we must demonstrate our magnanimity to them. In our standoff with the Northern Army, we shall strategically reveal the circumstances of these individuals, thereby unsettling the morale of the enemy. Subsequently, Chief Xingyue made arrangements for military deployment, reinforcing the defensive structures of Binyashan, increasing traps and barricades. The 200 warriors, hailing from the captured, would be divided into two teams. One would lie in ambush in the eastern valley of Binyashan, while the other would serve as a mobile force, ready to provide support at a moment's notice. The main force would array itself in front of Binyashan, utilizing strong bows and crossbows as their initial strike, waiting for the enemy to enter range to deliver a heavy blow. Chief, how shall we deal with the Baichao tribe? Though they act recklessly, they have nonetheless weakened the northern army. Xingyue pondered for a moment. We shall send envoys to communicate with the Baichao tribe, affirming our stance that we will commend their efforts against the northern army while cautioning them against acting independently in the future. They must adhere to the unified command of the alliance that if they cooperate, we may share intelligence and resources. If not, we must remain vigilant. Under Xingyue's meticulous planning, the tribe began to operate in an orderly fashion. Warriors rushed to their posts, intensifying their training and preparations for battle. Envoys rode swiftly towards the Baichao tribe, and the 30,000 individuals from the northern army were gradually managed and assigned according to plan. A battle concerning life and death, as well as the fate of the region, was slowly unfolding, and all awaited to see if the Xingyue tribe could leverage these strategies to gain an advantage in this fierce contest. The Xingyue tribe understood well that for an army to maintain formidable combat strength on the battlefield, a sufficient supply of provisions is paramount. Now, in the face of the impending decisive battle against the northern army and the cannibal tribe, preparing adequate supplies for the multinational army had become a critical task for the Xingyue tribe. Amidst the busy preparations, Chief Xingyue, during a brief respite, found her thoughts drifting back to that distant yet familiar original world. In that world, there exists a miraculous food, instant noodles, convenient, quick, and easy to preserve. If we could produce something similar, it would significantly benefit our current food reserves and military operations. Returning from her reverie, Chief Xingyue immediately summoned the clever and resourceful members of the tribe, describing the appearance and production principles of instant noodles based on her memories. Although the tribe members were initially perplexed, witnessing the chief's unwavering determination, they eagerly expressed their willingness to attempt it. They began searching for suitable ingredients and, after numerous experiments, finally created flatbreads from locally milled grains, complemented by simple seasoning packets made from gathered natural spices and dried vegetables, following processes of drying and baking. The first batch of this instant-like food was successfully produced. Chief Xingyue was the first to sample it. Though the taste differed slightly from her memories of instant noodles, it possessed a unique flavor and, importantly, was easy to carry and store, making it suitable for soldiers during their campaigns. Subsequently, Chief Xingyue swiftly convened the logistics backbone and experienced elders of the tribe to discuss strategies. The first step was to conduct a comprehensive and meticulous inventory of the tribe's current food supplies. In the granary, bags of grain were stacked high, dried meats hung in well-ventilated areas, and fruits and vegetables were properly stored in cellars. The members responsible for inventory diligently recorded the quantity and quality of various supplies, while Chief Xingyue carefully reviewed everything, silently calculating how long these provisions could sustain the multinational army's consumption. Based on the precise inventory results, combined with the scale of the multinational army and the estimated duration of the impending battle, Chief Xingyue personally devised a detailed and reasonable food distribution plan. This plan aimed not only to ensure that the soldiers of the multinational army could eat well and maintain ample energy during the battle, but also to consider the basic living needs of the tribe's own populace. Preventing internal famine and unrest that could arise from oversupplying the military to expand the food reserves, the Xingyue tribe adopted a dual approach. Internally, a call for food contributions was issued to every household in the tribe. Determining reasonable collection ratios based on population size, cultivated land area, and livestock scale. Hearing it was for the purpose of resisting the northern army and defending their homeland, the tribe members generously contributed their surplus provisions. Children also helped to carry small bags of grain, creating a scene of unity within the tribe. Externally, Chief Xingyue dispatched the most eloquent and respected envoys to nearby friendly tribes. These envoys, carrying the sincerity and requests of the Xingyue tribe, detailed the current dire war situation and the importance of the multinational army in maintaining regional peace and stability. They promised that if the friendly tribes could support some food supplies, the Xingyue tribe would share the abundant resources resulting from their victory in the war, and they would be granted favorable treatment in future trade interactions. Many friendly tribes were moved by the sincerity of the Xingyue tribe and readily agreed to extend their aid, with some tribes sending entire carts of grain, while others contributed large quantities of preserved meats, As food supplies gradually accumulated, the transportation issue arose. The Xingyue tribe promptly organized a large and professional transportation team. The team members were selected from among the strongest and most skilled individuals in the tribe, adept at handling carts and familiar with the surrounding terrain. They meticulously checked and repaired each cart to ensure no breakdowns would occur during transport. The wagons, laden with provisions, were covered with thick waterproof tarps, and under the urging of the transport team, they slowly made their way towards the multinational army's encampment. Upon reaching the vicinity of the multinational army's camp, the Xingyue tribe hurriedly began constructing temporary food storage facilities. Location selection took into full consideration factors such as elevation, ventilation, and safety. The warehouses were built sturdy and durable, surrounded by deep ditches and reinforced with strong fences, with multiple shifts of sentries assigned for round-the-clock guarding. Inside, the supplies were meticulously categorized and stored. Grains were neatly piled on specially designed wooden racks, elevated off the ground to prevent moisture and mold. Dried meats were hung in well-ventilated areas to avoid spoilage, and fruits and vegetables were placed in dedicated cellars to maintain freshness. Warehouse management personnel conducted regular inventories and inspections of the supplies, promptly addressing any signs of spoilage or damage to ensure that every provision could be effectively utilized. During the food distribution process, Chief Xingyue was especially vigilant, based on the composition of the multinational army, such as the ratios of infantry, cavalry, and archers, and the respective tasks and consumption characteristics of each unit on the battlefield. A detailed and precise distribution plan was developed to ensure fairness, justice, and efficient order during the distribution process. The Xingyue tribe established a supervisory group. Members of this group were chosen from among the tribe, known for their integrity and high esteem. They oversaw the entire distribution process, from warehouse dispatch to allocation to each soldier, meticulously scrutinizing every step. Should any instances of unfair distribution or waste be discovered, immediate corrections would be made, and responsible individuals would face penalties. While actively preparing food supplies, the Xingyue tribe did not neglect to reinforce their alliance with the multinational army. The chief frequently visited the multinational army's camp to discuss combat plans with the various generals, listening to their opinions and suggestions, ensuring that the soldiers of the multinational army felt the respect and importance the Xingyue tribe accorded them. The warriors of the tribe also trained alongside the soldiers of the multinational army, engaging in skill exchanges, thereby enhancing the friendship and trust between them. As the preparation of food supplies progressed smoothly and the alliance grew stronger, the confidence of the Xingyue tribe and the multinational army in facing the impending decisive battle increased significantly. They stood like a solid fortress on this war-torn land, quietly awaiting the arrival of the Northern Army and the cannibal tribe, prepared to defend this land's peace and justice with their weapons and unwavering beliefs. This battle, concerning life and death, drew ever closer amidst the tense and orderly preparations, as if one could hear the distant sound of war drums gradually pounding at the door of fate. Within the cannibal tribe's camp, a rather unconventional pre-battle meeting was fervently underway. Lao Chi boldly sat on a large stone, speaking first. "I say, brothers, we've been eyeing the Northern Army's horse meat for quite some time. This time, let us launch a sudden assault, disorienting them completely before reclaiming those horses and feasting heartily." Second brother furrowed his brow and cautioned, "Seventh, do not solely think of food. The Northern Army is no trifling matter. We must devise a comprehensive plan." Fifth brother, brimming with excitement, interjected, "Second brother, worry not. Our warriors are exceptionally valiant. Those northern soldiers shall surely pale in comparison, that I can already envision the succulent horse meat sizzling over the flames. And just thinking about it makes my mouth water." Ninth brother shook his head in exasperation. "Fifth brother, your thoughts are consumed by food. This operation is crucial for the survival of our tribe." Rising to his feet, second brother cleared his throat and began to outline the battle plan. "We shall first select a group of nimble warriors skilled in stealth to quietly approach the Northern Army's encampment. Once we are near, we will unleash a surprise with our catapults, disrupting their formation. Following that, our archers will unleash a barrage of arrows. Immediately after, the cavalry and infantry will charge in unison, catching them off guard." As night fell, The warriors of the cannibal tribe set forth, according to the plan, moving like phantoms through the mountains and forests. The vanguard fighters exerted tremendous effort, finally positioning the catapults on a small hill not far from the Northern Army's camp. Release at the command, the catapults creaked ominously as massive stones soared toward the enemy camp. The boulders struck the ground, raising clouds of dust, and chaos erupted within the Northern Army's encampment. Success! Seventh brother shouted with exhilaration. The archers swiftly drew their bows, showering arrows like rain upon the camp. The soldiers of the Northern Army, amidst the turmoil, began to organize their defense, raising shields and cursing loudly. Charge! The cavalry of the cannibal tribe cried out, surging toward the Northern Army's camp like a tidal wave. The sound of hooves shook the earth, and the cavalry swung their long swords mercilessly. The infantry, undeterred, brandished their spears and shields, following closely behind the cavalry. Seventh brother led the charge, wielding a massive battle axe, resembling a demon emerging from the depths of hell. As he swung his axe, he shouted, "Clear the way. The horse meat is mine." After a brief moment of confusion, the Northern Army quickly regrouped. Their commanders began to organize a counterattack, with cavalry emerging from the opposite side of the camp in an attempt to encircle the cannibal tribe's raiding force. The infantry formed tight formations, using their spears and shields to fend off the cannibal tribe's assault, while archers sought opportunities from behind the lines to shoot at the tribe's warriors. The battlefield was a cacophony of battle cries and screams. Although the warriors of the cannibal tribe fought valiantly, the numerical and equipment advantages of the Northern Army began to manifest. Indeed, the Northern Army is quite formidable, Fifth brother muttered as he thrust his spear forward. Just then, reinforcement from the Northern Army arrived, turning the tide of battle. The warriors of the cannibal tribe began to falter. "What should we do, second brother? It seems we cannot prevail," ninth brother exclaimed anxiously. Gritting his teeth, second brother replied, "Retreat. We must fall back for now." Thus, the warriors of the cannibal tribe began their retreat. Upon returning to their camp, the brothers gathered once more for a meeting. Seventh brother, looking dejected, lamented, "Not only did we fail to taste the horse meat, but we nearly lost our lives. Those northern horses must not be very palatable. Otherwise, why would they fight so fiercely?" Fifth brother nodded in agreement. Indeed, those horses looked rather scrawny. There couldn't be much meat on them. Ninth brother rolled his eyes at them. "You two must cease your foolishness. This was merely a reconnaissance mission. We did not deploy all our forces. Next time, with proper preparation, we shall surely seize the horse meat. Consider this a mere scare for them." Second brother sighed in resignation. Ninth brother speaks wisely. "Although we face defeat, the Northern Army now knows we are not to be trifled with. However, we must not act so recklessly again. We need to thoroughly analyze our experiences from this encounter." He then commenced the debriefing session, his expression serious as he stated, "Firstly, our intelligence gathering was insufficient. We lacked detailed knowledge of the Northern Army's camp layout and troop distribution, which left us at a disadvantage during the attack. For instance, we were completely unaware of the direction from which their reinforcements would arrive." Seventh brother sheepishly scratched his head. "It was my oversight. I was so focused on the horse meat that I neglected to send scouts for thorough reconnaissance." Second brother continued, "Secondly, our coordination among the different arms was lacking. After the catapult attack, the archers failed to follow up with sustained pressure, allowing the Northern Army to regroup and retaliate. The cavalry and infantry also failed to work in tandem during the charge, fighting independently and giving the Northern Army opportunities to counter." Fifth brother lowered his head, murmuring, "I was too preoccupied with charging forward to pay attention to anything else." Ninth brother added, "Moreover, our retreat was rather chaotic. Without a pre-planned escape route, many warriors became disoriented during the withdrawal or were injured while being pursued by the Northern Army." Second brother nodded in agreement. "Indeed. Thus, we must formulate a new plan for next time. First, we will dispatch the most elite reconnaissance unit to thoroughly assess the Northern Army's camp, including troop strength, provisions, and the location of their command tents. During the battle, all arms must coordinate according to our predetermined tactics. The catapults must maintain constant fire to create favorable conditions for the archers and charging units. The cavalry will be responsible for breaking their formation, while the infantry will follow to expand our gains. During the retreat, We must also designate a rear guard to ensure the main force can withdraw safely. Seventh brother stood up, thumping his chest. Second brother, you are correct. Next time, I shall secure that horse meat. Otherwise, I shall no longer be called seventh. This time, I will diligently execute the plan. The others couldn't help but chuckle at seventh brother's determination. Though this raid had ended in failure, the brothers of the cannibal tribe were undeterred, beginning to strategize their next move. Meanwhile, the Northern Army, having endured this assault, fortified their camp defenses, and a new contest of wills was about to unfold on this war-torn land. It remained uncertain whether the cannibal tribe would indeed achieve their desire for horse meat, and how the Northern Army would respond to their impending challenge. Within the Northern Army's tent, the atmosphere was tense and oppressive. Commander Batel sat grimly at the head of the table, surrounded by a cadre of generals, all wearing expressions of anger and resentment. Commander, the cannibal tribe has repeatedly ambushed us in recent days. Showing utter contempt for our Northern Army, a general broke the silence. Indignant, we cannot remain passive any longer. We must deliver a heavy blow and teach them a lesson. Indeed, Commander, our soldiers are also eager to teach those savages a proper lesson. Another general concurred. Batel nodded slightly, a glimmer of resolve in his eyes. Gentlemen, I understand your sentiments. The cannibal tribe's actions are truly intolerable. Our Northern Army has always been undefeated. We cannot allow them to provoke us like this. However, we must not act impulsively. We need to devise a foolproof combat plan. Commander, I propose we mobilize the entire army for a full frontal assault on the cannibal tribe. With our numerical superiority, we shall surely crush them in one fell swoop. A brash general suggested loudly. Unthinkable. Batel immediately dismissed the proposal. Though the cannibal tribe may be outnumbered, they are familiar with the terrain. If we recklessly charge with our entire army, we may very well fall into their traps. The generals fell into contemplation, and the tent fell silent. After a moment of pacing, Batel spoke. Here is what we shall do. We will first dispatch a small cavalry unit as a vanguard to conduct harassment attacks around the cannibal tribe's territory, testing their defensive layout and troop movements. Meanwhile, we will keep our main infantry forces in close formation, ready to respond to any ambush from the cannibal tribe. Additionally, we will position our catapult and archer units in advantageous terrain, preparing to deliver long-range fire upon detecting the main forces of the cannibal tribe, thus creating conditions for our charge. Commander, your wisdom is unparalleled. The generals nodded in agreement, endorsing the combat plan, with Batel's command. The Northern Army commenced their operations, as small cavalry units raced toward the territory of the cannibal tribe like arrows released from a bow. They galloped recklessly outside the cannibal tribe's encampment, occasionally loosing a few cold arrows, which provoked the warriors of the cannibal tribe to emerge for battle. Inside the camp, Lao Chi, Ergo, Wu Di, and Jiu Di, hearing the commotion outside, immediately organized their defenses. Once again, it's the Northern Army. These fellows are truly relentless, Lao Chi exclaimed, brandishing his battle axe. Brothers, remain calm. Based on our previous experiences, let us hold our ground and refrain from striking too hastily, Ergo calmly directed. The warriors of the cannibal tribe swiftly erected makeshift fortifications around the camp, forming a shield wall with shield bearers at the front, while spear wielders stood ready behind them, and archers sought opportunities to shoot from within the defenses. Seeing that the cannibal tribe was not easily deceived, the vanguard cavalry of the Northern Army began to gradually retreat. Meanwhile, the main infantry force of the Northern Army steadily approached. Ergu, their infantry is coming. It appears they are numerous. Jiudi expressed his concern. Fear not. Our traps are all set. Once they enter range, we shall let the catapults and archers greet them. Ergu reassured him. The infantry of the Northern Army advanced with synchronized steps, inching closer to the cannibal tribe's encampment, their shields glinting ominously in the sunlight, and their spears standing tall like a forest, as the infantry entered the preset range of the cannibal tribe. The catapults launched the first assault. Massive stones whistled through the air, crashing into the ranks of the Northern Army and toppling several soldiers. In quick succession, the archers drew their bows, unleashing a rain of arrows upon the Northern Army. Chaos ensued as the soldiers raised their shields to defend themselves, yet many were injured and fell due to the cannibal tribe's sudden onslaught. Do not panic. "Advance!" the commanders of the Northern Army shouted, striving to maintain morale. After enduring some losses, the infantry of the Northern Army finally reached the front of the cannibal tribe's encampment, where fierce close-quarters combat erupted. Lao Chi led the charge, swinging his axe and plunging into the throng of the northern soldiers as if it were an unguarded realm. Each swing of his axe carried immense force, making it difficult for the soldiers of the Northern Army to withstand his assault. "Lao Chi, watch your back!" Ergu shouted, noticing an enemy attempting to ambush Lao Chi from behind. Without time to turn, Lao Chi sidestepped and swung his axe backward, striking the assailant's weapon and sending it flying to Wu Di, leading a group of warriors from the cannibal tribe, engaged the soldiers of the Northern Army in fierce urban combat within the encampment. They utilized the structures and obstacles for cover, launching sudden attacks that caught the northern soldiers off guard. Gu Di coordinated the catapults and archers, adjusting their fire direction and intensity based on the evolving battlefield situation. Observing a portion of the northern soldiers attempting a flank, he promptly commanded the catapults to launch stones in that direction, successfully thwarting their advance. Though the Northern Army faced initial setbacks, their numerical superiority allowed them to gradually stabilize their formation and commence a full-scale assault on the cannibal tribe's encampment. The battle intensified with the sounds of clashing steel and anguished cries intertwining. Blood stained the earth, and bodies lay scattered across the ground. In this critical moment of conflict, the Northern Army's commander, Badr, personally led a contingent of elite cavalry into the fray. His arrival significantly bolstered the morale of the northern forces, with soldiers shouting, "Long live the Marshal!" Wielding his longsword, Badr led his cavalry like a whirlwind into the cannibal tribe's encampment, scattering the warriors in his path. "Brothers, hold on! We cannot allow the Northern Army to succeed," Ergu bellowed, sensing the dire situation. However, the Northern Army's assault grew increasingly relentless, and the warriors of the cannibal tribe found it increasingly difficult to hold their ground. Their casualties mounted, and the encampment was gradually overtaken by the northern forces at Ergu. "What should we do? It seems we cannot hold out much longer," Gu Di anxiously inquired. Ergu surveyed the battlefield, understanding that victory was becoming elusive. Yet, unwilling to concede defeat, he resolved to make a desperate gamble. "Lao Chi, Wu Di, you lead the brothers in continued resistance, that I will take a death squad to launch a surprise attack on the Northern Army's commander. Badr, if we can slay him, we might still have a glimmer of hope." Ergu declared resolutely. "Ergu, that is too dangerous. I will accompany you." Lao Chi insisted without hesitation that no, you must remain here to command the battle. "I will go alone." Ergu firmly rejected Lao Chi's plea. Ergu selected a group of the bravest warriors to form the death squad. They stealthily maneuvered to the flank of the Northern Army, suddenly charging towards Badr's position. Badr, directing the battle, was momentarily startled to see a small contingent of the cannibal tribe charging towards him. However, he quickly regained his composure and commanded his guards to intercept. Ergu, leading the death squad, engaged in a fierce clash with Badr's guards. They pressed forward, disregarding their lives, hoping to breach the guards' defenses in a short time. Yet Badr's guards were elite soldiers of the Northern Army, their combat prowess formidable. Although the death squad fought valiantly, breaking through their defenses proved challenging in the heat of battle. Ergu witnessed his comrades falling one by one, filling him with sorrow and anger. Yet, he did not falter, continuing to wield his weapon and advance towards Badr. Just as Ergu was about to reach Badr, a commander from the Northern Army noticed his intention and swiftly intervened. Blocking Ergu's path, the two engaged in a gripping duel. Ergu's axe whirled with ferocity, each strike infused with power. Yet the Northern commander held his ground, skillfully parrying Ergu's attacks. Meanwhile, other units of the Northern Army continued their ferocious assault on the cannibal tribe's encampment. Under the leadership of Lao Chi and Wu Di, the warriors of the cannibal tribe fought tenaciously, but their losses mounted and their position dwindled. The outcome of the battle seemed increasingly clear, with the Northern Army holding overwhelming advantage. Yet the warriors of the cannibal tribe persisted in their desperate resistance, their courage and tenacity commendable. Whether Ergu could break through the Northern commander's blockade and successfully slay Badr to turn the tide of battle remained uncertain. with only the acrid scent of blood and the deafening cries of war narrating the brutality and heroism of this conflict. On the battlefield, Erji's duel with the northern commander intensified. Despite his utmost efforts, the opponent's defense was impregnable, with each of Erji's attacks deftly countered. Meanwhile, the encampment of the cannibal tribe had succumbed to the northern forces, with Lao Qi and Wu Di retreating to a corner. Their bodies battered yet still clutching their weapons, flames of defiance burning in their eyes. The soldiers of the northern army surged like a tide, encircling them completely. Lao Qi surveyed the throngs of enemies surrounding him and roared, "Even in death, let us take a few down with us." With that, he swung his axe and charged towards the enemy like a mad beast. Wu Di, equally unyielding, rallied the warriors to follow suit, launching into a final desperate struggle. Just as the cannibal tribe appeared on the verge of annihilation, a tremendous cacophony of battle cries erupted from the distance. The soldiers of the northern army paused in astonishment, turning to behold a large, well-equipped army racing toward the battlefield, their banners unfurling to reveal the emblem of the Xingyue tribe. It turned out that the Xingyue tribe, having learned of the northern army's large-scale assault on the cannibal tribe, anticipated the latter's inability to withstand such an onslaught to prevent the northern army from expanding its influence after exterminating the cannibal tribe, thereby threatening the peace and balance of the entire region. The leader of the Xingyue tribe made a swift decision to send reinforcements to aid the cannibal tribe. The army of the Xingyue tribe rapidly joined the fray, their tactics seamlessly coordinated. Archers lined up in neat rows at the rear, unleashing a volley of arrows that rained down like locusts upon the northern army, instantly disrupting their attack rhythm. The infantry raised their shields, forming a solid wall as they advanced steadily, engaging the northern army in close combat. The cavalry charged from the flanks, slicing into the northern army's formation like a razor, causing immediate disarray among their ranks. Upon seeing the reinforcements from the Xingyue tribe arrive, Ergu felt a surge of joy, as if his strength had been renewed. Seizing the moment, he shouted and unleashed the full might of his axe, sending the northern army's commander staggering back several steps. Taking advantage of the opening, he turned and charged towards Badr. The Badr had not anticipated the sudden reversal of the situation. A sense of panic flickered within him. Yet he maintained a facade of composure, directing the soldiers by his side to obstruct the second brother. That moment, a warrior from the Xingyue tribe stepped forward, fighting alongside the second brother. United in their struggle against Badr and his guards, their coordinated assaults grew increasingly fierce, gradually breaching the defenses of the guards and closing in on Badr. The northern army suffered severe casualties under the unexpected onslaught of the Xingyue tribe. Seeing the tide turn against him, Commander Badr contemplated ordering a retreat. However, the warriors of the cannibal tribe and the reinforcements from the Xingyue tribe would not let them escape easily. A final fierce battle erupted on the battlefield, the cries of battle and screams of agony echoing throughout the valley. As the conflict persisted, soldiers of the northern army began to abandon their armor and flee in all directions. The coalition of the Xingyue and cannibal tribes pursued relentlessly, driving the northern army entirely from the region. After the battle, the battlefield lay in disarray, strewn with corpses. Lao Qi, the second brother, Wu Di, and Xiu Di gazed at the reinforcement from the Xingyue tribe, their hearts a tumult of emotions. They understood that without the timely intervention of the Xingyue tribe, the cannibal tribe would have been obliterated. The second brother stepped forward, clasping his hands in gratitude towards the commander of the Xingyue tribe. "We are deeply grateful for your assistance. Had it not been for you, our cannibal tribe would have faced extinction today. Such a great favor shall not be forgotten." The commander of the Xingyue tribe replied with a smile. "In these chaotic times, only through mutual checks and balances among various forces can we preserve regional peace. The ambitions of the Northern Army are rampant. If allowed to grow unchecked, none of U.S. will find tranquility." This battle profoundly illuminated the shortcomings of the cannibal tribe, emphasizing the importance of collaboration with other tribes. Meanwhile, the Xingyue tribe, through this assistance, further solidified its leadership position in the region, gaining significant prestige. Subsequently, the Xingyue tribe began to consolidate various forces, jointly deliberating long-term strategies to counter the Northern Army, bringing a glimmer of peace to this war-torn land. Yet, despite suffering heavy losses, the Northern Army retained a degree of strength. They would not easily accept defeat and were undoubtedly scheming for a resurgence. The future remained fraught with uncertainty and challenges. As the smoke of battle gradually dissipated, the stench of blood continued to linger in the air. The Xingyue tribe, the cannibal tribe, and the surviving soldiers of the Northern Army each began to lick their wounds, while this land faced the arduous task of post-war reconstruction. Within the camp of the Xingyue tribe, the chieftain summoned the tribe's wise men and skilled artisans to discuss how to assist the cannibal tribe in rebuilding their homeland and strengthening their defenses. An elder spoke slowly. "Chieftain, though we emerged victorious in this great battle, our resources have also diminished. Rebuilding the cannibal tribe will require a substantial amount of timber, stone, and food. We must allocate resources judiciously." The chieftain nodded slightly. "We can first allocate a portion of supplies from our reserves and simultaneously organize caravans to exchange necessities with neighboring allied tribes." In the cannibal tribe, Lao Chi gazed at the ruins of the camp, filled with sorrow. The second brother, however, rallied his spirits. Directing his kin to clear the battlefield debris, he proclaimed loudly, "Brothers, we cannot be defeated. The Xingyue tribe has aided us. We must also strive for self-reliance. The strong should gather usable materials, while women and children organize the camp." Wu Di and Jiu Di responded in kind, leading their people into action. They searched the collapsed houses for salvageable timber and procured hides and meat from the fallen livestock, preparing to endure this difficult period. The remnants of the Northern Army retreated in disarray to their headquarters, where Commander Batter faced unprecedented pressure. Morale was low, soldiers yearned for home, and uncertainty about the future loomed large. Batter understood that to make a comeback, he must reorganize the army and replenish both personnel and supplies. He dispatched envoys to more distant tribes, promising substantial rewards in an attempt to recruit new soldiers. Simultaneously, he ordered the army to cultivate the wasteland surrounding their camp, planting crops and raising livestock to achieve self-sufficiency. Meanwhile, within the Xingyue tribe, differing opinions emerged regarding how to respond to the Northern Army's potential counterattack. Some commanders advocated for a relentless pursuit to annihilate the Northern Army entirely, eradicating any future threats. A young commander passionately asserted, "Chieftain, the Northern Army is weak at this moment. If we gather our forces for a full-scale assault, we can uproot them completely." Yet the chieftain of the Xingyue tribe had deeper considerations. She replied, "Though the Northern Army is defeated, a starving camel is still larger than a horse. If we recklessly attack, we may fall into their traps. Furthermore, other tribes are watching. We must not act impulsively." Thus, the Xingyue tribe simultaneously strengthened cooperation with the cannibal tribe, exchanging envoys and craftsmen to assist in designing and constructing more robust housing and fortifications. They also imparted advanced agricultural and pastoral techniques to enhance the cannibal tribe's productivity and self-sufficiency. Concurrently, the Xingyue tribe began to select and train elite forces within the tribal alliance, ensuring that this unit would not only excel in combat, but also master intelligence gathering and analysis to better counter any potential schemes from the Northern Army. After some time of effort, the cannibal tribe's camp began to show signs of improvement. New houses were built in an orderly fashion, and defensive works began to take shape. They also started to reflect on their past actions. The second brother told Lao Chi and others, "After this battle, we must change our former ways. We cannot solely think of plunder. Our cooperation with the Xingyue tribe has shown us that we can also obtain our needs through labor and exchange." Lao Chi scratched his head. "Second brother, you are right. From now on, we must learn to befriend other tribes and not create enemies everywhere." Under Batta's stern encouragement, the Northern Army gradually regained some vitality. The recruitment of new soldiers increased their numbers, and the cultivated wastelands yielded their first harvest. The Batter gazed at the increasingly filled granaries, silently vowing, "Xingyue tribe, wait for it. One day, I will make you pay for today's deeds." However, as various factions endeavored towards their goals, a mysterious caravan appeared quietly on this land. They brought exquisite items never before seen, including luxurious silks, sharp swords, and mysterious spices. The caravan leader proclaimed that they hailed from a distant eastern realm, a land of advanced civilization and boundless wealth. This news spread rapidly among the tribes, igniting curiosity and longing. The chieftain of the Xingyue tribe realized this could be a new opportunity, albeit one fraught with potential hidden dangers. She decided to send emissaries to engage with the caravan and learn more about the Eastern realm, while the Northern Army and the cannibal tribe also heard of this development. How would they respond? The situation on this land, under this new variable, grew increasingly enigmatic. This chapter has yet to conclude. Please turn to the next page to continue reading the captivating content that follows after enduring numerous trials of war together. The Xingyue tribe and the cannibal tribe now welcomed a new phase of development. On this day, the square of the Xingyue tribe was filled with many clansmen and representatives from the cannibal tribe, all focused intently, for the chieftain of the Xingyue tribe was about to deliver an important speech. Standing on a high platform, the chieftain cast a steady gaze over the crowd, her voice calm, yet powerful. Fellow tribesmen and friends from the cannibal tribe, today I wish to discuss our journey thus far and the direction ahead. We all know that this land has long been shrouded in the shadow of war. And the cannibal tribe has a dark past of cannibalism, once a grim custom enveloped in darkness. Yet through the brutal wars, we have witnessed the infinite pain and disaster behind it. The confrontation between the cannibal tribe and the Northern Army nearly led to our extinction. The sight of ruins and bloodshed should serve as an eternal lesson for us. War has taught us that responding to barbarism with barbarism will only perpetuate a cycle of hatred and death. Our collaboration between the Xingyue tribe and the cannibal tribe stands as a beacon of hope amid the darkness. Through our cooperative reconstruction, we have introduced new methods of production. Agriculture and pastoral techniques now allow the land to provide us with steady gifts, freeing us from the need for bloody plunder and the cruel habits of cannibalism to sustain our lives. We have erected more suitable dwellings, granting everyone a warm haven. But we have also witnessed the strength displayed by the Xingyue tribe and its alliances with other tribes, a power rooted in negotiation, mutual aid, and trust. This is far more sustainable for our survival on this land than mere brute force. Now, our friends from the cannibal tribe have come to a profound realization. They yearn for change, seeking to integrate into a more civilized and harmonious family. At this point, the chieftain of the Xingyue tribe looked towards the second brother of the cannibal tribe and others, her eyes filled with expectation and encouragement. The second brother stood up, bowing deeply to the chieftain and the assembled crowd, then spoke. "Chieftain, we of the cannibal tribe have wandered in darkness and committed many wrongs. However, we sincerely wish to amend our ways. We have seen the civility and kindness of the Xingyue tribe, as well as the hope that such civility can bring us. We are willing to abandon our past barbarism, learn new ways of life, and coexist harmoniously with everyone." The chieftain of the Star and Moon tribe nodded slightly and then spoke. "In order to better embody our integration and unity, the cannibal tribe has decided to change its name and will henceforth be known as the Star and Moon tribe. This does not erase our past existence, but rather opens a new chapter. We shall jointly inherit the spirit of the Star and Moon tribe, writing the future history of this land with diligence, wisdom, and kindness. Together we will establish a more robust defense system to protect our homeland. We will develop trade to facilitate the flow of resources among the tribes. We will pass down our skills to enrich our culture. Let us join hands and stride towards a future brimming with hope and light, allowing this war-torn land to bloom with the flowers of peace and development." Instantly, the hall erupted with enthusiastic applause and cheers. Whether they were members of the Star and Moon tribe or former members of the cannibal tribe, they were all enveloped in a newfound sense of mission and belonging. They understood that the road ahead would be long, but as long as they worked together with a shared purpose, they could certainly create a beautiful tomorrow. Amidst the cheers, the newly formed Star and Moon tribe officially embarked on its journey of integration and development, turning the page to a fresh chapter in the story of this land. With the cannibal tribe officially renamed to the Star and Moon tribe and the journey of integration commenced, a series of new challenges soon followed. Within the village of the new Star and Moon tribe, the former members of the cannibal tribe endeavored to adapt to the new rules of life and cultural customs. They learned to cultivate the fields each morning just like the old members of the Star and Moon tribe, sowing the seeds of hope. However, having been accustomed to a life of hunting and raiding, their agricultural skills were quite lacking. frequently resulting in mistimed sowing and uneven irrigation. Observing their struggles, the farmers of the Old Star and Moon tribe stepped forward, patiently instructing them through hands-on demonstrations on how to till the soil, sow seeds, and discern the growth of seedlings. Simultaneously, in terms of animal husbandry, the former members of the cannibal tribe encountered numerous challenges. They lacked knowledge on how to care for livestock scientifically, resulting in illness or stunted growth among some cattle and sheep. The herders of the Star and Moon tribe selflessly share their expertise, teaching them how to construct suitable animal shelters, prepare feed, and prevent diseases in the realm of communal decision-making. The former members of the cannibal tribe were also striving to learn how to participate. They had previously been accustomed to the unilateral decisions of their leaders, and now faced with the collective deliberation system of the Star and Moon tribe, they were somewhat at a loss. During a meeting on whether to establish new trade routes around the tribe, some former members of the cannibal tribe remained silent, unsure of how to express their opinions. The second elder stood up to encourage them. "Brothers, we are now part of the Star and Moon tribe. Each of us has the right and obligation to contribute ideas for the future of our tribe. Do not fear making mistakes." Inspired by the second elder, they began tentatively voicing their thoughts, which, although somewhat naive, brought fresh perspectives to the meeting. In terms of military training, the Star and Moon tribe aimed to forge a more formidable joint army by integrating the warriors of the former cannibal tribe with those of the Old Star and Moon tribe for training. Initially, significant differences in combat styles and tactical coordination led to friction. The warriors of the former cannibal tribe fought valiantly, but lacked discipline, preferring to act independently, while the warriors of the Old Star and Moon tribe excelled in teamwork and adhered to strict tactical commands. During a simulated combat exercise, this disparity resulted in chaos, nearly causing severe consequences. The commanding officer responsible for the training had to pause the exercise and readjust the training plan that he divided the soldiers into small groups, pairing warriors from the Old Star and Moon tribe with those from the former cannibal tribe, allowing them to learn from one another during daily training. The warriors of the Old Star and Moon tribe taught their counterparts how to follow orders and maintain formation, while the former cannibal tribe warriors imparted close combat techniques and experiences of fighting in complex terrains. For cultural exchange, the Star and Moon tribe organized various activities to enhance mutual understanding. They hosted bonfire gatherings where the former members of the cannibal tribe showcased their unique dances and music, performances imbued with primal energy that opened the eyes of the Old Star and Moon tribe members. In turn, the members of the Old Star and Moon tribe presented their beautiful songs and dances, along with profound poetry recitations, allowing the former cannibal tribe members to experience the intricacies and depth of culture. However, the process of integration was not without its challenges. Some members of the Old Star and Moon tribe still harbored grievances regarding the past of the former cannibal tribe, fearing a relapse into old habits. Meanwhile, some members of the former cannibal tribe felt overly constrained while adapting to the new environment, reminiscing about their previously unrestrained lifestyle. In light of these issues, the chieftain of the Star and Moon tribe once again gathered everyone, stating, "Our integration is a long and arduous journey, but we must steadfastly proceed. We must learn to embrace each other's past and trust in each other's transformation. Only then can our new Star and Moon tribe truly grow strong and endure on this land for the long term." Encouraged by the chieftain's words, the members began to strive harder to understand and accept one another. The new Star and Moon tribe gradually advanced towards a more united and prosperous direction, unaware that further afield, other unknown forces were quietly rising, potentially presenting new challenges and opportunities in the near future. Within the council hall of the new Star and Moon tribe, the atmosphere was tense and solemn. The chieftain sat at the head of the table, flanked by the tribe's elders, all of whom bore expressions of concern and contemplation. The chieftain was the first to speak, his voice steady yet heavy with gravity. "Esteemed elders, while we have made progress in our tribe's integration, the situation has become increasingly complex and precarious. The cannibal tribe originally comprised 10 tribes. Now, only 4 have merged with us to form the new Star and Moon tribe, while the remaining 6 have allied with the Northern Army. This shift has dramatically altered the balance of power between friend and foe." An elderly elder furrowed his brow slightly and remarked, "Chieftain, the Northern Army is already formidable. With the support of these 6 tribes, their strength and resources will undoubtedly increase. In contrast, although we have merged with 4 tribes, we still require time to consolidate our power. This is indeed a critical moment for our survival. The chieftain nodded in agreement. Your words ring true, elder. The alliance between the Northern Army and those 6 tribes harbors ambitions that extend beyond mere vengeance. They seek to dominate this land. We must conduct a thorough analysis of the current situation to formulate a response. At that moment, the elder responsible for intelligence gathering rose and cleared his throat. Chieftain, according to reports from our scouts, since allying with those 6 tribes, the Northern Army has begun to station troops and stockpile supplies in the border regions, showing a clear intention to initiate war at any moment. Each of those 6 tribes possesses unique strengths. Some are adept in horseback archery, capable of swift raids across the plains. Others excel in the art of traps and ambushes, capable of laying numerous snares in the forests. Upon hearing this, the assembly's faces were etched with concern. Another elder stroked his beard thoughtfully and said, "The Northern Army is renowned for its cavalry. Now, with the addition of these skilled horsemen, their mobility and striking power will surpass what it once was. Moreover, if they employ their trap-setting techniques on the battlefield, it could pose a significant obstacle to our forces." After a moment of contemplation, the chieftain responded, "However, our Star and Moon tribe is not without its advantages. Through this period of integration with the 4 tribes, our internal cohesion has strengthened, and we have made progress in cultural exchange and skill integration. Our agricultural and pastoral techniques are continuously developing, providing solid logistical support for warfare. Furthermore, our army possesses unique traits in tactical coordination and discipline. Nonetheless, we must not underestimate the enemy," a young elder interjected. "We need to formulate a detailed strategy to guard against their surprise attacks and prolonged sieges." The chieftain surveyed the assembly and declared, "I have gathered you elders today to collectively discuss our countermeasures. I believe that first, we must bolster our border defenses, dispatching elite forces to guard key strongholds while establishing multiple early warning lines to promptly detect enemy movements. Additionally, we should utilize our tribe's diplomatic skills to reach out to other neutral tribes in the vicinity, seeking more allies to break the encirclement created by the Northern Army's alliance." "That is indeed a brilliant plan," remarked a venerable elder. "We could also select capable individuals within the tribe to form a think tank dedicated to studying methods for countering the enemy's cavalry tactics and trap-setting techniques." Subsequently, the elders began to voice their opinions, engaging in fervent discussions on military deployment, logistical support, and diplomatic strategies. Some proposed excavating tunnels for surprise attacks and supply transport during enemy sieges, while others suggested training specialized troops, such as engineers skilled in countering traps and crossbowmen capable of confronting enemy cavalry. The chieftain listened attentively to each elder's input, occasionally jotting down key points and participating in the discussions. After prolonged deliberation, a preliminary series of countermeasures were finally drafted. The chieftain concluded, "Esteemed elders, while the current situation is dire, as long as our Star and Moon tribe remains united, fully leveraging our advantages and proactively responding to challenges, we will undoubtedly find a path to survival and development amidst this chaos. In accordance with today's resolution, we shall gradually implement various measures to strengthen the defenses and development of our tribe, while closely monitoring the movements of the Northern Army and its allies, so that we may adjust our strategies at any moment. May the glory and peace of the Xingyue tribe endure for eternity." Amidst the harmonious agreement of the crowd, the Council of Elders concluded, yet the actions undertaken by the Xingyue tribe in response to the crisis were merely in their infancy. The turmoil upon this land grew ever more tumultuous, with the future shrouded in uncertainty and challenge. This chapter is not yet complete. Please click the next page to continue reading the captivating content after the Northern Army allied with the 6 cannibal tribes. What appeared to be a formidable coalition was, in fact, rife with undercurrents. Within the main tent of the Northern Army, a fierce debate was underway. The commanders held differing opinions on how to leverage the strength of the new alliance. An elderly general furrowed his brow and remarked, "Marshal, although those 6 cannibal tribes have joined us, their savage nature makes them difficult to discipline. That I believe we should disperse them and integrate them into our forces for better control." However, a younger commander countered, "General, That course of action is misguided. The warriors of the cannibal tribes are accustomed to their own methods of combat. Forcibly separating them could incite their discontent and diminish their fighting spirit. It would be wiser to allow them to operate as an independent fighting force, striking when the moment is critical. Seated in the foremost position, Commander Battelle remained silent, weighing the pros and cons in his mind. At that moment, a leader from the cannibal tribes stepped forward, expressing his discontent. "We have allied with the Northern Army, not to be manipulated at your whim, that we possess our own combat style. And we shall prove our worth on the battlefield without your interference." This declaration elicited displeasure among the Northern Army's commanders, and the atmosphere within the tent grew tense. Meanwhile, divisions also simmered among the 6 cannibal tribes. Some tribes advocated for an immediate large-scale offensive against the Xingyue tribe to seize resources and territory, while others urged caution, suggesting they first solidify their internal alliance and assess the strength of the Xingyue tribe before taking action. On the side of the Xingyue tribe, although the Council of Elders had devised counter-strategies, they encountered several challenges during implementation. Some tribe members expressed fear regarding the confrontation with the Northern Army, worrying that war would bring further casualties and destruction. They believed that problems could be resolved through negotiation and compromise, rather than resorting to violence. Upon learning of these sentiments, the leader of the Xingyue tribe decided to convene a tribal assembly to clarify the tribe's stance and the situation at hand. At the tribal assembly, the leader of the Xingyue tribe stood upon a platform, his gaze resolute as he proclaimed, "Fellow tribesmen, I understand your concerns regarding war, yet we must recognize that the ambitions of the Northern Army and its alliance will not vanish due to our concessions. If we retreat now, we shall face even greater peril in the future. The Xingyue tribe has always upheld the principles of peace and justice, but when peace is threatened, we too possess the courage to wield arms in defense of our homeland. We have formulated a series of counter-strategies, not solely for warfare, but to protect our people and secure the future of our tribe." The leader's words assuaged some of the tribesmen's fears, prompting them to actively support the tribe's decisions and prepare for war. Nevertheless, a minority still harbored doubts, engaging in hushed discussions that introduced instability within the tribe. Simultaneously, after much deliberation, the alliance of the Northern Army and the cannibal tribes reached a compromise. They decided to launch a small-scale probing attack against the Xingyue tribe to assess their defenses and combat capabilities before devising a larger-scale military plan. The Xingyue tribe, recognizing the enemy's intentions, fortified their border patrols and defenses as a minor conflict loomed on the horizon. Both sides were making final preparations for the imminent battle, the outcome of which could profoundly impact the regional landscape. The dawn at the border was shrouded in a thin veil of mist, exuding a sense of oppressive tranquility. The patrol team of the Xingyue tribe meticulously surveyed the borderline, as usual, fully aware of the intelligence indicating that the Northern Army and the cannibal tribes were likely to act in the near future. Suddenly, a distant thundering of hooves shattered the silence. The patrol members gripped their weapons with vigilance, their eyes fixated on the direction of the sound. But a small detachment of cavalry gradually emerged from the mist, adorned in a mix of the Northern Army and cannibal tribal attire, their intentions clearly malevolent. "Enemy attack," the patrol captain shouted, and the team quickly formed ranks, archers drawing their bows and preparing for confrontation. The cavalry of the Northern Army and cannibal tribes halted at a distance from the Xingyue tribe's patrol. Their leader, a burly warrior from the cannibal tribe, brandished his long knife and bellowed, "People of the Xingyue tribe, today marks your doom." With that, he led the cavalry into a charge. The patrol team of the Xingyue tribe remained undaunted, with archers firing the first volley, arrows raining down upon the enemy. Several of the foremost enemy riders fell, yet the onslaught of the enemy showed no signs of waning. Soon, the cavalry of both sides clashed, the sounds of metal colliding and battle cries intertwining. The warriors of the Xingyue tribe, though fewer in number, were well-trained and coordinated. They wielded spears and shields to fend off the enemy's attacks while seeking openings for counterattacks. Meanwhile, the cavalry of the Northern Alliance, relying on their ferocity and momentum, sought to breach the defenses of the Xingyue tribe. As the battle raged, the rear camp of the Xingyue tribe received word of the situation, prompting the leader to swiftly organize a relief force, comprised of infantry and cavalry. The reinforcements, led by an experienced commander, hastened toward the border on the battlefield. The patrol team of the Xingyue tribe gradually found themselves in dire straits, their casualties mounting. Nevertheless, they steadfastly held their ground, buying time for the arrival of reinforcements. Just as they were on the brink of collapse, the relief force finally arrived. The arrival of the reinforcements instantly turned the tide of battle. As they launched attacks from the flanks and rear against the cavalry of the Northern Alliance, the enemy cavalry, caught off guard by this sudden assault, became disorganized. Seizing the opportunity, the warriors of the Xingyue tribe mounted a fierce counteroffensive. Under the relentless assault of the Xingyue tribe, the cavalry of the Northern Alliance began to retreat, leaving behind dozens of corpses as they fled in disarray back to their camp. The warriors of the Xingyue tribe refrained from pursuing, fully aware that this was merely a probing attack from the enemy, and that greater battles lay ahead. After the battle, the warriors of the Xingyue tribe scoured the battlefield and tended to the wounded. The leader convened the commanders to discuss strategies. One commander remarked, "Leader, based on this battle, the enemy's cavalry remains formidable. We must bolster the training and equipment of our own cavalry." The leader nodded in agreement. "Indeed, we must further refine our border defense system, increasing the number of watchtowers and traps. Simultaneously, we must accelerate our intelligence-gathering efforts to ascertain the enemy's next moves within the camp of the Northern Army and the cannibal tribes." The leaders of the alliance were in a furious uproar. Incompetent fools. A mere handful of them could not overcome the patrol team of the Xingyue tribe, and we lost so many warriors. Roared one leader from the cannibal tribes that a commander from the Northern Army calmly analyzed. This probing attack has revealed some of the Xingyue tribe's strength. Their warriors possess high combat quality, and their reinforcements arrived swiftly, indicating that their camp defenses and intelligence communication systems are well structured, that we must not underestimate them. After extensive discussion, the alliance resolved to intensify military training, integrating the military might of the Northern Army and the cannibal tribes to prepare for a larger-scale offensive. Concurrently, they began plotting how to disrupt the Xingyue tribe's intelligence gathering and defense systems to gain an advantage in the forthcoming battles. Both sides were meticulously preparing for the impending larger conflict. As the clouds of war thickened over this land, and the ultimate outcome remained steeped in uncertainty and unpredictability, in the Xingyue tribe, the atmosphere of readiness intensified. The tribe's craftsmen toiled day and night, forging a new array of superior weapons that, in the forge, sparks flew, and the rhythmic clanging of metal echoed continuously as new swords and spears were crafted, their blades glinting coldly in the sunlight. Meanwhile, the warhorses in the stables received meticulous care and training, as the horse trainers employed unique techniques to enhance the horses' endurance and speed, ensuring they would better assist the cavalry in battle. The leader of the Xingyue tribe understood that relying solely on military strength would not guarantee victory in this protracted confrontation. Diplomatic maneuvering was equally crucial. Thus, she dispatched the most eloquent and astute envoys to the surrounding neutral tribes, bearing lavish gifts, exquisite handicrafts, precious furs, and the tribe's unique medicinal remedies. They elaborated on the principles of peace upheld by the Xingyue tribe to the neutral tribe, emphasizing the calamities that would ensue if the Northern Army allied with certain cannibal tribes were to dominate. In a place known as the Oasis tribe, envoys from the Xingyue tribe were graciously received by the tribal leader. After respectfully bowing, the envoy articulated, "Leader, our Xingyue tribe has consistently maintained amicable relations with neighboring tribes. However, the Northern Army, in conjunction with the cannibal tribes, harbors ambitious intentions to subjugate this land. Should they succeed, they would undoubtedly disrupt the existing peace and equilibrium, plundering the resources of your tribes and enslaving their people. Although our Xingyue tribe does not shy away from battle, we fervently wish to ally with like-minded tribes to jointly uphold the tranquility of this land." After a moment of contemplation, the Oasis tribe leader responded, "The concerns of the Xingyue tribe are indeed valid, yet we are reluctant to be ensnared in the throes of war." The envoy swiftly reassured, "Rest assured, leader, should you choose to stand with us, the Xingyue tribe shall provide military protection, share our agricultural and pastoral techniques, and aid your tribe in flourishing prosperity."